Doing quite well, quite well. Very excited for an incredible tournament ahead of us. The largest Elestrals tournament to date. We've got 7 rounds of Swiss best of 3 for you, cutting to top cut of 8, which very excited. We got a brand new pricing structure for this tournament. Very exciting stuff. Despite the fact that we're cutting to top 8, top 16 does get some pricing. With all participants getting participation awards. Just by playing in the event, you get a gold stamp Zaptor full art from the recent Shattered Stars Scorpio. So if you know that art, add a stamp on it. You get that just for playing. You also get a Shattered Stars booster pack alongside an Elestrals base or Frostfall or Daybreak booster pack alongside that. For top 16, just for getting there. Incredible. You get a Organized Play gold stamp Mount Olympus full art also from Shattered Stars Scorpio, alongside both of the Daybreak starter decks. This is something that we saw as what you would get if you hit top 8 in prior tournaments. So being able to do that for top 16, very, very exciting. When you hit the Elite 8, not only do you get both of those, but you from the prior Sweet 16, you also get a Toxion full art stamp from same Shattered Stars Scorpio month. Top 4, again, gets all of that. But this time, instead of the structure decks, you're getting a booster box and the very gorgeous Arcolith full art from Shattered Stars Scorpio, also stamped as well. Going to be very coveted, I think, for all those Thundercasters out there to get those Arcolith full arts, potentially trying to get to top cut and see those. Our runner-up will get everything that you get for top 4 doubles. You get 2 booster boxes, you get 2 Arcolith full arts, you get 2 Toxion full arts, you get 2 Mount Olympus full arts. Very exciting stuff. And then our champion gets 3 of all of those, 2 booster boxes, an uncut sheet, and what we're all here for, the reverse stellar Shattered Stars, Scorpio, Jolton. It's a little bit of a tongue twister with all those S's in there. Very exciting stuff. I know, Joel, I know you are one of Thunder's strongest soldiers. How do you feel about missing out on the opportunity of winning this year? Oh yeah, yeah. Having number 3 out of 10. I'm devastated that I will not be able to compete for the reverse stellar tracking in this upcoming webcam for December 14th. A very, very cool prize to be able to get. Something that I know a lot of water casters that are going to be trying to vie for that. And sad that I cannot participate. However, I will absolutely be watching along with other people at home, seeing who will be taking down that tournament to make it and get that gorgeous reverse stellar 1 of 1 stamped tracking. Oh, hey, you're muted on the stream apparently. You're muted on the stream apparently. No, you did so well. It's a part of the technical hiccups as we, for the first time ever, have coverage for Swiss. That's okay. So, talking about the upcoming tournament and what is to come, there's a lot to be looking forward to into this tournament. As Swole was saying, there was a tournament that occurred yesterday that was ran by MBT, and I think that a lot of people are going to be use that tournament to prepare for today's tournament, which is double the size of that prior tournament yesterday. There's a lot of very interesting decks that were seen, a very plethora of different strategies that made it to top cut as well. While it was somewhat of a Earth show in top 4, Distant Coder made second place with Bears, his second top cut completion with Bears, an incredible accomplishment with a deck that is absolutely a fan favorite of a lot of people, but not one that is seen as a particularly meta relevant deck. So being able to see that, play with your favorites. You really can make it to top cut if you are able to perform well with something you're comfortable on. Of course, he lost to, are we surprised, Beam Soldier in finals, who was on his classic deck since base set, Earth Nexus, performing incredibly well with that. A little interesting variant of Earth Nexus, though, went undefeated in Swiss and made it to top 4, and that was Barabog. It was Dimax playing a very interesting Earth and Water mix to drop down the Barabog 3/7 that burns your opponent for every card they cast that does not contain a Earth or Water spirit underneath it. Very, very interesting to see that go the distance. A very interesting meta call potentially into a meta that presumably is dominated by Earth Nexus. It's very interesting decisions there. Very interesting decks that were able to make it to Top Cut. We're expecting to see a lot of Thunder. I believe that there was at least, I'd assume, one player that topped with Thunder. I know top 4 was majority Earth, but I'd be very surprised if we didn't see some Thunder that will do well today at very least. Arcalith is just such a strong card coming out of Daybreak. That Arcalith Thunder, Race to the Top Thunder. We've also got the brand new Shattered Star Scorpio Moonrise pre-reveals in the form of Titanostrike that are legal as of today for Premier play. That is right, Titanostrike, an incredible one-cost Elestral that whenever you cast Thunderstorm lets you pop an opponent's Elestral. I think that we might be seeing this card do quite well in today's tournament and perform quite well. Swole, we think that you're alive now? Can we hear you? Who knows? I have no idea. Who knows? do a little test intermittently. We'll see if that you can be heard or not. But Titanostrike is a very interesting card. Brontiglow was a way to try and push Thunderstorm, and I'm so sad that you potentially are muted because I know that you would love to talk about Brontiglow right now as an incredible card that you ran to quite a good success against me in Illustriate Season 2. You are Brontiglow's strongest soldier. Titanostrike really complementing that strategy well. Very interesting to see if Titanostrike will end up paired with that, or if it will be something that is just run in standard Thunder, or is Brontiglow going to be seen? Are we finally going to see the Funglow swarming the board? See Brontiglow hitting for big damage numbers alongside Thunderstorm. Who knows? That's what today is all about. Will these decks finally be able to see some sort of performance? Really, just checking with production here to see if Swole is back. I don't think so. Well, with that, Swole can start pantomiming. Swole, give your best impression of your favorite Elestral via miming. Okay, what was that? Panzer. Do the. All right, we will be right back after this. We're going to step away to make sure that we can fix these technical issues. We'll be right back to talk a little bit more about players to watch. We're here. We're back. We're back. Swole is allowed to speak once more, presumably. They're trying to show it off, and then maybe they got some hot techs. We'll have to see. There's also, I'd like to shout out some members of the community that I'm excited to see perform that have done well in prior tournaments. Q is Too Short is someone who previously performed quite well with a brand new type of deck called Artifact Nexus, colloquially referred to as Scrap. And that deck is just a really fascinating deck. It's something I've been playing personally in casual tournaments. And I'm really excited to see if that deck will make a resurgence in this tournament. I think it's just a really cool deck. I'd love to see it on the live stream once more. Swole, what are you looking out for?
Absolutely. So, it's really interesting because I think we have a lot, obviously, we talked about before, people like Bean Soldier TV, aka Josh, rocking up with Earth potentially. We also have people like Trishla, who could be running Solar as well, or maybe has moved back off to Fire Nexus. I know he's had previous success in other tournaments with a deck just like that. In general, I'm looking to see the Argo package get fully fleshed out. Like you said, the artifacts have been something that's a new recent development for the Elestrals meta. I'm glad a lot of people are playing with. And we have some returners as well and some heavy hitters like Sunseed Jess, who played, I believe it was Earth Nexus, not only in the Elestriad, but also took to a second place finish in a recent Webcam event too. So I'm excited to see how our casters are doing today. And not only do we have some heavy hitters in the competitive department, we also have some interesting personalities here today too. Sorry, Joseph, for this one. But MBT seems to be joining this tournament, going from TO to top player, hopefully. And he's no slouch, I'll say that, I've seen him rock up with some interesting decks, and while my fellow Elestrad Season 2 captain has shown out before, let's see how he does in today's tournament.
Yeah, there's some other very interesting personalities also from the Elestriad that will be performing today. We've already mentioned Sunseed Jess, but also some interesting newcomers. I don't know if they've played in a tournament before, and that's going to be 1S Plays, someone that I played my first round in Elestriad Season 3. Very pleasant people, looking to see how they can perform, which is very exciting. We also know that Full Frontage, someone that played in MBT's tournament yesterday, will be running it back today. We'll see how he's able to perform, what he's doing. And then Stellar Christoph, someone from the community, someone that was in Elestriad Season 3 will be playing today, which is very exciting. We'll see how he's doing. He's someone that ran Thunder in that tournament. He's got a lot of Thunder Stellars. Is he going to be running back the Blink Out deck, showing off those serialized and reverse Stellars? Who knows? It'll be very exciting to see and keep up with that.
Yeah, give some Thunder some love. I know that we're all kind of vying for this top spot today, which I think will be pretty nice. Honestly, I'm looking forward to Thunder in this tournament. I'm also looking forward to some Thunder upcoming. I know Moonrise has a lot of really cool cards that Thunder can utilize pretty well. I'm excited to see how Magneros kind of gets into the meta just a little bit. There's the Titano Strike that we talked about earlier today too, and a few Thunder casters that will be running with that. And in future tournaments, maybe Electrify will also see some love too. Again, the Thunder deck has so many good tools to it that definitely a top deck to look out for inside of this tournament and future tournaments. The Earth deck as well, we've been seeing a Terror on the Earth list, and a lot of different versions of that list. And so I believe you mentioned it before that a Barabog list had hit the building just yesterday, which is absolutely insane, going 6-0 in performance. So if we can see a blowout like that from a fan favorite card like Barabog, I think we are in for an absolute wild ride today with over 112 people today at this tournament. This is incredible. This is one of the most hype tournaments that I'm sure we'll see in a very long time. I'm so excited for Elestrals to grow and get bigger too, especially in coming into the new year with Clash. So excited.
Yeah, just the size of this tournament alone, I think, means we're going to be seeing a lot of very interesting decks crop up that you wouldn't see normally in a smaller sized tournament. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of people that have been in the kitchen cooking, preparing for this event, particularly with December 1st legal date of those Shattered Stars cards. I think that I'm really fingers crossed. I'm hoping, I'm praying Titano Strike do something. It's such a cool card. I really think that it adds something to the deck that Thunder needs in terms of removal. The reason that Race to the Top is so good is it's removal, and having even more removal for a deck that really wants to play a control, very low to the ground board heavy type strategy. I think that I'm really hoping that Titano Strike is going to do something great here. Speaking of Thunder cards in Moonrise, Electro Knight. Ooh, what do you think? Are you familiar with our Lord and Savior Electro Knight? This card is insane. This card's so good.
What's so interesting too is that the combination of Thunder Lunar is really cool to see. I think it kind of makes sense thematically, of course. But this card being able to Nexus and then special cast the Electrify is insane for tempo. But that advantage engine alone, which Thunder honestly has a lot of already, I'm curious to see how that's going to be matched up, because if Thunder's getting cards like this to really deepen the pool, then man, the other strategies too I'm really excited for. And that's the lunar element and the lunar spirit type is really just buffing up a lot of these strategies and decks. It's incredible.
Yeah, the lunar inclusion to water, which we already have Draking and Drakid. We also are going to be getting Joblin and the brand spankin' new Tsunami with a Tidal High Tide. Very exciting stuff. I know
Slith stocks through the roof. That's all I'm saying. Coastalith stocks through the roof. God, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm sure that we can make some predictions here on it. I know the Shattered Star Scorpio had the beautiful full art Arcolith, but you know, I'm very much looking forward to that Coastalith too. When that day comes, when that day comes,
give it
rocking up with High Tide. Be careful putting 2 Elestrals in defense position, because Coastalith and I are coming. That's all I'm saying. That's no Gorgon's Gaze allowed.
Wherever Swolex is, he can detect if 2 Elestrals are in defense position. His ears perk up. He's like, oh. He has spidey sense.
No, absolutely. You know, showing more love to Coastalith would be really sick. I wouldn't be surprised if we again saw something kind of interesting in today's tournament. I'm really looking forward to what we have coming forward to, and I hope that you guys are as well. Wow, it's a really was beautiful morning. Literally, the sun is beaming down.
Oh yeah,
so much
it's hitting you
for
really
our
hard.
daybreak. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the daybreak tournament. No way.
It's there it is. Absolutely.
Speaking of water and cards, the decks that hopefully will be performing, we haven't seen a lot of water dominance since late Frostfall, maybe early Daybreak. It's really been since Lakagon was a major threat. We just haven't seen a lot of water, so really hoping to maybe see Water Nexus make a return today. Some sort of Lakagon variant, who knows? There's a lot out there for water, and as a water caster myself, someone who loves the water element, would really love to see someone show up with something very cool in water. Water's something that's been really a supplemental engine in a lot of things. We've seen, like with the Barrel Bog list, is water plus earth, but really earth is the main showstopper there. So hopefully seeing water as a more dedicated strategy performing, I'm praying. There's a lot of prayers today. They're going up, and I hope that water does something cool.
Me too. You know, I think a few tournaments ago, I was talking with A-Drive and after the finals, and was asking, you know, where is Dracking? Where is all these water strategies? And it is like you said, Lakagon was one of the last big showings, and so maybe we can see one brave water hero showing up today and showing us that we maybe have been wrong. Maybe that dedicated water strategy can actually bring it to the top. I think we've seen some innovations with fire as well, and with solar. You know, so it's not too out of the question that we have other spirit types that do pop up now and again. Wind even has had a pretty good showing recently with some bubbling, maybe some 9th and 10th places into those top cuts. Frost for a while as well was, well, you know, shots to Flormine, was noted, was written off really early. But then, hey, we have a lot of casters that really showed out with Rhinosect and Cryovern. So something's out there. I think it just takes a dedicated chef to really show us what's up.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't you top an event with Penterror?
Oh yeah, that was pretty, you know, a long time ago. I haven't heard that name in so long. Yeah, you know, one of base set's mascots, the initial big body himself, Penterror, is an excellent strategy, I think, for a lot of reasons, and has a particular good match in Earth. I'm excited to see that drop today. You know, I know that Hydrake is no slouch and is very throwable. So that's the.
Oh yeah, I have them right here on deck. If you want to play some football outside later.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful day outside. I mean, I clearly.
Yeah, you can tell from the sun streaming in on your face. It's a gorgeous day outside.
No, absolutely. Well, I got some gorgeous voices in my head too with my beautiful casters. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining in on today's live stream. And hopefully you're ready for some electrifying Elestrals action. We have round 1 here prepping now. I believe our players are getting set up and good to go. We'll have a pretty cool matchup for y'all, which I'm really excited to get right into the action. I think these players are going to be excellent.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what these casters have brought to the table, what decks they're going to be playing. Very exciting. I can't wait. I've been excited for this tournament for weeks now. Just I again keep saying it. I hope that we see some very cool stuff today. I think that people kind of fell into a rut with the Daybreak meta and then started to break it and then kept kind of falling back in with Earth. And now we're starting to see the mold break right as we're about to go into Moonrise, and people are opening up their third eye to Barabog best deck.
It's exciting. You know, what's so funny, like I said, taking dedicated chefs out there in the kitchen. For so long, people feel like they're comfortable. But then even, Distant Coder coming in with Bears. That's a deck that we don't see very often, despite the fact that it has some very powerful cards and don't poke. So I think giving some cook time, I think we'll see some up now and again. Don't sleep on your favorite card, everyone. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't sleep on it.
Do not. There's lots of phenomenal Elestrals out there that have yet to be looked into and discovered. Like I said with Bears, play with your favorites. There might just be something there. Who knows? Trifernal has been a devastating card in local scenes for quite some time. And if you love that puppy, run it. See how it goes.
The OTK of OTK decks. You know, you should try Fernal, but you know, I as someone who piloted that deck more recently, wow, I feel like it's so funny. I believe it was one of the casual tournaments. I was facing off round 1 against Dan the Man himself, A-Drive, and rocking up with the Fulgorix strategy. And I was unprepared. Even as big of a body of strong as Trifernal was no match for Nabi and the new. It was I was thrown away. It was crazy.
I'm very excited for Nabi to finally get his day in the sun. We've had him for so long. We've known about him for so long because of him being A-Drive's signature Elestral. So it'll be very exciting to see that Fulgorix structure deck, which is looking pretty nice. Think that Fulgorix might be quite a meta contender coming into the future here. Should be very exciting to see. Just a very powerful Elestral, very easy to get to, which just makes it such a threatening power. Very similar, I think, to Pantera in terms of ease of access. Given that, Hydrake wants to be sent to the underworld, but Nabi's trying to send you to the underworld. It's trying to generate advantage and get you to the underworld so that Fulgorix can come out and start munching on those little Elestrals, making them smaller and smaller.
No, absolutely. Well, and honestly, too, one thing that I love about the Nabi is, and this is maybe not necessarily related to the card, but that new plush that was on pre-order from Moonrise is so cute and so throwable. Once again, so many Elestrals.
So throwable.
It's very cute, and I love it so much. I keep my shouts to my Parawats. I keep this next to me near and dear, pretty close. Well, I got the Sundial there. Maybe I got Sundial in the back too. Maybe we'll be Sundial bros here together in a little bit.
My boy,
got
my son's right here.
And the OG Leviathan. That's all.
It's so with the Black Friday sale and Moonrise pre-orders, I think I have maybe 6 or 7 plushies coming up.
Oh wow!
I've ordered. I'm so excited. Hey. Oh, hello.
I hear the voice of God in my head.
What just happened?
Oh no. We've been dragged into the feature match.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Why are there so many people in it?
Wait a minute.
He got thrown out?
They're sent to the underworld.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Can you two please
We need to
find
reach
a good player for the first round?
Hey, looking at you, Mr. Tournament Organizer.
Do we need to reshuffle? Because there was a break,
We
but
can
I don't
if
know.
you like, yeah, I didn't even check.
Cool.
Can you? I don't see your camera if you've got it on.
Oh yeah, because I got pulled in, so I haven't got it set up. Yep, that's a good point. And I will
could have
reshuffle.
just hopped into our room. You didn't have to drag us into whatever this is.
All right. I don't even sure which room I'm in.
We're in the Nether Zone.
Oh, you can see my screen?
Yes, I can. And you can see mine.
Yeah, I can see it. It's fine.
I know that hand was about. I didn't even check, but I know that hand was going to be good. It was going to be Astrabbit
didn't
set
check.
4. Now I'm gonna.
I didn't check because I know that would be frustrating for me. So you said you want half and then first top 5 cards, right? 4, 5. There you go.
All right.
Let's go.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna mulligan this hand.
Yeah. I'm gonna try mine. Uh-oh.
Cool. Half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool.
If I go on the Elestrals TCG channel, can I see your hand? Oh no, it doesn't work like that. Okay, dang. All right, how you feeling about this one?
It got worse. So. How did that get worse? No, I will have to do it one more time.
Yep.
It got really bad. I should have just kept the first one. I'm so sad.
I will say this is a fantastic bluff if you're just gonna go like, all right, now that we've mulliganed 3 times, turn 1 Cryoling. 3 times in a row, and I got
Test. Testing.
We should have figured out why you were muted, not joined the Discord call with the Discord. That was a crazy game one, though. I'm very excited to talk about how here we are in game two, and MBT won with Arcolith in about 10 seconds.
In about 10 seconds with Arcolith. Hard punish. We're just now catching up on today's clash between MBT and our other fellow Frostcaster, it looks like. Hopefully, if we are live and here good to go, you guys can hear our test audio and beautiful voice. Caleb, how are you feeling about this match here? It looks like that Arcolith was kind of a key player inside of the first little game, and that's a very punishing card. I love myself some Monk. I really do.
Yeah, it was kind of devastating to see how quickly MBT was able to take it down there. Just in blink and you miss it moment, Arcolith hits the field with 5 spirits under it, and our other player here just says, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna scoop. We'll go game 2 from there." And here we are, picking up this game right here, and it looks like MBT is playing out an Eddie. Gonna go ahead and swap Narpoon to defense position. Think about his options. He's going to be setting some back row here. 3, 4 face down runes and swinging into the Narpoon, taking that Elestral out, passing back to our other caster.
You know, I'm very surprised if that back row set isn't something to help set the pace and tempo here, because an Eddie is pretty killer on a second go around. But looks like our Frostcaster here is going for an Eddie of their own. See if MBT has a response. Pick up the spirit deck just so it's going to be a poison tipped arrow. The beautiful full art poison tipped arrow, by the way. That Eddie effect is going to come through. This is going to be rough, meaning that MBT might not have a strong enough hand to accurately deal with this Eddie, but at least has the ability to remove the Eddie from the field with the extra expend.
I think that MBT is putting his opponent Mihai in a position here where it's sort of a better habit. If Mihai doesn't have Elestrals in hand to really facilitate pushing into this Toxin that MBT has just played, they're going to fall behind very quickly. Now, we can assume that they do have lots of Elestrals in hand because they only have 1 set back row, but it is potential that, depending on the type of Frost variant they're playing here, they could have a lot of cards that they don't want in hand. Maybe they have multiple Keon, maybe they got Blizzard in there that isn't something that they want to be playing right now. MBT is just going to swing for 1 direct after burning with Toxion and pass back to Mihai, who's going to have to really consider their options here going into what looks like quite a strong board.
Yeah, you don't want to leave this Toxion on the board for too long, and the recursive value of this Toxion really is the star of Thunder in a lot of ways. A base set staple for a lot of reasons, and it's something that really amasses value. Looks like we have from Frostcaster coming down another...
It's a Sluggle. That's a Sluggle right there. We're going to be healing 3 Water Spirits, and this really begs the question, what else is in their hand if they're playing an attack position 2/2 Sluggle into the 4 attack of a Toxion? Potentially, we're expecting a Cryoblast here, would be my assumption, to clear out that board and swing for damage.
That would be quite a good little change of pace here, and potentially into the heal stall matchup that we saw, a couple tournaments ago now. That was a pretty strong strategy to go with, and Toxion is the perfect amount of attack and defense for that Cryoblast. Let's see what comes down here from Mihai.
Yeah, no. Oh, not even that. It's a Necklace of Harmonia equipping to the Sluggle to make it a 7 attacker. Will force Mihai to burn in the end phase 2 spirits. It's a very strange consideration here. Makes me consider that maybe this is a Frost Water Nexus artifact list, potentially using the power of artifacts and Argo that we've been seeing recently. And unfortunately, Mihai just opened up those artifacts. They were complaining in between of game 1 and game 2 that they were seeing a lot of cards in hand that they weren't really wanting to see, and so potentially they were opening all those artifacts, but that will be met with a Shield of Achilles. Incredible value for MBT, despite the fact that he's returning a Sluggle to hand.
Absolutely. And then again, for MBT here, passing back the turn and drawing, it's got a chance to reenchant the Toxion and just swing for massive damage. So over time, this Toxion has gotten a lot. Looks like we're going for expend to draw here, trying to get some value, potentially help fix this hand, which, having to PTA that Eddie might signal that the hand isn't quite strong enough to put on the pressure and potentially to have that tempo loss of reenchanting this Toxion. Go ahead and just do 1 extra little poke spirit damage here, a little bit of chip damage off, and that might just be good enough. This Toxion, again, is still posing a threat with its full body. Cryoblast incoming could destroy, but it's passing back to Mihai here. Draw for turn on an empty board. You don't love to see it, but again, like he said, at any point in time, 1 Elestral and potentially an Argo coming down could change the tide of this clash.
Yeah, we know that they have the Sluggle in hand that was returned by the Shield of Achilles. So it really comes down to what other options they have. If we see that Sluggle come out, it might indicate they don't really have many other good options in hand. as they're considering what they might go for here, we're going to see what looks like a Cryolink hitting the board, likely going to trigger. Haven't been counting those Frost Spirits, but I would assume a caster would never play a Cryolink unless we were expecting it to go ahead and immediately ascend into a Cryovern. They're picking up their deck. Go ahead and search out that Cryovern to special ascend their Cryolink into, and this is going to put an insane amount of pressure into MBT's board. Being able to misenchant this Cryovern potentially with water, plays around Tsunami, it would force, which is what Mihai is going to do. There's that water enchantment. And MBT is going to have to really consider, is it worth it to play out something like a Poison Tipped Arrow or a Shield of Achilles on attack? How much value do they really put on this Toxeon here to try and keep it on board, especially depending on what other cards they have in hand?
Absolutely. And again, similar to this Toxeon, the recursive value of this Cryovern is a little more subtle. While it doesn't have, well, it's misenchanted, of course, here. It doesn't have its proper effects to ascend into a powerful Cryo Scourge. Shout out to Elestrals TCG. But it does have the additional strong body that it's going to be very hard to remove without hard removal. A race to the top here, a deck is an out and potential option. Maybe MBT is waiting for a Shield of Achilles for the ultimate turn. It's going to be an expend to draw. That's going to be such big value here for Mihai. But an Earthquake comes down. Big Earthquake, trading those 2/2 spirits, and that's exactly what you need to see for MBT. But it resets the board position here to where your counter range are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. And honestly, even though Mihai does have an open board, you're looking pretty here. You get a lot of spirit damage and drops
No
down.
way! The Rise from the Ashes coming down.
Rise from the Ashes for the Cryovern. That's a 5-spirit play.
That's such an expensive play. Double Water Enchanted Cryovern comes down to pressure MBT. He's counting his spirits, making the calculations in his head. How can he potentially deal with it? I got a Sluggle too, man!
No! To recover those spirits from the Rise. That is absolutely the crazy combo play. So taking back the Sluggle here. Was there a potential...
Nope.
No, okay. Looks like maybe there's been clarification there.
Okay.
I was so afraid. I was like, I'm pretty sure that this normal cast is
legal,
good to go. Right.
That's insane. The heal 3 is going to be massive here. The question is, MBT considering a Gorgon's Gaze on this. It's in defense position, so it feels quite rough to go for a Gorgon's Gaze to essentially go -2 to prevent your opponents from going up 3. Generally, Gorgon's Gaze isn't a great option into these healers unless your opponent is on such low life total, which Mihai appears to be on about maybe 5-6 spirits left in Spirit Deck. We're quite late in this game here. MBT's really got to consider his options. You can see he's flipping through his back row, looking at the cards in his hand, doing the numbers, doing the math, doing the Yu-Gi-Oh thing where you tap on the table to choose what you want to do. And the Gorgon's Gaze on the Sluggle. It's going to come down.
I feel like you only are going for that Gorgon's Gaze if you truly are feeling like you have this game in the bag. I mean, one game up in the set is pretty big, so maybe you're comfortable here potentially playing a little bit more risky and just taking the 4 damage total on the turn from the 2 Gorgon's Gaze, and now this big beefy Cryovern coming down for a 7 body. MBT's gonna go ahead and draw for turn here. Let's see if there's an answer. I don't know a lot that can do it. Potentially an Astro Rabbit into a Zeus for an Altar Stars play is pretty big, but those spirit counts for MBT is getting pretty low. So options might be limited. And Ambrosia or Quackle also could be options that Thundercasters are starting to use recently. And very smart on Mihai. I think I know exactly what happened with taking back the Sluggle, potentially wondering if they will be able to play that Sluggle into attack, but maybe rightfully so, playing around the Arcolith that was going to drop down and maybe do even more spirit damage. I think you mentioned that Mihai's pretty low here, so it's exactly where Frostcasters like to live, is around 4 to 5 spirits. Frostcasters be like. However, Uncolith can end that game quite quickly. A little bit of deliberation from the MBT side here. A very difficult game state. I do not envy this. I think anytime you're a Thundercaster sitting in this position with a big body, you get a lot of consideration.
There's the Stellar Ambrosia going to hit the board, heal back those spirits. It looks like these casters are both about even on their spirit counts. And this is going to help MBT really try to stabilize here and get to a point where maybe he can really try to control this game state. As you mentioned, an Astro would be absolutely critical for MBT here as he's passing. That's it, actually. The turn is Ambrosia pass, and Mihai hits a Sluggle Part 2. This is the third sluggle that has hit the board this game. MBT checking his back row, trying to figure out what can he possibly do into this. This Cryovern is absolutely messing up this board, putting MBT in such a rough position. Mihai sets a second back row, goes to the battle phase and swings for 2 whole damage into MBT, who's going to just take it, nothing to do about it. And he's in an awful position here.
Absolutely. I like the pace control here from Mihai in the second game. You know, we noticed that the second sluggle also coming down inside of defense, and that's, you know, maybe scouting out the fact that MBT has enough spirits to potentially, again, still steal this game and play an Arcolith, but feeling very comfortable just to poke in for the extra 2 damage and say, hey, deal with my big body. Even if you hit over these sluggles, they've done their job. But here's a Toxin that's going to come down, trying to chip away at those heals that the sluggles have presented. I don't think there's a response, it looks like, from the Mihai. Very glad to take off one of those. But this Toxion's going to have to put in a little bit of work and connect. See what else comes down here. Looks like it's a Zeus. Chancing for 1 here. Never love to see that as a Thundercaster. You want that to be live for your Altar of Stars, or potentially for multiple Zeuses to -3, -3 on these larger Elestrals, and potentially can crash with this Cryovern, but I do not think that feels good.
No, I think that putting yourself in a position where Toxion crashes with Cryovern is going to feel very, very difficult. Looking to see potentially a Mount Olympus out of MBT. Looks like he's attacking into a Sluggle, and we're just going to be chaining a Tsunami here, putting the Toxion only to defense position since that Cryovern is double water enchanted. And I think MBT is going to be feeling not great about the position they're in. There's 2 spirits in their name versus Mihai is looking to be about 3 to 5. And an Atlantis hits the board
coming.
Oh!
Wow, this Cryovern is huge. A 9/6 body? That is
into the
ridiculous.
Rise from the Depths. Rise from the Depths brings back a Sluggle likely here in attack position.
2 versions of Rise. You know, I heard a story about this Rise, with very much inspired from the Rise from the Ashes there, and it's crazy to me that this package, the Atlantis Rise from, we were talking about water earlier in the precast, talking about how can water really show up today, and I think this is a pretty dang good showcase of the power of water on occasion. You know, some Ice Splash in here for a little bit of ice water, but you know, that's neither here nor there. The MBT is in a difficult position, I guess is what I should say. Holy.
Yeah, do not envy the position that he is in here. Dratogwa going to heal even more. When I was talking about water coming back and forth, I was not expecting this. We've had 4 Sluggles hit the board of Dratogwa. That's a sum of, doing the math real quick, 14 spirits healed this game, I believe, which is absolutely devastating for MBT here. It looks like a Sluggle is swinging into the defense position, Toxion. And from there, it's likely game. Unless MBT has... No, it looks like he's scooping up from there.
Wow, we're going to a game 3. Already off to an insane start in the first round. That is absolutely killer. I know MBT was joking in the pregame, saying that, you know, I hope you picked a good player, but so far this looks like it's been a relatively good showcase. You know, I'm liking this Iceberg deck. It really does go deeper, sitting in the water there. You know, yeah, on the surface, it's nothing but frost. You know, your big ice, you're chilling there, showcasing off your Cryovern, trying to put a little pressure. But then you go a little bit deeper, and it's nothing but murky water. So that's nice and frosty. I don't know, what do you expect to see from like the side decks here? Because as a Thundercaster, I'm going to be honest, I don't really know if there's a card that Thunder doesn't have in the main deck already to deal with frost. But I don't know about this hybrid deck. What do you think that we're going to see come down here in this game?
So it's possible that MBT here is looking for putting back in some cards that he may have cited out for going second. So Shield of Achilles, if you're not maining at 3 in your main deck, usually comes in the place of Poison Tipped Arrow, which we absolutely want to be playing in our main deck at 3 copies if we know we're going first in game 3. So there's cards like that. Potentially playing more copies of Mount Olympus to like out the Atlantis plays. Maybe we're playing Thunderstorm Titanic Strike as a side deck package. It really depends on what he's running, because there's a lot of different things that you have options for in Thunder, but nothing is going to really hit water too hard. That Tsunami is certainly out of the deck at this point. He was running at Fire, I believe. It's out of the deck at this point. You got to find new cards to put in there. Cryoblast, if you're maining it, it's out of there. We're not playing any of that.
Absolutely. You know, that's kind of the cool thing I think about this combination of water frost deck. Like, you know, there's so many good and powerful runes inside of this game, and both Tsunami and Cryoblast are definitely competitive staples that are ineffective against a strategy like this. And like you said, I think Stadium Wars is something that we could potentially see here. Obviously, Race the Top and the other Thunder-based rune that we didn't see come down in that game could be a key player here. Astrab with a 5 defense booty, and Cryvern only with a measly 4. Might be able to see some trade-offs there, which is pretty good. And, you know, I will say this. I know that while we saw Arcolith come down in the first game, I'm a little sad to see one of my favorite cards not come down in that second game. Hopefully we will see some Arcolith action in the third game. But wow, what a showcase from Mihai there with this crazy build. You know, like I think you were talking about seeing some cool things to start. This has already made a splash for me.
This certainly was not expected, and it looks like we're hopping into Game 3. Our casters have shuffled up, cut their decks. Likely that MBT will be going first here. It is his decision to be made. Going to be laying out that hand of 5 cards as we get into this game here. MBT is really looking for a solid opener here to really take control of this game. And Mihai has been known to mulligan a lot. In the first game that we weren't able to show to detect difficulties, they mulligan twice. And they're picking up their Spirit deck here. Makes me think they might be going for a mulligan to start Game 3 here, which could massively put them down. They were in a position. Yep, they chuck out the 2 Stellar Flare Mines with complete disregard, and they're going to be shuffling that hand right back into the deck, starting themselves at 18 to MBT's 20. You know, mulliganing doesn't feel too bad in a Frost deck because there's lots of Frost healing. It also gets your Cryoling in line, which is probably what Mihai particularly cares about. We haven't seen a whole lot of other Frost cards from their deck, but it also doesn't feel great because you still are putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. And frankly, you actually rather be putting water in there because it makes your slug alive much sooner.
Absolutely. Well, and I think like we talked about it a little bit in the citing there is that maybe it's the Frost forward, you know, trying to showcase water or Frost up front and trying to threaten that Cryoburn early with these 2 Frost Spirits here. Maybe opting only to go for 1 mulligan. I would be surprised, but maybe not too surprised to see a second mulligan come down. I think oftentimes we'll see that, but it looks like we're going off to the races here, and Astrap's going to set the pace. Beautiful Stellar Astrap here, one of my favorite parts of the game. Very strong defensive option here, and let's see if we're going to go for the classic Astrap at set 2 or 3 pass. It's going to be 2. All right, we're going to see Astrap at set 2 pass and go back over to Mihai here. Very strong start from MBT. It's a little bit of slow start, but we'll see.
And it looks like Mihai is rocking out a Narpoon to start their turn. We're searching out likely their Cryoling as they're trying to get that online. There it is, hitting the bottom of their board. We have the standard Astrab at set 2 pass from Thunder, and Mihai starting out with what exactly a Frostcaster wants to do, which is Narpoon, search a really, really strong 1-drop Frost, whether it's a Morfrost Lichen form, or a Cryoling, or a Rhynymph. There are lots of great options for searches on this very strong statted Elestral. A 4 attacker on a search is very strong. We've seen Elichik put up massive numbers because of that stat line, and people playing it just for the fact that is a searcher for Divines. It's a 4 stat line.
Absolutely. We've got a set 3 coming in from Mihai in a pass, and a Elichik is coming down to hit the board. This is going to be an important resource gainer if this goes through. I think MBT is looking nice for the pace. It looks like it's okay. Potentially see maybe a shield or a tsunami in the back row there for this Narpoon to eat up one of these Elestrals. A Zeus coming down is going to be a much needed benefit here. I think that last game MBT would love to see that Zeus a lot earlier. Elichik being a very strong Elestral in this position because not only does it threaten a crash with the Narpoon generally, but even if a poison-tipped arrow were to come down from Mihai, then the Zeus be able to take over and make that difference in attack not too big. Looks like we're going to go ahead and boost, or rather reduce the attack of this Narpoon and try to swing in with the Elichik, and it looks like...
No, wait! It's an Argo! That is an Argo that has hit the board!
Wow, man, I love Frost. So let's see what's going to go down on this Argo. It's so interesting. Early on in Daybreak meta, Argo was tossed out as too expensive or potentially too risky. But it's looking pretty good here, I'm not going to lie to you. And that's beautiful Hollow Argo, too. I love that card inside of the set. That's gorgeous. Necklace of Harmonia, a very common choice we've been seeing inside the meta pop up here. I would love to see some of the elemental artifact runes come down, but Necklace of Harmonia, not too bad. That's going to boost that thing up to a nice big, what would that be, 6 attack?
Yes, it goes up to a 9 and then down to a 6 with the Zeus.
That's incredible. Holy. Huge
And well-
arms of Narpoon.
And the really important thing I think to note here is that Argo is seen to be very expensive. However, for a deck like a Cryoburn deck, we want it to be expensive. We want those Frost spirits in the Underworld. And so likely Mihai has been counting those spirits going to the Underworld, and boom, they know that Cryoling's live next turn. They mulligan for 2 Frost. There's 2 more in the Underworld right here. I believe there's 1 more potentially in there from other cards they've used. And that's Cryoling. That's live right there.
That's the bread and butter for Frost. You know, I think that we've seen some interesting innovations with the Rhino package, but it's cool to see some Frostfall staples get some love. I know that when that set was released, that structure deck, that starter deck for Elestrals was pretty sought after. Some pretty cool stuff in there. The Gordon's Gaze reprint, very welcome, and of course the very powerful line for the Cryoburn, Cryoling, Cryoscorch. So big fan of that. I wonder if we're going to see that come down now, or maybe some deliberation from Mihai on if they want to put on some pressure. I mean, there's 2 back row there, and that could be anything from MBT side, and that's very much a possibility. A shield here would be pretty detrimental. But yeah, it's a pretty good trade-off there. I think the 16 spirits, you want to kind of even the spirit differential just a little bit before burning the 2 for Necklace of Harmonia.
There is a consideration here for a Frigicub or a Brummelings. Because typically these Argo decks want to be Nexusing off the Necklace of Harmonia as soon as possible to prevent themselves from taking that burn damage while still maintaining the spirits on board. So it's very possible that we see Brummelings here to try and set that Zeus to field, making MBT go -1 on spirits on board. And it looks like a defense position Narpoon is actually what we're going to be seeing.
Play around it all you want.
Here.
Play around it all you want. Arculus coming down eventually. You can never escape it. It's
Narpoon's
coming down.
Be like, I have my whole life ahead of me. No, you don't.
No, you don't. I like the play. You know, Narpoon is a pretty decent offensive tool, especially the one with the 9 attack. But I think that here it's a very smart and heads up to try to play around Arculus. We do know that in the previous game, we can kind of assume based off of maybe MBT's play of having to go for Toxion or potentially trying to out the Eddy that the Arculith and maybe burning a hole in the hand. You know, as a powerful 2-drop Celestial, some of the balance there is definitely going to be in its cost. Looks like we have Gorgon's Gaze coming down to stop the attack from the Narpoon, trying to grab it. I feel like that, again, that's a very nice trade if you're Mihai. You'd rather take and chew out that back row before that Cryoling comes down as an offensive threat. I do like that quite a bit.
It doesn't feel too bad for MBT either, though, because they're going net neutral on Spirit advantage. Because Mihai is going to have to expend here, and he gets to keep that Ass Rabbit, which potentially is something that will enable him to go ahead and go to an Arculith or something like that on the next turn.
Yeah,
Keeping
absolutely.
That 5-stat of body is massive for him.
Yeah, and absolutely, I think that's something that Thunder can easily take advantage of with this Altar of Stars, potentially even if MBT's going for a classic build of Circle the Sky, try to get some card advantage here. You know, I don't know if I'd see that in this tournament, but future, who knows? The card's kind of crazy.
Incredible callback to Elestriad Season 2, where
Always.
Circle the Sky Ass Rabbit
All roads come
ran
back.
rampant.
All roads come back to Lestrad Season 2. Shoutouts to my Parawads. Toxion coming down from MBT side. I love Toxion in this position, honestly. It seems a little bit scary, but trying to put on a little more spirit pressure and give an offensive body that can potentially threaten this Narpoon. But an Earthquake's gonna come down, take out that 9 attack Narpoon. Tektar is coming in hard. It looks like that was honestly pretty costly with a 2 burn from the Necklace of Harmonia. And then as well, this Necklace going down plus the Argo, that's a fairly expensive turn, but getting the Gorgon's Gaze and an Earthquake out of that, it's not a bad trade. But this Narpoon that's in defense is now prime food for this Scorpion. Let's see if the Scorpion stings.
I think that Mihai feels pretty bad about shielding here. Tsunami, though, we never feel bad about. It's an incredible
Great on
card
Tsunami.
to see here. Putting that Toxion defense. Toxion got a very weak little booty, not going to the gym very frequently. And so be able to hit over that, Narpoon gets over it. We don't feel too bad about it. We can play another Elestral here, like a Cryo-Link to Cryo-Vern to get over the Ass Rabbit. And in that case, we don't feel too bad, likely, about an Arculith coming down. But it looks like an Eddy is going to be coming out here, possibly to be changing that Ass Rabbit to attack position. We'll see if MBT has a response. A Poison-Tipped Arrow might be worth consideration, but it looks like he's just going to let it go right away. No response from him. We'll see if Mihai has any additional back row. It looks like they're just going to go swinging, taking out the Ass Rabbit, and Narpoon looking to take out the Toxion, and MBT will just let that go through. And Mihai, just like that, has cleared the board.
Caleb, what you see is a clear board, but what I see is the biggest food for the Arcolith, the Stellar Arcolith coming down from MBT. I knew it was there. There was no way you would let those two go through. If not for my beautiful, beautiful boy. Look at those strong arms and the effect to reenchant. This has to be a Gorgon's Gaze in the back. Anything else will be detrimental. Even a Tsunami doesn't feel great. But that, wow, a Stellar Arcolith as well. Incredible
pickup. Incredible pickup from Shattered Stars, Scorpio month. Gonna go ahead and enchant 3 to Zeus. He's not putting it on the Arcolith. The Arcolith isn't going to the gym. Zeus is the one going to the gym.
Zeus is doing the lifting. Okay. Opting not to have the spirit damage here, which potentially is a good play to retain those spirits on the board, just in case this is a Shield of Achilles. Because while I will say a returning Arcolith is very, very strong, I will say this is something that is getting risky for MBT. The spirit count isn't necessarily too low, but you don't want that to get too far behind. So Mihai has a consideration to here. If this is a Shield of Achilles or even a second Argo, I think this is in high consideration for this Arcolith not being long for this board. But wow, I'm so excited we got to see this come again. I think I may have missed it in the first game, but a Stellar Arcolith, you gotta tell me he's running 2 of those things. That's
he did drop the Stellar Arcolith game 1, and that was the point where Mihai scooped it up. But it looks like Mihai is staying in this one, very much still in contention for this game. If that set is an Argo, that would be absolutely devastating. The question is if MBT is considering that and is going to Zeus down one of the Elestrals here to try and play around it. It is unlikely that Mihai will be running multiple Necklace of Harmonia, and MBT would know this. So that means that there really isn't much that Mihai can do to get around this. Going for a second Zeus here is a very interesting option. Gonna go ahead and potentially Zeus a second Elestral for a Cryoblast! Very
Cryoblast
interesting.
You know, we were just saying that maybe Cryoblast was taken out as a consideration for this game 3, but that's going to help clear the board a little bit, and an Arcolith is going to swing on and clear the board. Mihai might not have an Arcolith of their own to contest the big, strong arms. Wow, this is such good back and forth here from these two casters. You know, I feel like inside of game 1 being over relatively quick, in that second game, looks like MBT might not have had the luck of the draw, but wow, this could be anyone's game right here. This Arcolith might not be long for this world. If there's a Laurels, if there's an Earthquake, I think we're still potentially seeing that an Argo could come down. But the one back row from MBT, kill it. Let's see what we drop here.
The Kryling gonna hit the board, gonna trigger to immediately ascend. MBT says that's good, no response. Gonna have probably, as it has been, the Watervern hitting the board, pressuring that Arcolith, who is only a measly 6 attacker,
so
to the
small,
massive Giga Chad 7 attacker Cryovern. So MBT gotta have live back row right there.
Absolutely. What I love about this interaction too is that again, it's all going to come down to that back row. Is it live? Is it a counter? Is it just a bluff set of like a race to the top? I think what's so interesting too is that even if it's just a Gorgon's Gaze, this Zeus is going to make quick work, allowing to do the heavy lifting once again, going to the gym for our Arcolith. Because no matter how many bicep curls this Cryovern does, Zeus is just a little bit stronger.
There's a
Less
reason
the divines
Zeus is
do I
a
know.
divine.
It's so true. You see those abs? Never skipping leg, ab, or arm day. That's the crazy part here. Poison Stare's gonna come down from MBT. This might just do it. It looks like those big arms are down to a 5. That's absolutely crazy. You see a response here from Mihai. I think there has to be one here coming down, or else MBT is more than happy to spend those extra 2 spirits to get rid of this abomination. That is crazy.
There's little I think Mihai can do. I'm trying to consider. It would likely have to be an artifact that's going to make Cryovern buffed up again. It feels really bad though, because that would be a 2 cost to be able to do it. But Rise is going to come down off of the Cryovern. We're gonna bring back the Kryling and go for a second one. That is insane. An incredibly heads-up play from Mihai here. Kryling going to immediately trigger. That Arcolith is going down. It's a battle between
this
the Thunder.
Is crazy.
Frost.
I cannot believe it. This is absolutely wild. From the Arcolith to the clear board to an Argolith, from an Argo to a Rise. We saw Rise put in some work inside of that game too, and I'm absolutely stoked to see that we get to see the some insane risk here, by the way, too, because only 4 spirits left. You got to hope that this Hail Mary of a play will work out on the next turn.
Do you notice what I just saw?
Oh,
that is
goodness.
a properly enchanted Cryoburn.
Wait a
That
minute.
has 2 spirits that are frost. This
All in.
is very possibly an
All in.
actual Cryo Scorch play coming out from MBT. Is Mihai actually running it? Are we going to actually see it?
There's no way. There's no way. Okay, and Eddie! Oh, this will make Swift
This is
work.
devastating.
Wait,
This
one
is
back row.
devastating.
One back row has to be big. Zeus coming down, decrease the defense. Eddie swinging in.
8
Cavern goes
connects.
down. It goes down.
No, the
4 spirits
risky
left.
play.
4 spirits, no counter runes. We've definitely seen potentially a Cryoblast could be huge here as well. A Sluggle to get back into this game. There's plenty of heal options here. I think that Mihai's not out yet despite 4 spirits left. Wow, I was going to be so excited. If that was a Cryo Scorch coming down, I would have just lost it right immediately. Butagua, okay.
And
Hold on for
that's
dear
because
life.
that's 0 spirits. We're a little off with our count here. It looks like that was the last spirit in Mihai's spirit deck playing their Chautauqua. We are at 2 total water spirits in deck.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this Zeus is gonna make quick work of this Chicago, but you gotta do what you gotta do. In game 3, it comes down to the absolute wire. See a Lunar Spirit come down. It said a Specteris, the Shattered Stars. Stained Glass Specteris. Quite beautiful card. I love that one. Wow.
It's a gorgeous card. Gonna be able to clear over this Chautauqua
wasting the
without
Zeus.
even using the Zeus. It's incredible.
That's insane. And then there's no response that feels good here from Mihai. 2 spirits is not enough to shield to Gorgon's Gaze. No amount of counter rune here will save you from the dark Viscerus themselves, Specteris.
And incredibly heads up from MBT to declare Specteris' effect. It is an act. You have to activate the effect. And it looks like Mihai is just going to scoop from there. Understandably so. Very difficult position to put in. Incredibly well played from them, though. They kept it competitive all the way through. And that Cryovern into Cryoling into Cryovern, oh, that was an incredible play from Mihai. Unfortunately, not enough to secure them the game against MBT here. We'll take it 2-1.
It's about a nice and cool 40 degrees here where I'm at casting, and we've really turned up the heat. I will say that. This is the irony of the Frost deck turning up the heat here. Holy, that was some good place to commentate. And here we were for a little while saying, "Oh no, don't pick me to watch." Shows you MBT.
Oh yeah. Pick a better player. Hey, that was an incredible game. That was wonderful. I wouldn't be surprised to see MBT make it all the way to top cut after a performance like that. Just an absolute clinic put on from him. Ending the game with 11 spirits in spirit deck to his opponent's 0 is just incredible. Just
Absolutely.
an incredible show from him, and looking forward to see how he does for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and it bears noting here too that while that 11 spirits is quite a lot, we can say that was a really well done game spirit management wise from MBT. Thundercasters is kind of their bread and butter. For Frost, that's kind of where you want to live. It's right there in the low, and sometimes that works out, and other times, showcase right there when an Arcolith comes down, you're put into a hairy position. I think that tempo loss there, just that one turn. Yes, you cleared board and you felt great about it, but having that Arcolith come down and really showcase that the power of Thunder there. Even without enchanting the Arcolith himself for some extra damage, I think that was a powerful show. And again, the Stellar, so beautiful.
The Stellar. Oh,
Get
incredible
him
to
outta
see
here.
it drop. It was a shame we couldn't see it for game 1, but we saw it for game 3, and that's all that matters. Flexing that Stellar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible show.
That was
Incredible.
Such a fiery start to the day. And thank you so much to everyone who's watching currently right now. Shout outs to everyone who's in the stream and in the chat. Say hello. If you are here, make sure to subscribe and follow the Elestral socials here as well on Twitter and everywhere else that you'll find Elestrals. I'm looking forward to more Elestrals action, not only today, but as we get into the future as well. And thank you everyone for bearing with us today on the technical difficulties. Hopefully you can hear and see our beautiful voices. It looks like we can. I've missed you so much, and don't read into that too much.
Well, and real
Shouts
quick,
to our
don't
staff
forget
too,
to
by the
like
way.
the stream as well. Liking the stream helps it out, push it to different pages within YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube, so go ahead, help us out, show off the wonderful game of Elestrals to more people, get this stream out there. We got incredible, many more rounds to come, 6 more rounds by my count, and it's going to just keep heating up from here. An incredible start to the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, and real quick shout outs to our staff and crew here for the Elestrals team doing a phenomenal job of keeping everything down. And the stream also looks beautiful. Shout outs to the designers. I've always said that from the prog design to the streams to the cards, everything in Elestrals looks pristine and clear. So, absolutely. So going into this next round, we saw Thunder and Frost. I love to call it the deck the iceberg deck. There's a lot to unpack there, but that was a very good showing so far. I think that I don't know if we're going to be seeing some Earth in the later rounds, more than likely. Maybe we live in a world where all the Earth gets knocked out in the first round, second round.
Right.
Josh doesn't win another tournament. Yeah, we don't live in that type of world. What are you hoping to see from the second round? I think that was. I don't know if I could have predicted any of that. Rise from the Ashes, Rise from the Depths, second properly enchanted Cryovern.
Yeah. Now, I will note it didn't look like that caster was running any fire in their Spirit deck, so unfortunately I don't think they were on Cryo Scorch. I wasn't paying super attention to the Spirit deck though. But I really would like to see, I love seeing underrepresented elements. I think that Earth and Thunder have been so dominant for so long that it's finally time for other elements to see experimentation. They are, as we've seen, Frost Nexus has actually had, I think, 2 tops now, which is incredible for a deck that a lot of people have slept on. Cryovern being an absolute massive hitter for that deck. Brummelinks being, very much the Frost Nexus form of Equilinks, locking down back row, performing the same function as Equilinks, pretty much. So I'd love to see, more of these underrepresented decks. Fire. Where's Fire? Where? They got to be doing something.
Love to see some Fire today. Absolutely. Well, when I find it so funny because you deep dive into these elements and these spirit types just a little more, and you do see a lot of really great fringe strategies. We were gushing about Barabog, gushing about the Barabog portion.
Yes.
But I think for a long time, people let's say for Win, Valocane is a great card, and I love that card from base set. And I think the 2 drops we saw, I think it was early on, a player Cerebro take Cryspore. So was it first or second? I that was so long ago at this point.
Yes.
You can see the grays in my hair in the sun. Kind of showcasing off.
It's been about 9 months, I think, since we saw Cries where I believe it was second place from Cerebro. And that card, see, that's the thing. These cards are good. There are plenty of phenomenal 2-drops out there. And as 2-drops become more viable, as we shift away from a 5-style meta, these cards are really worth a consideration. We're seeing strategies that are able to keep Elestrals on board longer and really take advantage of elongated game states where you're not just swinging with a guy and passing. And so, it's really worth considering some of these 2-drops. Like Valocane is an incredible card. Phenomenally statted card, incredible effect. And it's really up to, can the Wind engine support it reasonably, or can we do something similar to what this Iceberg deck is doing, where Cryovern is really strong, but we play other good cards that support it. Same thing as like the Artifact Nexus deck, where we're using a card that's really strong like Argo and then supporting it from the outside up. Picking that sort of top-end piece of your strategy and building around it to support it is really an incredible way of deck building within Elestrals to make sure that you have some sort of edge, right? Because a lot of strategies kind of play the same, and in terms of like Earth Nexus, that's sort of an established strategy that hasn't changed too much throughout the years. But like, there's a new Cryspore for Earth.
Oh,
no one's played that.
Okay. I'm not gonna say takes me back here because that wasn't too long ago that someone dropped it on me in tournament, and I was so taken aback. That walking earthquake, being able to expend 2 Earth, target an Celestial to destroy, and it's 7/5. So meta staples like Eddie, it's like kind of a good gauge for seeing 2-drops like that, not being able to be taken by just that 1-drop there. We kind of saw something similar in that last game with MBT dropping down the Eddie and be able to use Zeus to threaten that Cryovern, which I think still would be the case for something like the 7/5, but at least on that portion, you'd have a lot to do with clearing the board there. I will say there's so many cool Elestrals that have come out of that 2-drop slot. I've been a big fan of Brontowiz personally, and Brontoglow inside of the Thunder and the Fire deck myself, which is absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite cards inside the entirety of Elestrals. But no, man, and then I'm excited to see more of these casters race to the top and try to buy from these top slots. If you want to take a look at today, what we're fighting for inside of the top tournament. Again, once again, everyone inside this tournament that is participating gets an organized play golden stamp, Scorpio, Zaptor that we saw inside the Shattered Stars Scorpio month there. Also, other Elestrals goodies like a Shattered Stars booster pack and a Elestrals booster pack. The Sweet 16 gets an organized play Shattered Stars Mount Olympus. That Mount Olympus is gorgeous, goes well with the Race to the Tops. And also some Elestrals Daybreak starter decks, Chronodile and Pharaoh guys, both with some excellent competitive staples on board there. The Elite 8 coming up also get the Shattered Stars Mount Olympus, as well as the Toxion, the gorgeous Toxion. I think we saw the Centaur get announced for Sagittarius month, and I'm excited for others that are coming in here. The constellations are amazing. If you haven't gotten your hands on these cards yet, make sure to check them out if you need to. The top 4, we have the Mount Olympus, the Arcolith, and that Toxion. That full art Arcolith is some people's favorite version of Arcolith, which I'm partial to the Stellar myself, but the full art is quite good, and that stamp is going to be a nice little addition to the collection. In addition to that Daybreak booster box on there, the runner-up in second place here, we get the double of everything from the top 4. So 2 of the boxes, 2 of the Scorpions, 2 of the Arcolith, and 2 of the Mount Olympus. And our champion of all champions today gets playset of all the 3, Arcolith, Toxion, and the Mount Olympus to add to their collection, as well as the 2 booster boxes and an uncut sheet. But as well, the beautiful baby boy, that reverse Stellar Jolton with the Elestrals champion stamp. That is, if someone's rocking up to me today, we'll see the winner get crowned today, but if someone rocks up and I get played the reverse Stellar Jolton, if they go Jolton turn 1, let me search Mount Olympus, I think I have to concede on the spot. That's that is. I know what I'm getting in for. Exactly. Yeah. We might be familiar with some names that I wouldn't get there. I'm just warning. Whoever the champion is, you have a free win in my books. That's it.
It's an auto win. It's
win.
It's like how serialized Stellars can't be suppressed or negated, right? So if Viscera swings in, you're not allowed to poison tip. You can't shield. At least that's what Distant Coder told me. So
that's true. And we have seen one of the most decorated players out in Elestrals as well playing in today's tournament. Excited to see what they bring today. If they're rocking it back up with Bears, maybe the run back with Bears would be pretty killer. I'd be very interested to see. I've
heard through the rumor mill there may be at least one Bears player in this tournament, and so would love to be able to see them potentially later on in this tournament doing well. We'll have to check in and see where some of our top players are standing after the first couple of rounds, but love to see me some Bears. Absolutely love them. Got those gorgeous reverse Stellar Bears from Frostfall. Just absolutely goes so well with the promo Stellars from Kickstarter. That's just such a gorgeous deck. And now really we have the additional Kickstarter promo of Stellar Don't Poke. That deck is about to be so shiny. It's going to be so beautiful.
Conspiracy theory. Do you think Danny Lestral's team knew? They said these Bears list, people are really vying for these Bears. Don't poke. Don't poke innovation. Then adding that to the Kickstarter, that blew my mind. Wow, it looks gorgeous, and I cannot wait to get my hands on it. Absolutely. Been a fan of Majursa too recently. Not now.
Yeah.
But if you're looking to test any decks, Bears or otherwise, we do have some casual tournaments upcoming here for Elestrals on Tuesdays. If you guys have a good Tuesday you want to try out for a best of one format on the casual local tonight, on Tuesdays. We have 6 still left inside of this year for 2024, some webcam and some digital app. It's a free mobile app where you can play any of the Elestrals cards you want. As well, we have 4 upcoming scheduled for 2025. Elestrals is pimping all over the world and already scheduling events for 2025. The team is hard at work, and we really appreciate the game that we all love and want to share and enjoy together. So if you guys are looking to test some decks or potentially just have a good fun time with some of your favorite cards, then I'd recommend entering some of these casuals. I'm streaming these every so often, and they're super fun. I love interacting with a lot of the community, a lot of really fun strategies that you see pop up here. We're gushing about some of these Elestrals that are on the fringe play, and you will see some crazy stuff here inside of the best of ones. I'll just say that. Be prepared. These players are no slouches. Don't think these things are too casual. Even though they're casual, they're rocking up with some crazy stuff, but they can play them so beautifully. I'll just say it here.
So I think you're pretty known for showing up to these with some crazy things. You mentioned earlier you brought Trifernal, right? You played against A-Drive on that. I think you brought a deck.
Wisp.
I believe you brought a deck centered around Majursa, right?
Oh gosh, the chef was cooking, and I took the list Mother Nexus is
Yeah,
what
Mother Nexus,
dubbed that
yep.
one. It's beautiful playing the Majursa, the big bear. You're also utilizing cards like Brummelinx. We talked about when you said Brummelinx in the last match, my eyes lit up. I was like, oh, I know that card. It's beautiful inside of the Frost strategy and very powerful as well. Big fan of that one. So
yeah, that was a certified Dimax innovation right there. The man, I love Frost. We get the Majursa, we get the Glaciers, we get the Bears going. We're getting Ursaden going live, which you don't see very frequently, with a very interesting twist on it. Would love to see something like that make a run in an event like this. However, I don't imagine that it would be able to make it too far, unfortunately. Very much something that you want to dedicate for a fun little casual locals, either at your local LGS or on one of the webcam tournaments. There is a store locator you can use on play.elestrals.com, where you can go ahead and see what local area LGSs there are to go ahead and get in person playing some cards. You know, there's multiple locals that are constantly cropping up near me. Actually, there's one that just opened up, and you gotta keep checking. If you don't have one now, you might have an LGS popping up very soon. So make sure to check out Play.Elestrals and the store locator over there.
Yeah, it's really important, I think, to support your local community here and especially help Elestrals grow. Get the word out there. You know, if you have a card shop near you that you would like to also maybe be having them consider Elestrals, I'd highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun to play in person with people. While the webcam events are fun, it's nothing like getting together to play some Elestrals and be surrounded by everyone that you just kind of know and want to destroy with your insane, crazy decks. I will say that. Or get destroyed yourself. Go Barabog. You know, go big or go Barabog is things what they say, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Those are the options. Yeah.
Go Bear Big.
No, it's a go Bear Big.
I've got a friend from locals who was very excited when she heard that Barabog had put up some results. She's been playing Barabog for a very long time now. So it was very cool to see that do well yesterday. And maybe Dimax is making a run back. Who knows? I don't know if he's playing today, actually.
Absolutely. Well, and if not playing today, then hopefully soon inside of the next Premier event in just a couple weeks now. We have December 14th coming up. The next Elestrals event with new pricing on the line. Again, very similar price structure to this one. But the top prize you're going to be fighting for here, and we saw an incredible water showcase last time, and hopefully someone can do good work with the reverse stellar Drakeen, the Elestrals champion stamp. I'm loving the different inclusion here of these individual cards to really entice different players to go. Because not only are these beautiful collector's items, but like I said, dropping that in the game, that's a major flex. December 14th is going to be the next premier event. You can sign up at Play Elestrals. That goes live and compete with some of the best of this game. Hopefully, we're going to see that one as well have some insane numbers. We have over 100 players in today's tournament, and I can only see that number growing with Elestrals just killing it in 2024 into 2025. You know, I'm expecting, we talk about a little bit about these in-paper tournaments and some of the digital app tournaments that are still ongoing. We have Clash coming out sometime soon. We have some people really excited for that one. And I know I'm looking forward to jamming some games on that because it looks absolutely beautiful. Kickstarter just recently ended, but hopefully that we'll have that in our hands sometime soon. Because wow, holy, it's a lot to look forward to inside of Elestrals in 2025 and beyond. I'll just say Moonrise, Clash. It's good if you're a caster. It feels good if you're a caster.
It does feel very good to be a caster going into 2025. The Clash Alpha, I believe, opens up on the 6th, so just a couple of days. It's less than a week away. And then beta is supposed to be sometime soon after that, January, I believe. So we're getting close. Clash is coming. The revolution is approaching. Elestrals is taking over the world. This year was the year of Elestrals. Next year is the year of Elestrals. Every year is the year of Elestrals.
Every year. That's the neat part. It's every single year.
That's the best part.
That's the best part. It really is the gift that keeps on giving. No, I'm looking forward to it quite a bit. I think that if we're seeing, let's say, numbers like this for, again, the largest Elestrals tournament today, y'all really showed out for this one. You know, I know some players tune into these casts between rounds, and I hope it's not during the rounds. Focus on your match plays. But yeah, we do really appreciate the love and support here, and it's great to see a lot of really, really competitive players show out and grind and test their skills, as well as some new up-and-comers that want to seek glory and ascend up to the upper pantheon. I think that's really what I've loved about competing these tournaments myself is, seeing and meeting a bunch of different people from different skill sets, playing a bunch of different decks, and it's so cool to watch everyone cook together. It really is. This one big kitchen that we call Elestrals. Absolutely. I think we're getting the second round set up here in just a little bit.
Just
Hang
getting
tight,
word.
everyone.
Round 2 is coming soon. Final clash of round 1 is wrapping up shortly here. Very excited. What do you think we're gonna see round 2? What do you asked me? What do you want to see round 2? What decks are you trying to see?
What do I want to see versus what I think we'll see? Okay. So what do I want to see? I want to see Mother Nexus. I want to see someone go so crazy. No. Realistically.
Farrageist Reanimator.
Let me pull up a deck list real quick. That's
That's
crazy.
the craziest deck list you can think
What's
of.
the craziest thing? I want to see Zephyr.
I want to see Wet Pantera.
Wet Pantera. I want to see Zephyrog come down. I want someone to that'd be crazy. One of
my
my favorite cards
God.
in the entire game. No, I think for this next round we'll see probably even more intense play because that first round set a really good standard for I think a lot of the intricacies of Elestrals. Again, the big selling point, right? Oftentimes you're telling people like, hey, how do I play Elestrals? Is very, very low skill floor, very easy to get into, really simple, very complex at the same time. A lot of high ceiling mechanics to really showcase some of the cool interactions in this game. And I'm hoping that we just get to see more of that. What I love about a lot of the innovations we've been seeing from the meta, truly, is just how these casters can think of different ways to use these cards. I think it's so cool. For a while, I think people had this idea that, oh, well, these cards are only supposed to be used in this one, or I'll only use this card in this deck. But and we just saw last game, we had the Frost and Water coming together high, and that was so cool. I don't think I would have ever thought about that to bring into this tournament, but quite beautiful. And while Thunder Nexus, very strong engine itself came down, that kind of goes to show too the power of MBT there and managing those plays. So hopefully we'll see more cool decks like that. I'm excited to see. An Earth Argo deck, I'm curious to see that one too. I've been hearing rumors about Earth Argo putting up results, and I tried it myself with Centaur, and to varying degrees of success. Shout outs to Helen. I'm so sorry.
That's wonderful. All right, well, with that, we're going to take a quick little break as we prep our round 2 cast. So we will see you shortly as we get back for round 2.
Coder, with so much healing, has the flexibility to play a Nectar of the Gods here. That's going to get him 2 draws off the top of his deck, and obviously more card advantage, which is what he's looking for, because if he's now able to, play... Oh, man, what is he? He's going here. Is it going to be the Boom Bat? It's going to be the Boom Bat. This is a really cool play. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Super Insane here, because what he just did is he went over his Astrabbit to get Boom Bat to the field with 2 spirits on it. You generally don't think of ascending into a 1-cost Celestial, but you can do that. You can ascend a 3-cost Celestial into a 1-cost Celestial, and he does that with the Boom Bat here to get 2 spirits on it, so he can disenchant from it, he can destroy the Calf-Mount, he can attack, and then, obviously there's some healing going on there, but it's still a tremendous amount of advantage, and you immediately threaten the same play on the next turn, which creates this loop. And if he has a counter rune here, if there's anything that can stop this Spectrus like a Gorgon's, it's going to actually be a shield. I think, either one works, because now you can cast another Elestral to the field, so the Spectrus gets bounced back. And Coder's heavy removal strategy has worked to a T in this clash. He's prevented Super Insane from establishing any sort of a field, and now he's just putting it on, like piling it on here with the Quackle that's going to heal 3 spirits. Coder is an A-list away from putting this game, just ending it right there. So, and there it is. A-list hits the field, 4 spirits. You're going to go search. You find the Exaltair. Exaltair is going to stick to this field, and it's going to Nexus onto the Toxic Swarm and burn for 3 spirits right there. That will put Super Insane down to 0 at this point in time. He does have the Calf-Mal, and there is no way for Coder to attack over the Calf-Mal, but Super Insane has nothing that he can actually do at this point outside of Ambrosia off of the Calf-Mal. Does he have that play, or is this one over? It seems as though this one is going to end right here, and Distant Coder is going to take this one with an incredible W, a 2-0 here in the Sweet 16 of the Elestrad. Very, very epic clash.
But the question is, does Bean Soldier want to go ahead and commit the second Demeter here in case that back row is something live? And it's the Shield of Achilles coming down. Oh my gosh, that's going to block him from being able to remove the Galaxy this turn, as it's going to bounce the boosted Elichick back to the hand. Oh, and here comes this Ascended Ascension into Draking. Oh my gosh, this is an absolutely critical movement. Bean Soldier has no back row to protect from this. If Draking goes in over that Mudlet, he's going to be able to steal it, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Draking is going to steal the Mudlet here with a Water or Lunar Spirit underneath it. Looks like he's going to go Water, probably to play around a potential Tsunami, though I imagine Bean Soldier doesn't have that in his list at all. And then swing in for 1. The advantage of this game has absolutely swapped over to Luke Von Karma. He has the board presence here. We're seeing paying off the Demeter and 1 from Spirit Deck to Earthquake out the Draking. Oh, absolutely critical spirit management there from Bean Soldier. He has the other Demeter in hand, so he doesn't mind losing it there. He brings down the Cyanectar here. You have to imagine he has the Poison Tunic, and there's the Poison Tunic. Oh no! Head in his hands from Luke Von Karma. This is gonna allow Cyanectar to boost itself up into the one and only Waspivey. That thing is going to also be completely immune to counter runes now, thanks to this push. And the Poison Tunic is still going to be critical, because when he destroys his Mudlet in battle now, Luke Von Karma is going to take 2 spirits worth of damage. This is going to be a 3 spirit battle here. Bean Soldier is going to draw for turn, and it looks like he is going to be ascending over his Cyanectar. Oh no, into another Waspivey, and doing a hard ascension over Cyanectar that way keeps Waspivey's immunity up. So both of these Waspiveys are completely immune to counter runes, and you have to imagine this game is just kind of going away now. Bean Soldier might be low on spirits, but he is very much ahead on his field advantage. One Waspivey is going to clean up the battle, and the other is going to go in for 2 to the face. That's gotta be painful here. Luke Von Karma desperately needing something that he can get out. I can't imagine what he could possibly go for here, but you imagine he's thinking about something. He finds the Cryoblast! He found the Cryoblast, so 1 Waspivey goes down, and it's all down to just, oh no, and he scoops from there. Rockin' a Hard Place is in his hand. There's no way he was going to be able to activate it with how Bean Soldier was developing his board. That is just unfortunate.
Coder, with so much healing, has the flexibility to play a Nectar of the Gods here. That's going to get him 2 draws off the top of his deck, and obviously more card advantage, which is what he's looking for, because if he's now able to, play, oh man, what is he? He's going for an Ascension here. Is it going to be the Boom Bat? It's going to be the Boom Bat Ascension. This is a really cool play. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Super Insane here, because what he just did is he went over his Astrabit to get Boom Bat to the field with 2 spirits on it. You generally do.
Go ahead and hop on in. Now, I mentioned that we had I had a little word on the streets that maybe there might be some interesting decks going on, maybe a little bit of Ursa magic going on. And I believe we might be seeing that here. Yet to see. A buddy of mine told me they might be playing something like that, but we'll have to actually hop in and see what's going on.
I'm excited.
Okay. Okay, well, very excited to potentially be seeing some very, very interesting decks here. We've got something very hot queued up on deck for you. And we're going to just go ahead and hop right in to the game. We've got CJM versus Bears. Versus Ren, I mean. So I got Bears on my mind from the commentary in between. Ren, a good friend of mine, a notorious Draking player. We'll see what they are on today.
Absolutely.
And we're back to our face. Yeah.
I'm really curious to see this second round here, because again, I have also been hearing rumors of some decks out, and if you're excited for it, then I'm likely excited for this.
Oh yeah.
I think it's so funny because we're oftentimes having to be a little bit mysterious with some of these decks, but I think that if as long as we're able to see some crazy Elestrals action, I'm always going to be happy, regardless of deck choice. Honestly, that's absolutely killer.
It looks like we're hopping in partially here to the game. We've got, I believe that is Ren on the right-hand side there, not MBT. And they've cast out a Galaxy with a Smoltuga on board. That's a pretty dang good start here. That's 2 5s. That's 2 5s.
Oh,
Swinging into...
That's a big turtle. That's a big turtle. You know, I find it so funny, this engine. I love this engine itself. I think that inside of set 1, it was an excellent little advantage engine, allowing your Smoltuga to search something like a Necruff. Very, very powerful card in itself. Love the Fire Puppy. Then Galaxy to immediately turn on the Jets and get into an offensive pressure here. We are looking like it's going to go through and take down an Elechick inside of this game. Earth on the left-hand side. And we have a presumably water deck of some sort on the right. We'll see what kind of develops inside of this game.
It's very dependent on what that Smoltuga search. Usually it's searching out a Necruff, but there are plenty other Fire Elestrals in the game that could be used here. It looks like, I believe, our caster on the left, CJM, has played an Equilynx and is using the effect of Nexus. I believe we've got 15 spirits on CJM to the 17 on the side of Ren. And it looks like the Equilynx was going to go ahead and pop a back row as a Shield of Achilles on the side of Ren. Going to put them back a little bit. Now, Equilynx not going to be able to hit over that Smoltuga or the Galaxy on board. So it's going to be very interesting to see if CJM is able to out something with either another Demeter in hand or something like that, because that was the last spirit underneath that Demeter, and so it's going to get sent to the underworld after that Nexus is completed.
Absolutely.
So we have to go ahead and see what the game looks like in a second.
Fully Forest or a Demeter can do it. But it looks like another Argo has hit the board. These players are loving this Argo innovation, which, you know, I can't blame them. You know, we talked about the Nexus banks being so powerful inside of a deck like Frost with the cards like Brummelynx, and its Earth Nexus form, Equilynx, can take prime advantage of the Scythe of Demeter. Scythe of Demeter is a pretty good card that I think didn't see a lot of play early on in Elestrals, but that heal 2 with having Demeter on the field is strong. It's effectively your way of getting to your Earth Jurtagua by putting on some offensive pressure, which we know Earth loves to do. Or just a nice and standard heal 1, I think, in this case, as the Argo is going to swing into one of these Elestrals here and take down a big body. I imagine it would be the Galaxy, just to get that immediate threat out the way, which does not feel great. And going to take an extra spirit damage here from the Nexus. This Equilynx is huge and hard to out, but nothing the little Laurels can't take down. Laurels has always been the bane of Earth's existence.
Yeah, that Scythe making the Equilynx a 6/6 here. Very large, but certainly not unoutable. We'll have to see what Ren has in hand and what they're considering for their game plan here. They've got this 2/5 Smoltuga sitting out lonely, no back row into the Equilynx on board. Pretty much kind of do or die here. Need to out this Equilynx as quick as possible. That would take a ton of spirits off of CJM's board, but Ren is going to expend to draw here, set a back row, set 2 back row, and put Smoltuga to defense position, and likely pass on over to CJM.
Wow. You know, the defensive force of the Smoltuga will be nice for 1 turn, but hopefully his back row can put in a little bit of work. Equilynx is going to be able to Nexus here and do some shenanigans to take out potentially another Shield of Achilles. Common joke for the Shield of Achilles, it's never resolving. If you have a P-Gust, an Equilynx, even a Thunderstorm, don't sleep on the Thunderstorm. That Shield of Achilles, that's not going through. But maybe the cards in the back row are something chainable that you can help at least defend a little bit from this Equilynx. It's like CJM is going to be considering Nexusing off of the Scythe of the Meter to the Lynx.
Interesting. That's
maybe
huge
something like a fully forest here or something.
Looks like Ren is considering their options. I'd be surprised if Ren doesn't have Gorgon here. Yeah. I wouldn't imagine that they would be playing 2 face down without a Gorgon Gaze there.
Yeah, absolutely. Worth the Gorgon's Gaze, by the way. Was it a 4 Spirit Equilynx?
Yes, that is a 4. It was 2 spirits before the Scythe, and there were 2 spirits under Scythe. Looks like actually an Ambro here? Yes, get an Ambro down from CJM using the spirit off of the Equilynx. Something that you can do in the game of Elestrals is you can play your invoke runes and your counter runes using spirits that are already on your board, taking an action that's colloquially known as siphoning. You take a spirit from something on board and play it under an invoke or a counter rune. Those are the only runes that you're allowed to do that with. But a very, very solid play here from CGM. Don't want to commit too many spirits to this Equilynx. and get punished too hard by something like a resting on Corals. A very interesting play to out their own site here, because Equilinx being a 6/6 puts Ren in a lot of trouble, and CJM going to expend a draw here, actually. Very interesting decision.
You know, I don't know if you feel too bad about that expend to draw. I mean, you have this big Equilinx that Ren still has to get over and try to contest with one back row, which could, again, be another Argo to combat any sort of offensive aggression. So
Is this Blizzard?
It's
Blizzard! That back row doesn't mean anything! It can't be chained!
Whoa, we just were mentioning Thunderstorm here in a shield. It's never resolving.
Galaxy is an insane play right here.
It's never resolving. Shield of Achilles goes down, not even chainable to the Blizzard by its own effect. Looks like that Necros's going to come down.
An
Earthseer!
It's bears! It's bears! No way!
The Bears.
The bears!
Love it. You know, we were talking about this Encoders run with Bears yesterday. Maybe Ren can make some magic happen and emulate that same success.
This is about to be brutal.
A swing in and a dope poke. Look how casually flipping that up. Enchant the don't poke. Make this tiny baby bear a huge force to be reckoned with, taking out the Equilinx, procting the Earthseer here. Electing to keep the small Tuga in defense, by the way. I kind of want to keep a good note on this, as that's a good defensive option just in case this active aggression doesn't quite go through. Gonna go for an Abominursa having a large body on the board, boosting up this bear to a big 5.
It's a big bear.
That's
that bear's only getting bigger.
Frosty bear. Oh wow, going for an attack mode. Abominursa. I'm swapping up my Ursas here. Doing a little bit of chip damage here. This. Wow, love to see.
This is brutal. CJM, I think, has 4 cards in hand at the moment, which is not nothing, but into Ren, who I believe has a hand of 2 cards with 3 on board. You know, CJM is a little behind in card advantage, certainly behind Arcolith. Arcolith! You can never play around it. You have to always play around it.
There's 3 things inevitable in this world, and one of them is Arcolith. That is wild. You know, I don't think I would have expected that. Talk about a jump scare. This Arcolith on a free back row, by the way, from Ren. There's nothing here to protect these little baby bears, and this Arcolith's going to go in for insane damage here.
Wow.
4 spirit damage.
4 over the Earthseer is very interesting. Going to lower that Abominursa down to only a 3 attack stat. It's going to be very interesting to see how Ren is going to try and handle this position. Outing a 6 attacker with bears is not an impossible task, but it's something that usually is necessitated off of the back of some back row. And with no back row set, looks like they're playing out an Astra, but they're going to be digging for that back row to try and out this Arcolith. If they see a don't poke in the top 3 here, that Abominursa gets very scary to swing into for CJM. The question is, will they be playing around the don't poke? Ren looks like they might be on only 3 spirits here in spirit deck, maybe 4, versus probably quite a few from CJM, especially with the re-enchant 3 from Underworld on the Arcolith. Ren really taking their time here to make sure they're picking the right choice. Potentially changing the decision mid there, making sure that they get the right card that they need in the moment here to make sure that they can try and prevent this Arcolith. Potentially a Shield of Achilles would go absolutely massive here to outing this.
Yeah, it's never resolving though. You know, every card counts here. And I can't imagine what's going through Ren's mind. I'm playing against Earth and Arcolith gets dropped on me. I mean, we've seen some innovations before, but I think that Abominursa is going to be flipped to defense, and that might signal not having don't poke at the top.
Yeah.
Not to say there wouldn't be anything
back
there.
row.
No back row again, going full defense here, trying to buy some time for potentially even like an Earthquake or some sort of out to this Arcolith. Man, Arcolith swinging the tide of the game here. We might see a quick game 1 similar to MBT's round. And that is quite definitive.
This is the kind of thing that is very hard to play around if you're Ren. You see Equilinx, you see Argo, you're assuming this is some sort of Artifact Nexus variant likely. Then Arcolith is not something that's standard in these lists. So seeing this drop down is an absolute jump scare.
In the game 1 especially, you know, you typically are seeing this Arcolith sort of play in a sideboard. Just if your opponent's being particularly aggressive, and it just turns out that the Bears love to be aggressive. You know, that play with Earthseer, it was almost perfect. We have a lot
Mhm.
to be said about what Bears want to do, and the Don't Poke Ursier is about the combo you want. And an Arclet
Yeah.
coming down is pretty devastating. Ren's going to draw for turn here. Let's see if there's an answer to this big body. With one back row set, by the way, that back row might also still be scary. Ambrosia.
Ambrosia is so needed. So needed. This is
Absolutely.
Ren's way back into the game here. Still a massive spirit differential, but it at least gives them options to try and claw back in here, get exactly the cards that they need back into their spirit deck. Out this Arcalith sitting at a 6/4. It's unlikely that CGM is going to be running Mount Olympus here, so that Arcalith is unlikely to get much bigger. However, there's definitely a consideration of those 2 extra spirits are just a free Gorgon's Gate, or a partial payment of the a Shield of Achilles, or a poison tipped here as an Ursicle is going to hit the board, and Ren's going to go ahead and search out an Ursa card. If it resolves here, CGM going for the Gorgon's Gaze, as was foretold in the ancient scrolls. No Ursa cards are being searched here.
Yeah, Gorgon's Gaze is pretty killer. It's funny because while we were hoping for the Astrabbit to pick up that Don't Poke, I think that Ursicle was also really just trying to claw at it and trying to make sure, hey, this is the way I can get back in here.
Mhm.
And a Gorgon's Gaze is as good as gold there, or as good as stone, I should say. Passing back to CJM here, thinking what they're going to do. Going for another Thunder Spirit, potentially a Rabbit coming down. A Jolton!
A Jolton. I was
Jolton.
wrong. They are playing Mount Olympus.
Larger Thunder package inside of the Earth list for the Argo Earth list. Playing Ursa Dead! Wait a minute!
No
I know
way!
that card!
No
This-
way!
You can't. Who put us up to this? Who put us up to Bears the Bear one specific? This is absolutely killer.
No way.
For those
So-
watching at home, we were initially under the assumption that with Equilinks coming down inside of CJM's list, that we were facing off against an Earth v Water deck of some sort. But through this clash, we've seen Bears from Ren and an Ursaden getting searched from CJM, signaling potentially something big. This is Mother Nexus territory of clash here. This is what are they cooking? What are they cooking?
This frankly is not too dissimilar to when you were cooking Mother Nexus. I had theorized a sort of artifact Nexus variant with the Ursaden, and for those unfamiliar, Ursaden is a 2-cost Frostfire Stadium rune, Ursa Stadium rune that gives your Ursa Elestrals +1/+1, and then if it has 4 spirits on it, you can disenchant any color up to 4 from equaling 4 from it, and special cast any Ursa Elestral from your deck. So this is a way to just turbo out an Majursa or a Glaciersa. These massive Elestrals. Glaciersa, I think, boasting a 13 attack stat, if I remember correctly. It's like a 13-2?
4. I think it's a 13-4. So it's not quite able to get hit over by Eddie per se, which is kind of the main concern. But that's going to be a game 1 going to CJM. Looks like Ren can't quite draw the out there. Man, if we saw Mother Bear come down as well as that Arcalith, excuse me, I think that this, I would have just been blown away almost entirely. But good showing from Ren too, showcasing the power of the Bears, being able to boost up something like a Baby Bear of Ursier from the 3 to a 7 with that Don't Poke. One of the most powerful cards inside of Elestrals, period. I'll just go ahead and say it. The Don't Poke boosting to that extent can help get over so many problematic Elestrals and really showcase the power and the snowball effect of these Bears. In a true Frost deck fashion, have the mix between the Fire Bears or Scout and Ursier and something like Bomb and Ursa and Ursa Cole. So that was, while I will say that Arcalith was really strong and scary, I'm expecting to see some Bears magic from Ren here in the second game. You were saying that you know a little bit about this Bears strategy going in. What are you hoping to see in this game too?
I think that it's very likely Ren saw the performance of Distant Coder yesterday in Poison Nectar Monthly and is trying to emulate a similar deck. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that Ren was in a really advantageous board state, but just not playing around Arcalith, understandably so, because that's not something that either of us expected, let alone a player who's in the moment trying to make accurate decisions based off of the cards that their opponent is putting on the table. So I think that if I was Ren, I'm walking away from there's nothing I can do about that. I couldn't have predicted that. I didn't see a lot of back row, and now I know what I need to be doing. I know my game plan to games 2 and 3, and I can reverse sweep from here because I know the game plan. I know what I'm playing against way better than I did prior. I just need to make sure that I'm playing a lot more conservatively with my bears, and potentially just trying to get out a really large Abominator so that can hit over anything, and then just see as many back row as I can to try and keep those smaller ones alive and just prevent that Arcolith from ever coming out. Arcolith is just a devastating card into the Bears matchup, or potentially just making sure you always have an out for it. If you've got a Shield of Achilles, make sure you got a Gorgon's Gaze to keep it up so Echolinx doesn't pop it. Make sure you got a Gorgon's Gaze for the Arcolith. You know, as long as you can have those answers and you keep those, or you have a Don't Poke that you can use to get over an Arcolith. I think that Ren has a pretty good opportunity to come back into this game here.
Absolutely.
And keep it competitive.
Yeah, for sure. That play of Blizzard, I think, was so cool to see. You know, we're talking about Thunderstorm for the Thunder deck, potentially also sniping out some back row and helping turn the tide of a clash. I think that Blizzard is a card similarly that is pretty killer. And I think a lot of casters are trying to experiment with the extra back removal, considering the fact that cards like Equilinx are so strong. We saw saw that CJM showcase to that in that previous game 1. So maybe some extra back row hate, some counter rune hate from Ren come down. Maybe you know, a Chains of Prometheus is a card that I think that Bears can potentially play, having native fire type there. So we'll have to just wait and see what these two side into. Looks like we're going into game 2 of this epic clash between Bears and Bears ? We saw Ursa Den, and maybe we'll see Ursa Den come down again, but here's how.
Looks like Ren is mulliganing here. Not happy with the hand. Likely going first here as well. I think that Ren definitely also has another option here versus CJM of just praying that CJM bricks, because CJM's got a lot of expensive cards in their deck. If they're running Ursa Den, they're running Arcolith, they're running a target for the Ursa Den, guaranteed. They wouldn't be playing it otherwise. So it's very possible that CJM could just draw stones, not the good kind. So
Gorgon's Gaze is quite powerful. I think that with in a deck like Bears, you might not want to see a mulligan right off the bat, because you maybe are trying to fish for, so to speak, as a small tuba comes down, turtle for a Don't Poke the Bear right off the bat, because that is an immediate tempo swing that you can utilize to put on some early game pressure. Well, we did see Arcolith kind of punish that in the last one. I'm expecting to see something similar inside of this game. So go ahead and search the Urseer with that small Tuga. Love that interaction there. Love the fact that small Tuga is a nice defensive body to get your engine immediately on. Pass back to CJM here and see what CJM has got for the second game.
Yeah, an open of Echolinx for CJM is absolutely killer here. It would just be such an incredible play to be able to kick that off. If you've got a Demeter in hand as well, that means that you can just immediately start sniping back row. You can hit over the small Tuga, just deal insane amounts of damage. Looks like CJM is expending to draw, setting a card, and passing. This is exactly what Ren wants to see. They are looking for CJM to not be doing a whole lot. Now, there's definitely consideration to play around the Arcolith. Now, do we feel too bad about Arcolith being dropped this early? Maybe not. Ren's got some back row here. Shield of Achilles could be killer. Gorgon's Gaze could be killer. Don't Poke the Bear, killer. There's lots of options.
I think with 3 back row sitting pretty, you're absolutely correct. Like Arcolith, and the combo here, if I'm putting out my competitive player brain and projecting a little bit, is Arcolith, Enchant the Ursa Den. Right? We don't really see this. We set 1 from Ren and expend to draw and pass, as we saw from Ren, and Rabbit coming down to potentially set a different pace, allowing to gather more resources. Maybe looking to get this combo off again. You know, the Arcolith engine here, being able to enchant anything onto the board, putting more onto the Ursa Den, allowing for either the big Mama Bear or the big Papa Bear to come down. That, while with plenty of back row is good to deal with, very costly. Let's see what CJM elects to do. 1 billion cards in hand. Rabbit has 1 set. Pass. See what Ren has. Draw for turn.
Yeah, it's something like 7 cards on CJM's side to potentially 4 now, I believe, in Ren's hand as they cast out an Urseer here. The question is, do they have Don't Poke set, and are they looking to use it into this Astrabbit? to try and put some real pressure on board here. Then the additional question is, are we going to play that Ursa Elestral if this attack connects in attack position and risk the Arcolith?
If I know Ren here with 4 set, I believe there would be 1 Ursaden, 1 don't poke for this turn, and 1 don't poke for the next turn. So don't poke number 1 coming down.
Yeah.
Let's see if my prediction's right here, because we have Astrabbit going down, Ursier connecting and potentially getting out another big body. I don't know if it would be necessarily an Abominursa, but another Ursier would also be kind of crazy. Imagine the punish
Yeah.
here. You bait for an Ursier for the second don't poke, kill the Arcolith, and now what? Now you're
Yeah.
big chillin'
Full
at that
board.
point if you're Ren. Full
Yeah.
board, full hearts. We're gonna go for an
We're going for
Abominursa here, going for the big Yeti bear.
It's gonna be a very large Elestral. This very much is threatening to CJM now, where these are both Elestrals that now can out the Arcolith if CGM chooses to swing into a don't poke here. So they're very much going to have to run the math of, is it worth it if this is what they've got? You know, don't poke giving an Ursa Elestral +4/+4 attack and defense until the end phase allows this Ursier to out Arcolith. You know, potentially, we do know that they have Mount Olympus in their deck. Potentially. We don't know for certain. We assume so. They searched out Ursaden. I'd be surprised if they're running Jolton without Mount Olympus alongside the Ursaden, but maybe they are. There's
Very
the
powerful
Arcolith, though.
combo. Arcolith
They will
coming
hit the
down.
board here.
No enchant onto an Ursaden, so no fear of the Mama Bear coming down. But will we see a Gorgon's Gaze potentially? I'm saying that's good to go.
Okay, that will resolve. Potentially? Oh no, we're still thinking. Finger
Lots to
tap,
consider here.
and that's
A
going to get
poison-tipped
poison-tipped
arrow.
arrowed. Okay, so this is going to necessitate essentially a swing over the Ursier for 4 damage, which is a lot. But this Arcolith is going to be taken down at the end of this turn, which Ren's probably feeling pretty good about because they've got insane board control, and they can just start swinging to face for a lot of damage. And it means there's only 1 more Arcolith potential in deck, because it's very unlikely CGM would be running 3 of them in this deck. And so that really puts CGM in a really tough spot here. They haven't really developed a lot on their board. They've got a lot of hand advantage, but it looks like an Earthquake might be coming out here. No, that's a Demeter! Demeter to buff the Arcolith back up to a 7 now would allow it to swing and crash with a don't poke Ursier, still dealing an insane amount of damage.
That would be pretty costly here. I mean, I don't imagine that a crash would feel particularly very good from either side. I think that you'd be taking a lot of spirit damage if you're Ren, you'd be losing the Arcolith if you're CJM, and you have to activate the don't poke, which then gets you still an Elestral with Ursier's effect and pop off. So I'm curious to see how this play works out. We're talking about some good technical play in between rounds. It's the exact moment these players are going to have to decide. A Gorgon's Gaze to stop
the attack. This might
Fascinating.
indicate an Earthquake in hand from Ren's side, or some sort of way to
PTA.
That's right. We have PTA and end phase.
Yep, PTA and end phase. Again, still costly, but you don't take the extra spirit damage. So you are
Yeah.
you're still taking about 5 spirit damage there, right? PTA plus the 2 for the expend, and Gorgon's Gaze for 5. That's still quite a bit of spirits left. That spirit differential does not feel good, but Bears really love this tempo gain. If you're able to set up another don't poke here, you're in the driver's seat, allowing exactly 1 Elestral per turn. His back row here, we didn't really see much back row except for Argo and then the Gorgon's Gaze last game from CJM. So
And pops shield off the Blizzard as well.
yeah, I'll pop shield with Blizzard. That's right. So maybe we can make some magic happen with another Blizzard potentially. That would be a little bit costly, but imagine it'd be too crazy. Ren is really considering playing that Arcolith again. Playing it harder.
We're continuing to play into it regardless. We're going to punch for 2 damage. Interesting decision to not swap the Spaltuga. I can understand the hesitation, as basically any Elestral can out it. But at the same time, I think that Ren maybe wants to be pushing for more damage here, as opposed to playing conservatively. Unless there's some sort of Ascension strategy possible with this Spaltuga. Very interesting turn from Ren's side. They still do have that 1 set rune, which is likely going to be something absolutely killer here. If you're Ren, you hope it's killer, because CJM otherwise could really easily take control of this game. Earth Celestial coming down. It is a Viserys.
Viserys. Wow, two different pronunciations in the exact same. I love this card here from CJM because it's not a hard commit like it would be for an Arcolith to come down, and you don't necessarily have to worry about that massive spirit loss with the 2. I think this Viserys being boosted by the Demeter is just big enough to ward away a Don't Poke, making it an 8 attack body, and that's pretty big. Viserys coming down, you say, if Ursier can do it, I can do it too. Here's my little insectoid Elestral coming in. Let's see what rarity this one's in. I'm always curious to see what people's rarities in the Viserys are. Stained Glass is the one of choice.
Oh, we're mixing it up.
Tournament pack for this one. I like it.
Tournament pack printing is a wonderful common to make sure that people have more access to this card. A very important card as a part of multiple strategies was critical in Thunder Nexus back in base set. And we hop over to Ren here, who's drawing for turn, playing out a Water Celestial. Galaxy potentially coming down could be huge. Eddie, which will swap the attack position Viserys to defense and allow Ren to hit over both of these Elestrals. This is going to be putting a lot of pressure on board into CGM, who will basically have to Gorgon's Gaze this if they want to keep this Viserys around. And there's the Gorgon's Gaze. This will equalize their spirit differential here to both being roughly around 7, if our counts are correct. And that puts Ren in an interesting position here, who now has to decide how they want to play out the rest of this turn. You know, Abominursa will be able to hit over this defense position Viserys. But that extra back row from CGM could return this back to the hand, or prevent the attack, depending on what we have. It's a Shield of Achilles, going to cost CGM 2 more, but they're going to keep these 2 6 attack Viseryses on board, which is this is a massive tempo play for CJM here.
Absolutely. What's so funny is that despite the fact that you are baiting out 2 different back row from CJM there with an interaction, the spirit differential coming much closer to what we saw previously is kind of where Ren wants to be, because at any point in time, an Ambrosia can put him back into the game just almost immediately. Whereas CJM here does have to consider if they want to go for an additional Viserys special cast, wasting more spirits down to 4. And we'll see maybe a Thunder Spirit come down. That's going to be a Rabbit in attack. Ooh, that means that we probably have something to deal with. At least the Eddie and the Small Tugo and these Viseryses, Viserai, if you will. Rabbit's going to dig into the deck for either some answers, and Ambrosia would be absolute killer here. You're low on spirits, which isn't great. Yes, you have some big attack bodies, but counter runes are getting a little bit costly if you are CJM. Ren here with the follow-up Abominursa is a pretty big body to maybe hit over this Astro Rabbit, but if I'm Ren, an Ursier here would be ideal. I think you Ursier, pray it connects, hit the Astro Rabbit, and then snowball from there on some level. Otherwise, we're going to see these come through. The Viserys attack 1 declare into the Small Tuga. It's going to connect. No effect? Question mark? Thinking about the spirit count here going to be 4 to 7. This is a tough choice, I think, because you only have 1 counter room that you can activate after that. Looks like it's going to be a fire enchanted Viserys from the hand. Another mismatch rarity there up in the top corner. Not going to be getting its boosting effect for its attack, but really the concern here when you have 2 big bodies of the other Viserys side. And Astro Rabbit connecting to the face. Spirit
playing the Viserys Misenchanted defense, potentially a very dangerous play for CJ here, because an Ursa. No way! Arcolith Part 2!
We've said it once, we've said it before. 3 things are certain in this world, and Arcolith is one of them. Big bad Unk coming down. Beautiful Shattered Star Scorpio art coming down. There might not be a back row in the world that can stop this Unk, and hopefully some spirit damage here.
This could be game winning. If Shield of Achilles is not in the back row, this is potentially game winning. Gorgon's Gaze also does it, but still puts yourself at a very bad position into something like a Tsunami, which bears love to run because they want to hit over things in defense. So Thunderstorm off of the Arcolith, playing conservative here, going to out these back rows. Interesting to see what Ren is targeting here. Going to be the center back row under Astra, but a CJM.
It's never
shows up.
resolving.
It never resolves. Oh,
It's
Ren's gotta be feeling
killer.
incredible here.
Okay, so we've seen one shield come down. That's a second shield. If this is third shield,
We're holding the back row. We're considering flipping our
an
extra
option.
deck.
Organs here wouldn't feel too bad. It's a tsunami. Tsunami of CJM's coming down to flip this Arcolith to defense, saving grace. You know, you had one of the back row that was chainable, and the other one which was Shield of Achilles. Which, you know, if you're Ren, you're feeling pretty good about that snipe from the Thunderstorm. I love that play, saying that you're putting on the 50-50, saying, hey, I'm going to hit one of these, and hopefully this is going to be the game. Now, Arcolith is a pretty nice tempo swing here, but CJM with 2 spirits left and a full board with full hearts, can they out this Arcolith supported by 3 back row? I'm really curious to see what we get here. One tsunami, like you said, could end it all right here, and we could go right back to where we started, equalizing out these boards. And with CJM being so low in spirits, this gets really dangerous. A lot of considerations to be made here. Go into an Ascend?
Ascend with 2 fire spirits. Lavalith? Can't
Is
quite
that
see.
Kinleo?
It might be. It's got a 1 defense there. That might be the tournament pack Kinleo there.
I think
Which-
that's Tournament Pack Kinleo. Nexus
It looks
seems
like
the
we are
fire
nexusing-
to
Wow.
the Viscerus to destroy the Arcolith. What is going on?
This is crazy.
We've got rabbits
The Nexus will happen.
and lions and bears. Oh my!
Oh my.
In CJM's deck here against
There's the
bears.
Gorgon's
And
Gaze.
There's the Gorgon's
They never
Gorgon's
didn't
Gaze.
have it.
Ren's got Gorgon's Gaze coming down,
Gaze on gaze on gaze.
stopping this Kinleo. Again, potentially a tsunami in the back row would be killer here, allowing you for some excellent tempo. 1 spirit from CJM and 2 from Ren. We are down to the absolute wire here in game 2.
Wow. And only 1 spirit, no back row set. Leaving that rabbit in defense position as it should be. Ren counting their spirits there. Looks like they're on 3 spirits here, actually. The Vicerus is going to swing over. It's going to connect. Ooh. Second Vicerus swings with 2 spirits under it.
Ren is considering the
Looks
options
like
here.
Ren's taking it, potentially. There's 2.
2, 1 spirit left. Draws for
Gaze
turn.
on the Kinleo means it can't attack, and they're
That
gonna
game's
sweep
over.
there. Oh,
Tsunami in hand off the
poison
top
tip.
turn with
Devastating.
poison tip.
The
Wow.
Majursa in hand from CJM too.
There's the Mama Bear.
Wow.
Wow. What an incredible matchup here from CJM to Ren. Both versions running some sort of bear. You know, I think some bear inside of both. I'm glad that we got to see a little bit of don't poke action and twice in those games. So I got to see the combo of Ursier and don't poke to hit over some pretty big statted Elestrals. The Viscerus was killer, allowing you to have not only Nexus fodder, but also just some extra pressure on there that maybe Arcolith, it wasn't quite doing. You know, I think that's also something to point out. I was not expecting Kinleo. The Earth, Fire, and Thunder. So that's the wrong combination right there.
Yeah, this kind of harkens back to what I mentioned earlier. When we were building Mother Nexus, Artifact Nexus combined with this, something that I looked into, didn't end up taking it too far, but it looks like CJM taking it to our webcam tournament today and putting on a pretty good show. You know, it's very unfortunate from Ren's side. The Arcolith kind of hard counters the bear deck, and his opponent seeing it both games, is difficult. And gotta feel a little tough to play into a matchup that's pretty difficult for bears like that. Bears really thrive on playing into things like Pure Thunder or Earth Nexus. You know, these are decks that struggle really hard in battle phase. But the interaction that this Artifact Nexus bear list was able to put up is just very difficult for standard bears to be able to play through. And so it is what can happen in these premier tournaments. Sometimes you just get matched up into a deck that you kind of just hard lose to, and you gotta take it in stride and you move on to the next. Say, all right, we went out from here. We go X1. So you know, good luck to both of these casters and the rest of the tournament. I'd love to see both of these in top cut. See bears versus bears again.
Absolutely. You know, I think it's kind of an interesting showcase there of some of the matchups inside of the game. You know, don't poke allowing the Ursier and most of the Celestials to hit over a lot of big bodies, you know, even Arcolith itself. So it's, you know, even when an Arcolith comes down from an opponent, having the Don't Poke there as an extra defensive or offensive tool can be pretty powerful. Now, that's not to say that what a Shield or Tsunami or Gorgon's Gaze can't come down and kind of ruin the momentum for the Bears a little bit. But I think that was a proud showing from Ren, showcasing some of the powerful tools that Bears have to offer. And similarly, I think that CJM played quite a game with Arcolith and with Viscerus and really showcasing the synergies across Spirit types. Now, Bears are also a deck that's very similarly likes to showcase a lot of different elements and what the spirits in this game. And TJM also putting on an excellent showcase with the Kinleos, with the Thunder, with the Arcolith and the Astro Rabbit. And I think that's really, really cool in terms of deck innovation here. I think for a while people think, oh, it's the same color, let me match it up. But hey, switch it up and see how it works for you. And I think, like we were talking about between rounds, after round 1, having the Argo package and some cool interactions of how to really use these spirits to your advantage, CJM did in spades. I think that was an excellent showcase of that. I think that was very, when we saw the momentum swing with both the Arcolith and the Viscerus, that's one thing to kind of note there too. We saw on both casters' sides some ability to get back into the game, but once those key cards, those key moments that I think we really see in some of these clashes happen, I think from there it just really depends on either how you as a player can come back from that spirit differential, from the board presence, or if you're the offensive pressure, how you can keep on that pressure, and potentially put your opponent in a really hard spot, a rock in a hard place, if you will.
Yeah. Well, the reality is that with how card games go, there is naturally an element of variance in it, and it's always possible to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It can happen. It happens in any game, no matter where you are. And so it's very important that even if you're in a very advantageous game state, to make sure you're making good decisions all the way through. And a part of, I think, what makes a good player is the ability to continue that throughout an entire tournament run. 7 rounds, 7 50-minute rounds. That is a long time to be locked in and focusing on playing a card game very well at a high level. And it's always little decisions and little slip-ups that can lead to losing an excellent tournament run and ending X2 at a bubble or X3. And so
it could all happen right then and there.
Yeah,
I think
it can. Last 3 rounds.
7 rounds is crazy to think. We talked about the hype from this tournament having over 100 casters, and we started out from humble beginnings. I think of like 4 and 5 rounds for a lot of these tournaments in the very early days, the Stone Age of Elestrals.
Best of one.
Best of one.
Rounds were 35 minutes.
And then now, just speaks to the growth of the game and kind of the idea of this game. Really, really showcasing off some cool stuff in terms of I don't know. I love to see it. I love it when I hear 7 rounds being played in this tournament. It just warms my heart truly that we get to see this much amazing Elestrals action back to back to back to back. I mean, that's the killer part. This is only round 2. And we've already had some show-stopping matches already, and we have top 16, top 8, top 4 in the finals to get through for that stellar reverse stellar Jolton, which I'm excited to see someone take home today. And it not being me, of course, because I love
devastating. I know.
Devastating blow. No, I think that's I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
That was
With how the rounds have gone so far, I'm looking forward to see the rest of the rounds continue at this sort of pace, and really just these types of rounds, the way they've gone, this is the type of stuff that you'll see in highlight videos later. Like I look forward to seeing round 1, round 2 uploaded to the main channel potentially, like the hype of some of those moments, the Arcolith, insane plays, these just out of nowhere cards, Ursaden that you don't expect to see. That is where a lot of the beauty of this game lies, is the non-standardness that you can really run. And, we're going to keep harping on it. Playing different elements is such a powerful tool. And, since base set, people have been mixing elements in different ways, which is standard as, Tsunami, you have to play water, or Thunder for Elechick and Astro Rabbit, or Earth for Earthquake. But really starting to look outside of your staple runes and some of your staple Elestrals to what other really solid Elestrals fit my archetype really well. Like the Iceberg deck, playing water with Wyvern makes a lot of sense. You just expend Frost as a part of your different effects, and then water lets you have that recursion, because Frost can really struggle in long games in terms of spirit count when you're on decks like Cryovern. On more standard Nexus builds, that's where the spirit differential is less of a concern. But when you're looking at a Cryovern list or Morfrost or whatever it is, those decks have always historically struggled with spirit count. So finding ways to support your decks is really important, and mixing different elements is how you have beautiful decks like the Artifact Nexus list that we've been seeing pop up here and there for a couple different rounds now. And it's beautiful to see all these different things mixed together. Seeing Arcalyph Ursaden, I never expected to see that in a Premier tournament. Oh my lord.
Well, yeah, give me a quick heart attack there. We were talking about seeing some Bears action. I didn't know it was going to go that far.
Production was listening in too much. They knew.
They set us up. They set us up for the big reaction, and then holy God, I hope they got it. That was amazing. that was quite amazing. Yeah, I think back to a lot of the early portions of this game with set 1. We talked about having the separate. Well, rest in peace, Spark. We'll say that. But a lot of these decks that had very concise game plans. And I don't think that would have ever expected something even like both of these decks to come. Like, Bears in the Ursa deck from base set is completely different than how it is now in terms, and that's completely due to Frostfall. It's completely due to the new inclusion of Don't Poke. And it's crazy what just these small changes can do to bring these decks into the competitive meta. And I think that's also so cool to see. With Moonrise coming out too, we do have some excellent cards that we talked about Thunder earlier and kind of boosting the Thunder deck a little bit. And similar with the water package, I think it's cards like Schnark and Joblin have their day in the sun too. A couple cards that I'm really looking forward to is the Cedar Sword and Clovey. I think that the Clovey art's adorable. I'll just say that. But the Cedar Sword card, that's something I think is going to be particularly scary. I do not know what people are brewing yet with that card, but I know it's nothing good. I know it's nothing good when I see that 4/6 body double frost enchant come down on absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely crazy deck, that self-mill deck. I know some people in some testing circles have been building self-mill, and BlueStacks a beast. What can I say? That's a great. Well, I guess it is literally a beast, right? It's this little like hippogriff.
Oh yeah.
But it's a different beast, but the same animal.
Same animal. The Nexus form of Tempest, I think. I'm trying to think of the artistic similarities between these two. It's always a fun game to play with Elestrals. It's like, what is the Nexus form here?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
I kind of see
Snowlet's adorable.
Snowlet not too similar to Elichick in name, but they are both birds. They're both 4-stat Elestral. Do something important on cast. I don't know. There's something there, maybe.
We're talking about decks that we potentially have things we want to see inside this tournament. I think we had a couple good runs for Solar. Shout outs to Trish and minus $2,000. Well, I think that this deck is something that I'm still waiting to see some fireworks from. I think that Bo or Q in the last tournament had some Solar cards, and Lustragon, the Solar Strongest Soldier in there. And Dialis, a couple of tournaments previously, showcased, I think it was a 20-card Spirit deck full of Solar, putting on a showcase for us of how to actually play that deck. We're talking about the mixing of Spirit types. Dialis doesn't need that. Solar might not even need it at all. It's pure, and it's pure cinema. I'll just say it. That's
Kino. It's Kino.
It's beautiful. So with
Scorsese,
Moonrise coming out, we have a lot of cool cards like Armadon, Gardon. I'm kind of reading off the list here if you can't tell. But the cards like Cochrane, Draco Ray, I'm really excited to see.
To pause on Armadon, position change control is something that we've seen in Daybreak, right? There was the position change for your opponent control. Armadon means that actually I think that deck gets a boost where it's not just your interact with your opponent change. You can change your own and start expending.
Wow, yeah.
That's horrifying. I got some friends that are talking about cooking that up, and like a 1/6 stat line on an effect like that? Like that? That's
mind blowing. Yeah, it's so fun. This cute little Elestral. When it showed up in the Clash trailer, I remember seeing a screenshot and being like, is this real? Is that Solar support? And the 1/6 is unheard of in that deck. The 1/6 bodies, the 6 bodies we've seen so far with like Moss Station, which boosts itself up to a 6, and things like Must Station have worked out really well. I love those cards. Those things are
strong.
Offensive and defensive forces that I think a lot of people have had a lot of good experimentation with. So I'm curious to see how a card like Armadon plays in something like that chain position strategy, especially as a good counter to something like Eddie. Eddie is a card that we've seen a lot of prominence in competitive play ever since release, practically. And so how does Moonrise change that sort of meta? Tsunami as well. We know Coastalith stocks to the roof. Goat. So maybe we'll see some play with that. I got to slide in Coastalith.
Yeah. No, Coastalith in the Armadon deck is like potentially. I think that deck is a mostly water plus Armadon deck. Because, there's a world where you play Armadon, you could just play it as a 6 defense with water under it. You don't even have to give it its effect. And then you ascend it into some water 2-drop. There's lots of options here that really make this such an interest. This set, Moonrise is gonna. This changes everything.
This changes everything. Absolutely. We've been talking about a lot of the other Elestrals and other spirit types inside of Moonrise, except for Lunar. Lunar is the big bad. We saw a little bit of showcase here inside of Daybreak, and also we had the Shattered Stars that came out early, allowing us to get a quick little preview. Something like Boom Bat and then Drakid and Drak-King. But some of the cards inside of this Night Spirit energy is they're scary. Not just in theme. Comalis and Cryptara specifically, I think are cards that I kind of want to look out for. I'm curious to see. Necrolith is something I didn't see coming inside of the set. I know everyone's like, well, of course they were going to do spirit types for each of the lids, but this early, Necrolith looks crazy, actually terrifying. When I see those skulls drop on the board, I'm out.
Yeah, no, the existence of the suppression focused deck, the Night Venom stuff, Dense Fog is such a real deck. That's a real deck. It's crazy. Toxiri makes Necrolith live, and that thing's huge. That thing's massive. That's crazy.
Yeah, talking about text from that, Dense Fog is a card that I think really early on in the Daybreak meta was something that players really explored. They really tried to say, okay, this is how we're going to combat a lot of Nexus heavy strategies. It's pretty decent into those as well. And I think that as we were getting more lunar Elestrals, the Dense Fog not being able to affect them is going to be an interesting counterplay. Will that give Lunar the competitive edge, or will there be so much Lunar in the meta that Dense Fog eventually fades itself out? Does it peter away? I think in a strategy like the Toxiri and the Night Venom deck, I think that we'll definitely see Dense Fog to insane capacity. Potentially seeing stuff like Posthumous too. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's suppression and the destruction.
Yeah, I really think that there's a very massive option for Toxiri Dense Fog to be a really solid side deck package for basically any Lunar deck. Because if you're playing into Earth when you're playing Lunar Phase or Posthumous or something like that, you say, okay, side deck into Dense Fog, and it's searchable now with a 4/2, which is a fairly reasonable stat line that also makes Elestrals -2/-2 if they're suppressed. There's a lot there. There is a lot there that could make this a really scary side deck option. Not to mention Pulveror, potentially one of the strongest quick ascension things we've ever seen, as well as aggro. That, I think that single-handedly makes Posthumous a very viable deck. Because you can go Fawnlit Artemis, you got Pulveror in hand, you can just quick ascend into Posthumous, or Pharaohgeist, God forbid. There's options here. There's options here. Pharaohgeist has been slept on, only seen in the reanimator list essentially, but it's real scary stuff now. I'm praying I can make Elestriad Season 4 so I can run back Lunar with all the stuff this time. Top 4 with Drak-King, let's do it again, but this time Pharaohgeist.
Absolutely. Speaking of starter deck staples and the Pharaohgeist, I'm looking forward to the starter decks inside of Moonrise 2. That Fawnlit Stellar breaks my heart. That thing is so cute. Come on now. Get real. I'm excited to get my hands on, and we were talking about earlier, the Trifernal, and it's casually me getting destroyed by Dan with the swiftness. I'm not holding on to that for any reason. I'll be coming for that Divine Rune someday. But the
world.
the Nabi into the Fulgorix, or it's Nabi into what's the second one? Second one, 2-drop. Doppelganger. Yes. Nabi into Doppelganger combination alone is really powerful, but that Fulgorix does scare me, and I cannot wait to see those types of decks come out into the format, because as an offensive tool alone, Nabi is pretty scary now inside of Daybreak. but with Doppelganger inclusion, maybe they were pretty smart not to give it to us in the Shattered Stars. Maybe we weren't ready for it. Maybe we weren't ready for it.
Some people are just saying that, you know, Doppelganger is better, the better Cryovern, right? I don't know. It might be.
It could be different Cryovern. You know, we saw Cryovern put a lot of work in that round 1, and I'm not ready to write it off just yet inside of Frostfall. Though, I don't know. You were talking about self-mill earlier with Frost. I don't know if I've seen any Cryoverns in there yet, just because we
not yet.
Your Cryoverns.
No, you don't want to build your Cryovern.
Absolutely.
To harp on these structure decks too, these are so strong. Like, this might be some of the highest card quality starter decks we've ever seen, with the Posthumous deck having some really critical staples in it, like Earthquake, PTA, and Kurgan Gate. Like that, those cards have never been in the same starter deck before. Like, that's phenomenal. And then the other one also has PTA, but then also gives you access to some really phenomenal new cards like Divine Healing, which I think it might be seeing a lot of play in some decks. Like, that's just Ambrosia Part 2 for some decks that want it. You could make a Fawnlet huge. Imagine how big a Fawnlet could get with that.
Such a big Fawnlet looking at
that's
you with big
eyes. That's like a 9 defense Fawnlet.
You know, the starter decks have been getting better and better over time. This is a big shout out to the Elestrals product team and the design team here, which is really analyzing and looking at these products and saying, you know, how can we make this a good player experience for those who are wanting to get into this competitively? Because for a while there, you know, mixing matching those set 1, the base set starter decks, were honestly pretty great, because getting those starters, you had a lot of great competitive staples spread across each of the different spirit types. But now, with them being included inside of 1 to 2 decks, that's so much easier for players to get into. Plus, those 3 extra bonus packs. I don't know about you, but I've heard something that those extra 3 bonus packs are a little bit magic. I've heard a little bit of stellar magic from them. If you're in the stream the other day watching A-Drive's pulls from Frostfall packs from the starters, it was like full art after full art into a stellar. He's got the stellar luck. Okay, I'll just put that out there.
He opened a Phosphocell full art stellar the other day. Like, he's got the sauce. He was blessed by the divines.
By the divines. I mean, well, he is a divine. You know. A-Drive.
I didn't think of that.
Absolutely. So I will say that I'm looking forward to what these new starters bring as well. I think I've loved the starters from the very start. It's a great product to get into the game, to continue to play into the game, and people bring these things to tournaments just full constructed, and you know, they can take some games. I'll say that they're competitively constructed in mind, and that's beautiful. I think that's awesome.
I've heard in the rumor mill that there's actually someone at this tournament currently playing a certain starter deck that they're running that lets them play a certain strategy that hasn't been seen in quite some time.
Oh no!
Maybe we'll see it. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh no way! This is gonna be another Bears prediction thing. It's like, you know, I'm blissfully getting kept in the dark. I'm just letting everyone at home know I'm blissfully getting let in the dark here. I'm gonna stay here because I'm gonna be. My pog face will be legendary. That's all I'll say. That. Wow. What is going on here today? We've seen water ice. We've seen an iceberg. We've seen Arcolith upon Arcolith drop down almost every game, I want to say.
Yeah.
We've seen Bears. We've seen Majursa. We're just ramping up on the Elestrals action today, and I cannot be happier. This is an excellent showcase for the largest tournament inside of Elestrals history. And you guys are witnessing history in the making. I think we'll see a champion crowned of champions, and this might be the new turn we'll see setting the pace for set 3 and above, Daybreak and Moonrise, as we go into one of the biggest years of Elestrals history.
It's the year of Elestrals Part 2, sequel. Electric Boogaloo, whatever.
Elestrals 2, Electric Boogaloo. Well, Thunder Boogaloo is what it would have to be, actually. Yeah, absolutely.
There's got to be a better Boogaloo equivalent in Elestrals. You gotta cook on that one for a little bit.
Thunder 2 Babloon. There we go. That's what I got.
Thunder Lumaroo?
We'll cook in the lab for this one a little bit. We'll
come back.
We'll come back to it. And if you guys are looking forward to playing inside of Elestrals coming up here too, you know, we were talking about the casual tournaments that are occurring on Tuesdays for Elestrals. We have 6 more of those left inside of the year. Those are a lot of fun to play, and they are best of 1 format, so a little bit different than what you're seeing here today in these best of 3 matches. But we have 6 more left inside of 2024. Both Webcam and the Digital App Tournament. If you haven't quite gotten your cards yet, the Digital App is free to play and allows you to explore Elestrals at your own pace. As well, we have 4 tournaments in 2025 already set. The first one is January 7th, inside of the new year. The Elestrals team is hard at work already planning for the future, and I think that these will be fun tournaments as well to go into. And the community is growing, and if you haven't played already, then these are great ways to get in to test the waters. Or if you're looking to play in a premier event tournament, we have one coming up in 2 weeks on December 14th, then that's the perfect time to test out some decks and strategies. December 14th is our next premier event. The $25 entry fee, but the pricing is absolutely insane. Take it from me, played in several of these, and they are so much fun to do. Test your skill against some of the best Elestrals casters in the world, vying for rank, but also for the killer Stellar Draken organized play stand, or the Elestrals champion stand. Excuse me, I'm not used to seeing that. It's been a little bit since I've taken one of these. It's absolutely killer.
These tournaments have only gotten better. Not only do we have mass turnout for the event today, and hopefully we'll continue to see that the prizing and the participation awards are massive. For the entry fee, you get a stamped Zaptor full art out of Shattered Stars. That's insane. Like, I'm sad I can't play. I want one of those. Are you kidding me? That's gorgeous. You also get a Shattered Stars booster pack randomly picked, and then you get a regular main set booster pack from either base set Frostfall or Daybreak. That's really good. Like, that's really solid prizing just for participating, let alone making it to top cut potentially. This is a massive motivator. I think I would like to play in any of these that I can. It's unfortunate that I have to be here on the desk giving you all wonderful commentary. So sad.
Unfortunate. I've had a great time with you this morning, personally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Though, I will say, man, the champion spot here is going to look absolutely fantastic. That reverse Stellar Jolton was one of my absolute chase cards for Shattered Star Scorpio. And this, listen, if you see a message from Swolax, whoever the champion will be today, that says, name your price. Don't worry about it. Maybe I'll play you for it. I gotta get my hands on it.
I don't know if you can do that.
No. An excellent piece of Elestrals history, and I think it's just so cool to see. I mean, you're absolutely right. The pricing for today's event is killer, and it's only going to get better from here. I think that's the one things that to bet on for Elestrals, that the team is hard at work to create one of the best experiences for competitive card games, but also collectible card games in general. I've seen it showcased from the Kickstarter, even now to Daybreak, and this is only the 3rd set, and Elestrals is truly just getting better and better as it goes. Hop into the action now if you can. I highly recommend it.
They're constantly one-upping themselves and just making sure that players are able to have the best experience possible. The Play Network, the organized play packs. Dan's been teasing upcoming organized play 2 cards, which is very exciting. Just incredible reprints. Accessibility is massive. Recently launched on TCG Player, so you can go get those cards you need just from a website. Incredible. They're doing so much to make sure that this game is as accessible as possible, while also letting some of us that like to spend a little money be able to bling out our decks and make them really cool. I got a very shiny Bears deck I like a lot.
Hey, listen, I'm a big fan of the singles, but I think I'm a bigger fan sometimes of opening and pulling packs directly. If you also go to shopelestrals.com, you can pick up some amazing Elestrals goodies there. We talked about the plushies that are available there, and you can just check out and scope in some of the sweet Elestrals merch. You got the pins. Got the plushies. They're super high quality, and I love them. They're also adorable. I need to get more. The knobby's on the way. I swear.
I've got like 6 on the way. So what's crazy is I had a friend come over that saw the Hydrake, and she was like, "I'm gonna steal him from you. I love this so much." She has no idea what Elestrals is. She's like, "I love it so much." I got her one for her birthday. She's like, "This is incredible. This is awesome." Like these plushies, they're high quality and they're adorable. Like,
They make good holiday gifts if you're looking if you're looking as well. Like, I've got my eyes on giving some people some Elestrals this holiday season too. So I
give the gift of Elestrals.
Giving the gift of Elestrals for real. I mean, most of the products I think are just absolutely out of this world, And then everything else is just still killer. Mats look gorgeous to play on. We've seen some of them showcased inside of this tournament too. Again, everything down from the biggest items to the smallest items.
Yeah, I was sad I couldn't find mine.
I-
Could have matched.
We can match. We'll be matching in the future. I don't think this will be the first,
yeah,
first and the last time that we're going to be
I
up here on the mic, bringing the beautiful people some amazing Elestrals action. And thank you so much for joining into the stream. If you are here, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more amazing Elestrals action from us. We're not going anywhere quite yet, but just so you know, stay tuned for more.
Plenty more. It looks like round 2 is wrapped up, and we are preparing our round 3. That should be coming shortly. Just hang with us for just a little bit, and we'll be on to our next match. But speaking to like the product quality, you know, I've always been one of buying singles, but like I got a tower of seal back there, dying to open. I've got plans for them, which is why they haven't been opened yet. I'm no hoarder, but
I see
the
that
box
big
opening
tower
experience is incredible.
It's truly is amazing. You know, I every time the Dan goes live and for a pack opening stream, pulling his stellars and his full arts, it's always I wish that were me right now.
I wish that
were me right now. I'll be watching at work. I'll be sitting there and I'm just like, hey, is there a report, dude? I'm like, yeah, that stellar looks so cool.
Well, with that, well, never mind. I lied.
Actually,
Don't worry
wait.
about it. Actually, wait. I agree, though. Watching those opening streams are incredible. And it looks like we're about ready to hop into our round 3. We're going to be hopping into another potential name you might recognize from within the community. We had MBT round 1 and round 3. We're going to be getting Stellar Kristoff here on the table, playing up against their opponent, Tarvidi, and be very excited to see what they're on. You know, Stellar Kristoff, someone who I know of for all those Thunder Stellars they pulled, and we're playing in the Elestriad Season 3. Be very interesting to see what they're on here as we hop into our game. Looks like we'll have, I imagine, Stellar Kristoff on the left here. We'll have Tarvidi on the right.
But what tipped you off to Stellar Kristoff being on the right or on the left-hand side? I don't quite know what you mean. So I'm looking forward to seeing if this is going to be another blinged out deck. There's a post that I think Stellar Kristoff posted the other day that was finding all the base set Stellars and a final collection of them, which all of them lined up together looked absolutely beautiful. I do not know the lengths into the ends of the earth that Stellar Kristoff had to go to collect those. I'm sure it was no small feat to be able to get that. But that's something that, you know, for collectors out there, Elestrals really does shine bright in having some amazing cards and amazing arts to try to showcase. You know, those full art sheets that you see every so often too. But imagine putting those together for just the Stellars or the full arts. Well, that might be my ultimate dream, is to try to collect that as well. That'd be
crazy.
Absolutely
That would be crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Just what a wonderful game to collect. You know, I'm very much a player. I like playing with my cards, but it's hard not to want to collect this game. I've got at least a handful of cards in top loaders on my desk right here that are just cool little collector's items. From the Moonrise promotional Stellar that were sent out to some creators, or the Gold Pantera from Kickstarter. There's just some wonderful little pieces. The gold full art Astrabbit that's coming from the Clash Kickstarter. Very excited to get that in my hand. What a beautiful art, incredible gold card. Like, what an incredible idea to do as a promotional piece as a part of this Kickstarter.
And we'll be adding that stolen. We'll be adding that reverse Stellar Jolton to that list here in a couple of rounds. You know, going into round 3 here, I was about to ask, like, what do we expect here? And I think the answer would be just, I have no clue so far. You know, we've seen a lot of different diversity in this tournament, and I think that's great to see. One thing that I know for a lot of people inside of these competitive events is that they're looking for Thunder. They're looking for Earth. Yeah. They're looking for these top meta strategies that we know are converting and can perform. But these niche decks that we've been seeing, the CJM putting on a showcase, and then even, you know, My High in the first round, showcasing that these niche brews are no slouch. Yeah. So maybe one of these casters, Stellar Kristoff or Tarvidi, are bringing out taking off the training weights here and showcasing what they can really do in deck building.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we hop into this match what they've got going for us, and what decks these casters have brought to the table as we prepare for this round 3 Swiss round of 7 before we go to top cut. Be very, very exciting to I really hope to see some fire. Stellar Kristoff's got some Volcanic Forge sleeves on their Spirit deck. They've got what looks like a fire spin down as well. And
Interesting. And fire
I'm
on
really
the,
hoping.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the stellars inside of the fire spirit type. Let's we know we have Kinleo from the Kickstarter. That was a pretty big one. I think Krakatuga was announced recently. I don't know if that's potentially one that we can count here. Let's see, other fire Elestrals. The Nekruff has a stellar, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love the Nekruff one as well.
Gorgeous.
We have the Trifernal line too. That came out in the Shattered Stars, I believe, too. And so, if we are seeing some fire, I hope we see some gorgeous cards getting dropped. To get into the action here, showcasing
fully expect Stellar Kristoff to show at least one stellar today. If I don't see a stellar from him, it's cut from the name. That's just Kristoff.
Yeah, it's just Kristoff. At that point,
it looks like he's showing off some sort of stellar there. Had to go grab the deck box just to flex. It looked like a stellar magma. I see how it is. Maybe someone's listening in or something.
Test 1, 2, Stellar Kristoff. Can you hear us?
Someone's got to turn off the stream.
You have someone call Skyhawk. What are you doing?
Judge.
No. I'm excited to see these two clash here a little bit. And of course,
very much looking forward to it. Been a great day of Elestrals. Very looking forward to the next 5 rounds into Top Cut. See what these casters are on about. Looks like Stellar Kristoff showed. Yeah, in between, as we're preparing to start, Stellar Kristoff flexing on us. Okay, all right.
Oh man, where's my binder? Let me show. Let me get on
Let me
here.
show these kids. All right, looks like our casters are finally drawing their hand of 5 for the start of this game. We'll have to see who's going first and who is keeping their hands, who's going to be mulliganing. So Kristoff put it on the table. Makes me assume that they are going to be keeping. And it looks like Tarviti going to start off with a Toxion, going to burn Stellar Kristoff for 1. Can't quite tell what that spirit they expended was. But potentially a Vapiro?
Yeah,
they look
Vapiro
like a
spirit
fire to
coming
me.
down. It's a Toxion pass. A very intimidating board. But we'll see come down to Smoltuga. Going to go ahead and search into the Fire Elestral. See if we see something gorgeous here. It looks like that's going to be a Stellar Volcaries?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Here. That looks like a Stellar Volcaries. Flexing a little bit and showcase off the cards.
My wishes come true. We found fire. Stellar Kristoff indeed telegraphing to his opponent on fire.
Absolutely. Well, going to pass back to Tarviti here. That Toxion, once again, we talked about it in MBT's round, having a little bit of recursive value. And looks like they're going to pop down an Elechick. Ooh. Big fan of the Elechick here after Toxion for effectively either baiting out this counter run for Stellar Kristoff or allowing this Zeus to run rampant into this Smoltuga. I think that the 4 attack stat of Elechick and of Toxion can easily take care of any sort of Shield of Achilles. The only thing you're worried about, I would say here, is Tsunami. I think Tsunami would be pretty detrimental as the Thunder Elestrals are known for having tiny little booties. The smallest of booties inside the game.
Yeah, these Thunder Elestrals are not going to the gym. They are skipping leg day. And Tsunami would be an absolutely devastating play here. It looks like Tarviti will be going ahead and slapping down that Zeus with 3 spirits under it. Potentially going to be disenchanting from it. Looks like they're going to -3/-3 that Smoltuga, so it's now at a 0-2, meaning either of these Elestrals can swing over. Tarviti going to go ahead and swing with the Toxion, and then swing one more direct with the Elechick, putting Stellar Kristoff down to a nice 17 here to Tarviti's. Looks like 15. Oh, Stellar Kristoff cracking back with the Lavalith to take out the Zeus, absolutely punishing, overcommitting on that Zeus on the turn 1. Absolutely a massive play from Stellar Kristoff, seeing the limited Lavalith in their opening 7 here to take out the Toxion and punch for 1 additional damage into Tarviti's face. Really an incredible move here to be able to set up like that.
It feels really good for Stellar Kristoff here to be able to clear board a little bit, but Tarviti's looking to clear himself with the Boom Bat. Boom Bat coming down, and this caster is going to take out this Lavalith with ease. Am I looking back on a few formats ago? Is this see Boom Bad and Lavalith come down to try to clear out here, and these casters are going back and forth card for card. The Lavalith it is a really important card for the swing tempo back to Stellar Kristoff's favor, but we're gonna have to see the Nekruff come down. So maybe that card that we saw searched was the Stellar Nekruff instead, and it's such a cute little puppy. I love this card artwork a lot, and it should be able to make quick work of this Elechick with that 5 attack and do an additional burn damage if this connects.
Yeah, this is a good piece of tempo here. Additionally, just continually putting pressure on Tarvidi's Spirit deck while also controlling the board. Tarvidi reaching for that rune. It's going to be a Gorgon's Gaze, preventing the attack. Leaving that Elechick up on board. Wanting to keep that Elechick around. Want to prevent the burn damage, I guess. Very, very interesting. Depends on what Tarvidi has in hand here. They may... this makes me wonder if maybe they're on Voltempest, potentially. Because I think that losing the Elechick here doesn't feel too bad, unless they have no Elestrals in hand. But a Griffuse here could be massive. No, it looks like they want to keep the bodies around. They're going for the Quackle here.
Quackle.
Heal back 3.
I love that. I believe that's the Artist Collection Quackle here. We have some cool artwork from Stellar Kristoff coming down, and this Quackle, one of my favorite cards inside of Elestrals, has a nice, effectively Ambrosia 4, 5, and 6 inside of the Thunder deck. With a Zeus coming down, and this Quackle can now contest and trade with this Nekruff, but won't have to, as these two birds are going to go in on the puppy and go for an Elechick over the Nekruff and a Quackle directly for 1 damage. Stellar Kristoff, it's, while it looks pretty imposing from Tarvidi's board, Stellar Kristoff is not out of this quite yet. 1 back row set and having to go into their Spirit deck for an Ambrosia to heal back 3 here. That Spirit differential is big chillin'. So you're at roughly 16 to 11. It's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, the threatening piece from Tarvidi's board right now is the Zeus. As Thunder Elestrals are not really known for their beefy stat lines, but the ability of Zeus to help get over Elestrals, as it looks like we're playing out. Is that a Stellar Ash Rabbit?
Oh, wow. It's tripping up the commentators on this one. The last couple times are jump scares. This is now testing our Elestrals knowledge. What card artwork is this? It's that I love Ash Rabbit, excuse me. Inside of Elestral, it's such a cool deck to be able to add recursive value for things like this, adding back Ambrosia for extra heals, or potentially being offensive threats like a Nekruff. Great card to convert to target 3 cards into the Underworld and add 1 to the hand. One of my favorite cards in the deck. And pairing this card with something like Kinleo is a dangerous combination. You can't let that guy throw it through.
Yeah.
Plus, its defense stat is a 5. Beefy.
Yeah, 2-5 known to be one of the best stat lines in the game. Ash Rabbit there targeting an Ambrosia, Lavalith, and Nekruff is very interesting. Tarvidi giving Stellar Kristoff back the Ambrosia, allowing Stellar Kristoff to really widen the gap here of spirits and potentially start to try and take control of this game. Tarvidi is going to go ahead and use the Zeus to minus down the Ash Rabbit, looking to take out this recursive resource here and ascending over the Quackle into Arcolith!
Oh, that's the beautiful combination. You're completely fine with that. I think that in some cases you can be completely fine with that if you have a way to deal with this defense position Ash Rabbit. That is El Clasico right there. You go for Quackle. You go Quackle, heal back the 3, and then you go Arcolith to then enchant 3 more onto the board. That Quackle got its value, and now you got a big body. But this PTA should be able to make swift work of the Arcolith, and I think you'll just be able to see if Tarviti should be able to have an answer and deal more spirit damage, because there's a world here where this doesn't connect through, and now Stellar Kristoff is in the driver's seat.
Oh,
a tsunami,
a massive tsunami, absolutely critical moment.
Now that PTA is going to get maximum value here, going to expend the extra 2 spirits to destroy this this Arcolith, leaving a puny defense booty of an Elechick on the board. Ash Rabbit is big enough to hit over this Elechick, and I think that with no counter runes in Tarvidi's board, Stellar Kristoff might be looking to add some offensive pressure. That being said, a reenchant on the Ash Rabbit to then just get back Ambrosia to go for Nekruff is also a really solid play that they can make.
It looks like Stellar Kristoff is going to play another Ash Rabbit. This one's not Stellar, though, so it only has the normal effect. Looks like they're going to be targeting Lavalith, Tsunami, and a poison-tipped arrow. This is a tough decision if you're Tarvidi. You do not want to be put in this position.
No, literal
Because
rock in a
none of
hard
this feel
place.
good.
Yeah.
Lavalith back to hand.
No
Tarvini
way.
has to out this board next turn, or Lavalith is coming down and swinging for a lot. Did a lot of damage, dealing with the back row runes. The Ash Rabbits clearing over Elichick and burning one. This might seem like a very innocuous game state, but this is volatile. Tarvini is in such a tough position here, but a second Arcolith from them could be curtains if Stellar Kristoff's back row is not live. Second Arcolith punishes these 2 attack position Ash Rabbits very, very hard. These players are both on an equal count of spirits, it appears, and Tarvini has a real opportunity here to take control of this game and hop in the driver's seat. They're thinking very hard about what play they want to go for here. I imagine they don't have Arcolith in hand. Otherwise, it's likely they would have just ripped that out. Or potentially we're still talking through the attacks here. Stellar Kristoff motioning the different attacks that they made. Tarvini maybe has not expended for the damage yet. Unclear. Tarvini playing with their spirit deck, thinking about what they're going to do here. Setting a back row rune and picking up their spirit deck to flip through it. Potentially not playing a Thunder Elestral here if they're looking for something that isn't on the top.
Their
Arcolith.
own
No, Lavalith.
Taking out the back row is. Do we see a chain?
It's a poison tip.
It's a poison tipped arrow. Man, Tarvini cannot catch a break from.
Or is it a Gorgon's
arrows?
Gaze?
Gorgon's Gaze.
It was a full art Gorgon's Gaze.
Gorgon's Gaze coming down for this Lavalith. Beefy body should be able to contest here, but an ascension into another Lavalith back to back going forward. If you are Stellar Kristoff, you're perfectly fine with trading this Lavalith here and trying to swing for just 1 damage to put Tarviti on some pressure. And it looks like exactly what you're going to do. You can re-enchant that Ash Rabbit and get it back. You've done it once, you can do it again.
Yeah, it looks like the set card was some sort of Thunderstorm, I think. And so it was a bluff set from the start anyway. Lavalith crashing with a Lavalith, and Tarviti going for a Jolton here. Search out that Mount Olympus likely potentially means that we could have a race to the top play coming out sometime in the near future. Not quite yet, as that Ash Rabbit has a very large booty. This Jolton, though, will be able to clear over the Ash Rabbit no matter what. Just depends on if that back row can prevent the attack from connecting. And also, if Tarviti wants to go ahead and play out the Mount Olympus here or not, they're going to be conservative and hold that, or they want to try and keep it up. It looks like they're playing the Mount Olympus. They value making that Jolton a 5 attacker to prevent something like a Neckruff crackback from Kristoff. And Kristoff flips up the Tsunami, showing that there's no way this Jolton is connecting with the Ash Rabbit, swapping both to defense. And Stellar Kristoff absolutely in the driver's seat, it feels like right now.
Entirely. And it's so funny to think about this too, because while both casters have fairly equal spirit counts here, it definitely doesn't feel that way. I think we've seen some call and response from both these casters, really showcasing the tempo swing that both these decks, Fire and Thunder, can bring. Lavalith coming down is a huge tempo swing for Stellar Kristoff, and then even Tarviti dropping their own Arcolith and Lavalith in this game. We have a Nectar of the Gods coming down. Drink up, Zeus, for 2 cards.
That's the second one in a row.
That is
one in a row.
That is absolutely crazy. We have the value here is nice, but those spirit count is getting low. What are we going to see here coming down? It looks like it's a third Ash Rabbit. Value upon value, maybe looking to grab Ambrosia's to heal back. That's what I imagine Stellar Kristoff is wanting to grab here from this. Though, if Tarviti's going to give a Lavalith again, take that too. I think you easily can take that to threaten any board position here. This Jolton is sitting pretty at a 5/3 attack under Olympus. With not a lot of options here, Stellar Kristoff may have just put themselves into being behind here in this game. I think that's kind of what I'm watching. This is interesting. That one back row being a Tsunami would be killer. We'll have to just check and see. Otherwise, this Jolton is going to run rampant. What we got here? And Ambrosia coming down from Tarviti, going to widen that spirit gap between the two of them. That is crucial inside of this late game. Quackle coming down, Ambrosia coming down. These healers inside of the game will allow Tarviti to play extra cards, to see those counter runes more often, and to play cards like Race the Top. An Arcolith Ascend on this Jolton would be absolutely killer. This is this is coming down to the absolute wire, but I think it'll come down to just see if Tarviti has something they can do here to maybe get over these two big defensive bodies.
They absolutely can. Re-enchanting Jolton here makes it a 6. That's all they need. And a Race to the Top is going to take out one of these Ash Rabbits. Race to the Top targeting both Ash Rabbits. One of them will be destroyed here. The question is, will Tarviti intentionally target the Stellar one as the one to be destroyed?
pick your least favorite rabbit. We know exactly which one it is. Race to the Top
now
is such
pop
a cool
the other
card.
one.
Exactly. Race to the Top is such a cool card for Thunder. You know, I think that early experimentation for this card was what was killer. You know, I think it's in Spirit type removal, and the fact that it can target any 2 Elestrals on field to destroy them makes situations like this really scary for Stellar Kristoff, because not only were you expecting one Stellar Rabbit or one Rabbit particularly to go down from a Jolton, Race to the Top now threatens both of these defensive walls. So Jolton skipping leg day for now is the day, but we'll see. That's Race to the Top kind of clarifying for the camera here what card that is to take out their least favorite. We'll just, it seems like Stellar Kristoff has a stellar preference.
Or Tarviti really wants to assault the Stellar Ash Rabbit with the Jolton and take it out via battle. Mono and mono.
Beating over a Stellar Rabbit feels just as good. It looks like it's exactly what's going to happen. Stellar Kristoff down to 2 spirits left inside the Spirit deck, and a massive 6/4 body from this Jolton under Olympus. 4 spirits left. I'm having to find cards I think Stellar Kristoff can pair back and forth into this game.
Oh!
Is that an Eruption?
That's Eruption.
For 2 spirits, it looks like that's it. That's all they wrote. So Stellar Kristoff activating Eruption there to get Tarviti down to 1 spirit, just showcasing that they are playing the card, potentially to scare them for a game 2. Tarviti's going to take it for game 1 inside this best of 3 clash with Thunder over Fire inside of this clash.
That's incredible. Wow. An incredible last-ditch effort, I guess, on the Eruption. I don't know if it was the right decision to show that if it wasn't a game-winning play. Unclear, actually. It looked like Tarviti had 4. Was that a killing blow on Eruption?
I could not tell. I think that I know Stellar Kristoff only had 2 spirits left.
Yeah, that I can say with certainty. I didn't see if that was a kill shot or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like they're going to game 2.
We're on to game 2 though.
Tarviti with 1, so it looked like just 1 spirit left on it. I mean, it's kind of, I would say, even if that was 3 spirits or 4 or 3 spirits, I think it had to be 2 spirits or less.
Yeah, Tarviti had to be at 2. So, potentially a little too early to show off that Eruption if it wasn't a game-winning play, because now Tarviti knows to play around it. That's an important thing here. Is Tarviti now has the knowledge to not be playing some of the cards that would lower them unnecessarily in Spirit deck, which kind of explains why potentially Stellar Kristoff was really digging so hard there with those 2 Nectar of the Gods back to back. It's very possible they were trying to dig to see those Eruptions to try and close out the game, knowing that Tarviti was within spitting distance of a double Eruption for gameplay. And so Tarviti now really has that's going to be in the back of their mind. Luckily for Tarviti, Thunder is a very, very spirit efficient archetype, and so it's likely that if they can take control of a board state early, they'll be able to maintain that spirit advantage, as we saw later in that game where Tarviti was up at least 5 spirits at one point in time. Looks like we're hopping right into here. Stellar Kristoff taking the go first, setting a back row, and then playing Smoltuga to search out looks like a Stellar Necroth once more.
Oh, it's we see this similar play come down inside of game 1. It worked out for just a little bit of time for the first start until we saw an Elechick pop down. Looks like we're going to go defense v defense 5v5 bodies here with an Astro Rabbit hitting the board, allowing for Tarviti to dig for some more resources potentially to out this defensive wall, or maybe to save themselves from a Lavalith coming down or otherwise. Go back to that Eruption play that we saw inside of game 1 there. Thunder is a deck that wants to play with the spirits on board. Right? so oftentimes can be put pretty dangerously low inside the actual Spirit deck. So having to do direct damage there can be pretty advantageous, and I'm curious to see how Stellar Kristoff takes that into Game 3 here. It's like going to be a set 1 after the Ash Rabbit, and a Nectar of the Gods from Stellar Kristoff coming down for 2 Fire Spirits. Pick up Zeus on that one and draw 2 cards Kristoff. We have hopefully a little bit of advantage here. Is nice, and early Nectar of the Gods is pretty preferable. I think get the advantage off the small Tuga into a follow-up play of the Nectar of the Gods. That's 3 cards you're digging into your deck. That's feels pretty good.
And
Dropping
the Stellar Eddy gonna hit the board.
Stellar Eddy!
An incredible way
wow.
to out this Ash Rabbit. However, the Poison Tip response from Tarvidi means that in order to out it here, this Eddy is gonna need to crash in. So the question is, does Stellar Kristoff want to lose the Eddy by crashing and not force Tarvidi to expend a Spirit here? It looks like that's what's going to happen, is that Poison Tip got incredible value. Tarvidi not having to expend a Spirit for popping, but will be taking damage from that small Tuga in attack position. Going to start their turn with a Artist Collection Jolton. Going to go ahead and search. Incredible art. Such a happy little guy. Searching out that Mount Olympus. Which will, make sure that this Jolton is nice and healthy. 5 attacker, 3 defense. Plays around Cryoblast potentially if we're concerned about that. It looks like Tarvidi is going to go ahead and play out that Mount Olympus, making this Jolton absolutely huge. Swole, one might say. Very large Jolton. And the swing into the small Tuga is going to happen, swapping the Jolton to defense position. No back row from Tarvidi's side. Both of these players very healthy though.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that, a lot of times people say that counter runes and back row are the definitive way to end these games. And this is kind of an interesting showcase to say that sometimes that's not always the case. You do have ways where the Elestrals are the big star of these games, and I think both decks can really showcase that. We have a Necruff coming down for Stellar Kristoff and the small Tuga wanting to do a little bit of chip damage with the burn off of the Necruff attack and the small Tuga attack here. That's actually some pretty good value, as Necruff is a pretty big body that all the Thunder Elestrals will trade into, but not necessarily beat over with Olympus, unless, of course, double enchants it. But we'll see come down from Tarvidi here. A Rabbit going for defenses, and that 6 body is huge. A Race the Top would be killer here. And dig for more cards, potentially some counter runes would be kind of nice in this position. Kristoff is big chilling here, though. Tarvidi cannot out this board with the defense Ash Rabbit, and even a Race Top can only take out 1. So I think the worry you have here is an Ascension from Stellar Kristoff. And I think that would be a really cool thing to see inside this clash is we were just talking about it earlier, some sort of water or maybe a fire Ascension, Lavalith coming down we've seen before.
Yeah, we saw Eruption in game 1. Stellar Kristoff might be on Krakatuga here. There's a lot of actual fire cards in this deck. Between the Ash Rabbit, the Necruff properly enchanted, which usually is a water Necruff. I'm gonna imagine that and we see it, it's coming down. It's the Krakatuga hitting the board.
Krakatuga,
absolutely
oh my
massive
God.
For Stellar Kristoff here, playing it out in defense position. This Krakatuga is gonna be massive for Stellar Kristoff, clearing this board out and starting the clock on Tarvidi. Making Tarvidi expend every single turn is just absolutely massive, and will let Kristoff start to accrue Spirit advantage on their opponent. The Eruption is going to come out and force out the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the pop effect coming through from the Krakatuga. Massive play that Tarvidi absolutely need to see here. It was that or nothing. Very interesting that potentially Tarvidi did not preemptively do this to the Stellar Kristoff rather didn't preemptively do the Krakatuga effect to burn, which would have forced the Gorgon's Gaze, and then they could hold the Eruption for a later turn when Krakatuga is not Gorgon's Gaze. I think there's maybe potentially a sequencing error there to try and get more value out of Tarvidi's Spirit deck before committing some of these larger resources.
Absolutely. What I love about the Krakatuga play here from Stellar Kristoff is that now Race the Top is really only hitting this Necruff, which you're not really worried about a Thunder deck coming down and clearing this Krakatuga. But before I even finish the sentence, Tektaris coming in strong, dropping this Krakatuga to the Underworld. And that's all she, wow. I don't know if it's Caster's Curse or what it is, but just talking about the difficulty for the Thunder deck to get over something like this big turtle. And meanwhile, here we are with an Earthquake coming down. It really is just that simple. And an Ascension here into the Arcolith, looking to do massive damage over this Nekruff. Wow, what a play.
This is a devastating spot for Kristoff to be in. We're looking at 4 damage if this Arcolith connects. That back row has to be shielded at this point. If it was Poison Tipped, it probably would have been used already. If it was Gorgon's Gaze, it would have been used already. It's Tsunami, which is not nothing, but this Arcolith has 9 defense, I think?
It's just as big
5.
as the turtle that was just crushed under Tectaurus. It's interesting here, right? Because I do think that there is a way for Stellar Kristoff to come back from this. Lovelith is one of them. That's exactly it. Popping the Mountain Olympus and hitting over its brother Lith. Arcolith in defense is no match for the 6th body. That is absolutely crazy. Wow, what a tempo swing.
You hate to see 2 Lith brothers fighting, but an incredible play coming from Stellar Kristoff and Tarvini. The same play they did. They did game 1. They're doing it in the Boom Bat into the Lavalith. An absolutely massive play, clearing the board, trying to stabilize here.
What is going on? What an answer from both players back and forth. Clearing boards. We've seen Krakatuka come down into an Arcolith, into a Lavalith, into the Boom Bat, and we see a Sluggle come down here from Stellar Kristoff, slowing the pace down just a little bit, healing back. 3 spirits to try to get back into the control. I feel like in an open board like this, you might even want to put that to attack, but I understand the hesitancy. A lot of Elestrals in the Thunder deck can beat over the Sluggle, and maybe you're afraid of eventual Arcolith. I'm not exactly sure, but that 3 spirits heal must be pretty nice.
Yeah, being up this many spirits right now for Stellar Kristoff's got to feel pretty good. There is a certain point where Kristoff's got to start thinking, well, my opponent's almost in double eruption range, and that's massive. If Stellar Kristoff's, this game has gone long enough at this point where they've used an eruption, they might have a second in hand, and Tarvini's got to play very, very cautiously here to prevent themselves from losing to this. A Frost Enchanted Toxion's going to hit the board. Very interesting move here. Tarvini potentially out of Thunders in Spirit deck. Stellar Kristoff going to Poison Tipped Arrow this Toxion, and now it can't hit over the Sluggle. Tarvini looks like he's actually on 2 spirits. Stellar Kristoff, a massive 8 spirit differential here, including the Sluggle on board. Tarvini might be out of this one already.
Yeah, it looks like the PCA might just be the closer here that Stellar Kristoff needs. Even just re-enchanting the Sluggle is pretty big, but looks like you're going for the Ash Rabbit here. I recognize that green from anywhere. And that's going to be game 2 for Stellar Kristoff, ending it with a Stellar against Tarviti with some pretty insane back and forth gameplay. I think, we think about the Krakatuga deck being a little bit of a slow-paced burn deck, but that seemed plenty quick to me. That was quick work of this Thunder deck with no small feat. Wow, Krakatuga just really hamming it up here for Stellar Kristoff. That was exciting to see. I haven't seen that card dropped in so long, and it's now searchable with Moonrise cards coming out soon. So maybe we'll see some more Krakatuga in the future. That's
love to see showcase. It. My first ever Elestrals top was with Krakatuga. Would love to be able to play that deck again. Always wonderful to see it show back up again. And I really like how Stellar Kristoff put on a lot more pressure that game. I think game 1, a part of why they fell behind so quick is they were just playing Ash Rabbits, and that's really all the offensive pressure they had. And now that's kind of the issue with this deck inherently, right? Is there's not a lot of offensive bodies within the water and fire typing that you really want to be playing. It's pretty much Galaxy, Eddy, and Nekruff. And while those are phenomenal cards, it appeared that Kristoff just did not really see the right ratio of these cards. And game 2, an incredible ratio of good Elestrals to good back row, Eruption, saw the Krakatuga, just everything going Stellar Kristoff way. We also had confirmation from the production team that Tarvini did take down game 1. It looks like Kristoff just wanted to show off the Eruption before conceding going into game 2. So these casters are 1-1 apiece, and Tarvini likely to take first in game 3 here as these casters are shuffling up and preparing for their game here.
Absolutely. Well, and I cannot wait to see if we'll get more Eruption Krakatuga action to really put Tarviti on a pacer here. I thought that was going to be almost over when we saw that come down the first time, but It's either going to get that or some electrifying action from cards like Arcolith inside of the seemingly pretty straightforward Thunder deck. I don't think we've seen any sort of crazy moves from Tarviti yet, but that's kind of also just the bread and butter of Thunder, being this really consistent, somewhat very solid strategy. We see a Toxion come down very similar to game 1, burning Stellar Kristoff for 1 damage, and going to drop the Mount Olympus early. I don't know about this play. Really risky considering you've seen Lavalith and potentially Rest on Your Laurels could come out here at any time, taking out this Toxion, but maybe you're not trying to risk the trade for something like a Necruff. I think there's counterbalance here that has arguments for both sides. Stellar Kristoff's going to set 2, and we're going to see a expend to draw.
Wow.
Stellar Kristoff.
This is a massive potential here for Tarviti to really take pace. The fact that Kristoff is starting out so slow here is really, really scary for Kristoff. Tarviti expending to draw here. Very interesting. Setting a counter or back row here, and Kristoff going to take 1 from the damage. Potential to have really taken some tempo by re-enchanting Toxion here, making it a very formidable 6 attack stat line. So very interesting back and forth here. Both players playing it very slow tempo. Kristoff expecting to draw again, just not seeing what he needs to see.
Either that hand is bricked up on some eruptions and a Lavalith or something. I'm trying to imagine what that hand could be. And from Tarviti's angle, expecting to draw there is also quite interesting. I maybe understand not trying to play into a Shield of Achilles, but this Toxion can definitely put some burn pressure on. And that's what we'll see here. This Toxion going up to a 6 attack body, doing now 3 spirit damage total for the turn. That's a pretty powerful Scorpion.
Oh, Gorgon's Gaze to prevent it is massive. Baiting that back row out is huge because while Kristoff is going down 1 less in spirit advantage between the burn and the swing, they just lost a Gorgon's Gaze, one of the most important back row in the game. So if you're Tarviti, you're feeling absolutely in the driver's seat. To a point where Kristoff is using such an early Ambrosia to heal back some water spirits here, it looks like. That is absolutely insane. The way that the pace of this game is just very, very interesting, very different from either of the other games we've seen. I don't think Kristoff's played a single Elestral this game so far.
No, I think that this expend to draw has been pretty brutal. Are we going to see a Lavalith come down from Stellar Kristoff, targeting a back row? And Tarviti's got to have a response here. It's a Gorgon's Gaze of their own to come back and meet this Lavalith force. Would only trade with this Toxion, by the way. Mount Olympus has put in some serious work inside this matchup. Maybe Stellar Kristoff has sighted in some Atlantis inside of this game 3 here to help combat the Stadium Wars.
Oh!
And it's an Earthquake come down again. The thing is glued to the hand. We've seen Tectaris take out a few Elestrals, key Elestrals inside this tournament so far, and I think those Lavaliths have been prime food for it. Another Thunder Spirit coming down for Tarviti for a Quackle, a little bit of heal and burn. Coming down a little bit of ice and fire, if you will, from the Thunder caster this time around. This is going to be a lot of damage.
This is a wonderful series of Elestrals from Tarviti, putting so much pressure onto Kristoff. The interesting thing is that if Kristoff had seen access to this Lavalith any sooner, or had seen Necruff, this game could be totally different. But the fact that Kristoff has played 1 entire Elestral, 1 Lavalith, is just putting him in such a position of being on the back foot. Now, that is kind of what this deck wants to do sometime. And it looks like we have potentially a Sluggle coming out to heal 3 more spirits. And maybe what Kristoff's got going on here really is some sort of stally deck where he doesn't really mind taking all this spirit damage as long as he eventually secures that Krakatuga burn for 9 or something like that. So it might be that he actually is playing sort of the way that Healstall did before that deck was hit by the limited list, where just playing slow, getting hit is fine because you heal it back, you play out the Krakatuga, you burn your opponent for 9 in 1 turn, and with where Tarviti's at in terms of spirit count, that could be absolutely devastating to get hit that hard in a single turn. And with the Earthquake out of the deck, how do you out Krakatuga?
Yeah, no, for real. And I think that Stellar Kristoff can also kind of hang 10 with these tsunamis here and keep Tarviti off of clearing the board just for a little bit longer. And if we do see the Krakatuga come down in inside of this. Very possible. Again, these expended draws might signal down an Ascension. And it looks like exactly what we're going to get. Again, Krakatuga, huge. This has to be. Tip Terror will be pretty big. Gorgon's Gaze will be pretty big. If not, this Krakatuga is about to do some damage. And we get an Eruption coming down from Stellar Kristoff, burning for 3 and destroying a card on the field. Stellar Kristoff is in the driver's seat again. It's a Shield of Achilles. It's never resolved. It's never resolving. Even in matchups where seemingly destruction like this, it could have easily swung both ways. Did Stellar Kristoff activate the effect of Krakatuga there to burn for more? Am I missing a little bit of spirit damage here?
So. I don't believe so. I do not think he did. I think he just used Eruption. I don't think he's using the effect of Krakatuga to burn at all.
Interesting.
It looks like he's passed.
Well, I don't necessarily hate it. Maybe the spirit count is a little bit low. Maybe not enough fire spirits inside of the deck. But the Arcolith over the Quackled El Clasico back again. El Quackico? I'll work on that later. But Arcolith's going to come down here to enchant onto the board. It could be the Toxion as well for extra burn damage and to hit over this Krakatuga. Looks like exactly what's going to be. Toxion to burn. Said, no, you're burning me, I'm burning you. Wow.
That's an incredible play there. You know, Arcolith, something that does come down by its effect to normal cast it frequently, but the Ascension into Arcolith is equally as powerful in this deck. And being able to trigger this Toxion here, burn Kristoff for 1, and swing over into a shield which is so expensive.
You know, what I will say, the big strong arms of this Arcolith getting bounced back. We just said that Shield of Achilles never resolves. It does when it needs to. When it shows up, it shows up, and that was a killer shield onto this Arcolith. You are afraid of a reascension onto the Toxion, but you're getting low on spirits, and this Krakatuga can start to put on some pressure.
It looks like Tarvi's picking up their spirit deck here. Essentially doing a count here. Kristoff determining if his opponent is within a double Eruption range, which just outside of it at the moment, need to be within 5 spirits or less for a double Eruption to be game winning. Tarvini, no runes on the board, no face downs, just the Mount of Olympus and a very, very large statted Toxion. You might confuse it for a Galvenom how large this Toxion is right now. Stellar Kristoff going through his options of the back row here, flipping through them, really deciding how to play this. 5 spirits is not a lot, despite the fact that Kristoff may seem to be somewhat in the driver's seat because his mass boss Elestral Krakatuga is on board. The spirit differential here is massive. 5 spirits is a lot. And Stellar Kristoff using potentially Eruption here. No, we're going for Krakatuga's effect to burn 3. While it feels good, it really is only lowering the differential between the two by 1 and is putting Kristoff in a precarious position at 3 spirits only. He's within Eruption range himself.
Little chick coming down here onto the board, potentially threatening this Krakatuga with the Toxion and Zeus combination is pretty killer. I think even if you're targeting that position, you could easily enchant the Toxion to burn and sit there for a couple turns. Take this one a little bit slower, but maybe you're not trying to have Stellar Kristoff utilize Ambrosias or even Eruptions further to try to excel this gameplay any further. You really want to try to put pressure here to end it now, or else it could get hairy. Zeus is going to come down with a double enchant, and the big, strong arms of Zeus going to take down the Krakatuga by 3 into a 6. Looks like this is a Gorgon's Gaze onto the attack of the Toxion. I think that's got to be something big from Stellar Kristoff. 2 Ambrosias off the top would be killer. And it's a Forge!
The Forge.
Wow, that's pretty big, taking out the Mount Olympus.
That's really critical here. Toxion cannot swing over the Krakatuga now. However, Kristoff has put himself at 0. This is game.
This is game.
Tarvidi, all Tarvidi has to do is re-enchant Toxion. Kristoff throws the hand on the board, and that's it.
Yep, that is
2-1 for Tarvidi.
Wow. Yeah, again, burn me, no, burn you. I think that is one of the things I like about Thunder specifically is the fact that you can go from this more advantage engine playstyle to putting on a lot of direct spirit pressure. We were talking about that with Stellar Kristoff, being able to punish Thunder's playstyle by having a lot of spirits on the board and attacking for direct to the spirit deck. But meanwhile, talking about the slow gameplay of Stellar Kristoff, maybe Tarvidi was gathering the pieces together to slowly burn and chip away at Stellar Kristoff's thing. But amazing showcase from both these casters, some really exciting stuff going down to the wire in Game 3.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Toxion and Mount Olympus, remember that was turn 1. Those stayed the entire game.
Wow.
Right? We were questioning potentially if that was the right decision, but ultimately that Forge did not hit until the last turn of the game. That's an incredible showing from Tarvidi. Toxion is just a devastating card into Krakatuga, and unfortunately, Kristoff, was able to see a lot of heal cards in Game 2, and Game 3 just did not see enough to be able to put himself back in a position of being able to contend with the burn of Toxion and the pressure that card put on, because even though Toxion was getting large and potentially threatening the Krakatuga, it really, if you're Tarvidi, you want Kristoff to use back row, because back row is burning yourself in that case. And
Absolutely.
And as you're burning yourself, you're removing the number of Eruption or Krakatuga activations that are left. So you really do not mind letting your opponent waste away cards on like the Arcolith or the Toxion. You're happy to watch those counter runes go, because it's one step closer to winning by the single enchant on Toxion in turn 20.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of goes into like a weird balance of this game. We talk about a little bit of the power of both the Elestrals and counter runes often, kind of just generically, but more specifically, we've seen the meta kind of evolve between having these different tempo decks. We have Earth, which is a really big aggro strategy, right? But we also see Burn pop up every now and again. That can be a real meta threat, just kind of depending on the game state. And what's so fascinating about, I think, that match is a really good showcase between showing how easily Burn can take advantage of tempo inside of Game 2 for Stellar Kristoff, as well as put on a really nice showcase with the non-Burn cards inside of Game 1. Those were really close, considering the fact that Thunder is considered the best decks inside of the meta currently. And I think that even the last game there, going down to, I think the Spirit differential was still pretty big, but I mean, that Krakatuga being on the board is still a very strong presence that would have to be dealt with. So I think that was a really nice showcasing from both Tarviti and Stellar Kristoff on both those decks and strategies. And I'm glad we've been seeing a little bit of variance inside of these rounds so far, and a lot of really good games. I'm really seeing now what people are bringing to this tournament. At first, I was like, well, we're going to see Thunder, we're going to see Earth, but we've seen a lot of Water today too, and so far, I think it's been pretty good showing so far. Kind of showcasing that maybe it's just right there, or maybe we've seen some other people are going to have some success with it.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what some of these feature matches look like in a couple of rounds, as we get deeper and deeper and closer to the top cut. As it's possible that unfortunately, Stellar Kristoff losing here takes him a step further away from making it to top cut, and so we may start to see some of these decks that can see some early round success peter out a little bit as we get deeper into the tournament. A Krakatuga Burn is a deck that historically was very powerful in best of 1, because you can take your opponent off guard, you can do a lot of damage, and they don't have any recourse because there was no side deck in best of 1. In best of 3, while no one's particularly siding for Krakatuga Burn, it still has some gas. It still has some gas even into best of 3, and there are definitely some pieces that the deck has gotten, like Ashrab and Daybreak, that continue to push this deck a little bit further. And I think that there hasn't been a lot of experimentation with the deck, but it certainly is one that warrants seeing more play.
Absolutely. And I think before we hop into more Elestrals action, we're going to take a quick break and be right back with some more games in round 4. I think that will be closing out here sometime soon. We are blazing through this tournament. We still have a lot more rounds to go before we reach the top cut, and we can crown the largest Elestrals tournament champion to date. But thank you so much for watching and sticking tuned for now. We'll be right back with more electrifying Elestrals action.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
We're seeing an ascension of MVP's own for Thunder Enchanted Draking, making it a 9 attack, which is better than 8 last time I checked.
That might be better than 8. Oh, you gotta be kidding!
What do you
Altar
do?
of Stars! What a smart play by the Law, taking 1 off of Arcolith to activate Altar, nexting off of his Mount Olympus.
In order to get rid of that Mount Olympus too, which is huge.
Absolutely.
And keeping that Arcolith alive, what a play.
Absolutely.
Very, very cool plays. And you're most likely keeping Arcolith around unless it's hit by something
Race
like
to the
shield.
top! Here we go! He hits a race to the top! Wow. If the Law can connect on these swings,
Wow.
he pretty much ensures that he has the game. But
Yeah,
with
that's
no
gonna bring it
back
so
row,
low.
anything can happen.
Tsunami! See, that Tsunami is still saving the game. Such a crucial card and such a big advantage for water casters here in the Elestria.
Absolutely. MBT went from losing 4 spirits to losing 1.
Still not looking too good for NBT with the high attack on that. Oh, and down comes Eddie to put it to attack. Ooh.
Is that going to be
Because
GG's?
the thing that saves MBT here is another Tsunami, but without that, and now that Eddie can dodge it, that no matter what, your Ash Rabbit's going down. It lets you shield and Tsunami here. That's about maybe Gorgon's Gaze as well, but you're losing a lot of spirits, and that board is looking full,
Oh.
but down comes the
The
Tsunami.
second Tsunami.
Oh,
the
you're
Law.
feeling pretty good. Oh, and I forgot that the Tsunami changes the Ash Rabbit back to defense, making it so that Eddie can't attack over. It's the one thing where Eddie does play around Tsunami, but when Ash Rabbit's on the board and it flips back to the defense, it does not.
Wow, MBT's brain's got to be hurting after that one. It must be coming through his skull.
Another Ambrosia, though, potentially keeping you in the game, putting you back to 3.
I don't know about this one, though. 3
Yeah,
spirits
that-
can't
that-
do it.
With that board, just how wide it is, you're not feeling in a good position with your MVP.
Not at all. The 2 back row is nice,
And then
but
you're gonna pass, yep.
yep.
Not much you can do about it. Yep, that's game.
He's just gonna scoop it. That makes sense.
If Jess has a Cryoblast here, Golden Nova is basically put in a position where he's most likely going to be playing from behind. Jess going to expend to draw, most likely digging, and there it is, the Cryoblast that puts Golden Nova in the most awkward possible situation. You're down 2 spirits on your opponent, seemingly not very many cards in hand remaining, meaning that Jess can just kind of bide her time and wait for the opening to run out a big Elestral. Jess going to cast out the Demeter, using the effect in order to pump up the Elechic. We're using the Altar of Stars. Oh, Jess just wants to kill right now. She's like, I'm going to kill you right now. I'm going to turn your rabbit to attack, put a second spirit on my Elechic, attack over the Ash Rabbit, and deal 1 point of damage, putting Golden Nova on 0, making it so you can't activate any more cards. And with that, that will be the end of the clash. Golden Nova draws, not able to play any of his cards, and fist bumps Jess, being a
Overseeing the Ascension. MVP.
And we're back here with a little post commentary as we get ready for round 4 to kick in. What an incredible matchup between Krakatuga and Thunder. I really was not expecting to see Krakatuga, my old love, once a deck that I played quite frequently. Really got, so this is the wonderful thing about watching card game tournaments, watching Elestrals tournaments is, I don't know about you, Swole, but really like lights a fire, pun intended, in my heart about the game and different decks that I want to look at. Like I want to look at Krakatuga again. I haven't looked at that deck in a long time. I haven't looked at Water Frost ever before, but that's cool. I want to look at that. That's a sick deck.
Yeah, we've had some amazing decks that I would love to cook with, personally, post this tournament. And I think with Moonrise especially, talking to certain Krakatuga enthusiasts inside of the Elestrals community, they'll say that the best card inside of that set for sure coming out is No Stone Unturned, which has a beautiful bear art on it as well, but can search some of the craziest cards inside of the game period. Not just the lists, but I believe the Krakatuga is is a big old boulder. Bring out
somehow it's a golem.
I think that, listen, that big rock on the back, it's spouting more than a little bit of fire. It's got some
oh, wait a minute.
Some rock in there. I'm excited to see as the deck performs too, and I think that we touched on it a little bit the immediate post of the game, which is that's kind of the power of that deck entirely. I think that a lot of people are trying to find the footing for water, and maybe that could be it, is a Krakatuga deck, and that was taking Thunder to the wire. I think that was pretty killer from Stellar Christoph. A stellar performance, if you will.
Yeah. I really think that if Stellar Christoph, and this is just a consequence of as we mentioned during the game, fire and water as types, there just isn't a lot of offensive pressure they can put really easily. And so he didn't see the cards he needed, and that's variance. That's card games, unfortunately. But hopefully Moonrise can help out some of these decks by giving them some offensive pressure tools that they need.
That's the way the Krakatuga crumbles. I think that as we're going into this tournament today, we have a few other tournaments that we are going to be looking at here in the near future. If you guys are looking to play more Elestrals, even on the casual level, we have some tournaments coming up inside of 2024 left. We have 6 tournaments here in this year, both the webcam and the digital app tournament. You can play, just like today, you've seen the casters going head-to-head here over the internet, as well as the digital app, which is free to play and has all the Elestrals cards that you need to help explore decks. I think it's really cool. As well, we have some events in the 2025 year of Elestrals already planned. I keep on saying this, but the Elestrals team is hard at work to bring you some of the biggest and best events. And the Elestrals webcam tournaments for the casuals here are no exclusion to that. I think these are a lot of fun to play in. And if you're looking to test out decks for maybe some premier events, or also just to get into the Elestrals action early, safe place to learn and have some fun, these upcoming events are for you, absolutely. And speaking of the premier events, I think we have one coming up here in a couple of weeks. It's that December 14th for people who are curious to maybe take the competitive edge here and join casters at the top ranks of the Pantheon and compete for the highest level of play against some of the best casters in the world that we've seen so far. All fighting for, and this on December 14th, the Elestrals champion stamped Draking. That reverse stellar looks gorgeous.
An incredible card. The casual tournaments are wonderful. There's lots of people from my local area that will compete in these. I haven't been able to because I'm a student. And so I unfortunately had a class right at that time. It was devastating when I found out I had to take this class and I couldn't attend. And now I'm free. So you'll be seeing me there in those casual tournaments. A wonderful way to test out new decks, meet some new people. I've met a handful of people through these tournaments, these casual tournaments. They're just wonderful to talk to and test with and add to the ever-growing testing circle and make this game just a beautiful little community.
Absolutely. Well, and it really is all about the community too. We've seen a lot of familiar faces here inside of the round so far that we've showcased. We had Stellar Christoph, part of the Elestriad, as well, NBT, also part of the Elestriad. You may have heard of him. I'm not sure if you know that person is, but who cares? We've seen a lot of really great showcasing from people who are regularly attending these tournaments that you can really, I guess, lean on for some expertise here if you are just joining it yourself. I think it's one of the great things about Elestrals is that the new player experience for even things like the premier events are very welcoming. There's plenty of resources out there inside of the community for Elestrals, and there's the official Elestrals Discord you can join in to discuss decks, to look at cool cards, to see what stuff's upcoming and how people are playing, or just to get involved in the community. Some great things that I've seen from that as well. So I think it's a great opportunity to get in Elestrals at any point in time, whether it's the premier events that we have today, a couple weeks, or the casuals.
The people in the Discord are very friendly, so if you're not in there already, go ahead and join. They're very friendly, very helpful for people learning the game. I know a handful of people have gone in there and learned the game through that. You can do pickup games there. There's always people that are playing in there, looking to play games in there. There's places for casually building a deck, competitively building a deck. This is where all the tournaments are run as well. That's where the tournament is currently being run, is within the Elestrals Discord. So if you're not in there, go ahead, join us. It's a wonderful little community with a lot of people that really care about this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's so funny too, because every so often when you're picking up in these games, you might come across some really skilled players to really hone your skills against. It was a Bean Soldier TV. It was Josh. He was testing for a couple tournaments ago, and would randomly in the middle of the night just be like, game question mark, and they'd just find people to test these insane Earth decks against, or these Thunder lists. Josh is always brewing up something crazy, and so that's something that you ought to look out for. Is that regardless of day or night, might just be jump scared by one of the best Elestrals players in the world, which I'm looking forward to inside these later rounds. I know that we have some really strong and really solid players all across the board inside of this tournament today. Again, 112 players, I think was the ending total, which is crazy to think about. That's almost double, I think, of what we've seen before in the past for the largest tournaments at Elestrals. And love to see the community grow up. That's intense. So this one might be the one to look out for future meta implications. Crowning a new Elestrals champion today will be killed.
Yeah, it'd be very exciting to see what decks end up converting. Again, the tournament that happened yesterday, the Poison Nectar Monthly, was a very interesting little insight into what people are expecting to bring into today's event. So be very curious to see, are people bringing the same thing? So they're switching it up. Is Earth going to convert the way that it did in that tournament, or are we going to see a whole bunch of new strategies crop up? We've seen a lot of Thunder today that's performed very well. We've seen Thunder in a lot of decks that you wouldn't expect to be running Thunder as well. And so it'd just be very interesting to see how some of these decks convert into top cut, and what ends up being the cream of the crop and bubbling to the top.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully not bubbling, top cutting to the top.
yeah. I'm really happy for these casters, but also I really don't hope they convert. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
They'll all stay here, and you know what? We'll have one reserve spot, and it's
yeah.
No, I think that's absolutely correct too, because like in terms of the bubbling, of course. No, it's crazy to me, the evolution of some of these decks, and then just the Daybreak meta alone. I think that we were talking about Frostfall previously and Base Set previously in terms of some of the historical formats we've had so far, but Daybreak has gone through some twists and turns. We've seen some pretty straightforward deck lists to start off with, just I believe a lot of removal. Right? When we first started out here with the instruction limited list, bringing some of those rules down, which has really opened the floodgates up to a lot of crazy decks. One of the community members, Wirtz, if y'all are familiar, built some crazy things. I'll just say that. Elestrad Season 2, all roads come back to Elestrad Season 2. And every single time, every single week, you would see this absolute madman come up with some insane strategies. And shout outs to Cryovern. We've been seeing a lot of Cryovern recently, but I kind of want to see some Penguat. I want to see some the actual Imperawat get dropped down. That's some stuff that I'd be looking forward to here from Mad Geniuses. Again, we've seen Barabots. Saw the race top in Earth. That was crazy today too. So who knows what can happen.
The point to the sort of Imperawat line, Penguat, Ricerage is actually like a very not horrible deck. if we think about Cryovern water, Thunder with a splash of frost is kind of crazy actually, right? Because you can same thing as with water, you turbo out the Cryovern, and then you have a facilitating engine as well of more frost, which is not more frost. It's Penguat, and it's searching Ricerage, which naturally is just a pretty solid body for Thunder. Gets pretty big under Mount Olympus. There might be something there. I'm just saying.
Could be brewing. Could be cooking. Yeah, I can't wait for the day where you go in turn 1, you go Riceros, right? And then the next turn you have the option. You could either special send into your Ricer Ridge and go turbo that out, or you can drop down another Riceros. That both would be crazy.
Just another Riceros.
And it's just another Riceros, but deceptively strong too. That strategy does have some legs to it, and might pair well with things like the new Titana Strike, which is also somewhat defensively focused. I think that we have one thing we haven't seen in this tournament yet that I know we did get rumblings of is new legal cards like Titana Strike, which give us a little bit of preview into the Thunder meta for Moonrise. So I'm hoping maybe they'll turn up later. Maybe some sideboards will pop out, some insane plays there. We've seen Thunderstorm put in some work so far, and things like Blizzard and some extra back removal there for a lot of casters. So here's hoping that we can see some Titanic Strike love. Funglow, please, someone out there for Funglow.
I really think that we're not seeing a lot of Thunder right now, at least not that type of Thunder. We've seen a lot of Thunder variants, but I imagine that as we get later in the day, those Thunder decks will sort of bubble to the top, and we will have a handful more, and potentially we'll see something like that in Top Cut. I'd be very surprised if we didn't see a Thunder deck at least in Top Cut. Be very surprised as well if there wasn't Titanic Strike, at least in the side, because people have definitely been playing around with Titanic Strike as a side deck engine. Going second, being able to go Titanic Strike, Thunderstorm, clear an opponent's entire board if they just set one, play an Celestial Pass. That's really, really strong. And I imagine that as a go second engine for a game 2 or a game 3, that's pretty strong. So I would be surprised if we don't see something like that kind of come up later on in the rounds, maybe round 6, round 7, or maybe in Top Cut. Because I think that that's a very, very strong type of engine to be running. Boombat has served a very similar function in a lot of decks, and the combo of Titanic Strike, Thunderstorm, while it's a 2-card combo, is just better Boombat. So it'd be very interesting to see if that kind of ends up, seeing some sort of success in this tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about all the new innovations that we've been seeing from these casters too. And one thing I really like as well is that these big major tournaments happen, right? One thing I love about Elestrals is that after a certain point in time, nothing's secret. You can hop on to the Discord, as we mentioned earlier, to talk and go over certain texts and certain lists. The casual tournaments are a great way to preview what people are playing. But then also too, if you're following the Elestrals socials on Twitter, you can see that they post graphics for topping lists, which I think is excellent. So if y'all aren't aware and aren't subscribed and following on Elestrals on every platform, well, first off, what are you doing? And welcome in. But two, there's amazing competitive resources as well as great updates and news from the Elestrals team across all platforms. And I think that's one thing I've really looked forward to is after the tournament, after the hype is there, we could just see, okay, well, what's the deck that they were running? Even if you aren't in those circles who are maybe following on the minute by minute, Elestrals action, you get to see that these players are playing some incredible brews, and really showcases a lot of the community there too. So if you guys aren't following Elestrals on socials, then please do. Right here in the action. If you haven't liked this stream already, and if you're watching, please give it a like. It really helps share the love of Elestrals around the world, and subscribe if you haven't already for more exciting Elestrals action. And I'm looking forward to it.
The Elestrals account on x.com, the Everything app, is an incredible resource that I use actually quite frequently. It's a wonderful place to go and see historic lists as well. If you're trying to see what does the metagame look like for the past month or so, you can scroll through their images and you can just go find deck lists. They'll always post the top 4 and then 4 through 8 a couple of days later on the Twitter account. And that's I'll get jump scared because sometimes I'll forget, oh yeah, X top, and then I'll see the lists pop up on my timeline. I'm like, wait, what? Frost Nexus? Promo-Links? Where did that come from? Right a sect?
I'm loving the name conventions too that's really coming out here for a little bit. That was
Photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis was absolutely crazy. Love that name from previous champion was Bo, accused too short. And that list was incredible. That was the Artifact Solar Earth list that we were kind of talking about previously in the early hours of this tournament. And we're kind of hoping to see if Q can bring something back inside of this tournament potentially with that same list or otherwise. But seeing that pop up on the timeline was so cool. It was so cool to see the little innovations there. And then before that, I believe it was Spicy Sausage, a previous champion as well, pull up with deck called Hurricane Nexus, which is incredible. I love the inclusion of the Thunder, Wind, and Water package inside of that strategy to it's a really great meta call. A lot of the cards that were in there play well into the counter runes. As well, if they're looking to modify the deck for Moonrise, then Hurricane slips right in. You're already playing the Spirits, which I think is absolutely killer. It was incredible. To showcase how much a boomer I am, by the way, and how much my gray hairs are showing. I'm saying Twitter, and meanwhile, it is X, the Everything app. I keep on forgetting.
No, it's x.com, the Everything app. It's
that's
very
right.
important you say the entire full legal name.
Yeah, my mistake. I'm still gonna be sitting here remember when Sparkit was at 3? Yeah, what a time. That's anyways.
Imagine
Imagine Lavalith used to be, Lavalith used to be a card, kids. I'll be saying that forever.
Well, and it is worth noting, Elestrals is also on Blue Sky if you're over there. You've abandoned the Everything app. There's a second app that does a little bit less, but Elestrals is there too. Elestrals is everywhere.
Elestrals is everywhere. And hoping to continue to grow and be everywhere. I think that's kind of the main purpose here. And we appreciate everyone watching at home who are chilling out and playing. And if you're in this tournament watching, get back to your rounds. What are you doing?
Yeah, in fact, it's about to start. We're wrapping up round 3 right now, so we should be heading into round 4 in a little bit. Swole, what kind of deck are you looking forward to in this next round? We've seen a lot. We've seen Thunder, we've seen Earth Thunder, we've seen Bears, we've seen Mother Nexus, we've seen Water Frost, we've seen Krakatuga. What are you looking forward to?
After all these crazy matches, maybe I'm looking for something a little more low key, something a little more known. I don't know. We keep on speaking these behemoths of decks into existence, and I don't know how much more my heart can take. I've already seen Arcolith being put down by like 3 decks that shouldn't be playing Arcolith.
Yeah, every single deck.
That's crazy. That's absolutely wild. So I don't know. I'll give the cop-out answer. I'll say the cop-out answer. I'm looking forward to some good Elestrals.
Okay. Well, unlike you, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing Q is Too Short on a run back. I know that they're in the tournament. I don't know if they're playing that Lustragon artifact list, but I missed that tournament. I don't even remember what the list looks like. I was busy that day. I want to see it live. I want to see it in action. I want to see Lustragon hit the board, pop some cards. I want to see Cybermaul. I want to see Equilinks. I want to see it all. Photosynthesis, full swing. I want to see that.
Cybermaul is a really cool card that I'm glad to seeing some love more recently, just because I know that card was hyped up initially for Daybreak and people kind of wrote it off, and it's the classic, the hype cycle stuff. But the innovations of Cybermaul have been absolutely killer. That card is so cool and it looks beautiful. All those solar hollows, shout outs to $2,000, look incredible. And it's so hard not to justify spending that $2,000 on those cards.
They're gorgeous. And then you have the Stellar Golden Fleeces that are critical to that deck.
Ooh,
I've been playing the Artifact Nexus deck recently. And I had to go crack open my stamped promo that's been in its seal the entire time. I was like, I'm playing it. If I'm playing Golden Fleece, I'm going all in. I'm playing Stellar Golden Fleeces.
Oh, so absolutely.
It's gorgeous.
It's crazy. I think, so we have the organized play and the Stellar ones. I sleeved up for a solar testing session recently. And it feels, initially I was like, oh no, I don't know if I could do this. But then playing with them, dropping it down, it felt pretty good.
Oh yeah.
It felt pretty good to do.
Phenomenal.
So we're going to be hopping into the next round here sometime soon, so everyone hang out and chill with us for just one moment. We're getting some action for you live. And it looks like we're going into a game between Jackals, caster, for
Maybe you
next
might remember.
round.
Yeah, I believe Jackal's been around the community. It's a name that rings a little bell. And they're
Sir Tractor. I thought I recognized that Matt. It's Sir Tractor. We have to stop meeting like this. This individual, this caster, I've met in 3 separate tournaments over the same 3 separate weeks. It was a casual, it was a premier, and it was a casual back to back to back, and excellent performances all around. I will say that too. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these two.
Yeah, it'd be very exciting. Unfortunate, I want to wish Q is Too Short into existence. Production, listen. But I'm very excited to see what these two casters are bringing to the table as we are momentarily hopping into this round. I believe pairings are up. We know who we're seeing, so they must be up, and we're just waiting for these casters to get set up and get the stream ready and going.
And yeah, I think that I'm looking forward to seeing what we can throw up today. I'm trying to recall if I can make some prediction, at least for Sir Tractor. I think I've seen Jackals play in Elestrals yet, but Sir Tractor is someone that I've played before. I'm trying to recall what we were playing previously. I think I got my butt kicked. That's maybe what I can say more definitively. is that's probably way more likely as me remembering that than the actual deck, card by card. For sure.
Like we are here with our casters, waiting for them. They've got their sets of 5 laid on the table. We're just waiting for the round to start. It looks like we are getting into the round here. The casters have picked up their cards. They will resolve their mulligans here. We'll see which of these casters will decide to mulligan. It's a great way for us to kind of tell what these players are on as they might reveal a little bit of information with these spirits that they expend from their spirit decks. It is a thing to consider when you mulligan. You might be giving info away, but it looks like Jackal's going to start off our round 4 here with a Moss Station in attack position and 2 cards set, passing on over to Sir Tractor.
Big crab. You know, I didn't realize we had the animation for that one. It looks pretty good. You know, Elestriad Season 2 staple, Moss Station. I will say that.
Yeah.
This card is really deceptive as a turn 1 starter because it allows you to put up some offensive pressure early and saying to your opponent, hey, you have to deal with my big body now or this is going to be annoying. It looks like a PTA is going to come down to meet an Elichick, which is going to search out a Demeter. Might be an Earth Demeter.
It's very interesting to see. This means that Elichick cannot get over this Moss with the Demeter buff. It's currently sitting at 2 attack. A +3/+3 would only bring it to 5. So it's likely that Sir Tractor might just end up passing here, potentially after setting some back row, but not likely to be able to out this Moss Station this turn. Looks like 3 set in the back row, move to the end phase, and Jackals will pay out the pop on the Elichick, sending it to the Underworld and drawing for turn here.
If you're in this position from Jackals, I was about to say, if you don't set some more counter runes, this Moss Station is a decent wall offensively, but can't really put on a lot of real offensive pressure as it'll go to defense after it attacks. It's going to expend to draw here from Jackals. And then it's going to swing in.
There's a very interesting moment there where it looked like Jackals was considering re-enchanting Moss to make it swing for 2, but ultimately deciding to expend to draw instead.
Yeah, I think that I like the idea there of making Moss an 8. It seems pretty decent for getting over any sort of big bodies, but that 1 defense, little tiny booty, isn't very much. And an attack rabbit. I like this strategy here, but another poison tipped arrow. Oh,
brutal.
Wow. Name a better combination. It used to be Ash Rabbit, set 3 pass, Earthquake or Ash Rabbit, but now it's Ash Rabbit turn 2, get poison tipped arrow. This Moss Station is gonna be sticking around for another turn. And while the value here is really good for Sir Tractor, the poison tipped arrow is pretty crucial.
The consideration here is we know Sir Tractor searched a Demeter, so they very well could be playing out that Demeter and taking out this Moss Station regardless.
Yeah, that's true. Trying to
very
create some more
likely.
value on the board.
We'll have to see what they decide to go for here. Doesn't seem like too bad of a play. It looks like they will just move to their end phase, won't commit the Demeter. They're just whittling down Jackal's back row, leaving the Moss Station in defense position, not outing. It looks like we're doing a spirit count here. See what these players are at. Jackal's drawing for turn. Swapping the Moss back to attack immediately. And running out a Viserys.
A Viserys.
Viscaris?
A Viscaris on the board. That's the Kickstarter full art, by the way. Shoutouts to that gorgeous full art there. That's the OG.
That art was clutch back when it was very difficult to get Viseruses.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you had 3 of the Kickstarter promo packs, that was wonderful.
Yeah, kids these days, they just don't understand,
Now
it's available in everything. It's into the tournament packs. It's in the new Moonrise starters. Wow, they just have it so easy these days.
It looks like Jackals will be swinging for 2 damage here, Viserys plus the Moss Station, and then passing it back on over to Sir Tractor, who's going to draw for turn. Make their considerations. Very interesting. Both players the same number of cards on their boards, but Sir Tractor fully loaded up on counter runes, going to rip the Laurels, which will take out the Viserys. Incredible value here. Viserys did not have anything to connect with. No Elestrals to take out means that Viserys isn't getting out a second one. And so Laurels is pretty killer here. Just a very small defense stat on this Moss Station. And Sir Tractor, all they have to do is breathe. And it looks like they're going to go for Eddie, likely not declaring the effect here. Probably don't want to declare the effect. Unless they decided to go for defense position Eddie, declare effect.
Earth Enchanted Eddie, saving those water spirits which are from potential tsunamis. I like the line of play here, right? We mentioned earlier the idea that a Demeter could come down to help contest the crab on the rabbit. But what is the scenario that Tractor actually had a Laurels? And Gorgon's Gaze come down to stop the attack of the Eddie, by the way, keeping this Moss Station alive for one more turn. And I don't think that you're too unhappy about that if you're Sir Tractor here. You have an Eddie, which is still pretty decent of a beater, 3 back row it looks like, plus Moss Station coming down. And there's a second Viserys. It's just another Viserys coming down and threatening this Eddie. But a PTA coming down too. Call and response answer from these 2 casters here.
There's a wonderful back and forth between these 2 players right now. Just Wonderful. Looks like a Demeter is going to come down. Jackals really wants this Viscaris to connect, it appears, to go ahead and get out another Elestral from their deck, another Viscerus from the deck in defense position, swinging in the now 6 statted. My brain can't do math.
It's going to be
and
a tsunami. You know, I think what's so funny about this play is even if that Viscerus connects and the Poison Tipped Arrow is able to destroy 2 defense position Elestrals on the side of Jackals, there's no Arcolith coming down. We're not getting Arcolith jump scared. This one from Surtractor. What an interesting little board state. It's so funny. It seems like this game is both so tight, but also so in Surtractor's control. I mean, like, look at right now. This is the first opening thing Surtractor's had to perform any sort of clear on this Moss Station since the start of this game. And look at this Moss Station of their own.
It's incredible opportunity for Surtractor to really take board state here, swinging with the Eddy over and swinging for 1 damage, then swapping that Moss to defense position. Jackals really potential on the back foot here, down 3 whole spirits. Last card in hand, Eddy, Earth Enchanted.
Eddy.
Poison
Tipped Arrow.
It is just call response.
Might be Poison Tipped Arrow number 3 here coming from Surtractor. Taking the Eddy down to 2. We're discussing the implications of this Poison Tipped Arrow. I think it's pretty massive, honestly, if I had to guess. Gonna try to swing on the Moss Station. You take that down. You don't really feel too bad about that. Plus the expend to pop that Eddy, and now you're still in a pretty good spirit differential from clearing the board. Very interesting position here. Surtractor with 1 card in hand, it looks like. Now 2 after the draw. Hopefully another Elestral or an Equilynx potentially could be pretty killer. Down to 3 spirits inside of the spirit deck potentially.
I believe I believe the 6 is correct here. Okay. Jackals, going quite down quite fast with all those PTA casts. Surtractor starting to join them with their own PTA casts. It looks like Surtractor is going to be expecting to draw here. 2 cards in hand, don't have an Elestral, but they're still going to be able to poke in for 1. And an Ambrosia going to come down. That's massive for them here.
What I love so much about this seemingly Earth mirror here is that it's very rapid, right? Both these decks are trying to just keep tempo and trying to establish board control as fast as possible. And this is something that I think that right now Surtractor has slowed it down to enough of a pace to where they are in the driver's seat. And Jackals, I think, will have to find some way to come back. A 3rd Viscerus will be it.
I certainly will appreciate here that both these players, not only are their decks going fast, they're both playing at quite a rapid pace here. Respecting that this time, there is a time limit in the round, and they want to make sure that they're able to finish their game, and they're making their decisions quick, and they're playing well. Jackal's going to go ahead and another Earth Eddy. Have we seen a single correctly enchanted Eddy?
As it
attempts to swing over with 7 attack, Demeter buff.
On 3 spirits left for Jackal's end. Now, spirit clarification here from Surtractor.
I believe the 8 is accurate, or at least close for Surtractor. That Ambrosia really buffing up their spirit deck last turn. And we'll see if Surtractor has response to this Eddy attack declaration. It's a 7-4 right now, and a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent it. Starting to equalize the difference, but Jackal's probably feeling a little rough here. Only 1 set, a 4-1 on board, and Surtractor every opportunity in the world. After expecting to draw last turn now, I believe 3 cards in hand. Playing a Mudlet, that'll do it.
We can say that's a properly enchanted Eddy, right? That's Mudward. That's Mudward right there.
Yeah, that's Mudward right there. Yeah, we found Mudward. Yeah. Finally, the sequel to Edward, Mudward.
And looks like Jackals is going to be flipping potentially a Gorgon's Gaze here to force a trade from this other Earth Enchanted Eddy, putting Jackals down to 2 spirits, where Surtractor is sitting at a comfy 5. That Mudlet's putting in a lot of work, and we have not losing any sort of advantage. There's that Demeter held the entire time. That looks absolutely killer. And now with a clear board and an open heart, Jackal's got to find the cards necessary to take out this board. And it looks like that's going to go to game 2. Yep. Surtractor taking it inside of this Earth Mirror. Wow, what a game. That was, I don't think we saw particularly any big blowouts there. There was no any crazy power cards that really came down. Viscerous is definitely one of them that utilized. Yeah. But that was just a pure showcase of good caster awareness, solid card placements, and good on Surtractor for... I want to point out the play there to potentially swing over the Mustache early with that Astro Rabbit with the Demeter. I would wager to bet that Laurels was in hand, making it much more difficult to come back into the game if the Rabbit gets cleared, having to deal with the Laurel Spirits and the Demeter Spirits and the Laurels then. I think that was played pretty well, and the patience and Surtractor is something.
Yeah, it was very excellently played. Very good back and forth. The entire game, both players activating at least 2 poison-tipped arrows, right?
Oh yeah,
like just
very minimum.
Yeah, bare minimum. I think it may have been 5 some across both casters. But just very, very grindy, just very, very big slugfest as both casters try to keep each other off as many Elestrals as possible, and ultimately Surtractor just able to come away with just an extra little edge here and there, and ultimately being able to take that one over Jackals. What do you think? What do you think these casters are going to be signing into going for game 2?
Instead of an Earth Mirror, it's kind of hard to say. I think that we've seen current trends of like a larger Thunder package getting swapped into some of the Earth decks to help combat, because Thunder has a pretty decent matchup into Earth as a deck type, and they share similar card pools. So you could effectively forego things like the Zeus for your Demeter searches with the Elechix, but you also backed it up with some Joltons, maybe even an Arcolith in there. I can see that being a big possibility of what we see from these 2 casters. Otherwise, I think that good staples like things like Verdolith is something that I think a lot of casters explore with, and extra copies of the Station and the other Earth cards. Some crazy individuals I've seen put in Christboar inside of their decks. I think we talked about that earlier in the day with some cards that we want to see and look out for. Christboar might be the extent of it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised.
I'd love to see a Christboar. I'd be surprised, but I'd love to see a Christboar. These 2 drops are they're phenomenal. I think they've been very slept on, but with the limiting of removal from the format, I think that they become a lot more viable and have been just heavily slept on. Christboar is something that I've been eyeing since Daybreak came out, and so I'd love to see it do some sort of performance here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going into game 2 here. Tractor up 1, going second. They're debating on mulligans. And it looks like we're going to start off with Jackals here on the Mustache again. The little Mustache that could, this little crab, is going to be a big offensive force. Last time we saw this thing stick around for far too way long. But I think
leave the field?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This consumed game 1.
It had to at some point.
Oh, it looks like the big wall is going to come down to a tiny little Mudlet. Mudlet swapping the defense of the Mustache, forcing that effect prematurely, but then Surtractor also on open board effectively with no back row as well. So passing back and forth. We're talking about how even that first game was, and this one is looking pretty similar. Now with an Equilynx, it looks like an Artist Pack Equilynx.
Gorgeous card. Great option for those of us that cannot afford a Stellar Equilynx. And it's just going to go ahead and swing right on over that Mudlet. Still, no back row. Surtractor, the first to draw blood of setting a back row with a Viscerous, who will easily clear over this Equilynx and cast a second copy of itself from the deck in defense position. This is where momentum starts to pick up. This is where Jackals has to respond and clear these 2 Viscerous, or it might just be Surtractor's game to lose at that point. Viscerous, such a critical card.
Honestly, a Laurels here, a Cryoblast could be big. It looks like we see come down.
Is that a Cynector?
Be a Cynector?
There's no way that's a Cynector.
Stellar Cynector, I think it looks like. Beautiful card, by the way.
Poison Tunic! No way!
We've got Gorgons.
A Cynector trigger.
No Gorgons.
And we will be ascending into the Wasp Ivy unaffected by counter runes as it was ascended by Cynector's effect. There's no way!
Jackals, be still my beating heart. Wasp Ivy coming down after Poison Tunic cast here. This is quite wild. Okay, so here's the
Stellar.
thing. Stellar Wasp Ivy
dripped out Jackals.
We're in for an absolute treat.
This is going to be crazy.
This is incredible. Wasp Ivy is unaffected by counters, and so it's very hard to deal with this card at all. And the fact that the Poison Tunic as well is going to be able to deal extra spirit damage to this Wasp Ivy is just going to wreak havoc on this board. Viscerus is too small to get over. That 8 attack body is huge on the Wasp Ivy. You gotta love it.
And that's going to be a burn of 2 from Sir Tractor as that Poison Tunic goes to the Underworld, triggering its effect to force Sir Tractor to expend 2 spirits. And then the one from spirit damage, from the 2 spirits under Wasp Ivy, this is looking now like Jackal's game to lose. Here's Sir Tractor in a very commanding position, absolutely torn apart by the combination of Cyan Nectar and Poison Tunic. Sir Tractor's going to have to think very hard about how they want to navigate this board state, because Wasp Ivy being at an 8-1 is very strong and very scary.
You know, I was a little bit worried initially as a Mudlet comes down the board. Which, by the way, that'll do it, by the way. Taking out this Wasp Ivy, you're wondering
yeah, never mind.
what's going to be. Tsunami would be huge here. We see Jackals take a Tsunami. And it looks like the Wasp Ivy comes down.
Wow.
And just like that, the game is back into Sir Tractor's favor.
The caster's curse. It strikes again.
I was just going to say, initially I was a little bit worried that there was no counter runes. It was caveman Elestrals, one Elestrals hit over another. But then, you know, all of a sudden, those aren't cards they're holding. That's a game on their hands. This is now back to Sir Tractor's favor, and I think that Jackals will have to pull out another Wasp Ivy Poison Tunic combo to kind of get back into this. Well, I don't know what combination of cards that Jackal has, but Sir Tractor has definitely put on a showcase of her right now.
Yeah, getting the Viscerus to connect and summon out another one. We're back in the same position, but potentially more scary for Jackals, as 2 turns ago, Jackals looks like it's a Demeter going to be going onto the field. 4 spirits under that Demeter. That is an absolutely massive amount of commitment into 1 Divine here, and it looks like we're going for an Equilinx. So this Equilinx is going to pressure that back row now, and be able to deal a lot of damage potentially here by putting 2 spirits under the Equilinx, which is what it looks like Jackal is going to go and do here. The question is that back row live for Sir Tractor now?
It wasn't a Gorgons before. I'm trying to think if that back row was set the turn previously. And it looks like it's an altar of stars.
Oh, that is brutal.
That's one that was not expected here. Kind of another innovation into the Daybreak meta of Earth utilizing altar to do some cool little tricks. You know, you can next Sun to the Viscerus to ensure that the Equilinx is put in defense position or goes down, or Mudlet to change position. It's a pretty versatile card here, and that's going to be killer for Sir Tractor to gain back tempo. But no counter runes. We'll have to see when it passes back to Sir Tractor if there's a response. I've seen Earth pick apart a board that was double Viscerus before.
I just have to point out what a heads-up play it was from Sir Tractor there. Casting the Altar of Stars, siphoning a spirit from that attack position Viscerus, and then using the Nexus to put a spirit back under it so that the Mudlet was the one that went to the Underworld. Elestrals are not sent to the Underworld until the end of a chain is resolved, so you're allowed to do something like that where you Nexus back onto an Elestral, preventing it from dying. So an incredibly heads-up play from Sir Tractor, making sure that Altar was practically free, just losing a Mudlet, and this turn going to go ahead and play their Elitchik, getting their own Demeter, which means if they need to, they can just absolutely wash over this Equilinx here.
So we're going to see these 2 Visceri, if you will. Swing on this Equilinx. We have an Altar of Stars from Jackals themselves. I guess trying to save face a little bit and take a little bit less damage here. I don't know how much it's going to do. This tempo is now firmly in Sir Tractor's favor. It's so funny. We were talking about earlier the idea of that Altar of Stars being so powerful inside of Earth for Sir Tractor, and Jackals there seemingly also showcasing how it can be sometimes a last-ditch effort to stay in the game, but it's not enough on that side without another card to really mess up. Setting 2 and passing from Jackals here. So Tractor, what do you got?
Those back row from Jackals just have to be Tsunami. Otherwise, Sir Tractor is going to just massively take board state here. And that looks like an Equilinx that's going to hit the board here. We know they have a Demeter in hand. Poison-tipped arrow going to be hitting that Equilinx.
Jackals trying to stay in with everything that they've got here. The Poison-tipped arrow does feel nice to be able to remove the Equilinx, but that Equilinx might be sniping at that other back row. So now pretty safely, the Equilinx can threaten the back row, even if it is Tsunami.
And this is game. Unless that's Tsunami, this is game on board right now.
It's shield.
There's a sum of 6 spirits on board and Jackals has 5 spirits left in Spirit deck.
Is that Argo?
That was an Argo from Jackals.
That was an Argo. I was thinking it was Shield. Argo coming down, and I think that's just game. Sir Tractor takes it with swiftness.
An absolute clinic from Sir Tractor. Played so well. Just seeing every piece they needed at every single moment. And it's just incredible heads up play to take it down 2-0 with a absolutely massive board. Taking out 6 spirits out of nowhere with that Echo Link's Nexus. It's unfortunate to see, Wasp Ivy hit the board and then immediately get outed, but what an incredible moment.
That's the way the Cracker Tuba crumbles. Like, it's funny because, like, I was just gonna say my mouth is hanging open after this match because while that was again very swift and I just spoken to the distance again, I really got to stop doing meeting like this. Is that very straightforward Elestrals wise? That was a very good showcase of just kind of how Elestral sometimes is. You have there sometimes isn't these huge blowouts from either side, and sometimes it takes the really smart like micro decisions, like you said, like enchanting the Altar of Stars from the mother. That can be the end of the world, right? Imagine a different scenario there where the Aqualinks wasn't able, or that Sir Tractor rather wasn't able to threaten with two Viscerus and has to play from some sort of back foot. I think that really comes down and showcases the strength of Sir Tractor there. But Jackals as well, I'm just gonna point this out, like in both games there, putting up an excellent fight, and I'm glad we got to see Wasp Ivy hit the board. I really am. Yes. That card is so cool, and that was looking end of the line for Sir Tractor if that out was not coming that turn. Without
Mudlet or Eddie, that was lights out from that position. There's just so little to be done about a Wasp Ivy hitting the board. It's very funny, Wasp Ivy becoming viable within Daybreak for the most part, as we get Poison Tunic into the game. But then we also have the Mudlet and the Eddies that got out of the game that make it worse. So it's like, it's playable. Oh no, wait, there's more outs in the game now, and everyone's playing them. They're phenomenal. So it's a double-edged sword.
There's this really funny thing about some of the cards inside of Set 2, right? Popping up inside the Daybreak meta. Wasp Ivy, one of the best cards inside of Daybreak, released from Wasp. And it's so funny to think about that, just a little bit. But it's cool, right? It's cool to see some more direct support for cards that are somewhat like innocuous and somewhat radar pop up inside of competitive tournaments like this. I think that both casters have made it to this far inside of round 4. That's a pretty good sign that Wasp Ivy can put in work. And shout out to Jackals there for trying to even bring this strategy in, because I know a lot of people are too scared to bring in a lot of Elestrals like Wasp Ivy to these tournaments, saying like, oh, it's too costly, or oh, it's a little bit too much. That was an excellent showcase into how that game can be done. Mudlet and, like you said, and Eddie are definitely threats to be had against a deck like that, for sure. But Wasp Ivy sticking for one more turn, that game is completely
Could've been lights out. Yeah.
Lights out.
And that's just the variance of card game. That's just how it goes. It very much is a concern for some people, bringing something like Wasp Ivy, some of these scarier strategies that take commitment. But that's where you find some of the really beautiful strategies. Like Krakatuga, I think, really has potential. I think Wasp Ivy really has potential. Honestly, Wasp Ivy in like the Artifact Nexus deck might be kind of nice. Just thinking about it. That's all I'm saying. No one's doing it. But look, there's lots of potential combination that people just aren't experimenting with, and there's definitely room for it, and so it's cool to see something like this make it to a premier tournament.
Absolutely. And I mean, we wanted to showcase too a little bit of the straightforward decks. Sir Tractor's Earth list, I'm not exactly sure the entire contents of it, but that, man, we've been talking about Earth being one of the best decks for many formats now, and a lot of those key players are base set staples. It kind of just shows the power of something like Equilinks for the Nexuser. Viscerus is a really big body that's able to really take tempo. Mudlet was probably one of the best inclusions. Really fun, cute inclusion, and I cannot wait. I know that A-Drive revealed the Stellar and the common, the new common print, the alternate artwork for it inside of the more recent Shattered Stars coming out, and I'm looking forward to that eggplant. Crazy that paired with one of the cutest Elestrals of all time. I hear the creator of this game go, my mother used to make a mean eggplant parmesan. Anyways, Here's this cute card. Dan is the goat. Is absolutely the goat. That was crazy.
I forgot about that.
That was so cool. I'm. It makes me want to get it a lot more. I'm just saying.
I'm hungry for some pork right now with a little extra mud on it.
Delicious sausage links. The alternative name for Earth Nexus is Mudlet with sausage.
Sausage links. Wait.
LYN.
Someone get spicy sausage on this right now.
Oh my god. Spicy's been really quiet since this has dropped. Absolutely.
Spicy been
Oh god.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Incredible.
All right, so we still have quite a bit left of round 4, but I believe we're gonna throw it to a break from here, as we sort of wind down into the later rounds of our day, and we prepare for round 5. So I believe we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a break.
Yeah, we'll be right back with more Final Lectures action. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestilio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
Brother in Flames, Shady Penguin, against Lunar's strongest soldier, Caleb.exe. Between the searing destruction of fire and foreboding presence of Lunar, the stars have aligned for an exciting clash, as quickly as they've aligned for Elestral's fourth set, Moonrise. I'm most excited for the Navi line. Doppelganger is going to be a force in itself. And have you read Necrolith? Spoiled Fruit? Hurricane? The meta won't be the same once Moonrise releases, so visit Shop Elestrals on November 15th and be the first to pre-order. I'm ordering a deck profile with the premier sushi delicacy of Drake. Let's see if Caleb's deck has what I ordered.
What is up, my Drak Kings, Drak Queens, and squids of every Nexus form? It's Caleb here from the Elastronauts, and today we are facing off against Shady Penguin, the Firecaster. Now, I was able to actually go ahead and see his match when he played it, and honestly, it was really scary. And so that's led me to really have to consider what I'm playing this week. And so let's go ahead and let's quickly run through what we've got for you today. We've got our kids and our squids. We're running 2 Drakid, 3 Eddie, and then of course we've got our 2 Draking and the 1 Curvus to go alongside it. Very standard, we're playing Draking Curvus, and Eddie's a good card, and the goal, really, this deck wants to go second, so I don't feel too bad if we go second. We'll take first anyway, because we can slow roll our game plan, and just expend to draw if we don't have a good cast. And the reality is that we probably won't have very many good casts for a turn 1, because we'll have Tadpuff, we've got Gloombat, we've got Dratagua, Veritaqua, and Spectaris. Basically, all of these are good cards for playing second. Again, we'll choose to go first if we have the option, because there's no reason to not just take that advantage of drawing and being able to set up our back row to interact with Shady's plays. We're on the Dratagua. You'll see we're on a very interesting water package here. I think these cards kind of speak for themselves. Tadpuff turbos out our Curvus and our Draking if we need it. Gloombat can do the same thing while also being a utility for popping back row. And then Spectaris is an option for just hitting over thing in general, being a solid beater. These are some unique cards, though. We're playing a heavier water package this go around. Dratagua is because the last time that Shady played, he was on a burn deck. He's on the Subatuga burn, and that scares me a lot. And so Dratagua is meant to just hope to keep pace if he's on burn, and if he can be sided out for a lot of other things, or kept in. Even if he isn't on burn, it's just a solid cast as well. It plays us slow. It's a 4 defender. Then we can ascend over it for dracking after generating value. Veritaqua is because a lot of these stall type things like the Subatuga, really big asses. The Subatuga is an 8. We can't hit over that with a Dracking. We can hit over with a Kuribus, but we only have one of those, and it's a little bit more convoluted to get there potentially. Veritaqua, though, will guarantee that we can get over it, and we can generate advantage if he's sitting on some guys that we're just not able to get over super easily. So we're running those in main. We're trying to consider what he's on. The reality is that if he's on Fire Nexus, I'm not super worried. We can take tempo really fast. We can swing really hard. That is what Dracking is really good at doing. He's playing aggro. He plays a slower strategy like Burn, like the Subatuga. That's where I think this deck will start to struggle. But onto our runes, we're running the one of Artemis, the one of Resting. These are our 2 one-ofs. They're both really solid. We've got the 3 Ambrosia. We've got triple Rock and Hard Place. Can't go anywhere without it. Keep it on me. And then triple Nectar of the Gods. And these are Invoke runes for the deck. We're trying to draw deep. We're trying to special cast out our guys. We're trying to throw reverse Stellars under the desk. And we're trying to play hard and hit hard. We then have our counter rune suite, which is just standard. We got Poison Tip, Gorgon's Gaze, and Shield of Achilles. We're not running Tsunami. You'll see why in a second. So that is our counter rune lineup. The Spirit deck, super simple. We're running 11 Lunar, and we're running 9 Water in our Spirit deck. With that, we are into our side deck, not our Spirit deck. We're running triple Sluggle if we really feel like he's pressuring super hard with the burn stuff. We can go into that, siding out Dratagua. We've got double Nobby if we feel like he's on a beater strategy or Fire Nexus just to hit over things that leave an attack position. We've got Dense Fog for Nexus specifically, and also Vesubatuga because it can prevent his burn effects and heal effects before he's able to use them. We've got triple Cryoblast because it kills the heart. The thing that I'm the most scared of, I think, in his deck is exactly Kindleo and Necruff, and this kills both of them. Then we have triple Tsunami, and then we have our Flare Mines for the Cryoblast. This deck has felt killer. It felt killer last week. I'm confident that's going to do well this week. We're probably going to be running something very similar every single week that you see me, because the reality is that I just don't know if Lunar is going to be able to produce something that is as consistent and as scary as Dracking. You know that, and that's why we, King stays on top, baby. King stays on top. We're gonna go another week with my glorious Pineapple. So see you in the clash. Let's go Pineapple Squad. I don't know. I don't have a closing thing to say.
A straightforward list, similar to what he played in round 1. But his knowledge of Shady's Vesuvatuga deck from round 1 has him bringing in Veritaqua to the main deck, an Elestral that suppresses and destroys any defense Elestral it battles. The perfect tool to out Vesuvatuga. Hopefully Shady cooked up a new strategy this week.
We made it into the top 16 of the Illustrated Season 2, and we have our deck profile here for our match that I'm about to be playing. We'll go over our Fire Elestrals first, as that seems most appropriate because I'm in the Fire Pantheon. We've got triple Astrabbit. That's right, triple Astrabbit. And then we have triple Necruff, who will more often than not almost never have fire equipped to it. We have a single Lumaru that ends our Fire Elestrals, by the way. And then we have triple Viscerus, which is, I'm kind of liking Earth a lot. I'm not tied to the Earth Pantheon, but I could dabble. I could be persuaded. Up next, we have 2 Vertilith, 2 Sakurasaur, which is a card that I don't think sees play at all, and then 2 Lotagon. So I'll talk about the game plan after the deck list. But that's our entire Elestral lineup. Then when it comes to our runes, it gets a little bit weirder. We have our 1 mandatory Hephaestus. We've got 1 Earthquake because you can, and then I believe we have 1 Laurels because you can. I think those are all my singletons when it comes to our runes. And then we have triple Poison-Tipped Arrow. Very nice. Triple Gorgon's Gaze. Very excellent. We have double Shield of Achilles. We got triple Ambrosia. We got double Ambrosia Cornucopia. We have double Foilo Forest. And then we have what I think is a sleeper pick. We have triple Chains of Prometheus. I think this card is the best thing Fire has going for it right now. So we are going triple Chains. I don't think I'll be able to get this all in the picture. And then our last one is triple Nectar of the Gods. And that is our entire deck. Now, when it comes to our side deck is as follows. We've got 2 Golden Fleece, 2 Luminate to go along with it. Then we've got triple Eruption. We've got double Emphyrix. We've got double Vesuvatuga. We have a single Vertilith, potentially to bring it to 3. We've got double Pandison and then a single Divine Blessing. That is our entire deck, except for our spirits. Our starting spirits is just going to be 11 Fire and 9 Earth. which, you know what? Because we have to. Here's our 9 Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And when it comes to the game plan for this deck, I really want to let Sakura-Saur shine. So I'm running triple Nectar of the Gods, triple Nog, and the idea is that if I have to mulligan, I will, but I'd love to open up with at least 1 Nectar of the Gods and a Verdolith, which is a lot to ask for since I'm only running 2 Verdolith now. I was toying with it, might run 3 in the second battle if we break up and don't see it early on. But the idea is like, hey, if you can spend your resources early and then get them back turn 1 and get a Verdolith on the board, that's massive. It's almost worth running 3 in the main board, but this is just what I came up with at this point. After Verdolith out, it's a pretty hard body to deal with. It's 7 defense. If we have Folio Forest out, it's 9 defense. Very, very difficult. But really, I'm just going to end up sending Verdolith into Sakura-Saur and hopefully start drawing cards with that 8 or 10 defense with the battlefield out. Lotagon is here as like the actual, okay, what am I going to draw into? What is going to make this deck good? And what ultimately is going to make the deck good is by getting Lotagon out combined with Ash Rabbit and recycling those Ambrosias to pop cards and keep myself healthy. This deck feels a little bit more mid to late game where it really shines. It probably loses to rush down aggro pretty hard. I've never versed Lunar before, so I'm gonna do my best. This is my game plan going into it. I'm hoping Lunar plays a little bit of a slower game because I think in a tempo game, I will see more resources with Sakura-Saur than my opponent will see.
Well, it's certainly a deck. I like the confidence to run Sakura-Saur, which is Nectar of the Gods on legs. But there are a lot of 2-cost Elestrals here. I worry about Shady's ability to build his combo in time. And even then, will it stand up to the constant offensive pressure of Lunar? The clash begins and Caleb is going first. Not exactly what Shady wants to see, knowing that he has a strategy that's going to take time to be built up. But Caleb is already ready for the defensive plays. Him getting to go first is absolutely perfect for him. Nectar of the Gods starts him off immediately, and then we have an expend to draw. I assume that Caleb here is just looking to build up resources. Knowing that Shady played the defensive strategy last time, it's likely that he's just going forward, wanting to build up his offensive line so that way he can go after the defense. Nectar of the Gods full art as well, coming from a Shady Penguin. And now we have a cast of a Nekruff, an Earth Enchanted Nekruff. I guess not wanting to go with the fire, but you do have more fire and you have more Earth Elestrals. I imagine that it might be best to have properly enchant the Nekruff this turn, but it gets the damage all the same. Shady has a lead 17-15 going into the turn 3. Eddie comes out to switch Nekruff to defense, and Gorgon's Gaze is right there with that beautiful holographic Vipyro art. I think that's one of the best Vipyro arts out there. But that is going to stop the Eddie a lot. Oh, even Caleb's a little confused right now, and so am I. I was not expecting a lot of God in hand. If there is an Ambrosia or either one, we saw Ambrosia Cornucopia as well, and there is. He gets a draw, he gets a pop, which will likely go after the back row, runs over the Eddie for 1 point of damage, and Shield of Achilles gets destroyed. A lot of spirits being spent on Shady's side, and no back row to help him out either. So spirit count does go in Killer's favor this time, but going into this turn, I mean, a lot of guns, 7-8 in offense is going to be rough, but this right here tells you what is going to go on. Tadpuff coming out, and the Curibus. I was actually wondering if it would be Drag King, but the Curibus comes out there unimpeded with no back row, and immediately runs over the Lotagon. That is a huge commitment coming out from Shady that was gone as quickly as it came. 11-12 spirit count right here, and it looks like we have an expend to draw. This is the problem I saw with Shady's strategy. We do have the Earthquake. Perfect. I don't know if that came from the draw or not, but the Earthquake here was perfect timing. So now both of them lost. Big 2-cost Elestrals were back to a neutral game state. 11-9 spirit count in Caleb's favor going into this turn. And immediately we have a Spectrus properly enchanted coming out there, which means that any Elestral in combats will be suppressed and raising Specterus' attack up to 5. One back row accompanies the Specterus as well, and we get in for 1 point of damage. Shady, not in a bad situation, but is definitely going to want to see more back row sooner than later. But looking at his list here, I mean, he has some options, but he already spent the gaze, so he only has 4 potent ones out here. and the poison tipped arrow. You dare put the Stellar PTA on screen, editor? What? You know no one has pulled that yet. Now you got me feeling some type of way. But this rabbit is going to come out, and it looks like he just chose 3 spirits, so essentially healing up a spirit. And a rabbit is going to be destroyed in the end phase from the poison tip arrow. Hey, I need to know, y'all, of all of the staple full arts that debuted in Daybreak, which one is your favorite? I'm still trying to get poison tip arrow for myself. Caleb having 3 just makes me sad. Not for him, but for me. In any case, Gloombat comes out there, no back row, so I guess he's giving up on the opportunity to really want to wait for a special cast of Gloombat. And I really don't blame him, because Shady has set 1 back row this entire game so far, and is now dealt 2 points of damage. I think he's trying to figure out which 2 are going to be sent. Oh no, we have a Nectar of the Gods, so the cost is already spent and now Nectar. But having to do this late in the game with so little spirit count, especially in an element that has a really difficult time healing, is not great. But we do have another Ash Rabbit, a 5 defense body. If the Veritaqua is in Caleb's hand, this is not going to be great for Shady. He is going to be choosing, I think it might have just chose spirits as well. I missed the target from the caster there. But regardless, this is going to go back to Caleb here. And now we have an instance of Draking coming out. And Draking, well, this is just kind of rude. Draking is going to be more than enough to get over a Shrabbit and even steal it. Cast it against his opponent and hit him back in for 2. Absolutely great board state for Caleb here. And that's the power of Draking that many people didn't realize at first. Not only is it a card that is a strong body in and of itself, but it by effect gets more Elestrals on your board. This went from a 2-1 board to a 3-0 board, and all the damage going in. It looks like Shady is going to be scooping it up as well. He just picked up his Shrabbit from Caleb. But still, that game was really exciting. It was a decent back and forth, but it goes back to what I saw from Shady's deck profile. He didn't have much to run on besides defensive plays. And while defense is always good when applicable, it seems as though you're more applicable to have a better time in Elestrals if your defense is a strong offense. We'll see what the side deck can do for Shady going to the next game. And Veritaqua was not revealed. If Vesuvichuga comes in, that may be all Shady. Clash 2 of potentially 3, and Shady Penguin will be going first. And don't tell me that's an expender draw immediately. Oh, is it a Nectar of the Gods? Oh no, that was a mulligan. Oh, they both mulligan. Okay, you know what? If both players mulligan, it's not as feels bad as you would like it to be. Or as you thought it would be. An Earth casting Nekruff coming out there. We already saw what Shady did last time. So Caleb is absolutely going to be wary of what that Nekruff can ascend to. Nectar of the Gods, and I think Shady is kind of killing himself, like, where is my Nectar? Where is my Nectar? He's absolutely running 5 copies of it in his deck, including Sakura-sora, so where is it at? Who knows? But Nectar of the Gods is going to come out, and Drakid, with no back row from Shady, is absolutely going to be just exactly what he needs to get over this Nekruff. Is going to swap the stats with the Nekruff and run over it immediately. So while board presence is in Caleb's favor, spirit count is in Shady's favor. It's not exactly out. He's not exactly out of the woods yet. Okay, we have to expend the draw. It's not looking great here. The fire has it's an ember. It is an ember just pittering out there in the distance. Shady dropping his head in mental defeat as a second Nectar of the Gods. They are not in his favor. All the card advantage is in Caleb's hand right now. 2 back row. Is that an expend to draw as well? I'm assuming, like similar to Clash 1, is looking for his opportunity to just run over his opponent when offense or defense starts getting set. Shady Penguin is adjusting. Look like he has 5 or 6 cards in his hand. And we may have a cast here in a Viserys. Okay, huge reveal by Shady here. He definitely wasn't expecting, or Caleb wasn't expecting that. And for Lloyd Forrest as well. I would not feel confident in this because essentially all you're saying is you have to answer this, and Gorgon's Gaze is going to be the perfect answer. Once again, the Daybreak Full Art. Caleb, please share. Eddie is going to come out, so that back row needs to be Gorgon's Gaze again right now. But Shady's reeling in distress, does not show confidence. Will that be a shield? A shield would also help save Viserys right now as well. Draken is going to... Wait, Draken's running in. Oh, he swapped the stats, right. Draken is going to be the one to run in. Viserys goes down, unfortunately. And while Spirit Count is in Shady's favor by 3, board presence, Caleb has not had a sweat this entire time. So hopefully Hephaestus in that Elestral zone in the top right can really just channel energy to Shady for his next few draws. But we have an expend to draw here. An unfortunate Spirit Count for an unfortunate board state for Shady Penguin. We have a cast out of Veritaqua. Now this is another major reveal. Shady is going to be seeing Veritaqua and knows that, okay, my defensive plays is not going to be it. And Ambrosia as well, healing Caleb up net 2, bringing back 2 water and lunar spirits. So we have 2 Leviathans and Owloon. And then 3 in, and immediately board presence is gone, spirit advantage is gone. We've only seen him cast out 2 Elestrals and they were easily dispatched each time. I cannot imagine, like, this slow burn strategy that Shady has implemented, ironically enough, it doesn't work for an element such as fire. We have an Ambrosia coming out as well, that's very good. An option to bring back with an Ash Rabbit as well. That's like one of the most easiest. Oh, I didn't even notice Luminate. Wait a minute. Oh, from the side. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, I see you, Mr. Penguin. Bringing back the Solar, but we have the Drag King Reverse Stellar from Shatterstar's Lunar. You can still buy packs from Shatterstar's Lunar on shopelestrals.com, by the way. So if you're looking to grab that, or maybe even the 1 of 10 Stellar Drag King, go roll your dice. I'm sure a link is in the description. But in any case, we have 4 spirit damage coming out. Oh, we have a shield. Never mind. Spending the spirits that would have been lost on Dragon to return it to the hand. Not a bad trade for Shady. 9 to 5 spirit count right now, and he needs something big. He's paying. The Feloy Forest went to the Underworld. I'm not exactly sure why, but the Nectar of the Gods finally comes through for Shady Penguin. And he gets to draw 2 cards, 2 spirits left in the spirit deck as he casts out Viserys, but Poison Tipped Arrow is going to come out here. So he's going to drop Ambrosia. Is he going to spin from his spirit deck? I believe he did. Yes, he did spin from his spirit deck, bringing him back up to 4. So now the situation is, it looks like he decided to crash the Veritaqua. Oh, okay, so that's why he brought back the Illuminates. He is playing the Golden Fleece as well, protecting him from destruction. So now the Poison Tip Arrow, I'm assuming, will be paid out here. So now he gets to keep the Viserys. Not a bad situation for him right now. But another Eddie is going to come out. Is there a Gorgon's Gaze for Shady right now? But even if there is, he doesn't have the spirit count to play it. Wait a minute, I thought the Forest went to the Underworld. Something went wrong there. I'm very confused. But what? The Gorgon's Gaze? And then still got beaten by the Cryoblast. An unfortunate hand for Shady. Could not get out the gates. Every time he took a step, the big boots just stomped right on him. All the bugs from Earth was not allowed. He did cast out the Latagon, but Sakurasaur wasn't seen. Vertilith wasn't seen. I would love to know the hands that he had, but I feel like Shady's deck just wasn't fast enough in the casting department to really deal with what Caleb brought. Congratulations to Caleb for moving on to round 3, top 8 of Elestriad Season 3. Make sure you're subscribed so you do not miss out on the next clash. And of course, visit shopelestrals.com so you can get your Moonrise pre-orders in on November 15th.
Welcome back in. We are here back, some exciting Elestrals action after our break. From one excellent commentary from PK over to us in the booth. Caleb, how are you feeling after round 4?
Feeling excellent. Use the little break between rounds to go ahead and check where our standings lie. And hopefully we'll be able to show you a little bit of a deck breakdown soon of what the overall Swiss representation looks like for the tournament. We got some very interesting decks that we got in there to talk about, but kind of just would like to go over some of the casters to look out for currently in our top ranks. Very interesting. Of the top 4 right now, 3 of them have been on cast so far. We've got MVT, Adumadam, Tarvidi, and Sir Tractor coming in at the top 4. All 4-0, incredible showings. And 2 of those 3, I believe, were on Thunder or Earth in some combination.
I believe so. Well, then also, coming in close second there, or close second, right after them, we have people like Sunseed Jess, we have Trishula, and Houdat, which are all tournament regulars. And it's so funny to look at this thing, because this is no shade towards Joseph. I did not imagine that I'd see that name at the number 1 top there. He is arguably one of the most funny and handsome of the Elestrals ranks, but as a top player too, that's scary. What have you been doing, Joseph? What have you been doing back there? Now, I'm happy to see that we've seen so many people that we've casted also still find success here, because that's really exciting to know that we had an influence on their game.
We can take credit for it. Really interesting to note, actually, is that he made it to 4-0 after taking down Bean Soldier in their round 4. So, kind of crazy. He took down the top dog on I don't know exactly what Bean's on, but potentially on his best deck. So, kind of a crazy moment here to see Joseph take the top spot over Bean Soldier.
That's absolutely incredible. Literally anything can happen and anything will happen. And that's kind of the cool part we were talking about previously of seeing crazy decks, but any sort of crazy upsets too inside of these top player ranks is always exciting to see from a competitive angle. And I think that's absolutely killer. Again, the talent that we have here at this tournament, again, 112 people signing up today, and only 1 will come out on top of the champion. I think that any of these names in that upper echelon pantheon, as we cut to top cut later in the day, I'm excited to watch some excellent matches, and that's going to be my voice. I'm sure will be screaming from the mountaintops at all the exciting Elestrals action. It's killer. It's absolutely
so it's likely that most of the names here that are currently 4-0 will likely convert to top cut. They'd have to lose out from here, go 4-3 to be guaranteed to not make it 4-2. They can likely still squeeze in 4-1. If they lose 3, they can't make it. If they lose 2, they might bubble. If they lose 1, they should be locked for the tournament. But before we get ahead of ourselves talking about top cut, we do have a nice little graphic pie chart to show you the breakdown for our Swiss representation of all the different deck archetypes people were bringing. And wow, 25% Earth Nexus, 20% Arcalith Thunder. Almost half of our pool is dedicated to these 2. And I'd like to point out that in there we do have Wasp Ivy and Earth Tempo, which is a very interesting addition, and also Voltempest. So across the entire chart, we have over 50% represented between Earth and Thunder collectively, but that's not to count out decks like Chronodile and Draking, and then weirdly enough, Penterror making an appearance here, which is crazy. I didn't the year of our Lord, late 2024, was not expecting to see Penterror in this tournament, but absolutely we'll take that. And then we've got that's probably the 1 Cryovern player, maybe 2 Cryovern players we've seen from our round 1 cast.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about it a little bit in the preview where we have Earth and Thunder, very strong spirit types inside of Elestrals performing well. And with this kind of known factors going into this tournament, I think a lot of our players were accounting for, and very similarly are playing themselves, because I think a lot of them have good handles on how to play the deck, their intricacies on what situations they'll be in and how to get out of them. We saw in the last round too, Sir Tractor outing the Wasp Ivy with things like Mudlet, showcasing the power of some of these, even smaller Earth Elestrals. But as you pointed out too, the water actually had a pretty good showcasing here. We had the Chronodile and Draking. I'm surprised to see the combined of 10% across the entirety of this tournament, which is not to say that maybe one of them can slide into the top cut there and give them a pretty good run. Chronodile is such a cool card, and I'm glad that people are playing around with it, because I think Draking was kind of slotted to be the premier water Elestral boss, right? But Chronodile is no slouch in themselves. So that's awesome to see. Terrifying that Voltempest could also slip into base set flashbacks. Incredible. This is a very diverse, considering you pointed out that a lot of even the variations on Thunder and Earth are showcased here as well. But I think that would be overall having water and wind almost right next to these 2 decks. I think that's pretty decent too. I am surprised to not see as much Frost, though. I think that I really enjoyed watching that Cryvern play in the first round. So we'll have to see if we can get some more there later.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that Watervern player make it to top cut, because really a phenomenal game from them, a phenomenal deck. Very excited about that, and it's I don't know, it's very cool to see the diversity of these decks across the entire tournament. It'll be interesting to see how these all convert to top cut. But the fact that 25% is just other, like those are all singular decks that can't be represented well in this chart. The only ones we're seeing are types that have at least 2 decks represented in this tournament, essentially. And so there's a lot of singular decks. There's roughly about 25 to 28 people all playing individual deck archetypes that just don't slot into these broad concepts we have in this pie chart, which is very exciting. That's a lot of different varied decks that are being played. Like Bears is not on here. The Mother Nexus not on here. Like those are deck types that are very cool and can perform quite well, and hopefully we'll be able to see more of as we get through these rounds. Because obviously Earth and Thunder are very dominant, but there are lots of these, as we've been harping on, lots of these very cool strategies that are out there and can still perform quite well.
No, absolutely. Again, it's so interesting to point out those the one-off decks that we have been looking at and have been watching, because I think for a long time that we were expecting just Earth, just Thunder, and it's refreshing to splash into some other decks every now and again. And hey, I haven't checked the standings for that Mother Nexus list, but that was one I was very much looking forward to, and I'm glad we got to see a little bit of it. If I see Majorsa come down at least once today, I might just lose it. I might just see my hair fall out in real time, actually, from some pure excitement and shock. So
that was a little crazy to see.
Absolutely,
love to see that go some distance. I believe that player is currently 2-2. So depending on tiebreakers, they could still clutch it out from here. They still got rounds to go, 3 rounds left.
That's true. I think that's also one thing to note about these much larger tournaments is that I think we'll start to see maybe some of these players being affected by these tiebreakers and being affected by these more, I don't know, very, very interesting, not necessarily game states, but these tournament states, right? You have top players like MBT who are taking on other top players like Bean Soldier, right? And so those tiebreakers are going to be absolutely killer for a few casters today. And so that might be the determining factor for who sneaks into this top cut run. And I think we have round 5 here coming up very, very soon and shortly. So if you hang out with us for just a little bit longer. Thank you for everyone for being here, by the way, if you're in the stream. And make sure to like the stream if you are here and are listening to our sweet voices here on the booth, if you can just that one thing. And subscribe to Elestrals channel as well for more electrifying Elestrals action. And make sure to follow Elestrals on all socials for more updates, as well as tournament breakdowns and decks that will be posted after the tournament today. So look forward to that as well on Elestrals and all our social platforms across the internet.
Yeah. That deck representation will be available likely on the different accounts. So if you want to go see that outside of the stream, that should be up sometime in the next few days, as well as our top cut lists as we close out this tournament in the next couple of hours. So
absolutely,
very exciting stuff. Go check that out. Be able to look at those lists later and maybe pick out your favorite. See who topped. What deck is your favorite? Go take that to locals. I do that frequently, actually.
Yeah. It's interesting because I oftentimes think about this where it's like the post-tournament environment is so interesting. As a competitive player, you're sitting there and you're like kind of relieved it's over. You can chill out and like kind of like talk with your homies about what happened. But I think immediately in those next following days, it's getting back to work. It's crafting, it's cooking, it's in the lab trying to figure it out. You got to be in the kitchen. A chef's work is truly never done. You got to clean up the dishes after you're done, and your next dish is right there. Your order's coming up, right? So that's
your order's coming up.
Your order's coming up. Someone's dinging the bell.
Incredible.
Meanwhile, someone's showcasing some cool cards, and then also they add on to the end of the video. Oh, by the way, there's a premier event tournament with killer pricing that you're going to be prepping for today, and everyone is vying for that top spot for the reverse stellar stamp Jolton, as well as some other Elestrals goodies. I think for right now, it's the participation for this one alone was insane.
It's killer.
It's absolutely crazy. Trying to remember exactly. So it's the participation for this one. If you guys aren't unaware, every single player that is inside of this tournament gets an organized play golden stamped Zaptor, so that spirit they can utilize in any of their decks that are playing the Thunder Spirits, as well as some Shatterstars boosters pack and Elestrals booster packs. Sweet 16, which are top 16 Elestrals casters today, get a golden stamped Scorpio Mount Olympus, excuse me. That came out in the Shattered Stars Scorpio. Gorgeous card and goes great inside the Thunder decks that we have been seeing at a high level here in the tournament. And then in Elite 8, we not only see that Mount Olympus, but in addition to the beautiful Toxion inside of the Scorpio art constellation. And top 4, we get to see the Arcolith added on top of that with some Daybreak booster boxes. And the runner-up, second place, getting double of the Arcolith, double of the Toxion, double of the Mount Olympus, and double of those booster boxes. And finally, that champion taking home not only play sets of the stamped Arcolith, Toxion, Mount Olympus, but also an uncut sheet, booster boxes, and the Reverse Stellar Jolton, which is just so beautiful and just so pretty. A 1 of 1, only to them crowned the champion of today.
That's a gorgeous card. That Reverse Stellar is incredible. I was so sad that I didn't pull that in my Shatterstar Scorpio month. Because I got all these friends that pulled so many. They've got all these Joltons. I got a buddy who I think he's a Sonicor player. He's been trying to get Stellar Sonicors. He's like, I now need Reverse Stellar Joltons for my deck too. It's like, all right, you're gonna draw an opening hand and get blinded.
Yeah, one studio light in there, and it's just your opponent immediately knows what you're playing. You may have been blinded, but it's worth it for the.
It's like, don't wear glasses. Your opponent can tell exactly what's in your hand.
All right, so we got our round 5 is up. We are rearing to go. We have a killer match for y'all. We talked about earlier some players to look out for, and Bo. Q is too short. If you are familiar with this caster, took down the most recent digital app tournament deck that I've been itching to watch. And this caster has been in the lab with some crazy stuff recently. So it's going to be Bo against Aqua Dragon here inside of our round 5. Excellent match that we're super excited to cast. Should be an absolute killer round.
Oh yeah.
Both these players are undefeated, right?
I think they're 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
3-1. Yeah.
Both 3-1. Okay. Man, that's it.
Both players 3-1.
Very, very close to top cut here in these last couple rounds. I'm so curious to see what our previous champion can bring.
Yeah, and so we're here. We're hopped in. Both of our players have drawn their opening 5, and we're just waiting for the round to start here, and then we can get right into this match. The question is Bo going for the two-peat, trying to take down both an app and then a webcam tournament with the same deck, or have they brought something a little bit different, a little bit spicy? They prior brought Photosynthesis as the name, was Earth Artifact Solar Nexus. The question is that what they're on here, or are they on something different? And Aqua Dragon, an unknown quantity. What have they brought to the table here? What are they doing? It looks like Aqua Dragon going to be mulliganing. No, we're nectaring the gods. Okay, we just put the spirits in the center of the table. We're going to be drawing 2 to start our turn. Aqua Dragon going first, drawing 2. Going to give themselves more options, setting some back row here. Potential 2-hole back row. And looks like they're going to be playing an Elestral. Water Elestral. It's going to be a Foamy in defense position. Foamy seeing a lot more play after the limitation of Earthquake and resting on your laurels. Passing on over to Bo.
What an interesting start here. I like Foamy as a good defensive option, and it's a pretty decent starter instead of a water package. We see Bo drop down a Nasty Rabbit. Very common first turn play for Elestrals. Getting the quick look off the top for 3 to gather more resources, potentially, for that artifact deck that we were talking about before. But I am also now very much have piqued my interest on this Foamy build from Aqua Dragon. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Aqua Dragon,
Yeah.
Am I shocked? I guess not. But Foamy is a card I haven't seen in quite some time. We talked about the Barrowbog list from yesterday. We did see that getting played. And it looks like pass back to Aqua Dragon and expend to draw for turn. No immediate pressure. And it seemingly can't out this rabbit at the start, so taking it a little bit slow. I'm kind of a fan of that. Pass back to Bo here.
Not super surprising. The only real outs that Water would likely have here for this Astro would be Eddie, and then if they're on a heavier water package, Moss Station would be another option. Looks like they're going to pass back to Bo, who's going to be playing an Earth card. I do not recognize that from this angle. Is that Sproutier? I think that's Sproutier.
It is Sproutier.
That's Sproutier.
Yes! It's the 3D art version that came out inside the Shattered Stars for Earth. You guys do not recognize this card on the board right now. That is insane. So
I haven't looked at it in so long.
it is an artifact deck. I'm not sure if it's the same build or if it's a little bit different from Bo this time around. That is, I love Sprouter here. Sprouter is such a cool card because what it allows you to do is it an earthquake.
Earthquake out
Jump
the
scare
gate.
The earthquake, and that's so much tempo. That's so much tempo
devastating.
gained. Doesn't even have to even use the scythe to try to beat over this foamy. Set 2, and swing for 2 damage.
Whoa.
Bo is not
An
back in the driver's seat
incredible
after this.
turn.
Wow.
Incredible turn from Bo.
That's so exciting to see. And while I think Aqua Dragon has definitely gained up a few resources from that expend to draw, I'll be curious to see what the response is going to be here. Because both of these Elestrals immune to Cryoblast, and an Earthquake does not feel particularly good on either of these. And next turn, an Equilinx could drop with a Nexus Bank with that Scythe of Demeter almost immediately. It's one thing I love about Sprouter as a card in Elestrals. It's a Nexus Bank Searcher. It can buff itself up to a 5/7, I think is what it becomes with Scythe of Demeter, which is crazy. Maybe it's 5/8. Is it 2/3? Either way, a Foamy drops on the board for Aqua Dragon.
Very interesting place. The Foamy likely going to try and crash with this Ash Rabbit, which killer move. Tsunami to swap your own Celestial defense position. That Foamy's bouncing off the butt of the Ash Rabbit, and nothing's happening here.
Yeah, and what I love about this play too is that Sprouter having the 5 defense is also pretty hard to get over. You get in with a little bit of chip damage, and then you can safely return it back to defense. And there's that Equilinx coming down, Scythe Meters incoming.
You've spoken into existence.
Yeah, we literally got to stop doing that.
You got to stop doing this, man. Or Caster's Blessing here, I guess.
Someone run the card. The new card alert. Caster's Blessing. Next thing onto the Sprouter here to target one of the back row. Those 2 back row have been sitting pretty for a couple turns, and we know that they weren't activated on the 2 swings, so potentially not a Tsunami. We'll see from Aqua Dragon maybe being really patient with this. Gorgon's
Gaze are deciding on it. Gorgon's
This is
Gaze
pretty worthwhile Gorgons.
Yeah, Gorgon's Gaze onto the Sprouter potentially doesn't feel too bad. Prevent that 3 damage from coming through. It doesn't feel good though, because the Sprouter then's not swinging, which means that you're losing out on interaction on it. So the Gorgon's Gaze will just get let go. That Sprouter will go to attack position here, and potentially may walk into a interesting Shield of Achilles play. But that's I'm thinking that Foamy could float into a Galaxy Misenchanted, a Moss Station. There's lots of options that could be in Aqua Dragon's deck here, depending on what exactly they're on. We've only seen Foamies from them. We do not know what search targets they're on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities for the Foamy enchant.
Oh, hold on. Lunar just hit the board.
Uh-oh.
Aqua Dragon just expended a Lunar.
Oh, they're just taking 2 damage.
But yeah, from the Sprouter hitting over the Foamy, they took 2.
And then going into an Eddy.
And then they're going into Eddy. Eddy will cast in defense position, and then
change itself.
Swap itself, which puts Bo in a position here where maybe they could Gorgon's Gaze if they really want to, or they could attempt to crash, which is what they're going to go for here. They're going to attempt to crash. They're crashing. They're attempting to crash Equilinx, then they're casting Argo.
Argo!
They're Argoing to the deck to search for an artifact.
And Scythe of Demeter coming down for artifact enchant, getting a nice heal too.
Incredible play.
I love this use of Argo specifically. So I know Argo is kind of used as a defensive card to help trip up your opponent on just attacking into your Elestrals, but aggressive Argo here is perfect in the situation where, maybe Aqua Dragon would have wanted to bring out a Foamy, another Foamy if that's the case, or another defensive body to maybe potentially, I don't know, to play around a little bit more of these attacks, but now getting punished from going with Eddy, Equilinx is a big force. It's gonna be hard to out. Plus, it's now it's going to be passed back to Aqua Dragon. This board is pretty built, and this Equilinx is about to get mad value on this return.
Yeah, this is very interesting. The Lunar expansion from Aqua Dragon indicates to me they might be on either Kuribus or Draking. The Eddy, the Lunar expending goes into the Rock and Hard place potentially. So maybe they were going for Eddy there specifically because they wanted to go to Kuribus this turn. It also could be if they're on a Draking build, it's likely that they're not running a full 3 Foamy. They might only be on 2, which is why they didn't go for a second one there, which likely should have been the play otherwise.
We got an Ambrosia for Aqua Dragon. Back into the game, I find this so interesting. And looking at the spirit differential here, it's really not that big of a difference, but I think the tempo in Bo's favor here will allow them to keep up the pressure, given there's not a Celestial that comes down. Maybe, like you were saying, out of water potential here. I think we saw 3 water come back from Aqua Dragon. Try to go into more of a water package. A Galaxy here could be pretty good. Maybe the defense vision Molestation to try and wall up for just a couple extra turns to garner some resources. Staring down 3 Celestials does not feel good. I'll just say
Certainly
that.
not. Certainly not a 6/6 Equilink.
Absolutely.
Lunar Water for Rock and a Hard Place here. We'll see what targets Aqua Dragon selects here. Likely something like Equilinks and... Oh, it looks like Astrabbit in the set card. And it looks like Astrabbit will be the one to go here. A fairly easy decision to make most of the time if we were choosing between Astrabbit and a live back row. And a Water Necruff going to be hitting the board.
Interesting. I like the idea here, so that maybe signals a small Tuga in the deck for this search engine, which is pretty popular inside of the water strategy. Get a pretty decent body, plus a searchable 5, which is really strong. And will threaten the Sprouter at the very least, but I think if Bo can keep on the pressure here with a counter rune as a defensive measure, it's an Altar Stars.
Altar is killer here.
Altar Stars on the Equilinks, keeping these Earth Spirits alive for this Equilinks to target and destroy that last back row. This puppy is a 1 defense booty. It's not long for this Earth.
Yeah, that Sprouter's looking mean against that Necruff right now at 3 attack.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the little Sprouter that could. It stuck around the entire game. We were talking about that with Moss Station a couple games ago, or last game. It's been a little bit.
A killer Equilinks activation to pop the poison-tipped arrow, and it looks... Is that a Lumaru?
What is that? What is that?
That's a Shatterstar's Lumaru right there, I believe.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh, Trish.
Are we milling? We're
milling.
Properly enchanted? It's properly enchanted. We're milling 3, baby!
That's not a water rune. I'm so familiar with that. I don't think I've seen this.
That was
an Ambro.
Tracking!
You called it exactly right. That was exactly the deck that on, and that is killer. Both those cards and the Ambro all comeback cards inside of this game. That mill was crucial.
That was absurd. As a Draking player myself, I can sniff it out, I know when it's coming.
Wow, that is absolutely crazy. Down to 5 spirits here for Aqua Dragon, 1 counter rune in back for Bo, and an open board for Aqua Dragon. This is incredible.
Ooh. It'll come down to Aqua Dragon needing something like a Tadpuff Draking play, and that set card from Bo has to not be live. Otherwise, I think this game might be as good as gone. Bo has just taken such a powerful position with some very strong Elestrals on their board right now. And this has got to feel horrifying to play into for Aqua Dragon here.
Yep,
and Ambrosia, just to try and stop the bleeding a little bit, just try and stabilize in some capacity, go back up to 7 spirits and spirit deck to Bo's 10 plus 4 on field. This is just have to feel almost insurmountable for Aqua Dragon right now.
Absolutely. Well, we kind of showcasing too, this is just game 1, and we're already off to an electrifying start. And the Earthquake's a good one though. That'll help a little bit. Take out an Celestial here. I was trying to think of the combination of cards Aqua Dragon could have to dismantle this board and mount a comeback. And it would have to be like Earthquake, Lavalith, and pray that back row isn't actually real. But I just really don't know.
Astrabbit.
Ooh, okay. I think this is a start. I don't hate this unless this is a specific PTA in the background. Bo's reaching for the back row, and it's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Very heads up play, actually. Very heads up.
Amazing. Yeah, you don't want your opponent there to gain that advantage, even if they only have the 1 card. And you're like, oh, what's the worst that can happen? Listen, I've said that a million times on these Astrabbits. You do not want this bunny to gain too much value. That is sometimes the end of the game right there.
Yeah, this is an incredible play here, especially if Bo has a way to out the 5 defense Astrabbit. If they Sproutier, that's it. Okay, that's it. That's all they needed. Sproutier is going to go ahead and search out an artifact, and the artifact will let any of these Elestrals hit over that Astrabbit, as long as there is still an artifact left in deck. That's kind of the critical piece here. Bo looking in their spirit deck to check and make sure that they have the necessary spirits for whatever artifact they're going for here. Any of them will do it.
See it.
Any. Harmonia.
Yep. That'll put it down.
That's pretty killer. It will put Bo on some sort of a clock, but Bo is putting their opponent on a clock by clearing out this Ass Rabbit and leaving them on 1 card in hand. So,
yeah, absolutely. Oh, Ambrosia comes down too. That's going to help really good with these artifacts.
Killer.
Holding on to that Ambrosia for just the right time. And this is definitely it. I think this is walking in this game, I think for Bo, not to call it too early, but this is, again, staring down 3 Elestrals like this with a defense position Ass Rabbit, about to get got by this Necklace of Harmonia on the Lumaru, I can imagine, to help mill cards from the deck. Showcasing why Sprouter is a little bit of a sleeper. I think Sprouter is one of these cards from base set that I think people for a long time were like, it's just okay. But a 3/5 body that can not only boost itself, but also partner really, really well with strategies like this, showcasing why it's one of in the top spots right now. And Bo using that to win the last tournament.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible turn from Bo here, clearing out Aqua Dragon's board of a single Ass Rabbit, 2 cards in hand, 2 cards in Spirit deck. What can Aqua Dragon do into such a formidable board from Bo? It seems like not much, and it looks like they're going to scoop up their cards from there, and they'll go on to game 2.
Holy. Game 2. You talked about putting on a clinic earlier for Sir Tracker on Earth, but Bo showcasing this artifact list. It might be photosynthesis. The Lumaru might be an indication of photosynthesis here. We see Lust Dragon come down in the next game. I'm going to be
popping off.
That was so cool. I love seeing that type of strategy there because it does showcase a lot of what's really cool about Elestral and showcasing a bunch of different versions of cards. And it's not just about Elestral's counter runes. Sometimes cards like Sprouter can take a big forefront in decks like this, and that's killer.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think that Aqua Dragon here stumbled into a very rough matchup for Drakking. Notoriously very rough into Earth generally, because Earth wins by battle a lot just because of Demeter. But additionally, going into an artifact list makes it even harder for Drakking to be able to get over Elestrals and steal them. So this actually, I think, might be a very difficult matchup for Aqua Dragon to play into, and they might really have to rely on their sideboard here to try and find a way back into this match. That was a very dominant performance from Bo, and being in the position of Aqua Dragon here, really got to find the pieces necessary in that side deck that'll help full out the strategy. And it looks like they're siding in some sort of spirit. So that's going to be a very interesting indicator to what potentially they might be going for in their side deck. Whether it's something like Cryoblast is a pretty frequent option here. Potentially additional Lunar for Dense Fog, since these decks don't commonly run too many Lunar cards. Just Aqua Dragon really has got to find space in their deck to fill out and play a kind of a different pace into this artifact Nexus list. It's just so difficult to play into as a battle-focused deck like Drakking when your opponent is running Argo, they're running artifacts to make their guys bigger. It just makes this matchup inherently so much more difficult. So Aqua Dragon has to not only change their deck, but change how they play. And that's going to be a massive mental tax after already 4 rounds of Swiss on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. What I find so crazy, too, is that even as we saw Drakking getting milled there by the Lumaru in the last round. And I think what's so crazy is that even if Drakking were to drop on the board, the artifact list, and we've been talking about this artifact list and raving on it for a little bit, it does, again, very impressive showcasing of covering all these options for a deck like this, and potentially even hit over or trade with the Drakking to take out one of the Water's biggest Elestrals. Yeah. I will say, too, from Aqua Dragon's side, I liked the start with Foamy. I like the idea of going in from Foamy into Eddy to change position to potentially ward off some attacks, but Bo was ready and willing to trade with the Equilinks there to keep up the pressure, which I thought was really interesting. Water is a deck that you don't necessarily want to have it stick around any Elestral on board for too long. Ascensions are really powerful, so I can understand the idea there. And hoping that we can see some more from Aqua Dragon in this next round. I think that we saw Bo put on a pretty dominant performance, and I would love to see that from this Drakking list. When Drakking gets going, it gets going hard. It's terrifying. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's it's killer. The rock in a hard place too, I will say, is a card that I will want to be looking out for in this matchup because it can target to destroy the Elestrals or the Rune. I do think that, correct if I'm wrong, can also target things like the artifacts, which I think would be helpful for getting rid of those spirits and would help effectively keep pace there.
Yeah, I think it was sort of a tough decision from Aqua Dragon, popping Astrabbit or a set. I think that a much better option there is going for Equilinx or the Nexus fodder, because that really would have allowed Aqua Dragon back into the game potentially. But it looks like we are here in game 2 of round 5. Assuming Aqua Dragon could be going first as Bo sets their hand on the table. Aqua Dragon go ahead and set 2-3 cards face down and expend to draw, it looks like, yes. And pass it back on over to Bo.
Sometimes we talk about these starting turns and not mulliganing because you have something like Nectar of the Gods or because you have, expend to draw once. And so that hand might be pretty powerful, but might not wanting to go too aggro early until it moves out. Bo going for an Astrabbit here on the board to, once again, very familiar to last game, set up some resources here and grab whatever is necessary to take out game 2. But with free back row from Aqua Dragon's side, I think that's going to be quite difficult to surmount with from Bo. See how Aqua Dragon's turn goes and see how it goes.
Yeah, the thing for Draking, it looks like we're going to go ahead and be special casting a Gloombat here. Bo playing into it by setting 2 face down. That's pretty critical. This could be a Draking here.
Gloombat jump scare. I have not seen this card in a very long time. Looks like it's a disenchant to target to destroy a rune. Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh,
that's huge.
Incredible. That's so good.
Great value without wasting the normal cast there for the Gloombat. I like the inclusion of the Gloombat too because it's a card that I think is very underscored. And a Thunderstorm.
Thunderstorm on the set.
Row.
Wow.
Crazy.
Is that Shield of Achilles or is that second Gorgon's Gaze?
It looks like the Shield of Achilles never resolved.
Never resolved.
And then Eddie. Water, when it gets going, it gets going. When the going gets wet, the wet gets going. Absolutely crazy here.
To your point about the having a good hand and expecting to draw, Draking is a deck that wants to go second practically, but having the opportunity to go first, expend a draw, and then pass means you can go second with an extra card in your hand, and you have the extra turn to set things like Poison Tip Arrow as well. So Aqua Dragon really does not mind going that way. Bo, expending to draw potentially? Looks like it. Wow. That was a pretty killer turn from Aqua Dragon there to put Bo down so many cards and leave themselves with 3 sets and an Eddie.
That's strong. Immediately put on some more pressure here with an extra Elestral. A Foamy here can be pretty killer if you take it back. Or you can take it slow by going for an expend to draw. Also a very viable option. Looks like we're going to go for a Jotagwa. Also
attack position.
I love Jotagwa. I'll go for a Jotagwa here. It's we were talking about Thunder previously in these sorts of board states, allowing to put on extra pressure by burning with something like Epoxion. However, I love Jotagwa here because it's allowing you to take back resources and still put on that pressure to your opponent because now you have extra spirits from more cards. And that feels extra good, especially when you've wasted a few of them for Thunderstorm and for the extra back row removal. So that's excellent. That's wow. This position looks very commanding.
So resting on your laurels, hard to see through. It looks like Bo's having some technical issues with their camera getting a little blurred, but that's a resting, which is going to take out that Jotagwa, preventing it from healing further on a later turn. And that, I think, is a Calf Mel in attack position. Defense position. There we go. Attack position, very confusing. We've made it back. That is indeed Calf Mel. A really solid option here to be able to heal a ton for Bo. And if this sticks around, which there's no background to protect it, but if it somehow sticks around, that is massive for going into a Lustragon potentially if Bo is running that list from the prior event. Aqua Dragon playing out that Astrum defense position, just gain advantage. Bo's playing slow. Aqua Dragon doesn't mind to go ahead and sculpt that hand out.
This is incredible. I love Mel. This card is so good, and Calf Mel is such an interesting card that I think we'll see a lot more play later as people experiment more with alternative ways to heal inside of decks like Pharaohgeist even, or the Ascension targets for things like Lustragon. Early on, I think people the stats on this thing being a 3-4 is pretty decent. The beefy booty of a 4 effectively wards off an Eddy, and it's no slouch. But we have an Equilinx coming down instead of an Ascension for the defense here as well. But Equilinx plus a target for that Nexus fodder will be really nice to help break
Harmonia.
apart the board. Pretty decent here. I do like the
That's-
Harmonia.
That's massive.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how what this is going to convert into. Again, this is not the most advantageous position for Bo, with potentially no counter runes, and with 3 going on, a Gorgon's Gaze is going to be flipped up by Aqua Dragon.
That's brutal, actually. That's going to force Bo to expend in the end phase here, something that they likely do not want to have to do. Can't attack with what it's equipped to either. Likely, its motivation to put it on the Calf Mill here, potentially. Calf Mill getting the Scythe of Demeter!
I love the attack mode Cafamel. Attack Cafamel?
Attack Bo?
We're getting a little too out of hand here. The attack Camel, we met with a Tsunami to put both these into defense, which is kind of where Bo wants to be in the first place. But again, a lot of spirits on board here. Got to be careful of some of those power player cards instead of Aqua Dragon's hand. But that was almost scary for a little while. Attack position Cafamel, healing it for 1, and then potentially if it gets destroyed, healing for an additional 3. That's super strong. Like the idea of this quite a bit.
And Bo is going to have to expend 2 spirits down to 7 in Spirit deck at the end of their turn there. Unable to do anything with the Necklace of Harmonia, unfortunately. Still forced to burn, though. And Aqua Dragon is picking up their cards. Picking up Eddie. Is it tracking? It's tracking!
Tracking!
Oh my goodness.
The king comes down.
This is a funny motivation to be playing a singular solar in Dracking sometimes, because you can steal Calf Mill and then correctly enchant it and have it die and then heal for Lunar.
That is absolutely
It's a real play.
crazy. Dracking is so cool here, I think, because like we were talking about the attack boosting of a lot of these artifacts, but something like the Necklace of Harmonia is not boosting up this defense. So Equilinks gets stolen from Bo and put onto Aqua Dragon's board here. That's what we have with the sleeve and the token up top. Is Equilinks getting taken by Dracking, enchanted with the Water Spirit, and now a full board from Aqua Dragon and just a Kaufmel, which is still pretty beefy. I think this thing is a 7 defense. Can this Kaufmel do it? Is it the lowest Kaufmel that could, or let's see a game 3?
The 5/7 Calf Mill is absolutely gigantic for a little camel that could. Bo gonna go ahead and set a face down and then play out a Water Lumaru.
That's the Lumaru I know. I've never seen properly enchanted Lumaru except for last game. This will be really nice here, but I think what the unfortunate part about it is Dracking's secondary effect, meaning that the Equilinks that was stolen can only be attacked, which is pretty decent for helping to break apart the board. But now what you worry about is this Dracking hitting that Lumaru, because the Lumaru does not care if it's properly enchanted or not. It's just a nice solid body. Things are starting to get a little bit sketchy. But see, now the Spirit Differential is also not really that big, so maybe Bo is trying to play patient here and wait for the strike.
Bo very well could have a massive turn here with the Shield of Achilles to get that Dracking back into hand. Question is, Aqua Dragon, we know, has been running some back row removal. They've ripped a bunch of, chucking a Lunar Spirit on the board. Unsure what that's for. It looks like it's for a cast of a Gloombat. A normal cast to potentially threaten out this back row. Massive if this is a Shield of Achilles. It never resolves. Oh, thinking about it. It's like, if they're thinking this much about it, it's likely not a Gorgon's Gaze. Thinking very hard about this.
We're on the edge of our seats, Bo. The previous champion is considering this one counter rune. You can't let us sit for too long. What is it going to be? Reaching for the Spirit deck.
It has to be a Gorgon's Gaze. If it's Shield of Achilles or PTA, there's an Altar of Stars.
Ooh,
interesting.
Wow. I like the Altar of Stars here. Again, this deck does very well with oftentimes dealing with the artifacts as extra Nexus banks for things. And I think the idea to go on the Lumaru onto the Calf-Melt is smart. At least for the moment, you don't really have a lot of resources to go onto, and you do not want Dracking to continuously be putting pressure. So, Dracking to defense.
And then it goes right back to attack.
Yeah, there you go.
Likely this was done just because Bo wants to maintain spirits on board. I don't really, or maybe it's because they don't want the Lumaru to be stolen by the Dracking, which is why they wanted to Nexus off of it. Very, very reasonable play, I think, here. Unsure if it's really going to be the defining difference here. Aqua Dragon has... Okay, Aqua Dragon swings into a 7 defense...
Maybe not realizing.
7 defense Calf Mel. It's a 5/7.
Argo Draken goes hard here.
Yeah, that would be absurd.
Maybe not knowing that Scythe Meter is not 2/2 and instead it's 2/3.
Pass. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I was about to say, you know, that would have been a little scary, and I don't know if you really care if your bow if the Lumaru gets stolen here, but I will say that maybe you still want to do the extra spirit damage to yourself, and then also on the Lumaru cast for the Draken effect. It is technically burning Aqua Dragon a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Seemingly, this is the little Calfmel that could. Talk about these little cards that stay on the board for so long. The Sprouter last turn, the Mutation previously. This Calfmel is hanging on for dear life, shivering with fear against the king.
Expend to draw from Bo.
Bold expend.
Dire straits here.
Bold expend. I am
very bold.
This game could go a couple ways. So from this position, from either player's either Aqua Dragon has to see some sort of removal, and then it's probably just game over. Either Boa can also accrue resources, some Ambrosias or otherwise, to try to get back into this game. I'm imagining waiting for Lustragon to come down and threaten more. And that's kind of what I'm seeing from Bo's side here. And Ambrosia, there's one that kind of gets some more resources on the board, making the spirit differential a little bit.
Wonderful use of that spirit that was nexused off of the Lumaru to make sure that we're generating as much advantage off of our board as possible. The spirits we've already used. Looks like they're considering what potential options they could be putting back into Spirit deck. It looks like they have an Earthquake potentially. Double Earth and a Solar. It indicates they might have an Earthquake. This could be a massive turn from Bo potentially. If an Earthquake comes down, the little Calfmel that can swing over Astrabbit and heal 1. Looks like they're just going to be passing though. No runes to be set. No Earthquakes to be used. Aqua Dragon needs to find anything here that helps them get one attack point over this Calfmel. Ascension comes out over the Astrabbit. Water under it.
Yeah!
This will do it!
That is Misenchant Kerbis just for the stats. That is going to help Bo heal a little bit, but take 2 from this Draking. I think you're very much okay with that if you're Aqua Dragon, because you're now firmly in the driver's seat with 2 large Elestrals and 2 back row. Arcolith incoming from Bo, surely.
Yeah, certainly Bo doesn't mind too much because they heal spirits back off of the Calfmel and then immediately expend them back. So actually going positive 1 spirit in the interaction. The issue is they are going to scoop from here, it looks like, because there's nothing they can do into 2/2 drops on the board. And that's exactly what Draking wants to do. They want to take control of the board quickly. And Bo just could never recover after that first Draking hit. There wasn't back row that was kept to make sure that Draking would leave the board after it hit. And it was just kind of lights out from there.
That was critical. You know, it's funny. The issue here is, and then game's over. The issue was that there was 2 of the largest Elestrals in the game on the board that Bo had to stare down with I think, 2 cards in hand. I don't know if there's another 2 combination that you can do that. So that was an excellent showcasing of Aqua Dragon. Like, again, we are speaking it into existence. Maybe the magic is real, and that's what we're calling it. But, trying to say that that's how water, and I think the Dragon likes to play. Like you said, mentioning the pacing of it, that it wants to be more aggro and take aggression early. But then, when it gets going, the water deck will get going. You cannot let this thing go.
See, all my Draking players out there, that's why you play the one of Kurobit. It is such a critical card to go into, whether it's off of the Eddie special cast, or if it's just hard ascending. A 9/2 stat line is massive, and if you play the little tech one of Frost Spirit in your Spirit deck, you can make it a Cryoblast proof as well. So just keep that in mind in the back of your head.
Yeah, we talk about that with Cryovern becoming Tsunami immune with the water enchanted Cryovern, but the Frost Kurobus is very scary. Very scary.
Horrifying, in fact.
And that was a great showcase from Aqua Dragon, showing the power of Draking there. And I want to say that for Bo, it wasn't too bad of a start, I would say. It was very typical of the deck that we saw in the first game, but Aqua Dragon's ability to break apart the board with the cards that they had available to them was killer. That might have been the game right there. Like, looking back on that turn, that Eddie set 3, or that set 3 expend 1 turn back, Thunderstorm, Gloombat, Eddie. I mean, you're down in cards, but you've broken the board.
Yeah, Bo missing out on that back row there was critical. They certainly will be going into this game here, remembering to never set more than one face down, because that Gloombat will come for you, and it'd be better to make it a dead card in hand than make it something that's actually live and possible for Aqua Dragon to use it as not only a tool for our popping back row, but also for quick ascending into that Dracking single turn. We haven't seen Aqua Dragon play anything like a Tadpuff yet, which is something that's fairly standard for trying to turbo into a Dracking. Gloombat is very much serving that purpose right now. It's very interesting. And Boa is playing right into it. And to a point where Aqua Dragon even just cast it normally and then popped a back row. Like that's just a cheaper Thunderstorm right there.
Absolutely. Well, and it's funny too because that's when Gloombat was announced and everyone was like kind of theorizing with this card. It was very much a case of like, okay, well, is this going to shift the meta into a place where people are afraid to set 2 or more back row, right? How does this really change counter rune play inside the game? And while I will say to varying degrees of success, I think this is an excellent showcase to, in this matchup specifically, why that's so powerful and why you do have to consider that inside these tournaments, especially if you know that you're going to be running up against something like a dragon. If you see an Eddy come down, or if you see Lunar Spirits, I want to be careful. And
we saw that Lunar Spirit. That's an indicator that Bo needed to be playing a lot more conservatively to not play into a Gloombat there. But it looks like our casters are ready for game 3 here. They've got their hands of 5 sitting on the table, and they're ready to go ahead and resolve mulligans in just a second here. Bo looks like they're itching to pick up their cards. They're going to go ahead and do it. See what we've got in our opening hands, assuming Bo will be going first here. Deciding what cards in there make it worth keeping. Is the hand better than a 7? Is it better than a 7? We got to know. Oh, looks like it's not better than a 7. No, it is. We're expecting to draw. Setting 1 and passing. Oh, okay. We're playing on Gloombat at least.
There you go. Coming to fruition. I like the expend of a Lunar Spirit here, or a Solar Spirit here, excuse me. Potentially signaling the Kaufmel play for a heal early, which I think is pretty decent. And just like you said, setting 1 early, I think is just enough. Eventually, you might have to set more than 1. I think that's kind of the thing with the Gloombat side of things, that you can play slow all you want, but allowing water to accrue resources is also pretty dangerous.
We are in a sort of stalemate here as both players expend to draw and pass back and forth. The question is which player will be the first to draw any sort of blood outside of expending to draw. I think Aqua Dragon may still be deciding cards to set. I don't believe Bo has drawn for turn yet. Bo potentially deciding if it's worth to set a second face down rune here.
Playing around Gloombat themselves.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it looks like we're finally going to pass here over to Bo. If Bo hits the Equilinx here, Equilinx Demeter could be an absolutely killer start to this game, put on an insane amount of pressure. Expending to draw yet again will not be the first to break the peace treaty that has gone on between these two players, apparently. As they will pass back to Aqua Dragon.
Starting to get scary. I think that 1 expended draw, okay, you can maybe say it's a strategic advantage. 2nd expended draw, what are you searching for? It better be pretty good because the first person to act here is gonna set the pace, and Aqua Dragon's gonna decide to go for him. The Spectaris here, they're a pretty decent option. And it's Drakid.
Oh, Drakid. Will we see the misenchanted Rock and a Hard Plate? No, we're just gonna punch for 1.
I think this is very much a good play here, right? Because Drakid being backed up by 1 counter rune, potentially, it can survive for a turn, threaten Rock in a hard place, because typically it's an Celestial threatening. And then now you're firmly in the driver's seat, and Bo is, again, not wanting to set more than 1.
And they're thinking very hard about what they want to do. And take a little peek at the cards that they have in hand. They're bleeding a little bit. Certainly looks like they have some runes in hand, such as a Golden Fleece. Heliolith.
Please.
Heliolith might be coming. It's
you're
a
right.
Heliolith! Non-targeting bounce to hand! An incredible play here from Bo.
All right.
Using the effect of Heliolith. If an artifact rune is on field, it can be normal cast with 2 solar. and it looks like it will resolve, and the Draken is bounced to hand. Golden Fleece to the Underworld. That's a gorgeous Stellar Golden Fleece, it looked like.
Love that play. You know, it's crazy. I remember playing Bo in a previous tournament. Setting 4, by the way, is crazy. Saying I'm not afraid of Gloombat. Gloombat me. What? Go ahead. Yeah, I was playing Bo in a previous tournament, and they dropped Heliolith in a play very similar to that. I think this was just... I completely forgot that this Lith was available for a strategy like this. I love that.
Incredible.
We've seen
it's
today.
Incredible.
Arcolith a lot. Lavalith. Now Heliolith. 2 more of the Liths that I think we need to see. One of them being Coastal, please.
Yeah. Where's the
Aqua Dragon? My Coastal, hopefully.
Hey, Bo is one step closer to Coastalith being live for their opponent.
That's true. True. Actually, Bo, quick Cough Melted Defense, Aqua Dragon, go Coastalith.
Yeah.
Let's really.
It's cast Eddie from hand.
Incredible. Man, this is a pretty demanding position from Bo. I like the set forward. Finally, just pulling the trigger and saying, whatever, go for it.
Yeah, well, at this point, I imagine Bo has some bluff sets back there. Rock in a Hard Place potentially might be coming out. I believe that's a Water Spirit under... Oh, no, we're just accidentally picked out too many. We're going for a Gloombat special cast here. The question is, will we be doing anything with that? Second Gloombat from hand!
Caleb, a second Gloombat has hit the board. I cannot believe it. Okay, so here's the crazy part, right? Pharaoh guys, odds.
Odds of Pharaoh guys. Okay, no, you got me scared when the Gloombat went to the side. No, we got Draking coming onto the board now. And this is where potentially Bo would have to respond. Otherwise, this Lith is going to their opponent's board and swinging for 2 damage.
This is a hard decision for Bo. Or maybe not a hard decision, but something that used to be pretty costly. As a shield here is ideal. A tip would really suck. Now Gloombat's gonna be able to disenchant, take apart 1. You know another counter rune's gonna be taken up here by this Draking, so it's gonna be kind of costly. A Altar Stars gets taken.
I don't think you feel too bad about that. Altar is a very good rune, but I don't think it's super high value in this current game state. And with Thunderstorm.
There's Thunderstorm again.
This board is getting picked apart.
Gorgon's
Gaze.
Okay, let's see what Bo has. 2 left. Second Thunderstorm coming down would be insane.
That would be brutal.
2 Gloombat, 2
Thunderstorm.
Attack?
One of these has to be Shield of Achilles.
It is.
There it is. There's the Shield of Achilles. Bo bled it in their hand earlier in the game, and it makes its way out.
Wow.
And now Aqua Dragon in a very bad spot. This is devastating.
I cannot believe that we just saw the board get broken apart, and yet hope is still on Bo's side. Like that was crazy. We saw 3 counter runes getting taken from that 4 counter rune board, but you're sitting pretty. You have a big body that's doing 2 spirit damage this turn. Potentially more counter runes to set. This game is looking pretty good. We got coming down here is that a
Cybermole.
Let's go.
We have a Golden Fleece in deck. We cast one from hand earlier to get the Heliolith out, but we have a second one in hand, which will let us use our Underworld and recur some resources here. Absolutely massive, getting some Luminapes back on the board, and this is swinging for 3 damage here. This is pretty critical for Bo to restabilize here. Bo themselves at 7 spirits. Aqua Dragon gonna go down to 9, and things have equalized quite well. And Aqua Dragon, 2 Gloombats out of hand. How are they quick ascending into a Draking?
That's the neat part. I don't think they are. The next thing that we have to hope for is an Eddie Rock in a hard place here to try to do some shenanigans. But at that point, that one back row, that counter rune for Bo that's been sitting there, I think will come into play. It's hard to really out a Cybermole with Golden Fleece in the situation as well, because you have to do double time on a pretty decently statted body, and stuff like Cryoblast, stuff like Earthquake, Orals, doesn't really do much here. That clutch Fleece is going to be able to protect the Celestial. So Aqua Dragon, like this is going to be... We've seen you break boards a couple times this match. Can you do it again?
It would be very costly to do so, though, as Aqua Dragon would have to be playing something like a Thunderstorm or a Rock and a Hard Place, and those, they're 2 costs. And then you have to play an Elestral as well. They're going to be spending a third of their life this turn if they want to break this board apart. And is it really worth it going into the Golden Fleece to be playing something like a Thunderstorm? Do we really want to take out the back row that much? Do we have a high value enough Elestral in hand that can out a Cypher Maul reasonably? We're expecting to draw.
Ooh, you better hope
This
that hand
might
is
be
full,
it.
Ben Brocious, because the pass back, dangerous.
This could
Allowing
be
Bo
it.
to get aggro play here.
This could be it.
Expecting to draw.
Expecting to draw.
Very smart from Bo here. You don't want to really extend too much if you don't have to. But
Playing
even
the
then,
Gloombat.
yeah, now playing into the Gloombat. That is absolutely great. Not impossible here. I will say that's not possible going up for the Draking, but
Yeah, that actually might end up biting Bo in this next turn here. If there is that third legendary Gloombat plus the Draking, those two back row would have to be very live here. Aqua Dragon looking at their Spirit deck, looking at their hand. They've picked out a card. Is it going to be the thing to change everything? Boombat! This changes everything!
from the gloom to the boom, trying to take out.
And the Gorgon
there is the Gorgon
will likely seal this game here.
That flying into the air, stone dropping down to the ground. This is
sad.
is very sad. Honestly, this is the exact position that I think Bo wants to be in. We saw Aqua Dragon last game have this incredible tempo and really take advantage of the board. And this Heliolith has allowed that for Bo inside of game 3.
Yeah, it really was just a game of who could stick an Elestral the longest, and Bo was able to keep this Heliolith alive and on board and had lots of ways of making sure that shield would connect. Looks like that set card the entire time has been an Ambrosia Heliolith!
What is
It's
this
over.
game?
That's the game. Aqua Dragon extends the handshake, Bo receives it.
The previous champion moves on with a 4-1 record, taking it 2-1 in this game 3. By the way, only 6 minutes left in the round there for these two. I think that was coming down to the wire in one way or another. And the spirit differential wasn't even that crazy, but
not at all.
Heliolith putting in some excellent work there.
It's a phenomenal card. I think that's been massively slept on in a lot of decks, mostly because artifacts haven't been super powerful. But in a deck like the Artifact Nexus list, it puts in a lot of work. I played Artifact Nexus at locals yesterday. I cited Heliolith. It came up. It won me a game. That card's crazy. Every single lith is just so strong. And as we see artifacts become more playable through these Artifact Nexus lists, through Argo, it just makes Heliolith more of a viable card. It's just such a strong card in the first place. And that now that artifacts are actually worth playing, it just becomes an nth degree even stronger to be able to non-targeting bounce to hand. Like that is an effect that most Elestrals dream of in their sleep.
Well, and the fact that it plays so well inside of this artifact. Like you mentioned, like the least surprising synergy in the world is Heliolith coming down when Elestral is powered with an artifact, right? And what I think is so crazy about this, especially inside of a deck like Bo's, is that that's happening all the time. You have Argos, you have your Sprouters, you have your Cybermonks. So really a lot of ways to take advantage of that synergy and in ways that the other decks just can't. Right?
Yes.
Like maybe you're going Argo, maybe you're teching in some Solar Spirits here, but an excellent showcase and a really cool way to show off some of the Solar cards inside of Elestral, previously underestimated.
Yeah.
Always.
On the fact that Equilinx is just such a good Nexus Elestral also means that all of these 2-drop artifacts don't feel bad to open or draw into, because you know that it sucks. It feels like it sucks right now to see a Golden Fleece in my opener, but because I have Equilinx, this is just like Demeter Part 2. It's a little bit worse Demeter. Like this is just my Equilinx now swings for 3 spirit damage and pops a rune. Like that's scary. That's really good.
That's still really incredible. What I love too about like the strategy with the Kaufmells is the Ascension portion. Right? So Kaufmells affect not only when it's destroyed by card effects, by battle, whenever you ascend with the Kaufmel, you get that healing. So effectively utilizing it kind of like Quackle or like Sluggle, and kind of keeping those spirits up in advantage. Because the artifacts, while really good, also quite expensive. So having the heal like Kaufmel, maybe combo off with something like a Heliolith or Lustragon is it's just crazy synergies. The small synergies with the deck is super powerful. And also shout outs to Aqua Dragon there. That second game was a clinic for
It was killer.
for
It
Draken.
was killer.
Absolutely killer. And again, showcasing how scary that deck really can be, especially in these late rounds when you might not be even expecting a deck like that.
Yeah.
Which I think is
Absolutely wonderful match between Aqua Dragon and Bo there. Still up for debate. Were they playing Lustergon? We don't know. Likely, I'd assume that they're playing a list very similar to the recent Artifact Nexus list that they won with. But it's yet to be seen. We'll have to see if we'll see them in Top Cut, potentially showing off this deck a little bit more, which I'd love to see. I've been jonesing for this all day. I've been asking for it. We finally got it. They're 4-1 going into our last couple rounds of Swiss. This is just incredible. Love to see it. As a Draking player, it sucks to see Draking get taken down. I've got my baby boy right here, my pineapple. Very sad, but they could still clutch it out potentially if they win out from here, make it into Top Cut, squeezing at X2. We'll just have to see and follow along with them and see how they do.
I just want to point out something real quick. I just looked at the standings a little bit, peered off to the side, and I see one of the craziest things I've seen in so long. I didn't know my Elestrals Season 2 co-captain was on a run today. If I knew that, then maybe I would have hopped out of the booth and tried to stop him. 5-0 from previous
5-0.
NBT here. And by the way, I think second round we watched against or third round against Stella Christoph Tavardi also on a 5-0 undefeated right now. But both Thundercasters.
Both Thundercasters. Also worth pointing out, two people, at least we're assuming, that are on Earth Nexus are currently at 4-1, and that is Bean Soldier and Sunseed Jess, our second place Elestrals Season 3 player who took Earth to a top 4 finish, I believe, the last webcam tournament. Incredible to see them in the top ranks, but a little surprising to see them at X1 currently. Put a little bit of pressure on the end of their tournament run here to try and make it to X2 to finish out the day and make that Top Cut.
Well, and speaking of 4-1, Stellar Christoph, speak of the devil, we know that they're on Krakatuga also at a 4-1 pacer right now. Krakatuga is back in full swing. Brewlock on.
Yeah. And Jack All's also sitting at 4. Lots of 4-1s here from the from
really
stream.
Is anyone's Top Cut. I will say that. And a lot of really exciting decks. If any of these names that we've seen so far make it in there, we're in for quite a treat, everyone.
This will be a wonderful Top Cut, I imagine.
Oh, absolutely. It is the absolute killer. And thank you so much for being here, watching all this exciting action with us. If you guys are here, make sure to leave the stream a like. It really helps share the love from Elestrals around the world. And as well as subscribe to the Elestrals channel for more electrifying Elestrals action. I'm really excited for it. And follow all of Elestrals on all social media platforms that you can and will. Again, there's Top Cut breakdowns, information about announcements. Sometimes you get special deals too that you get privy to, which is always super fun. So make sure to follow Elestrals wherever you can across the world. Trying to start the movement here and keep it going. The year of Elestrals for 2025 is going to be killer. We've talked about it a little bit at length here that we have a few Elestrals tournaments coming up inside of the casual events, not just in the premier events, inside of the end of this year and then also into the new year. So we've got 6 events, the webcam and digital app tournaments. Digital app tournaments, the app is free to play, and there's tons of Elestrals cards and decks to experiment with and play. This is a great showcase to test for major events or to get in and learn and have some fun with the community. It's always a good time. I know that we've been seeing some crazy decks from here, but there's 6 left inside of the year from the digital and the webcam. And then there's 4 inside of the new year. The Elestrals team is hard at work making 2025 also the year of Elestrals with some excellent events upcoming. Speaking of that, we have a premier event coming out in about 2 weeks, the 14th of December. Excellent time to get in as well if you're trying to compete against some of the crazy casters we've seen today and potentially take your skills to the next level, ascend the Pantheon. December 14th will have similar pricing structure to this one today on the new pricing structure, as well as fighting for rank inside of the upper Pantheons. It's $25 entry fee, but what you're really fighting for is some of these amazing Elestrals prizes, as well as that Reverse Stellar champion stamped Draking, which we saw Draking showcase last match. And if you're looking to be a Draking player and play this thing in there, and you're crazy, I'll tell you that. But that would be a beautiful addition to that deck as well. Put on a showcase for you.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how this tournament sort of shapes up the meta into that event on the 14th, because I imagine that a lot of what happens today will have further ramifications on that tournament and sort of the remaining premier tournaments that we have as we head towards Moonrise in January. That's coming up. We're on our way to a whole new meta as a whole new set gets released. And if you haven't already, go ahead and check out Shop Elestrals. Go ahead and put in your Moonrise pre-orders. This is going to be a massive set. Literally, this changes everything. It's a huge set that's going to be doing so much for the game, introducing Lunar as a real force within the Elestrals metagame, buffing up a lot of strategies. Thunder has been missing Nexus strategies as a result of the Sparkit ban gets Magnaros, which is just a massive card for the archetype, and letting it potentially lean heavier into a Thunderstorm-centric deck or a Race to the Top-centric deck as a way to search those off of a Foretell. So, make sure you go ahead and check out the Shop Elestrals page and go ahead and get yourself some plushies. I got myself lots of plushies. I have so many coming in the mail. I can't wait to get the Nobby plushie.
On more little baby boys. Shouts to my Parawads. It's so funny to me that we sitting here throughout the day. I think seeing not only a lot of big surprises from this one, and then now checking the current standings, probably going to be seeing some surprises in a top cut. I'm so surprised often by this community to consistently impress. Every time I think that it's over, I'm just like, my heart still just can't take it. I'm graying my hairs already, but I have problems too. Keep me alive for a little bit longer.
Hey, you got to survive until Clash releases, all right?
At least until Clash. Yeah, I can.
and then your hair will gray faster because there's more shocking moments because we'll have even more Elestrals gameplay all the time.
Absolutely. I'll age very gracefully. I'll age very, very gracefully.
I believe it. I believe it.
That's incredible. I think this has been a lot of fun so far. We're going into round 6 here very soon, so please stay with us. We're getting into the action. That was round 5 that we just are wrapping up Swiss, and we're coming close to the end of the tournament. I mean, the top cut will be here soon, and we have round 7 on the horizon, and I think we're starting to see this sort of shape out from the players over time. This is kind of the danger zone of rounds. We talk about these early leads, or like, wow, we're so impressed with this person's made so far. But as a competitor, what's really scary, these early rounds, maybe you'll have some decks you're not really familiar with. Maybe you'll have some people that didn't show up even. But that has to happen sometimes. We have some rounds. But in these later rounds, that's whenever you get to the real big meat and potatoes of these tournaments. And that's when we can see runs just end on the spot. I remember a couple of tournaments ago entering in with, it was honestly, it may have been win. It may have been another win strategy, and going 3-0 or 4-0 on the day with 2 rounds left, and those last 2 rounds just did not go my way, and immediately bubbled on the cut. So from up at the top of the Pantheon down to the bottom of the mountain, it could be anyone's game still. It could be anyone's game. So hopefully
greatest Elestrals player in the world, MBT, has got to stay sharp in these last 2 rounds. It's not until you go 6-0 that you can rest easy knowing you're locked for top.
Yeah, you can rest on your laurels then. We'll tie in the card with that.
Yeah, you can rest on your laurels once you've hit 6-0, and even then you don't want to, because you want to make sure that you secure high seeding, as the seeding for your top 8 is a result of how you land in Swiss. So it's still very important to make sure you play these out and try and do as well as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, listen, you've already made it that far after your top cut. You might as well show out. There's as a competitor, one thing that you really stick to is it's like kind of this gut feeling. Right? Sometimes you can grind all you want, you can do all things you can, but sometimes you just have a feeling. You'll get to that spot and you're like, I'm winning this. And I'm wondering which of our casters today are kind of feeling that, right? Going into this tournament, be like, no, I'm gonna win. Right, that's me. I'm sure I'm sure 100 people thought that today. To be fair, I'm sure 100 people thought that today. But there will only be one left. Say no.
There certainly is a moment where you're like, oh no, I actually have a shot at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's probably a better way of phrasing it.
Yeah. Well, there certainly is a moment where it's like, okay, like I'm going through my rounds and like I'm doing well, and you hit 5-0 or you hit 4-1. You're like, no, I can top. And if I can top, that means I can have a shot at winning. And you hit 6-0 or 5-1, and then you're like, oh, I'm locked. And then you're locked in, and you see the results. Oh, I hit 8th or 7th, or I hit 2nd, or whatever it is. and you're on the top.
Absolutely.
Oh, I can win this now.
Before you know it, the day is over and you're walking home with the reverse stellar Jolton.
Yeah.
That's the real love for it. And I'm really excited too. Again, we've seen amazing casters so far. The tournament's not nearly close to being done. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss to go into for all these players. And then we also have a top cut that we're going to be going to after this for some of the most electrifying, high-flying action inside of Elestral's history. Again, 100-person tournament. So this is absolutely crazy.
A lot on the line with a 1/1 reverse stellar Jolton stamped champion card. Like, that is such an incredible item to have within your collection. There's lots of collectors out there that would love to have that, and be able to have that as a player and say, yeah, I won. Like, that is a statement. Say, I won this tournament.
Yeah,
no one else can say that. Yeah, you get the dripped out slab, the gold chain. Got like was it Logan Paul who had a first Ed Charizard necklace?
Oh my god, that's right. Yeah, you walk around with it, so it'd be really funny. You know, you go into a clash, you go into your locals next time your locals goes up, and he's like, "Yeah, sorry, 1 second, I'm normal pass Jolton." He just like
drops that.
Off of that, gotta be crazy. No, you know, even if you're not going, if you're not the pinnacle of this tournament, you know, all the casters here today are walking home winners. We have the whole entire prizing structure for this tournament was killer. Even for participating, you get the organized play gold stamped Zaptors, which are really cool. I think those are gonna be nice collector's items as well. But I think people will use those inside of their spirit decks pretty often, and will probably be searching for those. Those are gonna be handed out to everyone that participates, as well as Shatterstar's booster packs and some Elestral's booster packs from the different sets. Maybe for some high rarity cards or just for some fun times. We have the Sweet 16, so making on to the Sweet 16 of today's tournament. We have the Golden Stamped Mount Olympus, which is a really nice one of inside a lot of the decks that will be really killer inside of some of those Thunder strategies, as well as the Daybreak starter decks. Surprising. The Elite 8, the top 8 casters in today's tournament, are going to be walking away with the Mount Olympus full art and the beautiful Scorpio Toxion. That constellar art, the constellation art, is really cool. It looks amazing if you haven't seen it. I recommend it. This one will have that stamp for the organized play, as well as those starter decks. The top four casters for this one will be walking away with the Mount Olympus full art, an Argalith full art, and that Toxion constellation art, as well as a Daybreak booster box to help search for some more competitive staples and some high rarity cards. Second place runner-up today will be going away with 2 of everything. Top 4, so you have the 2 Argalith, 2 Toxion, 2 Mount Olympus, and 2 Daybreak booster boxes. And finally, talking about all this time, that reverse stellar Jolton that someone will surely turn into a Flavor Flav necklace. That is the champion of today's tournament walking away with the Mount Olympus full art playset, the Toxion constellation art playset, the Argalith stamped playset, the uncut sheet, booster boxes, and finally that beautiful baby boy, reverse stellar stamped Elestrals champion Jolton. And this is going to be helping for the prizing structure going forward, by the way. This is not just exclusive to this tournament. The next tournament that we talked about previously, if you're here earlier in the broadcast, December 14th, we're following a very similar structure. And for that one, you have the reverse stellar Drakion. But today, walking away with that Jolton, these Thundercasters are probably going to be eyeing it for sure. And I think it's just beautiful.
Yeah, this is an incredible decision from the team, I believe, to just really elevate these tournaments, where there's really a reason to be signing up for these, not just for the fun of it, but for the participation prize and the potential to get some really, really cool prizes for making that top 16, that top 8, top 4, second, first. It's just like these are wonderful like cards you can play with. You can show off in your collection. You'll say, yeah, I got top 16 or top 8 or whatever. This is what I won. There will only be so many people after this month that have stamped Argalith or stamped Mount Olympuses or anything. Like, there's only one person that'll have a reverse stellar Jolton. So these are really, really cool pieces to be playing for. And even if you're not a player that's vying for those top spots, you're still walking away with some really incredible entry prizing between that stamped Zaptor and then the 2 packs. So I think that the team is absolutely killing it with the introduction of this new prizing structure. And I think it's showing. The fact that we have 114 people today, that's insane, and has to be attributed at least in some part to the new prizing structure.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm super excited. Again, like I think one of the reasons why here in the booth we kind of commentate pretty heavily on a lot of these games and talk to the technical side of Elestrals too is that kind of competitive spirit. And to me, as a competitor, this is great incentive. You know, obviously, I think we're here for love of the game, for competing against the community, and kind of getting really to have some fun playing one of our favorite card games. But it doesn't hurt that you get some sweet prizing along there with it. You know, I think that's a pretty good cherry on top of all the heart and good feelings about Elestrals. So that's incredible.
Yeah, I kind of tapped out of playing in Premier events a handful of months ago because of my degree that I'm getting and all this stuff. But now I'm like, no, I gotta get back into this. Like, this is exciting. Like, this has got me wanting to really like try again and try for those top spots. It's been a little while since I topped the tournament. I got to do it again. It was fives meta.
I believe you can. You know, listen, we've been casting today for just these few rounds, and ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, Caleb's one of the smartest casters in Elestrals. Period. You know, this is someone who is working on a PhD in Elestrals for God's sake.
Yeah,
like,
that's right. Yeah,
that's what we're going to school back for.
Yeah, yeah. I'm currently finishing up my my Thunder class. That's why it's so exciting to see Arclight load that.
Yeah, see, you know, I only passed that class, and I didn't actually take Fire 101, Wind 101, or Water 101. I think I maybe tried for Wind 101, but I went back to Pantera, which is like you know.
Yeah.
It worked out. It worked out, but it maybe some extra play there.
Yeah, the real difficult stuff is when they get you to the 801s like that.
Oh.
And then they get you to the 808s.
Yeah. Okay. They're
You get that
bumping
boom,
some
boom, pow?
808s here in Elastral. That's some sick beats. Absolutely.
Call that a boom bat. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Good night, everyone. We can end the broadcast here.
Yeah, actually, we're done here.
That's enough. No. We have plenty of Elestrals action to look forward to here. You know, as we're starting into round 6, what are you hoping to see here from today? We've seen some pretty great stuff so far, but as we're rounding into the top matches of today, do you think we'll see any new surprises? I hope so, but I don't know, maybe it's less likely.
I think that naturally, as any tournament progresses, you're going to start seeing, especially as we continue to show off top tables, you're just going to see a lot of the same decks because the best decks will bubble to the top. However, I do think that we'll still be seeing some of these off meta picks like Frost, or if I pull back up the little pie chart we have, I think that like Bull Tempest is a very real possibility to see here in some of our top tables. There's some more water strategy. I'd be surprised to see another Drat King player, since I think there's only 2 based off of that pie chart. But I'd love to see some more Frost. Not more Frost, but additional Frost. I don't think anyone's played more Frost
either. You know, more Frost that's a name I haven't heard in years. That's such a fun one. You know, I find it so interesting, again, the evolution of some of these decks. Because Frost is one that I love watching play. It's an exciting deck. And Morfrost was, I think, considered to be some of the best way to play Frost for a while. And I think moving away from that kind of strategy into Lance, I think we saw a couple tournaments ago, as well as Cryoburn and Morlith deck that we saw brewing up for a bit. It was a lot of fun to watch too. You know, I think that Frost has got some sauce to it, and Grumblings, you mentioned that, is a killer. That card is one of the greatest cards.
Grumblings being a 5 defender, like I think that Sprouter really kind of showed off just how powerful a decent stat 5 defense Elestral can be. Anything that isn't a 2/5, I have to refresh my memory here, but I believe Grumblings is a little bit stattier than a 2/5, 3/5. Yeah, that is a good stat line on a Nexus Elestral that functions very similarly to Equilings. Like, that is not a card to be slept on, and there's a reason that Frost Nexus has had some results as of late, and likely will continue to do so. That is a very strong card.
Absolutely. I would love to see that deck get some more exploration too. That's kind of one of the great things about this game as well. That there's so many cards I think will write off the bat of being like, well, this has a lot of utility here, or I don't really know how to use this. But over time, as we see the meta evolve here, it's some really good cooks in the kitchen. They brew up some absolute monsters, like Dimax and some players like Dialis, right? Solar's strongest soldier, and bring up some crazy lists. And Mother Nexus we saw previously in the tournament, round 2. With it, which is a very kind of unconventional list. It combines a lot of the mechanics of Elestrals while still kind of showcasing the power of some of these individual cards like Ursident, like Brumelix, like Arcolith. And I think, to be fair, I don't know if any deck really needs to showcase the power of Arcolith. That card's one of the strongest cards in the game right now. It's one of my favorites. It's crazy.
Yeah. Arcolith certainly vying for a top spot in the ranks of Elestral's top cards. You know, we got Arcolith, we got Astrabbit, we got Elichick, we got Earthquake, Lavalith. Arcolith very quickly becoming a very, very scary card, which is very surprising because I don't think it really put up too many numbers at the start of the metagame, given Fibes was in the meta. So maybe that is sort of an explanation as why we didn't see too much. But it really feels like it's only been in the past month or so since you top with Arcolith Thunder that we've seen this card actually start to see some play. And it's really ramped up more and more.
It's so funny because I talked about this with some of the other community members in Elestrals, talking about the evolution of Arcolith. I remember early on, you're right, like because of Fives, because of other decks that we saw that were pretty prominent in the meta, I would see people play Arcolith. I'm like, well, that's actually really cool. And then a few people in the call would be like, Arcolith, why would I ever play that? and then meanwhile, over time, you started to see the strength of it. It's an incredible card for power and potentially spirit damage. It's a really solid card for reenchant. It's killer. Absolutely killer.
This really is sort of motivation for all my jank brewers out there alongside me. There's a lot of value in brewing up decks that people aren't really considering and playing with cards that people aren't considering. I remember I made an Argo Thunder list right when Daybreak came out. That deck was so cool. And now Argo is a very valid, strategy. and Thunder has not been experimented with it at all, at least at a top level. While on the other hand, there's other cards like Cybermaul, another card that I was very adamant should be in Solar, not seeing play in Solar lists, but it's seeing play now in Nexus lists, which are just pure Nexus. All you're doing is Nexus. Just a very phenomenal sort of thing to see develop over time, and really motivation potentially for my fellow brewers out there. Like, it's worth it to look into these weird little cards if you think that there's value in them, and just try it out, see how it works. Maybe try in some different decks. Not everything has to be the rigid meta. Meta only stands for most effective tactic available, and sometimes there's more effective tactics that haven't been yet discovered.
Yeah, get in the kitchen and cook. Don't be afraid to season your food to taste. That's what I'm hearing here.
Yeah, season the taste.
So we're jumping into round 6 here pretty soon. If we're going to go here for a little bit, looks like we have some casters on the table.
On deck here.
On deck, might be looking at 2 casters who we haven't seen yet in the tournament. It's going to be John and Adam.
Doomadam?
Doomadam?
A Doomadam?
and John.
A Doomadam and a Don't-madam. All right, looks like we are here in the game. We're kicking off a mid-game here. It looks like both players have gone a little bit back and forth. There's a PTA in the underworld and 2 Astrabbits on board. And it looks like John F is passing on to a Doomadam, who will be expending to pop this Astrabbit.
Wow, we've already missed some of the interactions here, but having a Doomadam start on here and presumably with that Astrabbit, the tempo is going to be pretty huge here on this reenchant. You're kind of interesting position here, having to reenchant Astrabbit, because you're kind of signaling you're willing to take it slow. However, you're also very much okay with maybe even just doing 2 damage. A Shield of Achilles here would be baiting out a back row. 2 Spirit Enchant Rabbit is one of the scariest Elestrals by far, and that's no joke.
It's very funny to see both players count out their Spirit decks on turn 3 here, as a Doomadam looks to be on 16 to John FF's, I think, 17? It looks like they've got 3 Spirits of the Underworld between that Nectar of the Gods and the single Astrabbit that they cast. So, looks like these players are on very equal footing. Generally, the question is, will that Astrabbit be going to attack position to swing into John's open board? And it looks like a Doomadam will be doing that, wanting to put on some pressure. John reaching for that Spirit deck, going to take the 2 Spirits of Spirit damage here, and drawing for turn.
Spirits.
Oh, wait a minute. I just skipped over that. Wait a minute.
Interesting. So we're about to see a Frost v... Well, really, with 2 Water Spirits, could be back to water strategy. A Cataract comes down. This is looking like Frost Nexus.
huge. That's a massive pickup. Something that will hit over this Ast Rabbit, but also going to get to heal back those 2 spirits that were just taken of damage. Well, you know, you asked me what I wanted to see, and I said some Frost. Looks like my wish may be granted here. The question is, does John have a way to swing? No, he does not. Going to be taking that Catarant off board as the PTA resolves an end phase here, passing back to a Dumadam.
You know, it's so strong, these early PTAs in a game like this, because while the Spirit, there's another enchant of that Astro Rabbit here coming down. Again, 2 Spirit Astro Rabbit, very scary. Gorgon's Gaze is a pretty decent trade here. Don't want to accrue too much value, and you're taking the 2 damage anyway. So why not Gorgon's Gaze? Turn that little bunny to stone. But again, those PTAs are so interesting here because they just allow for a good tempo push. You know, John with only one counter rune back there as an Ambrosia comes down. This is looking very early on like pace is in Dumadam's favor, but still, Frost likes to be in these positions of low spirit counts and just have insane comebacks. And it looks like
we're
getting Rhynymph, a Daybreak staple, into this deck. Caleb, you're more than familiar with the Rhynymph Rhino Sect deck, presumably. What are your thoughts here seeing this come down?
I love this strategy so much. This was my main strategy, and there comes the Rhino Sect. Rhino Sect able to special cast itself from your hand as long as there is an Elestral in your rune row, and Rhynymph does exactly that. Rhino Sect going to go ahead and looks like they're using the ability to pop and swing for 2 damage here. The question is, will a Dumadam be chaining a back row here? Potentially a Shield of Achilles, which honestly for John doesn't feel too bad potentially. You know, Dumadam going to be going down 3 spirits, and this Rhino Sect can just come back on another turn.
You know, this is, I think, where the spirit differential might start to matter, though. Look at it's a 5 spirit difference with only 1 back row set, and a Sluggle's coming down. This is interesting. So a water strategy here will be kind of cool to watch. I have an inkling of what we might be watching right now and versus Rhino Sect, but I'll wait for a couple more cards we cast before I call it. Sluggle's gonna get in for 1 point of damage here, and with 3 back row, this is very scary for Rhino Sect. Another shield here would be killer. A Narpoon coming down is pretty nice.
That's
nice
very good.
body.
Likely gonna search at a Rhynymph, I'd imagine here, unless we're potentially going for some other type of more Frost Nexus-y control strategy. Potentially a Catarant. It looks like we're just gonna go for that Rhynymph though. Try and get that Rhino Sect that's in hand back out of hand and onto the board, popping off, taking out different Elestrals on board. Rhino Sect, you know, effect to pop an empowered Elestral on board does mean that it doesn't just have to be something empowered with a Rhynymph. Oh, Cryoblast coming down from John, going to take out that Sluggle, opening up the board for Narpoon to punch in for 1 damage, and a Dumadam reach for the Spirit Deck to just take it. Looks like they will spend a Thunder here.
Spirit. You know, it's so interesting because I think in this position, you're really okay with that chip damage. I think it's on the onus is on John here to its pace now. And while I think that a Rhino Sect deck can really take shape and it can be really scary if Rhino Sect drops down, but a Dumadam has all the spirits in the world to activate Nog, String Cub Zeus, draw 2 cards of Dumadam. I think that this advantage engine is really early, is crazy, and a Viscerus coming down. We've seen Sluggle, we've seen Rabbit, and now we're seeing a Viserys getting met with a Poison Arrow. On worst case scenario, this is kind of brutal. It's just a little bit too much on the Narpoon side for this Viserys to hit over, unless we see something like a Demeter potentially come down, which I'm gonna doubt. I'm gonna doubt a Demeter inside of this list if I know what I think.
Looks like John doing a Spirit deck count here, sort of pre-jacking the PTA effect for the end phase pop, showing that they absolutely do want to pay out. Usually you want to leave that Spirit in Spirit deck until the resolution so that your opponent isn't quite certain if you're willing to pay it out or not, especially when you're lower on Spirits. But at this point in time, you certainly want that Viserys dead and gone. John going to go ahead and draw for turn. Consider their options here. Ambrosia is absolutely massive for them here, filling the back up to 7 spirits in Spirit deck, down from 4. Very needed here.
Absolutely huge from John. I would argue we need a second Ambrosia here to make this feel a little bit better, and maybe that's what we're going to see come down here. considerations that maybe another Catarant could also be really nice to help really get some resources back. I think my only concern watching this match at the moment is a Blizzard coming into the second Blizzard we've seen today. Are people just massively sniping this back row? And a Tsunami that wasn't touching that Narpuna anyways, but good to get in and it's going to eat up.
Oh, this is a very, you know, John really going all in here, assuming there is no Shield of Achilles in the back row, but there is. That's going to be devastating for John here as the Rhinosec goes back to hand, leaving their board wide open. Unfortunately, it looks like they hit the wrong back row with that Blizzard. Potentially would have been better to go wide as opposed to tall, getting a second Elestral on board to really put up pressure as opposed to just swinging out with that massive body of the Rhinosec.
I think that's so interesting here. And a Quackle coming down. This is heal if I've ever seen it.
Oh, yeah.
I have not seen this deck in a very long time. And the terrifying little bodies that could inside of this list are so interesting. The way this deck likes to play, if you're unaware, is trying to control the space on the board with counter runes and runes for removal on your Elestrals. And then come in with the smaller bodies like Quackle and Sluggle to help heal back and maintain advantage. See Rhinoth coming down from John, eventually another Rhinosect in hand. Very risky here, though, to activate this on such low spirits.
Yeah, this is, you know, we've had a handful of matchups that have been devastatingly bad for one of our casters here, and this is just another one of them. This is such a bad matchup for our Rhinosect player here. You know, the Rhinosect is a very costly deck as we special cast out another Rhinosect, attempting to blow up the Quackle, and it really would just, it's going to take a Dumadam fading every single battle for the next, like, 4 turns pretty much in order for John to be able to take this game, and that's very unlikely because the whole point of Heal Stall is to try and secure these games through having live back row all the time. So this is a very tough matchup here.
Live counter runes or live invoked runes aren't too bad either. A Earthquake to seal the deal and a Sluggle to really put the pain on. That's going to be a quick game 1 for a Dumadam, wrapping it up against John for that one. And wow, that was so
brutal.
So brutal. It sucks to say too, because Rhinosect really is a strong strategy. A deck that likes to turbo out large Elestrals with attacks that are seemingly insurmountable. Like a lot of decks have a hard time outing 8s and 7s and other like 6s, I think, for Moralith sometimes, right? There's a lot to be said about the big bodies of this deck likes up on the board, and Heal Stall seemingly ignored all of that.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's kind of thing. This is a bad matchup if you don't know how to play it well, I think. The way that Heal Stall functions is something that Rhinosect can very well play around. Essentially, playing that Rhinosect too early, spending too much of your spirits too quickly, is just going to be devastating. Playing that Nectar of the Gods hurt John so much because it immediately put them down such a large amount into an opponent who is going to be healing back basically any damage they're taking anyway. John really needs to adjust through the side deck, ideally, into a strategy that is willing to play single cost Elestrals that generate advantage and just hit over the small bodies of Sluggle, of your Quackles, and then use the counter runes to out things like Viscerus that are harder to deal with. They really need to just start playing a lot lower to the ground here.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something kind of hard for the deck to do, honestly. One of the concerns that it's also a fairly expensive deck, we've been saying this all cast, is that Frost likes to sit in this little void between like 7 and 0 spirits. But the thing is that that's normally enough. It's really hard to out those large Elestrals. And if a Dumadam can keep up a game like that going into game 2, then this might be the run for Heal Stall deck that we haven't seen in quite some time. Which would be kind of interesting. We saw this deck kind of have a little bit of a meteoric rise out of a meta that was very removal heavy, and then when this came out, and the deck kind of saw some fall off in favor. So this is the first time that I'm seeing this in quite some time perform at a competitive level like this, and I think that Dumadam right now is showcasing why that is. It's a very unassuming deck, but if you don't respect it or if you're not looking out for it, then, like you said, that matchup can be very
Yeah, and the thing is that Rhinosect itself costs 4 to special cast. You know, John F. went through 2 Rhinosect special casts there, and each time spent 4 spirits, 1 for the Rhinymph, 1 for the Expend to make it a rune, and then 2 for the Rhinosect. So John, on their own, burned themselves for 8. And then a Dumadam, all they had to do was play a shield twice at a cost of 6. So inherently, John just went down in spirit advantage and card advantage at the same time, while their opponent just kind of said, "Yeah, go ahead, hurt yourself for me." Like that's the game. That's the game. That's the thing. The game plan of Heal Stall is my opponent will will damage themselves, so I don't have to.
Right,
All I have
exactly.
to do is seal the deal and outlive them.
Yeah, who needs to attack directly and deal with large bodies if your opponent is effectively doing the damage for you? Absolutely.
Exactly.
And again, a very unassuming list, but I like the addition of Viscerus here. I'll say that's a good inclusion, kind of a body that is able to ramp up and keep tempo and pace. But I don't think that Frost has added this quite yet. Frost has a lot of utility and a lot of great tools at his disposal to really deal with almost anything. I think that's the reason why John's made it this far.
Yeah, definitely. I think that if John can sort of lock in on how they need to be playing into the strategy, and they're able to sort of reevaluate the pace that they need to be playing at, they absolutely can take this down from here, winning, reverse sweep.
Absolutely. I'll start off here inside of game 2 with a Narpoon coming to the board. One of the best starts for the Frost deck. Grabbing the Rhinymph is pretty crucial, and if this is an early Rhinosect with a Narpoon on the board, that's pretty killer. I think that's going to be a really good start off here for John. Unless you need to change of pace from previously. I like the Ass Rabbit start. It's a very classic start for Elestrals, but Narpoon allowing you to get your engine online a little bit earlier. It's a little better.
Yeah, John really needs a Dumadam to fade a couple of draws here in terms of seeing that Shield of Achilles. It's going to be the most detrimental piece of playing into this Heal Stall list. Is if a Dumadam is seeing that Shield of Achilles, that's going to make playing out the Rhinosect feel so difficult, especially if they're doing it via the Rhinymph method. And so it really will come down to, is a Dumadam seeing those Shield of Achilles, or are they not? And opening up their board to John F just absolutely shredding through and picking up a lot of damage early. I think that is also John's win con, is either playing super low to the ground or getting to Rhinosect so early that a Dumadam just cannot restabilize from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see a slow start there from Dumadam going for the Rabbit and going for a Nectar of the Gods here. Just going for Mad Advantage, drink up Zeus and draw 2. That's going to be I think this is going to be really nice to kind of take back the paces. Even if John is able to swing tempo in the favor, advantage-wise, Dumadam's going to be right there.
And the Nectar being 2 Water Spirits indicates that potentially a Sluggle or a Jotagwa type card is in hand for a Dumadam. Looks like John F is going to be going for an Astro of their own here, which is interesting. That's going to indicate that Rhinosect is not in hand. They've searched Rhinymph to hand, and with how John has been playing, I imagine that if Rhinosect was in hand, we'd be going for Rhinosect with Rhinymph and taking out that Ass Rabbit and then swinging it into that back row to try and start chipping away at it. But it looks like John just really digging through their deck now with their own Ass Rabbit to try and find the answer to this their opponent's Ass Rabbit. We got Ass Rabbit v Ass Rabbit action here.
Yeah, you can't play this slow game for too long. I will say we talked about the tempo swings in this matchup specifically being very important. And the more value that heal can accrue, the more that you have to deal with those healers. The more you have to deal with the Visceruses now, and then the removal as well. So this is a very scary position, I think, for John, even though the spirits are pretty high. Eddie here, now from a Dumadam, and I think that's going to be very scary, allowing for some early pressure from a Dumadam, and Eddie, one of the best cards inside this matchup as well, because Rhinymph has a 5 defense body, I believe, and
it does. It's a 1/5. Oh no, the Shield of Achilles
Ooh.
on the Eddie here just means that a Dumadam can play it next turn anyway. And so maybe
it's crazy. Like you were saying, the recursive value on that's nuts, but then also that 2 spirits is going to be a lot in this matchup. Rhinymph coming down.
Yeah, 2 spirits, and we're going for the Rhinymph effect here on the Astrabbit. Now the question is Adumadam aware of Tsunami on Astrabbit? Looks like Adumadam will be going for Gorgon's Gaze on the Rhinymph, though. It doesn't even matter. But something that a lot of people would do into the Rhinosect matchup is their opponent goes Rhinymph equipped to empower the Astrabbit, and then they will go ahead and they will chain before the Rhinosect can come down. They'll chain a Tsunami to kill off their own Elestral and prevent Rhinosect from hitting the board.
Pretty viable defensive strategy too. I kind of like the heads-up play there for Misenchanting, which you don't really see too often.
Wow.
Here comes that Eddie, which we just saw last turn, and it met with a PTA. It looks like John is seeing the exact counter runes that they need to out this board. The Eddie sticking around for too much longer would be much of a nuisance, but it looks like Rhinymph being a 1/5 also potentially going to be destroyed by this Eddie, which I think you're not too upset about that, especially after this Eddie got a shield, a poison-tipped arrow, and a Rhinymph out of John's deck. I think that's pretty good value. We missed a Mountains of Boreas coming down for John, which is, I think, very interesting because there are Frost Celestial that can come down here. Well, looks like there's one coming down right now. It's the Ascension for the Rhinosect. Big body onto this board.
Yeah, the Mountains of Boreas, a questionable play initially for some, but the Shield of Achilles on the Rhinosect, as was foretold in the ancient scrolls, the most devastating play into the Rhinosect player here. It will put Adumadam down to 10 spirits. However, that's kind of where they want to be, because now they can start really ramping up the healing with the Quackles, the Sluggles, potentially Drotagwas if they're on them. This is a pretty rough position for John F to be in, albeit they do have that Rhinosect in hand ready to potentially start swinging if they can just establish a little bit more presence on board. They could even potentially ascend over their own Astrabbit if they really are feeling a little spicy here.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're going to start to see here as the game is now kind of equalized from these two casters, both in spirits and kind of advantage, that this Rabbit on John's side being a 5 defense will start to carry the defensive strategy here, and Adumadam's going to start to find something that can potentially break apart the board. Now, I don't exactly know what inside of the Heal Stall deck would be able to help beat over this 5. Again, I imagine like stuff like Cryoblast has been cited out, knowing that this is a Frost strategy, so reducing that Astrabbit down to a 3 might not be an option available to Adumadam. So maybe you're trying to dig for an Earth, trying to dig for potentially a Stadium Rune of your own that can help get over this Rabbit. But Ambrosia comes down, healed back the spirits so far inside this game, 2 Waters and a Thunder. So maybe signaling a Quackle or Sluggle, potentially.
Yeah. That's a really good point. The fact that Healstall just does not have a way to out this Astrabbit. Last game, Adumadam outed it using a PTA. And so without that, and a second Astrabbit has hit the board for John FF, that is massive. They get to start sculpting through their deck with a second 5 defense line on their board, looking for the cards that they need. They're likely searching for some way to get over this Astrabbit, potentially another Rhinymph into Rhinosect play, potentially a Narpoon, which could search some more Elestrals they can cast. Honestly, just sticking a Narpoon and then ascending over at the turn after into Rhinosect feels pretty good here for John FF. So the question is, are they going to be able to start putting that pressure on board? And what on earth can Adumadam do to prevent that or respond? Because they're very much in a position where, although they have decent, they have a decent spirit advantage, and they have an Astrabbit of their own, this deck just doesn't have the capacity to put on pressure that John FF is going to be afraid of.
Yeah, I think that's something that we'll start to kind of notice as the pace gets somewhat slowed down here with multiple reenchants of a Rabbit. Is right? What is Adumadam searching for to help break this board? And John threatening those Ascensions probably turn after turn, or even potentially the Cryovern, if that's playing this deck at the moment, or any other sort of Ascension lines available to Frost, will start to chip away at that spirit differential. So I'm imagining as well, Adumadam's trying to play very carefully around potentially things like Lavalith, or even, God forbid, an Arcolith, with reenchanting the Rabbit. Just playing a little slow, keeping those healers in hand to not get met by too many counter runes, or too many answers. Here we see that Rhinosect come back down, misenchanted from the Rabbit.
Yeah, Poison Tip would feel very bad on a Dumadam's side here, so it basically has to be another Shield of Achilles, as they've had to respond to every single Rhinosect. They have sculpted their hand a lot. They slam their hands on the table. I don't know if they're thinking or if they're frustrated. It looks like they're frustrated. And there's another Shield of Achilles, I guess. They're pointing very frustrated at their Astrabbit here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would be too on some level. It's like, hey, listen, we can't keep on doing this dance. You know, we can bring out that must stay in hand. I know that you want it to be on board, but it's got to stay in hand.
And you can't put that on board, my friend.
That's
gotta stop trying to play that.
That's not what we do here. That's what Dumadam's trying to say. You know, we're not Rhinosecting today. I will say now, this does get dangerous for a Dumadam. Effectively, I think that's all 3 shields that is gone from a Dumadam. So John can hard ascend over the next rabbit if this rabbit can't be cleared and threaten once again. PTA is probably the next response that a Dumadam has available, but that again does not feel great because now you are burning yourself for those 3 spirits to deal with this big beetle. So
well, and let's remember,
curious.
I believe there's a Rhinymph in hand, right? I think we searched a Rhinymph that we haven't cast. I might be misremembering this.
They may have cast it early, unless I know it's a second Rhinymph. That would also.
I think there may have been a second Rhinymph.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to find out. But Sluggle here is very big for Dumadam to recur some resources, and maybe he'll soothe some of the frustration of dealing with a giant rhino constantly.
Being very careful too to place these Elestrals in defense position to not take any sort of spare damage. I think that's one thing that the heal stall deck does excel at is the spirit management, right? A really good player on this strategy can spirit manage very effectively. And there's that Rhinymph that
as was foretold.
Foretold in the Ancient Scrolls Rhinymph effect going to expend.
So this is massive here because if a Dumadam wants to kill off their own Astrabbit, they have to get 2 spirits off of that thing. They can't do it. Rhinosect's hitting the board here, and it's properly enchanted. It's popping that Astrabbit. That Astrabbit's getting off the board here one way or another.
Wow. It might also signal a Cryoblast, if I had to guess as well, because we saw, I think, in game 1, the Cryoblast come down for the Sluggle. And there's the PTA. That, honestly, you don't feel too bad about that. It removes the threat finally, but you're taking a ton of damage right now.
Yeah, that is that's pretty devastating on a Dumadam side, I think. This is going to be a very costly turn for them. They will be taking damage here, especially if this Astrabbit goes to attack position. It looks like the Rhinosect hitting over the Sluggle, and then Astrabbit going in for 1 here, putting a Dumadam down to 7 equal spirits on board, but that's before the PTA pays out, and they're going to chuck those spirits out on the board here to resolve the PTA expend to pop. Well, potentially, actually, we're deciding. All right, we are going to indeed be paying out the pop here. This is a very costly turn for a Dumadam, and the thing is, if they've got Sluggle, they've got Quackle in hand, those bodies are not that strong. It's very likely John F has some sort of response. A Narpoon outs any of those, while a Dumadam may be going up in spirit advantage. No,
Ooh, Viserys coming down. We're about to see. Effectively, this in its most prime, right? That back row from John's got to be a Shield of Achilles as well, or something big to combat this Viserys. A Tsunami potentially, a Shield of Achilles, speak into existence, as foretold.
As foretold in the Ancient Scrolls.
This is probably the only game where a Shield of Achilles has resolved as many times as it has this entire cast. Isn't that crazy? We would keep on saying this card never resolves, but clearly that is just incorrect here. And to great success, that is a worthwhile Shield of Achilles if you are John. You want to put on as much spirit pressure as possible here and try to close out this game fast, because now you have no back row and your defenses are low. You're gonna have to
Re-enchanting Rabbit.
You're gonna have to dig deep. It looks like dig deep they'll go.
Gorgon's Gaze on the Rabbit. You also feel pretty good as John F here. If you have an Ambro in hand, you're feeling incredible because you'll get that Thunder Spirit off of the Astrabbit. You get some advantage off of it. A Dumadam throwing their spirits on the board once again, resolving that Gorgon's Gaze. I will point out, John F expended a Fire Spirit here, which is very interesting. This might be a Cryo Scorch deck where you use Rhinosect as the bridge into it. And wow, resting on your laurels to take out the Ash Rabbit is a massive play from a Dumadam here.
And we know the
Feeling
Viscerus
very
is
good
in
about
hand from that shield. That might be lights out here for a quick game, unless there's an Ambrosia into something crazy. But a Quackle doesn't even need to go the Ambrosia.
Even better.
Take the pacing, take the Spirit advantage back into full force. I think that's going to be a very hard game for John to come back to. And this was just insane of a game. So intensely tight from both players, having to play around it perfectly. And
an Ash Rabbit with Fire Spirit left in deck.
Oh, well, we just were talking about how hard it is for the heal stall deck to get back advantage here. And to back advantage to try to beat over a 5. And I think that John can now get back advantage of this Ash Rabbit. You know, if I'm John, I'm trying to pick out some spirits here. I think I'm gonna go for a Fire Spirit. It's got to go for 2 Frost Spirits.
Yeah, you would love the Fire Spirit to keep playing, I think, but it's likely your opponent chooses a Frost.
Absolutely, and that was the Fire Spirit.
They gave them the Fire.
Earthquake here would go crazy. I think that's the only reason why you would give John back that Fire Spirit. Also, do you think that John remembers that they have a Mount Boreas on the field? I just want to point that out, that's been there forever.
I have no idea, to be honest. It hasn't mattered.
There?
It probably won't matter. Oh, that's an Arclith. That's an Arclith on my board. Oh, that's an Arclith.
That is that. There we go. PTA, sure. You want a PTA that? Gorgon's Gaze. There's the Mount Boreas. You definitely did not forget.
All right, they remembered.
All right, well, that's just delaying the inevitable. Am I wrong here? I think that John's gonna draw for turn. Amber off the top, I think, is probably the only option that you have available to you to heal back those spirits. But an Arclith coming down, doing again El Quackito.
Yeah,
there is the spirit.
Shiverroar.
That was the Mountains Boreas. It makes sense now. That was Shiverroar. This is a Shiverroar Rhinosect list.
A Dumadam slamming their fists on the table that they opened all 3 Viscerus, apparently.
Oh, no.
Despite taking down the set 2-0.
You can't be too upset if you're a Dumadam. Winning this 2-0 not only, but also resolving 3 Shield of Achilles against the one deck that hurts the most against. I think there's a lot of strategies that Shield of Achilles is not particularly effective against, but a deck like Cryovern, a deck like Rhinosect, and I guess Shiverroar at this point is very scary to deal with unless you have Shield of Achilles specifically, which that was crazy. That game as well, I feel like the game 1 was fairly heel stall there. I could have said that was anyone's game up until a certain point. That was perfectly played, I think, from both sides. John, no slouch against that matchup. I think that was very well done. The pacing to wait until you had the resources available to strike against the heel stall deck is very important, and that's really, really, really important to know. I'm just gonna point that out there because while that was 2-0 and while the heel stall deck did look to perform, that's a hard matchup for Rhinosect. It really is. It's probably their most difficult matchup.
I don't think it gets much more difficult than that, especially if your opponent opens and sees every single Shield of Achilles. Like that, I'm sorry. Sometimes Zeus just wants you to lose. Like, it is what it is. Like that was outside of your hands. Variance hits, and apparently Zeus was in their deck just like, here's your shield, here's your shield, here's your shield.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see
variance.
Rhinosect and some Frost have some love. Shiverroar is exceptionally cool to see in these late rounds. I was not expecting a Shiverroar deck, another Frostfall staple, and that full art just looked beautiful. I could peek out, that was the full art in hand. And I bet you that John was waiting for the opportunity to ascend into that Shiverroar round. It's absolutely incredible. Quick 2-0.
These players still can top. They still do have the possibility to top. John sitting at 4-2 with a very, very respectable opponent win rate. So it's very still possible for Rhinosect to see yet another top. It's a deck that has topped quite a bit over the past couple of tournaments since Daybreak released some months ago. So very still possible for them to keep that dream alive. And now is very possible, if not guaranteed actually, for us to see heel stall in top cut. I believe that's our first locked for top cut as I think 5-2, even if they lose here, their opponent win rate here is still good enough that they'll likely lock in for top cut.
That's a name I haven't heard in years in top cut. That's ridiculous. I keep on saying we speak into existence, but some crazy stuff happening in this tournament. Who would have guessed the largest one in existence in Elestral's history so far? that we've been seeing all of this sort of crazy magic. Really some exciting plays there, and congratulations to Adumadam for on in that way. And John, I think this was a great showcase as well too. Again, it's that deck is hard to play against heal stall specifically, and hard to play in general. I think it takes a real technician to try that out in this sort of competitive environment.
Yeah. Well, with that, we still have a little bit left in the round, but we're gonna go ahead and throw it to a quick break. We appreciate you all for being here and watching us through these rounds, and we will be right back after just a little bit to show you some more wonderful Elestral.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestral's trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
Coder with so much healing has the flexibility to play a Nectar of the Gods here. That's going to get him 2 draws off the top of his deck, and obviously more advantage, more card advantage, which is what he's looking for, because if he's now able to, play, oh man, what is he? He's going for an Ascension here. Is it going to be the Boom Bat? It's going to be the Boom Bat Ascension. This is a really cool play. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Super Insane here, because what he just did is he went over his Astrabbit to get Boom Bat to the field with 2 spirits on it. You generally don't think of ascending into a 1-cost Celestial, but you can do that. You can ascend a 3-cost Celestial into a 1-cost Celestial, and he does that with the Boom Bat here to get 2 spirits on it, so he can disenchant from it, he can destroy the Calf Mount, he can attack, and then, obviously there's some healing going on there, but it's still a tremendous amount of advantage, and you immediately threaten the same play on the next turn, which creates this loop. And if he has a counter rune here, if there's anything that can stop this Spectrus like a Gorgons, it's going to actually be a shield. I think, either one works, because now you can cast another Elestral to the field, so the Spectrus gets bounced back. And Coder's heavy removal strategy has worked to a T in this clash. He's prevented Super Insane from establishing any sort of a field, and now he's just putting it on, piling it on here with the Quackle that's going to heal 3 spirits. Coder is an A-list away from putting this game, just ending it right there. So, and there it is. A-list hits the field, 4 spirits. You're going to go search. You find the Exaltair. Exaltair is going to stick to this field, and it's going to Nexus onto the Toxic Swarm and burn for 3 spirits right there. That will put Super Insane down to 0 at this point in time. He does have the Calf Mal, and there is no way for Coder to attack over. But Super Insane has nothing that he can actually do at this point outside of Ambrosia off of the Calf Mal. Does he have that play, or is this one over? It seems as though this one is going to end right here, and Distant Coder is going to take this one with an incredible, incredible W, a 2-0 here in the Sweet 16 of the Elestrad. Very, very epic clash.
But the question is, does Bean Soldier want to go ahead and commit the second Demeter here in case that back row is something live? And it's the Shield of Achilles coming down. Oh my gosh, that's going to block him from being able to remove the Galaxy this turn, as it's going to bounce the boosted Elichik back to the hand. Oh, and here comes this Ascension into Draking. Oh my gosh, this is an absolutely critical movement Bean Soldier has no back row to protect from this. If Draking goes in over that Mudlet, he's going to be able to steal it, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Draking is going to steal the Mudlet here with a Water or Lunar Spirit underneath it. Looks like he's going to go Water, probably to play around a potential Tsunami, though I imagine Bean Soldier doesn't have that in his list at all. And then swing in for 1. With that, the advantage of this game has absolutely swapped over to Luke Von Karma. He has the board presence here. We're seeing paying off the Demeter and 1 from Spirit Deck to Earthquake out the Draking. Oh, absolutely critical spirit management there from Bean Soldier. He has the other Demeter in hand, so he doesn't mind losing it there. He brings down the Cyanectar here. You have to imagine he has the Poison Tunic, and there's the Poison Tunic. Oh no! Head in his hands from Luke Von Karma. This is going to allow Cyanectar to boost itself up into the one and only Waspivey. That thing is going to also be completely immune to counter runes now, thanks to this push. And the Poison Tunic is still going to be critical, because when he destroys his Mudlet in battle now, Luke Von Karma is going to take 2 spirits worth of damage. This is going to be a 3 spirit battle here. Bean Soldier is going to draw for turn, and it looks like he is going to be ascending over his Cyanectar. Oh no, into another Waspivey, and doing a hard ascension over Cyanectar that way keeps Waspivey's immunity up. So both of these Waspiveys are completely immune to counter runes, and you have to imagine this game is just kind of going away now. Bean Soldier might be low on spirits, but he is very much ahead on his field advantage. One Waspivey is going to clean up the battle, and the other is going to go in for 2 to the face. That's gotta be painful here. Luke Von Karma desperately needing something that he can get out. I can't imagine what he could possibly go for here, but you imagine he's thinking about something. He finds the Cryoblast! He found the Cryoblast, so 1 Waspivey goes down, and it's all down to just, oh no, and he scoops from there. Rocking a hard place is in his hand. There's no way he was going to be able to activate it with how Bean Soldier was developing his board. That is just unfortunate.
And we're back from a little break, prepping for round 7. As round 6 comes to a close, I think we can talk a little bit about some players to watch and how these last couple rounds are turning out and what our prospects for top 8 are going to look like. It's a really competitive race to the top here, pun intended. There's only 2 XOs at the moment left to finish their round. Every other XO has lost. So we will only have 1 6-0 at the end of round 6. And that is between MBT and Trishula TTV.
I am so surprised at specifically Trish. Not to flame Trish too hard here, but we have this kind of running joke. Trish is an amazing player, really is one of the best minds. Has had some success before in some tournaments, but this is kind of I think what we expected from Trish going into Elestrals almost period. A world's competitor in other card games and a very brilliant mind is cooking today, and it's up against another one of the best players inside the entire world apparently. MBT. Joseph Rothschild. Again, a little bit of shade, but it's like, where is this coming from? What have you been eating? This is
He's been eating
crazy.
his Wheaties.
Absolutely, literally, it's crazy.
I'm gonna kind of bring it back to that pie chart that we had of the deck representation. I believe, to my knowledge, I've heard through the grapevine, Trish is playing Earth Nexus. I think that's what's taken him this far, and that's what took him to finally have good results, is playing good deck as Solar's strongest soldier. And he's one of that 25% here, representing Earth Nexus, playing up against the 20% that MBT is playing. So it's not surprising to see these 2 casters here undefeated going into round 6. And it was just it makes sense that he's finally getting his debut as a topping player outside of a top at a Kokomo 1K, I believe.
I believe so.
And he's here, repping one of the best decks. And we also now have we can do a little breakdown for you of the full tournament card representation. And what a fascinating little tidbit here to see the percentage of decks playing each of the different cards, but also the percentage of the total count, rather, of cards that are being played. We've Ambrosia, not surprising, being played at 3 copies in every single deck on average. And Gorgon's Gaze coming up right after that. Only 4 decks not playing any copies of Gorgon's Gaze. Only 9 players not playing any Astrab. It's like, you look down this line, and this is just, you start your deck, and you go, okay, Ambrosia, Gorgon's Gaze, Astrab, Poison Tip, Shield of Achilles, 1 of Earthquake, 1 of Resting. And then, are you playing Elichick? You just playing a Divine? And then Eddie, a phenomenal card out of Daybreak. Did not expect it at the start of Daybreak to be such a dominant card, but here it is at 68% representation within this tournament.
Yeah, what I like about it here too is seeing the sneaky average 2 per deck in the Altar of Stars. I think that's a pretty cool inclusion here, because that's on the total count for the day there. That's showcasing that a lot of decks are focusing around having those heavy Divine runes or potentially those Stadium runes to really bring that into effect, or potentially maybe more illuminating playing decks like Earth that are utilizing Viscerus to help some Altar of Stars tricks, as that's the next card that's up there. And this is, I think, we talk about it a lot, that some of the most powerful cards in the game being Ambrosia, being Rabbit, being Gorgon's Gaze. And whoever the brave solo player is not playing Gorgon's Gaze, more power to you.
Salute to you.
That is absolutely crazy. And I would love to know what kind of strategy can't fit some of these cards in there.
Well, I think it's very possible it could be something like Drakking, which is a deck that really doesn't want to play too many back row, or at least there are versions of it that don't want to play too many back row. There are certainly some strategies that really focus so hard on turboing out a certain Elestral or playing a totally different game than the sort of more mid-rangey control that most Elestrals decks want to play. And with that, you can kind of see how maybe some of these cards aren't making the cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think it's just so interesting as we're going into round 7 here, somewhat soon. You're starting to see that some of these small cards popping up inside the Daybreak meta, like Eddie, kind of poking its head out there, right? But previously, before, I think we've seen Gorgon's Gaze, we've seen the Ambrosia, we've seen a lot of base set staples that are still very powerful today, and a lot of the removal cards that are still very powerful today. But Eddie has just been showing up day after day. One of the best Elestrals, and in a really great way to help boost some consistency in decks. that I think that if you're looking for a solid beater, if you're looking for something that's going to be reliable against counter runes, Eddie's very strong. And obviously is going to be helpful for outing some of those larger Elestrals that were kind of enabled by the limited list, now that the removal is a little more sparse. So it's I think no surprise looking at the data there that our casters are running with the best of the best inside of their arsenal.
Yeah. And it appears that round 6 has officially concluded. And do you want to guess who our final undefeated caster at the end of round 6?
Oh god, I don't want to know. Just tell me. Just tell me.
MBT 6-0 took it down versus Trishula TTV 2-1.
You captain my captain. It all comes back to Elestrals Season 2. I never had a doubt. Taught him everything he knows. You gotta be kidding me. This is unprecedented. You know, again, what is he eating? What is he even working? He's in the lab secretly. He's been in the lab secretly here. That's the crazy part. I'm sure that match was legendary. Trishula is no slouch either. Let's be clear. But a 6-0 finish from MBT so far going to the last round. We have not heard the last from Mono Blue Tron.
No. Potentially. There might even be a duo Blue Tron after this. Wait, hold on. Now there's 2 of them.
Oh, wow.
The ego's going to get so big, he'll go through mitosis.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, you know, little indie player, the little small channel content creator that could MBT with a crazy finish going to this last round. You know, we talked about so far, almost between every single round, what we're looking for. And I think as we're kind of closing out and kind of going into these higher level games, you know, what are you expecting here? I think it's kind of the last round of Swiss.
I'm expecting to see no punches pulled, heavy hitters. I want to see some big names. I want to see Bean Soldier. I want to see Sunseed Jazz. I want to see just some absolute slugfest between Earth Nexus lists trying to make it into Top Cut here. You know, I think that's likely most of what we're going to see comprising, you know, the current Top Cut options. And, you know, they're all fighting to try and not end up at the bubble. And I want to see some dirty, grimy Elestrals trying to just scrap their way into that top 8.
Absolutely. Well,
we'll scrap in a different way.
I was actually about to say, so you're a little ahead of me on this one. I'm like, well, I don't know if we've seen scrap per se, but no, I think that
photosynthesis.
I think that our surprises here as we go into this later round and inside of Top Cut sometime soon might not be of the jump scare variety. You know, I think that we have some known quantities that we're expecting here. Hearts can rest just a little bit, but the heart-pounding action will all come from the technical play and some of the best casters inside of the entire world. And once again, out of 100 players, we're coming down to the wire here in the last few rounds, or the last round, and then into Top Cut of this tournament. I can't believe we've made it this far already. And if you've been watching this entire time, or they've just joined in just now, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure to leave a like on the stream to really help boost and showcase to the world why Elestrals is so awesome. As well, subscribe to the Elestrals channel, follow Elestrals on all social media across the world, and you know, make sure to share and like the stream and send it out to people. We're trying to showcase why this game is giving us our heart attack, and maybe I can exciting stuff today too. So
give the gift of a heart attack.
Really, it's
as an Arcolith drops
thing
on the board, enchanting for 5.
You know, 5,000 CCs of Arcolith coming straight at you. That's what we're looking for. When they say clear, they're not saying it for any reason. They want you to clear the board. That Arcolith.
Yeah, they're trying to hit for 5 damage.
That's right. Yeah.
They're saying clear because they're going race to the top.
Incredible.
All right. Well, we are just waiting on our round 7 pairings here to determine who's going to be playing who and who will be here on Feature Match as we watch these people try and make their way into Top Cut here. Now, the great thing for some of these players is they can have solace knowing that it's likely if they are X1 right now, at least they're walking away with the wonderful top 16 prizing. They may not play out in the bottom, 9 through 16 in Top Cut, but they will at least walk home with something a little special for making it this far in the day. And I don't know about you, but there's a lot of familiar names in here in our current top 16. And a lot of people that I expected to see doing well and am happy to see make it this far.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names too. You were talking about earlier, so still Kristoff on the Krakatuga list that we saw previously on the stream. John, which we just spectated as well, the excellent showcase of the Rhino Sect. We have a few other names like Jackals, I think, as well, coming out that
he was on
nice stream as well, which is pretty nice. I think it's showcasing that a lot of the talent that we've witnessed so far is no accident, and a lot of those games were proven to be exciting, and I think continue to be exciting as well. And I think it's at this point too, coming to the last round, people were vying for that top 8 spots, and it'll really. I'm curious to know how these tiebreakers are going to work out. I think again, a lot of top talent and a lot of really great players inside of this round that coming up to see that you're going to be. Maybe some people aren't going to make it that I think they might. I don't know. Yeah. I'm on the edge of my seat. I really am.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to see. Worth noting, 3/4 of the Caster's Corner crew are currently sitting in top 16.
Oh my Lord.
Every single person that played from Caster's Corner is currently in top 16. Sunny is currently rounding out at 11th right now. Every other player from the Caster's Corner that's in the tournament is higher than that.
Hey, I just want to point out that 3/4 of the Elestronauts are also still in this tournament. You, me, and Josh. We're all here together. All sitting here. You know, that's worth noting. And we've been here all day. Really, I mean, we haven't seen Josh once. Where is he at? You know?
Where's my boy? The unfortunate thing is, I believe Distant Coder went X2 and dropped after round 5. He was on a very cool win list, I believe, that you and him cooked up a week or two. It's something that I've taken to locals a couple of times. I believe that's what he brought today. Tried to switch it up after his wonderful top with Bears yesterday, but I guess he needed a break from it. He needed a break. He played some wacky Hydrake Pantera.
Stick with the Bears. You know, I get it. You go on this idea that, you know, Earth Nexus, one of the boogeymen of Elestrals. You're like, what deck has a good matchup against Earth Nexus? Pantera. Always has, always will. And you know, I can commend the attempt. I like Pantera. Took it to a top recently and it performed. But maybe Bears was the play. I like the Bears. I think that was a good meta call. And there's a lot of really good players in the tournament yesterday. And I think that Bears was pretty decent, especially in the hands of a player like Distant Coder. But it's okay. You know, the Elestronauts will ride again. I'm sure we'll be okay. There's 3/4 of us still here, and that's important. It's very important. But
that's true. It looks like round 7 pairings have gone up. There's some very exciting matches here. Yet to be determined which one will be selected for the feature match, but there's a lot of heavy hitters going into our final round of Swiss here to determine who is going to be advancing into top cut.
Final round of Swiss, exciting stuff. You know, it's coming from the top of the day earlier into now. I'm thinking back on the cool matches we've seen so far, and I love Elestrals. This has been so great. You know, as we're going into this round, we still have a lot of games left to play and a lot of Elestrals to play left, but so far, this has been an exhilarating experience from top to bottom. And I do want to quick shout out to the crew for Elestrals and Elestrals team for putting on such a great show, for having Caleb and myself on the cast right now as well, trusting our voices to broadcast to you out there. And also shout outs to everyone watching here and also at home, or as well, welcoming and joining us in the community. It's been really great so far, and we have tons left to play. This is not a farewell goodbye. This is just saying I'm so ready for more.
Yeah, this is thanks for being here. Let's get it.
Absolutely.
Let's get it.
This
is going to be an incredible round 7. Sounds like we might have a phenomenal matchup for you. Something very special. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, my friend? Oh.
We're getting word from Dan in the helicopter that we might be seeing 2 titans of this game clash.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see when we get to the table, but you don't want to miss this one. You might honestly, if you're like me, get a blanket, get tucked in, get some popcorn, a sody pop, get all snuggled up because you're about to be sitting by some fire. You know what I'm saying? This match is about to be crazy. This match is about to be crazy.
Wow.
I don't know if I've ever been as excited for for a match in my life. This is going to be awesome.
You know, we've had some really exciting stuff to look forward to as well. Looking at the previous champion, Bo, was a lot of fun, right? And that was like a really great match to watch. Yeah. Especially like, you know, watching high level play is always exciting. If you're a competitor at all, you're always like, man, I'm always looking for the next best, latest, and greatest, because you just really want to know what makes everyone tick. What makes a good player versus a great player. And I think that's just phenomenal. We have 2 casters up on deck, and one we haven't seen for many rounds now, but you might be familiar with a small content creator that just joined in the space. MBT, Mono Bluetron, Joseph Rothschild, just recently started to do these tournaments. I'm really proud of him, personally, for showing out today. Versus the one and the only Sunseed Jess.
A Worlds competitor from a different card game here today to go ahead and show us an incredible match between 2 titans of the game. Wow, this is gonna be an incredible matchup.
MBTY. What's so funny is, and I am so curious to know how this is gonna go down, because it really could be anyone's game. Despite the fact that MBT is undefeated going into this round, Sunseed Jess has quickly become one of the best players in Elestrals and has proven why. This is a small anecdote, small story. I got a message from Jess after the first tournament. She got second place against Spicy Sausage and immediately was higher than me in ranks. Sent me a message, you're 1 elo point away. And she's like, after only 1 tournament, SMH. And I was like, come on.
Oh.
But well deserved, and into the top placement there. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad that she stuck with it. I'm glad that this game is seeing some real talent come into it, and clear house. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a very exciting match. Expecting to see Thunder from MBT, assuming Earth from Sunseed Jess. Very cool to have MBT. We'll start and end the match here, this tournament here, and of course,
this is sub to words.
Sub to words, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. Add him on Twitter.
So funny. This is actually one thing it's really important to note out here. We have the Elestriad Season 1 runner-up versus the Elestriad Season 3 runner-up here as well, and that's an excellent call-out. I think that's also another reason to get excited for this match as well. It's a little bit of history here.
And on the mic, we have the Elestriad Season 2.
Yeah, full circle. Wait a minute.
We got all the runner-ups.
All the runner-ups here. Captain, my captain, and Jess, my goat. Like quite literally. Wait a minute. My influence is seen no matter. You're right, Caleb. This is my influence here. This is.
This is about to be an incredible matchup here. Very excited to see how this one pans out. Looks like Joseph is the one to start here, running out the Elechick, checking his Discord probably, and then going into the deck to go search for a Divine Rune.
I can see that. We can start, right? We can go.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm doing it anyway.
So presumably, again, we're not exactly sure what Jess is on. Joseph, we've already seen MBT on Thunder. Jess potentially on Earth. We've seen a lot of Earth from previous runs from Jess. And this matchup is a slobber knocker. It's a real barn burner of a matchup. And we're seeing Elechick come down from Jess, so a little bit of a mirror. Just have a Gorgon's Gaze, pretty prime Gorgon's Gaze fodder off the bat.
Yeah, forget about going band for band. Let's go chick for chick here.
Chick for chick, gaze for gaze.
We'll see what Jess searches. So Jess is going to be searching out Demeter. So that likely confirms here, unless Jess is on some variant, that she is playing Earth Nexus, while we know from a prior round that MBT is on Thunder.
Yeah, it
looks like she's going to be enchanting that Demeter up.
Save me, Demeter, save me. 3 on the Demeter is quite a bit. I think it's so funny that the trend of this is maybe to potentially play around Alter a little better, have an extra little bit in the bank. But Tsunami coming down from MBT right off the bat, putting that Elechick into tiny little defense booty 1. And can we see a follow-up that allows MBT to clear the board here? An Ash Drive would be killer. I think that actually probably one of the best case scenarios. Toxion's also not too bad here. I think those are my top 2 picks.
Thunder. Okay, we got Zeus coming down from MBT. Only for 2 this time. Not going to quite commit the same that Jess did her turn. And a Toxion. And a very solid option here to just start pushing up some damage onto Jess's Spirit deck. And this is going to mandate a response from her. A poison-tipped arrow going to lower the attack of that Toxion. Something that maybe doesn't feel too good because Jess will be taking a lot of damage here as Toxion and the Elechick are able to punch in for damage. But Toxion is something that really needs to be respected. If you let this Toxion stick around for too long, it will just start to accrue so much advantage through burning, which we've seen in prior rounds quite a bit.
Absolutely. And that Scorpion's going to sting just a little bit, and Jess is going to expend to pay out for the PTA. Like you said, you cannot leave that little guy on the field for too long. And now this is a pretty manageable board for Jess. Only one counter rune or back row set for MBT. And while the Zeus does have two, maybe signaling an altar of stars here, one Echolinks should be able to help clear the board and potentially push for more advantage. MBT only has 2 cards in hand, it looks like. Potentially, oh yeah, looks like the signal for 2 cards. There we go. And Echolinks comes down on the board. This is huge. This might be the tempo swing. A Poison Tipped Arrow would be kind of nice here. Won't allow you to hit over the Elechick and put MBT on better habit. Otherwise, Tsunami here would also be pretty killer for MBT. Do you see a second one?
Yeah, second Tsunami would absolutely put so much in his favor here. And it would be very up in the air what Jess would be able to do in response after that, as her Echolinks would likely be outed the next turn, unless she's sitting on some back row in hand that she just has neglected to set over these couple turns. It looks like Joseph is thinking very hard about that back row, and it's an Altar of Stars as you foretold in the Ancient Scroll.
Been around the block a few times. I've seen a Zeus left out like that when you need to. That is going to be kind of rough for Jess. I will say a back row should be able to save here, but it's got to get rid of this Elechick super fast or else there's an issue. But a Mount Olympus, we're going to Thunder's Turf. I was not expecting this, and Race's top coming down. Jess!
That's incredible. An incredible play here from Jess. Both of these Elestrals sitting at 3 defense. Race the top, clearing out the Elechick, and using the Spirit of the
Jess just had it all in the hand. This is, excellent play from Jess here. I'm assuming we're gonna go play some extrapolation here. That Race Top Olympus play, potentially combined with the Jolton for either searching on Fully Forest or the Mount Olympus, is a nice switch up, change of pace. That tiny booty of Elechick was killer there. You don't need a Cryoblast when you can just take him home to yourself on your own home turf, is what Jess is saying here. And an Eddy coming down.
Eddy, very interesting. Thunder Enchanted Eddy, something we've seen a good bit of misenchanted Eddies today, and that Thunder makes it a 5-2. That is a large Edward right there.
What I like about this play from MBT, and an expend to draw from Jess, an expendica from Jessica, we have a forcing of a Demeter potentially on this Thundward, this absolute menace of the ocean.
That
and Astrabbit coming down.
The Astrabbit here is met with a poison-tipped arrow, but because of her own Mount Olympus, it would let the Astrabbit deal damage, but she pays off of it for the poison-tipped arrow, meaning that Astrabbit no longer is able to deal any damage, and she's only going to be taking damage from the Eddy here.
This is so interesting here because, once again, MBT effectively forcing Jess into such difficult positions. Not only saying, hey, you have to use Demeter to break my Eddy. Hey, you have to use Mount Olympus to break my Rabbit. That's such an interesting dynamic here. And maybe whether intentional or not, like Joseph Rothschild is on a run here, and these are 2 excellent cards to help him secure this. Jess is going to take a damage from Eddy here with no damage from the Rabbit, and then expend from the PTA to kill the Rabbit. But as far as I'm concerned, this Rabbit's done its job. That is a killer bunny.
This has been an incredible matchup so far already, because what an incredible back and forth. Everything matched by the opposing player. Sunseed just getting out Echolinks, getting out the Mount Olympus, race to the top. MBT then responding with Thunderword and an Astrabbit to force out the PTA to get rid of the Mount Olympus. It's just every single card putting in absolute work. And a second Echolinks from Sunseed Jess, making this Edward feel a lot more threatened here. And Demeter gonna buff up the Echolinks to swing over Eddy. Is that back row life from MBT? It is not. And so Sunseed Jess's Echolinks will connect, taking it out. Ooh.
Eddy going down
Another
here.
Elechick.
Okay, so we're seeing here PTA coming down. Okay, that's gonna be nice. They're gonna be able to help keep the tempo still pretty even, but this Zeus coming down is going to help MBT get over this Equilinx with, I think Sunseed Jess only have one card in hand potentially, so the advantage game here is very close as well. Every card here will matter, and this, presumably, I'm gonna say it's an Altar of Stars down there. We're gonna do a little bit of Tony Romo prediction, and that's gonna be Altar of Stars if I had to guess. But it's not going to matter.
Created the opening board state of this game almost perfectly. Time is a flat circle, and this game is one as well, apparently.
Elichik coming down. We're just going to be looping out Thundwords and Rabbits forever. Going to expend for the PTA. Sunseed's going to draw. And we're going to see a expend to draw really low on spirits. You do not like to see that. Earth also has a big problem with this. If you do not see Ambrosia here, they don't have a lot of native healing. And so Thunder here could even drop a Quackle, and that's A-okay. You're okay with that pace loss just to heal back the advantage. I think Joseph might be looking for Toxion here would be also a killer. Toxion might be even game. There it is. I need to stop. Oh, God. He's this Scorpion Sting is going to be crazy.
You need to know this is your fault.
It's all because of me. Wow. Again, the Toxion here in this position is so good. I remember talking to people for a long time being like, Toxion is not great. Rabbit coming down from Jess here to try to get some advantage and dig into Ambrosias, dig into anything to try to get back into this game. The spirit differential is so big that MBT can sit on this Toxion, re-enchant, and not even have to do offensive pressure. And that's what a Toxion, I think, does really well in the board position. It's mid and late game, pressuring your opponent to make hard decisions. And that is a difficult choice to make for a Thundercaster, because why would you want to go into a advantage engine? Jolton, Elichik. Ambrosia coming down from Jess as well to heal back some spirits, keeping themselves alive in this match.
Yeah, she absolutely needs to see this Ambrosia here. The Toxion is just about to put up so much pressure. Toxion be able to hit over this Astrabbit because of the Zeus, putting on just insane pressure. Insane pressure here. Re-enchant Toxion does so much for MBT here. Jess has got to feel put in a very tough spot here. As you mentioned, Toxion is not something that usually is played at many copies in Thunder, but it's such a necessary include because of board states like this and other board states that we've seen throughout this tournament, where the pressure of re-enchanting a Toxion and slowly burning your opponent is just so critical, as MBT is going to go ahead and expend a draw here, opting not to put on the pressure of the Toxion, but instead go for a Cryo Blast on the Astrabbit, meaning that natively here, we don't even need to swing. Oh, we will swing. We could also just use Zeus to out the Rabbit, but it looks like we're going to be using this Toxion, forcing Jess to either respond with a Shield of Achilles, which she will, or risk losing this Astrabbit.
This Toxion's gotten crazy advantage.
Yeah, an insane amount of value between the burn for one and now taking out a Shield of Achilles, and then MBT will be able to burn for a second one next turn, and potentially this is maybe why he left the Zeus on board. Toxion, play next turn, Altar Stars re-enchant.
Yep,
this
absolutely.
could be game from Joseph here, as the Gorgon's Gaze is going to hit the Astrabbit. Absolutely back-breaking moment here.
Absolutely. That bunny's turning to stone, and Jess is going to scoop it up here and give it to Joseph.
So.
Knowing that the Toxion can come down here, that very risky play on that Shield of Achilles, and that's something that you do not want to see as a caster there, is that Toxion, again, just stealing value. It's such an interesting phrase. I think that's probably the best way to put it, is that it's deceptive, but it really is just kind of showcasing that this Elestral with a seemingly like underwhelming effect early and really put on massive pressure mid and late game. And that was a perfect showcase of that. I'm glad to see that Thunder players are back on Toxion. That crazy card. Crazy.
It's a very good card. I distinctly remember a little anecdote here from Elestrals Season 2. Mario playing against, I don't remember who it was. It might have been Trishula. It was somebody playing Thunder from Elestrals Season 2. And just being like, yeah, I just didn't respect Toxion and I lost the game because it stuck board the entire time. Re-enchanted to burn a sum of like 5. It's just such a devastating card to play against. And it feels so bad all the time to interact with, because as a Toxion player, you cast and you say, all right, if you Gorgon's Gaze this, I don't care. Like, you were taking 2 anyway. But if you don't, like, you start to generate advantage. Poison tipped arrow needs to hit that card, and you're burning for 4 potentially if it's attacking direct. Like, it feels so bad to play into, but is such a necessary card for Thunder to continue to play, because it just puts your opponents in bad positions like that.
Absolutely. You know, it kind of takes me back a little bit to when Sparkit was sent to Tartarus, right? And Wirtz is down there rescuing Drataya as we speak, by the way. But no, you know, no one's really sending flowers for Sparkit. And it's funny. I remember a lot of people were saying, where is Thunder going to go from here? And I think that MBT is kind of showcasing, like a lot of Thundercasters have, like nowhere but up. It's a race to the top, and Thunder's right there too. All the new tools are.
MBT using the Elestrals Premier Tournament as his platform to spread his agenda.
His devious message against.
Jess is mulliganing here. That's a Water and a Thunder expansion to mulligan. Wow. Okay. This might be a 2-0. Who knows? I don't want to call it too soon, but this feels like a very bad position to be in for Jess with how the first game went.
I completely agree. What's so funny, we were talking about the potency of Toxion's poison, and I think that this game, even going first for Joseph, going for a Toxion brings Jess down to, let's say they play an Elestral, that's going to bring down to 17, and then now Toxion goes in for 16. Starting off with that, going from 19 to 20 isn't great, but when you're at 16 spirits off the gate, that's pretty sizable.
Yeah, this is already a massive spirit disadvantage for Jess, but she's going to go ahead and play out this Elechick, go and search the Demeter from her deck. The question is, what kind of counter runes does she have to back up this Elechick? Very important for her here to have something that can protect this. And it looks like she's setting 2 face downs and passing on over to MBT, who will grab a card and try and crack this board.
SMH, not playing around Gloombat. Jess, what are you doing? Not playing around Gloom. We saw that come down, and you're not afraid of it? I say love you. Got Elechick v Elechick going chick for chick again into this matchup. The Gorgon's Gaze from Jess here could be pretty good. That's a pretty decent target inside of this matchup. It looks like MBT's going for the deck, going to search out the strong arms of Zeus. You might see Zeus enchanted here to help break the board. And if you're Jess, you might just let that go through. I mean, unless there's significant back row from MBT's part, sometimes you just kind of have to let the Elechick die, and you have to take on the crackback. Eddie, Tsunami here. The pacing really will be determined by how many back row that MBT decides to set and what response Jess has here. It's a pretty critical moment.
Yeah, if MBT goes for like 2 sets here, you absolutely need to respect the Elechick. It looks like...
It was in a crash.
Was it a swing? He's going... Oh, he went for a crash. Okay, wow. Very interesting decision from MBT here. Wanting to just maintain a sort of equilibrium here as both are only down 1 spirit from their starting total. Jess is just automatically down by 2 from that mulligan as she goes for a second Elechick, getting what is likely the last Demeter out of deck. It is unlikely that Jess will be playing more than 2 Demeter in her deck. So this is a wonderful thinning opportunity where every single card from here should just be gas. It should just be live. You know, these Divines are cards that are very powerful, but typically you don't want to draw because you'd rather be searching them with something like Elechick or Pluck. And
Absolutely.
So being able to have both of these Elechicks here and thin out the deck of those critical pieces that you want on the deck, but you don't want to draw, is just so massive for her.
Yeah, I do like the MBT's reservation here too, by the way. That's kind of a nice spotlight for a play like this, is that, you know, why not go for the Zeus to keep up advantage? Well, an Equilinx coming down on the board means that your backer might be particularly weak here. That set card from MBT might actually not be that strong. And so having an Equilinx come down, destroy the Zeus, and now having that 1 back row be just kind of middling, you've lost a lot of advantage and value over that course in time. Eddie coming down here, swapping that Elechick to a tiny little booty of 1. We're going to see if Eddie connects. Tsunami immune, which is nice, but Jess probably looking for a Shield of Achilles, if anything. But Elechick goes down. That's 2 chicks into the underworld. With 3 back row, I think now you're sitting pretty if you're Sunset Jess.
Yeah, if you're Jess here, you feel incredible, I think. This Viserys is gonna go crazy. This
Thunderstorm this
from
man. Thunderstorm him.
Thunderstorm that back row now. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office. Thunderstorm the back row.
I think here we're also setting up for a Demeter play enchant, which again, if one of these back row is alter, allows the play around that Tsunami that we saw inside of the first game there, which is pretty heads up, I think, from Jess's part, even though that Mistress doesn't need the Demeter to hit over this Eddie, but might try to play some tricky counter rune play in the meantime. But he's thinking long and hard about this Viserys connect. Well, Jess is proposing, hey, is this cool? Can I clear board and be up an advantage?
Thinking about that
Considering
background.
it, that's okay. Looks like we might have a Laurels and a Cryoblast come down. That actually might be the only thing that can get Joseph back into this game, but a mismatch rarity as well. You'd love to see the full art Viserys on the board.
It's the same mismatch rarity we saw earlier in the tournament. And I don't know if Jess is going to go for this, but this opens up an opportunity to go for an Altar of Stars play. I don't think it's advantageous to do so, but there certainly was the option there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for a little bit of aggression, but maybe saving that for a little bit of a trick, kind of similar to an Argo surprise gotcha moment to MBT. Imagine MBT's silly surprise when tries to swing in on the defense position Viserys and measly 2, and then a 6 coming down their face, but Viserys v. Viserys.
Oh, Viserys! No! We've had chick on chick violence. We now have Viserys on Viserys violence.
It can't end this way.
Need to be broken up.
The Thunder. What deck am I looking at? Are they playing the same list here? I thought I was casting an Earth v Thunder matchup, but this is looking quite similar. Now this is incredible. I mean, like you said previously, Thunder is no stranger to using Viserys inside the deck as a nice generic beater to help maintain advantage, and potentially even misenchanting with Thunder for an Arcolith Ascend. That's an expert level play we might see come down, and I hope we do. Earthquake coming down from MBT Tektaris, taking one of the Viseryses to the Underworld.
That's a very heads up play here, as it will force Altar of Stars to be used here likely to prevent loss of board advantage, and it gives MBT an opportunity here to potentially play this Viserys a little bit differently. If he were to have swung and the Altar was chained to the attack, he could be losing advantage, as opposed to here forcing out this Viserys and the Nexus here means that, you know, while his Viserys is going to go to defense position, he is likely actually up in card information and advantage as a result of this play. So very heads up, something that you wouldn't think of most of the time, but this just shows that he's a very, very excellent player within the game of Elestrals.
Absolutely. Expend a draw, Expendica from Jessica here on the side of the Earth team. I think if you're Jessica, you have to swing on this Viserys, and that Tsunami is going to be nice and pretty from MBT coming in here. And that's all you can really hope for. I would be surprised if it wasn't. It was no Tsunami.
It connects.
What is going on here?
The backer was not live, or do we just? I wonder. No, Yeah, it is unlikely that Jess is. He could be race the top. I was thinking that maybe I think Joseph might have an Arcolith in hand, and so maybe the goal here is to try and first of all get Jess out of all of her Viserys in deck, but then potentially set up a play where she goes for both Viserys attack, and then he's able to crack back with an Arcolith.
I lied. We said no more jump scares. We are incorrect. Viserys coming down from MBT's side. And a Zeus. Okay, wait a minute. This is pretty big. Okay, I had this theory before. If one of these other set cards is an altar from this Zeus, then that means that potentially MBT can even turn on Arcolith live.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to Jess here. So this is some interesting play that we'll see. Zeus coming down, I think, disenchanting to bring down one of the Zeus. Want to bring one of the Viserai, if you will. Viserai. And I believe that's the technical term, yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely an option here as well, where if this Viserys connects with whatever it's swinging into,
there's no way. Shield of Achilles.
MBT, okay, it didn't end up happening, but there's potential where MBT could go for a altar to bring the other Viserys to attack to swing over the remaining Viserys. So there's an option that leads MBT to a point of having two Viserys on board in attack position and Jess with nothing to her name, but that Shield of Achilles is going to prevent that hypothetical from ever coming to fruition in the first place. And she's here with an Equilynx. This is the moment, I think. This might be the moment where she runs away with this game.
Yep,
MBT poison tip
there. That's. Ooh. I mean, what's so funny, and it's. I was just about to comment on the fact that the spirit count is ultimately still pretty even. We had, I think it was like 10 to 10 before this last turn came back online. Now only 7 spirits to 10 spirits, and there's so much Elestrals that's already been played and to be played in this game specifically. Yeah. There's so many actions that have been taken and getting played, and both playing out of their minds. This Equilynx is gonna get mad value. And swing in. Jess is playing around Arcolith on some level, I imagine. I I don't know. That's kind of hard to do so at this point, which I think maybe MBT is perfectly okay with. Gaze, second poison tipped arrow.
Second poison tip. Wow, this is a lot of damage that's about to connect. That's the important thing to note here is MBT may be at 10 right now, but he's about to be 4 spirits less rich in his spirit deck. Really would necessitate an Arcolith to land here, I think, for him to stabilize in this game. But he's going into 3 back row from Sunseed Jess here, and that's a lot. That's a lot of back row. The question is obviously is it alive, but you gotta assume at least one of them is.
I imagine back there is a Shield of Achilles to help deal with the Arcolith, right? I think that Jess is very much aware that the position that she is in is Arcolith territory. And so having a Gorgons, having the shield is effectively the bare minimum I think she had to have here to stay in, because again, 5 spirits to 7 spirits is not that big of a spirit differential. That's 1 counter rune away. Resting your laurels is huge. That's enormous.
It'll bring this Viscerus to a much more manageable 5 attack, which means that, most normal casts can get over it, or in this case, Astrabbit will not be destroyed by this. Jess is out of Viscerus in deck. That is all 3 that have now gone to the underworld, and despite the fact that, she initially was quite down in spirits, she is somehow stabilized massively, trading very well into MBT.
What's so interesting is that you consider Poison Tipped Arrow and a Gorgon's coming down. This is a very expensive counter in play, but that is probably one of the most best versions of value you could get from this interaction.
Yeah. That is an incredible play from Jess here. Very expensive. Yeah, that makes sense. All it would take from Jess is a single normal cast, and MBT knows that it's time to move on and play out game 3 here. Jess, from a mulligan, being behind 2 spirits from the jump, able to come back in a massive way.
I am sweating inside of the booth today. It is bringing the heat with these decks, and it's a little toasty in here. My jaw hanging open after that game and going into game 3. When I said electrifying action, I really meant it. This is kind of a highlight showing almost pitch perfect play from both these casters, and it's possible we see no one undefeated inside of this Swiss rounds, and that means no one is safe by far. Sunseed Jess has had an incredible run so far, and of course MBT is undefeated going into this round. But wow, that was a stellar game from Jess, especially bringing it back after the first game where it seemed like she was behind most of it.
Yeah, an incredible, just well played game from both casters, and again, the fact that Jess mulliganed and was still able to not only stabilize but come out so massively ahead over MBT is just a real testament to her strength as a card game player as a whole. Someone who she is fairly new to the game and already has a lot of accolades under her belt here, potentially adding another premier event top to her name, to her belt. Just incredible play from a very fresh player, and always happy to see new up and coming talent. Well, up and coming established talent from other games transition on over to our game, and it's just wonderful to see her perform.
Absolutely. I mean, and good up and coming talent from VT too. This previously unknown player also inside of the 7th round. That's absolutely incredible, and I like that they've caught on to so many things so far. They've caught up with how do you play Thunder, effectively make it to the 7th round, and also they're inside of the community jokes, like sub to words with, that's crazy. How did MBT learn that so fast, being here so new?
How could he possibly have come up with that?
Really's been in the lab here for a little bit. This is exciting game 3, and
that's right. He's now ambivalent about words, actually.
This bid is getting out of hand. We're getting outbidded in this cast, and it's completely silent. We're getting Charlie Chaplin here from across the world. This is incredible. Acme Coyote here holding up a sign saying "Youch." Like we're
literal youch.
Incredible. MBT's gonna start off on this 3rd game of electrifying gameplay with a Thunder Spirit. I'm gonna grab it. Digging for 3 cards, and fun to add. Good start from Thunder. shocker. Rabbit set 2 pass.
It might just be set 1. Who knows?
Set 1. Okay, a little bit weaker, and a shuffle off the top from MBT, passing it back to Jess. That 1 might be all you need here. Maybe a poison tipped arrow to maintain pace, depending on what the starter is here for Jess.
It's gotta be. That's definitely a. It's definitely a poison tipped arrow here. 100%. Yep. There's no shot.
Absolutely.
As was foretold.
As was foretold. Caster's Curse and Caster's Blessing. 2 cards upcoming in eventual set 7, of course. We have Rabbit getting hit with this poison tipped arrow is a pretty classic thing that we've seen, especially going second into a lot of games. You kind of have to have a game plan after that, right? Anticipating that 1 set card is poison tipped arrow against a Rabbit is risky, but you'd rather take the advantage and just say that, Earth has a great chance effectively going second in being down an advantage in this way. So while not great for Jess to lose this big defensive body, I think Earth might be just fine here in the long.
And there is an update from our potential top cut as Jess goes and sets 4 for her turn. Bean Soldier now locked in for top cut here.
Locked in for top cut. Not surprised there. I think after some upsets, I think Josh is looking for a win here. And he's no slouch. That's incredible. And Elechick comes down on the board, searching a Zeus potentially. It's 4 back row. Gorgon's Gaze.
Not searching anything today.
That bird is turned to stone, and that preventing that Zeus is pretty big here. I'm a big fan of, we talked about the greatest pairings alive: Astrabbit, Poison Tipped Arrow, Astrabbit, Earthquake, but Elechick being a nice Gorgon's Gaze target. The value you get recurring off of those divine runes is really strong, and so excellent way to kind of even out the playing field here for Jess.
I will point out that I believe Jess is at likely 3 cards in hand here, if I remember correctly. And so Galaxy. So the question is, does she have Elestrals to play? And Galaxy will absolutely be that Elestral. A massive way to out this Elechick into an open board. And even if the board wasn't open, an incredible way to play into a poison tipped arrow. So Earthquake! You spoke it into existence.
As foretold.
As was foretold in the ancient scrolls.
Apollo throwing us the gift of prophecy.
Like a dodgeball.
Clearing the board here with the Lone Galaxy. We peered into this deck a little bit and saw Eddie and Galaxy as like really decent beaters inside of most people's deck lists, right? I think that for a long time, Galaxy was a staple inside of Elestrals set 1 and set 2, especially as we saw a lot of the 5s meta, if you will, a lot of the bigger bodies come out. But it's also just a really strong card into various forms of counter runes and various forms of interruptions. It's a really nice offensive threat that's really hard to deal with for a lot of decks.
Yeah, this is Galaxy, a notorious Celestial within the community for some interesting rulings that exist with it. However, those strange rulings are something that massively benefits its favor, as Poison Tipped Arrow makes it a 5/0, and Cryoblast cannot kill it.
I love Galaxy
without some help.
It's so interesting too, because Galaxy, one of these cards that I think wasn't necessarily slept on. I think this card was probably pretty appropriately rated for a long time. But as a 5s enjoyer back inside of base set 1, this card was critical for turning on cards like Small 2 guys we saw previously in the round of Ren, and then here helping Jess to kind of help clear board and maintain pressure on the on MBT side, which I think is pretty helpful here. As well, the fact that it plays around so many counter runes is going to be pretty good, because now MBT has to have a proactive response to this Galaxy, which is backed up by 3 counter runes. That's looking very scary. And Eddies are now almost ineffective from MBT. And that's something to point out as well, that even if Eddie wanted to activate its really good effect for swapping positions, Galaxy thwarts any sort of attempt as it's a 1 attack body.
Yeah. It looks like MBT is going to expend to draw here. Potentially just passing on over to Sunseed just after that. Very, very curious what Elestrals MBT might have in hand. Potentially a certain Uncle Arcolith is waiting in there, praying that Jess will commit too much to board, but Jess is too smart for that. Gonna go ahead and play out the Astrabbit in defense position. We're not playing into no Arcolith. And she's just going to keep generating advantage and punching in and taking away MBT's life total here.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit too early in spirits to kind of play that aggressive for Jess. I think that 16 spirits from Joseph here is not enough to say, yeah, hit me with an Arcolith, which then I have to now overextend myself to deal with. So very smart to take a little bit of damage there and kind of just play this game a little bit slower. Passing back to MBT there. I couldn't tell if it was an expended draw or if this is just the damage from Galaxy.
I believe that was damage from Galaxy. Yeah, the great thing about both these decks is they both are so spirit efficient that neither really minds playing it a little slow here and there. And this Toxion is going to be a very killer opportunity for MBT to start to pick away at Jess's life total without even connecting for an attack. As we've harped on a lot, this card is very, very strong, making your opponent expend 1 when it receives Thunder. And there's a lot of ways to make this Elestral receive Thunder. And a Zeus is going to hit the board, something that we knew that MBT had in hand from that Elechick. A way to pressure out either this Galaxy or the Astra, but it's very likely that this Zeus will come down against the Galaxy, as that's the main offensive pressure on the board right now. The question is, does Jess have a response to the attack declaration? A Gorgon's Gaze into no back row is killer. A Shield of Achilles is pretty killer. Poison Tipped Arrow would have come down if it was an option, and so it's likely she does not have that setback there. So the question is, which of these 3 face down cards are live? How many of them are real? One of them is probably a Demeter, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So which of these are actually live? And did MBT Zeus down the Astrabbit or the Galaxy? Because Jess looked like she gestured at the Astrabbit for a moment there. So it's very interesting. Oh! Cryoblast! Going to come down and potentially take out the Rabbit here.
Yeah,
so maybe
I think
it
that
was Zeus on Rabbit.
I think that was right. Zeus on Rabbit, and then Cryoblast the Rabbit to kill the Rabbit. Otherwise, this would have to be a Cryoblast on the
Cryoblast on Galaxy kills it. Wait, Cryoblast on Galaxy kills it because Zeus makes it.
Told.
As we literally were talking about that
foretold.
earlier. Oh my lord!
Incredible technical play. So if you happen to miss it at home, so the interaction that we just witnessed. So Galaxy has an interesting interaction with something like Cryoblast. It's only natively affecting its 5 stat line for its defense, right? But Zeus bringing down both attack and defense by 3, meaning that it is able to be Cryoblasted, allowing it to get destroyed and removed from the board. That, I think, was honestly probably one of the best plays that Joseph could make there to try to get rid of that threat, because otherwise, walking into back row with Toxion might not feel great, but that's all that you have here. No set back row is killer. Those Unclus are burning a hole in the hand.
That was an incredible play, but Sunseed Jess is going to respond with her own Cryoblast to take out this Toxion.
I hate to see it.
And re-enchant on the Astrabbit as well. This Astrabbit can start swinging for insane damage here if she so desires. This is just such an incredible match. Yeah, just a wonderful technical play from both these players. Zeus Cryoblast, making Galaxy a 0-0 to pop it. As we were talking about Galaxy being a rulings complication for some players, something that I brought up is one of the only ways to make Cryoblast kill, and lo and behold, here it is in front of us. Maybe some of you at home are able to learn something today, because Galaxy rulings can be a little complicated when you're first getting into the game, and it's a very cool little interaction here.
I think it's also one thing that makes Thunder such a force is that it can have interactions like that. You have cards like Cryoblast, which is pretty decent removal overall, but Zeus allowing you to effectively clear most Elestrals in the game period really combos off pretty well with it. So I like that play and that inclusion from Joseph here. Gonna take 2 spirit damage from this Rabbit swinging in, and I do like the Rabbit in attack here. I think it's gotten plenty of value, and now you're starting to turn on the gas a little bit. You're trying to say, hey, I'm gonna put you on a timer, and please deal with my board. Rabbit with 2 enchant, set 3. Oh, look like a Laurels. That's a Laurels we've ever seen one. Get the animation ready. We got a Cryoblast coming down. Wait a minute. What is going on here?
This is a phenomenal interaction between these two cards. Cryoblast with Zeus means any 5 defender dies to Cryoblast. Insane interaction here.
That was a really expensive Laurels. That was that was
earthquake.
crazy.
What do you mean?
Faked me out. Sorry, production. Didn't mean to scare you there. Everyone's asleep at the wheel. Everyone awake now?
The Edward swinging in for 1 damage here is just incredible. This is stabilization if I've seen it from MBT.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I think that Jess here is still very much up an advantage across the board, either board presence or else in the hand. And I think that's what makes it scary is even though the spirit count is pretty similar, it looks like Jess is going to be able to establish a board on some level with this Jolton. And that's just going to continue the pressure on board. With the Foley Forest, we were talking about the flex option there to grab Foley from this Jolton opposed to Mount Olympus. So potentially sticking to Mount Olympus in hand even, if that wasn't sided out.
Yeah, that is a very real opportunity here, is that it's potential that Mount Olympus was sided out here, meaning that Jolton, although in this position would love to search an Olympus, it's not an option anymore, but the Demeter will be used to take out this Eddie. And the question is, what does MBT have in hand? Oh, another Jolton, or another Eddie.
A second Eddie has hit the board. You know, I think if you're Jess here, you really do not mind whatsoever about Eddies coming down. Your back row must be sufficient enough. There's an Altar of Stars. More than likely, you know, I think that we have probably a couple other Altar of Stars in the back row there. But that's going to be absolutely killer. The spirit count is getting low, though, so talk sound percentage is potentially maybe a win condition that MBT is looking for. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be something we'll be looking at here as the spirit count goes low, though Jess could be sitting on mad Ambrosias.
Yeah, well, and Joseph appearing to be at what looks like 5 spirits in Spirit Deck from how it's laid out, putting him at a pretty rough position here as Jess goes for an Equilinx play here. MBT really needs something killer here to respond to this Equilinx, because there's about to be a lot of damage dealt on board if this is nothing. It's a Shield of Achilles. This is a devastating moment for MBT. Jess is absolutely in the driver's seat, about to deal so much damage with these Elestrals on her board. If she has any way to clear this Eddie, all right, so she's going to go for an Ambrosia. It's going to lessen the damage. Potentially. It depends on how she orders her attacks. But this is just an absolute moment where she is taking control of this game. And the question is, does she want to play into Arcolith?
I think you can. I think at this point, you know, I think if you're Jess, your back row, well, it depends on the back row. So that's kind of the first portion of this, is that while Joseph's taking a ton of damage here, that Arcolith in hand will drop down as a Hail Mary play. And if that does not connect here, I think that means this is wrapped up for Sunseed Jess and that we have no undefeateds here. But an Arcolith coming down that can connect, we're right back in it. Once again, those aren't cards that the players have. They have a game on their hands. And I think that's kind of what I'm hoping to see. A Viscer's coming down, though.
That's killer.
But Viscer's is pretty good here.
2 spirits left for MBT.
If it can connect. And Ambrosia, okay. That's how we get back in here for them.
Up to 4.
Up to 4 spirits to 6. It's a pretty good spirit differential here, but 1 shield is all that it takes.
1 shield does it. 1 shield ends the game on the spot. And it looks like there's nothing left. It's just a swing, 1 card in hand. Just picks up the back row.
And it's a shield of Achilles. That might be all she wrote. And Jess is writing it currently.
Wow, MBT scoops it up from there. An incredible game from both players. Just wonderful. I cannot overstate how massive that game was.
That is
some of the best Elestrals has ever been played before, I think.
Every decision so careful. I think that's something that at the top level of this game is really exciting to see, is that every decision matters. You know, and I think that both these casters were playing at such a good pace too, to showcase that they've probably very much thought of these scenarios, been in these positions, and are playing it out to the best of their ability with the cards that they have, period. And that's always great to see. But on top of that, the insane technical play of knowing when and where to place these cards is really the showcase there. Like, I don't think we saw any big, massive blowouts. In fact, I think we saw a lot of times those boards being, you know, established and broken. And that kind of call and response there is exactly that type of gameplay you'll see from top players in this game, is that careful dissection, but card by card.
Yeah, and that's where I think Elestrals really excels, is when you go spirit for spirit across the board the entire time. You always have responses. You always have ways you can play to your opponent's board. You have niche little interactions like the Altar of Stars plays that we saw. There's just lots of these little opportunities for skill expression. And that is one of the beautiful things, I think, actually, about Thunder and Earth in the current metagame, is that both of these decks just have such a massive opportunity for skill expression that there are opportunities for in other decks, but few have that opportunity the same as Earth Nexus, and that's why it has been so dominant outside of the card quality of those decks. Is there really is an opportunity for the top level players to show why they are top level players, and that's not something that was quite as the case with fives, I believe. I think that at start of the Daybreak meta, you saw a little bit less reliance on skill expression because some of those Nexus related cards were not played in those decks. It was more about the cards that you saw across the game, and then there was some skill expression with when you chose to play what cards, and when you decided to take which trades.
Yeah, and I think that seeing both those decks and kind of how both decks are utilizing cards in the similar spirit types from each other. The Viscerous coming down from MBT, and then also the Thunder pack, larger Thunder package inclusion with Race the Top, Mount Olympus, really showcasing the absolute insane synergies that even across these two top strategies can hold between each other. Both the halves of the deck can still see success in play, even if they're not necessarily the same spirit type there, which is again speaks to the power of both these elements, I think too. We have I think now officially 4 locked in for top cut.
Do
after this match. So we have, of course, our match we just watched there, Sunsea Jess and MBT, that are currently locked in for those 2 top cut slots. Josh, Bean Soldier TV, we saw previously get locked in as well. And then I think we have a few more matches that are still playing out. So just those 4 so far are confirmed from their records and from their games alone, if I'm not mistaken. And so far from those names, those some heavy hitters.
We just had another one lock in, which is Tarvidi, someone that we saw on feature match earlier in the day, I believe playing Thunder.
Wow.
We have our 5th player for MBT, Bean Soldier, Jess, big welcome Laura and Tarvidi. We got our top 5 locked in, and potential for it looks like two more 5-1s, and then I believe it'll be down to X2s to determine who is locking in that last slot. I believe we'll have 7 X1s and 1 X2 making into our top 8 for this tournament.
That's absolutely killer. And I think that so far the names that we've been seeing so far and some of the ones that we've witnessed inside the previous Swiss rounds, this is probably the most heavy hitting tournament in a Celestial period.
This looks like the most stacked top cut I think I've ever seen in terms of people, not only with rep in this game, but also rep from other games that are making transitions over to the game of Elestrals. There's brand new names that I don't think I've ever seen before in contention. And there are regulars as well from the community that are showing up to weekly casuals every single week as well. So it's going to be hot contention to see which of our 5-1s can finish out the tournament here strong, and what our final X2 will be the one to make it into our 8th slot. Because from what I'm seeing, at least, I'm pretty sure there's only one X2 that slides.
Yeah, no, there's such a close margin here, especially with this many players. Again, the largest Celestials tournament to date, such good matches this entire way around. It does not get better than this. Well, actually, it will. That's the crazy part.
Yeah,
it will get better than this. It's only getting bigger and better. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff going on here. It looks like we might have some more reports that have come in, but haven't quite filtered into the website. It looks like Trishula may have ended 6-1 here. He might be locked in for top cut. We'll wait to see the website update here, but I am seeing the report in the Discord, which is very exciting. We might have 2 whole Casters Corner members making it into top cut here.
It's fine. We've secured 3 Elestrals for top cut already. So nice try, Casters Corner.
Yeah, Elestrals on top.
That's absolutely right. Well, while we're waiting for top cut to get announced and go from there, we'll talk about a few things here a little bit. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to leave it a like, as well as subscribe to the Elestrals channel. There's a lot of amazing Elestrals action upcoming here soon, not only today, but in the future. So stay tuned for that. And follow Elestrals on socials, wherever you're at, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, on Blue Sky, on everywhere that Elestrals is worldwide, for more updates, some great news and deals, and as well for the top cut decks and some breakdowns. Some really handy graphics get posted later after the tournament, so you can enjoy Elestrals even after the action is over, which is really exciting. As well, We talked about this tournament a lot, and then we're going into the top cut here shortly. But if you're looking to maybe sharpen your sword a little bit, maybe even playing some casual tournaments to learn Elestrals and hop in now, we do have a few tournaments upcoming here: the casual webcam tournaments and the digital app tournaments, the free app, including all the cards inside of Elestrals to test out different decks and strategies. We have 6 that are still left inside of this year for 2024 throughout the December. So looking forward to that. And then in January, I keep on saying this at almost every single time we've talked about this. The Elestrals team is bringing you amazing Elestrals content into 2025 and is working super hard to bring amazing events. We have 4 here already on the calendar for January on the webcam tournaments and the digital app tournaments. And that's just going to be for a little bit of practice, or if you're trying to learn, have a nice time for the community in a best of 1 format. But if you're looking to go into a premier event similar to today and wrangle with some of the best casters in Elestrals history, then you might want to look out for December 14th, just here in 2 weeks. This is going to be one of the biggest tournaments as well, I'm anticipating, with pricing very similar to today's, where all the casters are going to be coming together to vie for top slots and rank, but also for that amazing reverse stellar Draking, that Elestrals champion stamp. It looks absolutely killer. And we saw Draking kind of have a performance here too inside of this tournament. So, play for it if you want, if you're not trying to use it as necessarily a trophy. But like I said, I see an Elestrals champion stamp come down on me in a game. It's over for me at that point.
Yeah, that's a concede right there.
It's absolutely great. So join up if you guys want to. That's going to be an amazing time, I'm sure. And yeah, you might see me on the mic. You might see me in the games. Who knows?
Yeah.
That Draken's killer.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we might be at a point here where our top 7 at least is settling out. We've had the last of the X1's report, at least that are in contention for top cut, waiting for confirmation here. But it looks like Sir Tractor, someone that we saw on the cast earlier in the day playing Earth Nexus, has won their match, locking in at 3rd place at 6-1.
Wow. 6-1 from Sir Tractor. They're on Earth as well.
It's all down to potential tiebreaker shakeups as a result of some of the lower tables finishing out here. But at the moment, Aduma Dam, someone else that we've seen on cast, is at 8th. There's another player that's been on cast, Jackals, long day, who is also in contention depending on how these tiebreakers shake out. So that last slot not determined yet. Got to see how the round finishes out here. But our top 7 is locked for all of the X1s. We just got to see what that final X2 hitting in on the 8th slot is going to be. And of course, anyone that's 9th through 16th is walking away with a prize card for getting into top 16, which is very exciting. Anyone that gets into top 16 walks away with that beautiful, beautiful Mount Olympus full art from Shattered Star Scorpio, the organized play gold stamp, and 2 starter decks, which is like incredible.
It is crazy. I think that's this is the craziest pricing that we've seen from Elestrals so far, and it's only going to get better as we go. Yeah, everyone that is in the Sweet 16 will be walking away with that Mount Olympus, the starter deck, and everyone in top 8 so far that we're kind of waiting on that last round for, well, they're walking away with that Olympus full art, the beautiful Shattered Stars Scorpio Toxion with the stamp as well, and then also the starter decks. Top 4, as we'll see play out here in just a little bit, we'll be walking away with that Olympus full art, the Toxion, and an Arcolith, a key card that we've been seeing all day long inside these decks with that beautiful stamp, and a booster box to hopefully pull for some pretty cards or kind of boost some strategies as well. The runner-up, the 2nd place, we'll see in the finals later here. We'll get that double of the Arcolith, the Toxion, Mount Olympus, and of course the boost boxes. And then when we crown the champion of the biggest Elestrals tournament to date, walking with play sets of the Arcolith, play sets of the Toxion, play sets of the Mount Olympus, booster boxes, an uncut sheet, and of course, that top spot prize of the Reverse Stellar Jolton, the perfect little baby boy with the Elestrals champion stamp, which is just a beautiful card. And that'll be an amazing little piece to add to the collection as a nice trophy, or hey, a card to play in your deck if you're real feeling up for it. Anyone in Top Cut that wants to take it here, I think that they would all be great choices for this champion. I think that any game that we've seen so far is just a massive showcase of the skill and testament to these players.
Yeah, this has been an incredible tournament so far, and I'm just looking down the list of these players, and I think we're about to see just an insane Top Cut play out. Some of the best players on the best decks just clashing it out. But with that, We're waiting for round 7 to finish
may
out
not
and
have
see how that
plans,
8
but
slot locks in. So we're going
Unleash the
to break.
torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through every.
Oh, we're back. No, we're going to a break. Bye-bye now. Okay, bye-bye.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
We may not have plans, but we have dryads, and Sunseed Jess looks to bring glory to Demeter and the Earth Pantheon as they take on the blazing hot flames of Universe X, representing Hephaestus and the Fire Pantheon. If you haven't backed Elestrals Clash on Kickstarter yet, what are you waiting for? Just $10 gets you beta access, and the $99 tier gets you a booster box and much more. Make sure you guys check the links in the description below. I don't know about y'all, but I'm really excited for this one. Let's find out what Sunseed Jess is bringing to their first ever Elestriad Clash.
So, it is week 1 of the Elestriad, and I'm playing Earth, the plant deck. So, my deck list for week 1, I'm against Fire, I'm against Universe X. We'll just get into the deck list. I think Earth is probably the most standardized kind of deck list. So, 3 Acrolinks, 3 Viscerus, 2 Mudlet, 2 Mostation, I think is fairly standard. So those are my big like Earth beaters, Acrolinks and Viscerus being like the main 2. Mudlet, I feel like in the Fire matchup, it's not as good. It's great against things like Necroth and Ash Rabbit, but if they're playing a like Blazerous Exalt Flare deck, it isn't as strong. And also I'd like to prioritize some other things here. So I'm playing 3 Electric, I'm playing 3 Ash Rabbit. I'm also playing 2 copies of Boom Bat. Removing bigger bodies is just really felt really nice in testing for this matchup. Just the 1-for-1 trade, because Fire felt like it had to invest a lot more into their bodies, just the 1-for-1 removal was really, really nice. For the last Elastral I play Lavalith. So the main reason I'm playing Lavalith is because I'm against Fire. I'm playing a Fire Spirit anyway, or I'm playing at least 1 Fire Spirit, so that I can misenchant to protect myself from Eruption. I may as well just play a second Fire Spirit and play Lavalith. Also because having, I guess, a second misenchant might be useful as well. We'll see. For my runes, I play 2 Demeters, 2 Fulloy Forests. Those are my like Nexus Bank cards. I prefer 2-2, especially since you have the Electrics to search the Demeters. 3 Ambrosia. I'm playing 1 Nectar of the Gods. This is my 40th card. I really like Nectar of the Gods in this deck, but because I'm against the deck that can play burn cards, it can play Necroth, there is a chance my opponent is on Eruption. I don't want to invest too many spirits into Nectar of the Gods. Then, last 2 runes, or Invoke runes, Resting on Your Laurels and Earthquake, just good removal cards. Then 4 Decounter runes, I'm playing 3 Gorgon's Gaze, 3 Poison Tipped Arrow, then 3 Altar of Stars, and 2 Tsunami. For my side deck, I'm playing 2 copies of Arcalith and 1 copy of Boombat. I really like Arcalith. I'm not sure if I'm going to decide it in just yet, but if I'm finding my opponent is summoning a bunch of Necroths, just attack position Astrals without too much protection, or if I can destroy the attack protection with Echolinks, dropping an Arcalith late game because I'm already playing 5 Thunder Spirits just seems really valuable. That's the reason I'm playing an extra Thunder Spirit, just for the kind of bonus of Arcalith. And then Boombat if I need extra removal if they're playing like Vespertuga, or summon big Vespertuga and sit on it kind of deck. Then 3 Gloombat and 2 Lunar Spirits. These are just in case my opponent is playing a very counter-rune heavy build. If they're playing a very counter-rune heavy build, or they're playing into Gloompipe by setting a lot of traps, I'll side it in. Then, in case it's more like an Eruption, Vespertura kind of build, I'm playing 3 copies of Verdalith inside. Once I show that I'm gonna misenchant to protect myself from Eruption, game 1. If they're playing that kind of build, they're gonna start using their Eruptions early, so I'm going to get quite low on spirits quite fast, so Verdalith becomes stronger. And then finally, 3 Shield of Achilles. I want to have more attack preventing counters against decks like Blazerous OTK, so I thought Shield of Achilles, really good card. Anyway, that's it for my deck list. Let's get into the match.
I have a feeling that Lavalith and the Vipyro Eruption tech could come into play, but I ultimately think the keys to this clash for Jess come down to executing with Equal Links and Demeter. The pressure they can exert is monumental and can be tough to keep up with, especially if Viscerus hits the field. Universe X, let's see what heat you're bringing for your first ever Elestriad clash.
All right, so let's give you guys a basic understanding of what I'm going into, what my game plan is. The first one we've got here is the Nekruff. Most of you guys are going to know Nekruff is just going to be that big-bodied little threat with a 5, like, you know, just like 5 power, 5 attack. He's going to be able to hit pretty hard, swing over a lot of things in the early game, and then he's going to be able to deal 1 damage, like force him to expend 1 spirit when that does happen. Next, we've got Ash Rabbit. If you have, you know, you pick 3 cards in your Underworld and your opponent has to choose 1 to go to your hand, the later in the game it gets, the better Ash Rabbit is, because you can start picking 2 of the same card and 1 other good card, or 3 of the same card if you've gotten lucky enough to see all 3 copies, and your opponent has no choice but to give you the card you wanted. We have got 3 Voltuga. This is going to be Fire, Earth, Burn, because I do like Vesuvatuga. You've got Voltuga. He can search Eruption, which is, you know, your star player, from either your deck or your Underworld, and so he's got to be in there. Then you've got my favorite dude, Viserys. He can push damage on his own, he can make a board by his own, and if he is not immediately addressed, he can really just push for the rest of the game with huge attack values, and as long as you can protect him if his battle position gets changed, we're pretty much in the money for having just an attacker that doesn't get attacked over often. Now this is the real star of the show. You got Vesuvatuga. Basically, when he is on the field, you can expend 1 fire to force your opponent to expend 2 spirits, but then when you cast Eruption when he's on the field, you get to take 2 earth spirits from your Underworld back to your spirit deck, essentially making him burn and heal in the same card. I love him very much. We got 1 Lavalith that just went down to 1, but he's basically just going to be able to blow up a rune and then be able to kind of be on the offensive. And then we've got Verdalith, recycling, the ability to recycle Earth Spirits, sit in defense, and wait until you can ascend into Vesuvatuga. Next we got Hephaestus. In this deck, it doesn't really do anything. You have to build a very specific flame deck for Hephaestus to actually put in work, because you need to be able to search artifacts, and that's just more of the Argo build, and that is a full commit. Like, there is no splashing to make an Argo build, so he's just kind of here, and I hope I don't draw him when I'm playing. Then you've got Volcanic Forge. Next, we've got Nectar of the Gods. I wanted to play 3, but the space is a little tight, and on top of that, Fire is very, very, very spirit hungry, and the only way that Nectar of the Gods feels really great is if I see, like, Verdalith and then, like, multiple Nectars, and then that way I could draw my butt off and then just play this card and just kind of go off from there. So, of course, we've got Ambrosia. Resting on Your Laurels is also a card that went down to 1. Some good destruction if your opponent has more enchanting spirits than you do. Eruption is the key star of the show. If you guys don't know what it does, you're going to burn your opponent for 3 unless they have a enchanted fire spirit on the field, and then you burn them for 1 instead. It's a little rough in this sort of format because your opponent will know what, you know, element pantheon you're in, which is going to mean that they will tech in some fire spirits just to be able to misenchant when they can. Just basically make sure that your eruptions are as dead as possible. So I've got Earthquake, also went to 1, best removal in the game. Shield of Achilles to just protect me from attacking threats. We have got Poison Tipped Arrow to also protect me from attacking threats, but also get rid of some of the threats. We got Tsunamis to pretty much just like close off the battle phase. And then we've got 3 Gorgon's Gaze. The whole point is to kind of just run the game at our pace, burn our opponent out of the game, and then like just sit on it. Like that's really it. And that was the strategy I went into. We have some beatdown aspects as well, but realistically we're trying to just set up enough burn to just push our opponent out of the game and ship them along the way. Now, when it comes to my side deck, the strategy is straightforward, so it's kind of hard-ish to side from it. It either works or it doesn't. But we got Remicold just in case we need to search out our stadium to break theirs if it's that vocal. We got Mudlit in case they're sitting behind something with an crazy amount of attack or defense in order to swap the positions and then attack it. We've got another Vertilith just in case like we get into a position where we realize, wow, we burned through my spirits fast and they're healing, so maybe we'll just use Vertilith to get back in the game. This is there because it looks cool. Scythe of Demeter is going to add something to Search of Hephaestus, and it can start healing. Then we've got Shield of Achilles, a third one just to have more, and then we have the Chains of Prometheus in case they have some game-breaking runes that we want to kind of sidestep around. Yeah, that's my deck profile.
It seems like Fire is sticking with their team game plan of utilizing Vesuvituga. I think one very interesting aspect of this clash is how Universe's Elestrals can also benefit from Jess's Foley Forest. If that Vesuvituga can dodge those boom bats, Universe has a really good chance to take this one. Will Ashes turn to new growth, or will the forest be scorched in an endless flame? Sunseed Jess versus Universe X begins now. All right, let's get this party started. Universe gonna fire off a Boltuga right away, tipping off the immediate nature of the Eruption deck, being able to search out that Eruption by simply expending one Earth Spirit here. The real value with that Boltuga can bring is when you can grab it out of your Underworld, but thinning out your deck at this point in the Clash is really nice. Again, the downside though is you do just kind of, really reveal your strategy right away. Boltuga with 4 defense is solid, but probably not going to stand up against some of the threats that Jess can bring, especially when paired with Demeter. I did mention the Foley Forest aspect of this clash and how that could come into play, but Jess is going to fire off a Nectar of the Gods right away to draw 2 cards from the top of their deck to their hand. This card advantage, massive, especially since they went second, so they're already going to be up 1 card there in terms of, draw power. Let's see what Elestral they're going to answer with here. Will it be a Viscerus? No, it is going to be the Elechick, a very instrumental part to Jess's strategy, being able to search out that Demeter, as we highlighted earlier, a key component of the Nexus mechanics that Jess is trying to incorporate. And because Demeter can hit the field right away and buff up every card on the field, you can utilize it to buff up your Elechick to bring it to 7 attack and ultimately take out the Boltuga. But do note, with Demeter hitting the field, Jess is down to just 14 spirits on their first turn, utilizing a ton of their resources, approximately a third of their deck, right away. There is a Tsunami play here from Universe, shifting that Elechick to defense position, and with no back row for Jess, this is the exact opportunity that the Universe is looking for to be able to pressure forward, take out the Elechick, and potentially be able to deal some massive spirit damage, or even get that Ascension into the Vesuvituga. Universe X does draw for turn and sets another card face down. We're going to see an immediate Ascension into another Elestral here. It is the Vesuvituga. If this was Krakatuga, that would actually be nuts. But Universe has an opportunity here to get off a big Eruption play and deal some massive damage, especially considering that Jess had their spirits reduced so significantly already. Universe having to make a tough decision, opting to put the Vesuvituga in attack position, hopefully going to have enough support to protect it, being able to utilize its effect right now to burn for a couple of spirits using a Fire Spirit. That's going to force Jess to expend 2 spirits as well. You could use the Eruption to heal, but because Universe doesn't have any Earth Spirits in the Underworld, not able to take advantage of the secondary effect of Vesuvituga when an Eruption is played, but gonna go for it anyway. Eruption will be cast here. That is going to burn Jess for an additional 3 spirits, and of course the Vesuvituga heals up a potential 2 Earth Spirits at this point. I don't know if there's any Earth Spirits to grab. There might have been one actually from the Boltuga initially, so I guess the heal does happen there for Universe. Gonna add that to his Spirit deck and gonna be able to bring Jess all the way down to 9 spirits already, and we're only on the 3rd turn of this clash. Big plays there for Universe, and they're gonna be able to clear the Elechick. The one thing to note though is the fact that this Vesuvituga is going to be very exposed on this upcoming turn. Not only does it only have a 5 attack stat, but Demeter can buff up whatever Jess wants to cast to the field and be able to threaten it. So, if Universe's face down rune cannot stop this upcoming attack, I actually feel like this could be flipped the complete opposite direction. And there is the Equal Links, a huge play here from Sunseed Jess. Equal Links is able to Nexus from Demeter onto Equal Links and be able to pop that back row. Is it a Gorgon's Gaze? He really needs it to be a Gorgon's Gaze. Let's see it. It was a Shield of Achilles. A huge pop there from Sunseed Jess. Able to disenchant off of Demeter to buff up the Equalings to 7 attack, which can run over the Vesuvatuga. Unfortunately for Universe X, his strategy of Vesuvatuga has been foiled, but he does have a 6 spirit lead here going into his upcoming turn. Will he have a way to clear this Equalings with Jess down to just 8 spirits? There's a Nectar of the Gods coming into play. Really powerful draw power at this stage of the game, and really opportune timing for Universe, being able to grab 2 additional cards. I wish he probably wishes he saw that a turn earlier, as it would have been a little bit more advantageous had Vesuvatuga been on the field, as you would been able to heal up an additional Earth Spirit and mitigate some of the the damage you're taking there by casting that card there. He is going to set a card face down and does not have an Elestral answer. That could be very, very rough. Revealing Underworld here. Here comes a Fire Spirit. It's going to be a Misenchanted Equalings. I love this play. That is going to ensure that as Sunseed Jess spirit count starts to get lower and lower, they are no longer threatened by the power of Eruption. There's the Nexus from one Lynx to the other. Brilliant plays. Gorgon's Gaze comes out looking to stop one of these Lynx from being able to do that, but it ultimately just ends up being an even exchange as you're taking 2 spirits here regardless, so it isn't going to make a huge difference. A game that started off so powerfully for Universe X in the Fire Pantheon has put Sunseed Jess in the driver's seat right now, with their Equalings bounding forward to take an additional spirit of damage from Universe, now looking to try to make some sort of a comeback here. But man, oh man, this one has gotten really, really close. There's the attack from the Equalings, as the one with the Fire Spirit cannot attack. And again, very, very cool here to future-proof and protect themselves from a potential double Eruption here, which could be devastating for Sunseed Jess, because again, Eruption does not really do a ton of damage to you if you have a Fire Spirit on the field. On your Elestrals, it only makes you expend 1 spirit instead of 3. Volcanic Forge actually might be a hindrance here for Universe, as it's going to buff up Equalings to 5 attack. Will he have a Necrough here to fire off? It's going to be the Ash Rabbit with 6 defense coming out to the field. He's going to be able to look at 3 cards in his Underworld and add 1 of them to his hand. Jess is going to be the one to decide it. It's going to be Boltuga, Vesuvatuga, and the Nectar of the Gods. Jess having an option saying which one. Going to give him the Vesuvatuga back. I thought that was an interesting play. I feel like I probably would have chosen the Boltuga just because it's so expensive, and the Eruption isn't really super threatening at this point, but Universe does have the Ambrosia, being able to heal up. That's actually a really, really big Ambrosia at this point in the clash, being able to get an additional 3 spirits back, and Ash Rabbit stands very, very strong here with its 6 defense. It is noting, though, that Volcanic Forge can be destroyed by Equalings, and if another Demeter is found, Sunseed Jess can run over this Ash Rabbit. But if you're Universe, you actually probably aren't feeling too bad, because 5 defense holds up really well against a lot of these Earth Elestrals if there's no removal. But Mustation, the absolute perfect answer here for Sunseed Jess. Mustation comes out to the field with 6 attack because of its effect, and it can immediately pressure and take out a potential Ash Rabbit if there's no Volcanic Forge. And of course, Jess has the flexibility of going for a Nexus here. I do want to mention that the Equalings with the Earth Spirit would have to be the one that did this Nexus for this effect to work. You could pop the Volcanic Forge. Mustation able to take out the Ash Rabbit here, and now 3 spirits of damage. Universe X taking big damage here, and again, I highlighted the keys to this clash. Demeter and Equalings are what fuel the Earth Pantheon to become a very, very dominant force. Being able to destroy those runes with its Nexus effect makes it so incredibly strong. And let's see if Universe has a clapback here. Got 6 spirits on Jess's side with a ton on the field. 4 spirits on field, and it looks like Universe is just gonna scoop this one. Sunseed Jess with a commanding victory here, taking this clash 1-0 as we head to game 2 of our best of 3 here in the Elestriad. Both these casters had an opportunity to dive into their 15-card side decks to enhance their strategies. Jess rocking some Vertilids, Gloombats, and a couple other tech cards, while Universe also running some Vertilids. Had some interesting rune choices like Chains of Prometheus. We'll have to see if any of those come to light in this one. But Universe gonna start this off with a Necrough, and Sunseed Jess comfortably casting out an Elichick here on first turn, searching out that Demeter. Again, a key component of the strategy, and that Demeter just allows Jess to plow over this Necrough. Universe in a bit of a tight spot. We'll have to see if he has the face down counter rune response like he did in the first game. Tsunami proved to be really advantageous. Let's see if he has it again, and we'll also have to see if Jess is able to set any back row to combat a potential comeback here. Let's see. That Elechick buffed up to 7 attack. Universe having to make a decision. Is the Necrof going to go down? No. Elechick gets bounced back to hand with the Shield of Achilles. And that's actually not a bad trade from Universe here. It will allow Jess to be able to get a second Demeter comfortably, but simultaneously it ensures that Necrof stays around and you were able to waste one of the spirits on the Demeter. So not a terrible trade as long as you're able to follow it up with additional back row. This is Universe's chance to really make a big play. Going for the Ascension here. I love the Ascensions here in the Elestriad. A little bit of metagame shakeup has proven to be exciting, and Vesuvatuga hits the field in defense position instead of an attack position, so that's going to limit how much damage it can do. But one thing Universe might have forgotten is Elechick plus Search Demeter. 2 Demeter hits does ensure that Elechick hits over Vesuvatuga no matter what, so it's kind of an interesting exchange whether it was worth just attacking here. But Universe does go for the simple burn, burns for 2, and is going to hold his Vesuvatuga in defense position. But Jess says, you know what? I'm not about that. I've got my boom bat, and I'm going to boom, and I'm going to destroy your Vesuvatuga here. So while Jess clears the Vesuvatuga, Universe does have an opportunity to maintain and gain field control once again, but a very well-timed boom bat there from Sunseed Jess. It's going to be the Necrof hitting the field for Universe. Going to be able to get a simple Spirit of Chip damage off, no back row on Universe's side, which means that Necrof is certainly going down on the upcoming turn to either an Elechick or an Earth Elestral, and this is where things can start to really snowball out of hand if you're Universe X, because without the back row to protect you, a Viscerus could be devastating, but it is going to simply be the Elechick, a wise choice here from Sunseed Jess, searching out Demeter once again. I'm sure Demeter is thrilled to make another appearance here, but I think that might have been actually a fail to find, potentially indicating that the Demeter was in Jess's hand already, and a nice little Ambrosia pulling off the Demeter to be able to heal a couple additional spirits back after the buff on the Elechick. Elechick is buffed up to 7, and Jess gonna save the Demeter in hand, or potentially sided it out here for this game too. It's unclear, or maybe I missed them grabbing it. I'm not sure, but either way, Universe here, 14 spirits, is gonna get a Viscerus of his own. Wow! This could be huge. Viscerus with 5 attack, hitting the field, able to take out the Elechick, and then search the deck for an additional Viscerus to cast into defense position. Universe does attack. It will take out the Elechick, and a second Battle Bug Elestral is going to hit the field here for Universe X, rocking the Fire Pantheon, but has those Earth Elestrals as well, and that will be shifted into defense position on its cast. The interesting mirror match between Viscerus could play into effect here as they all buff each other's attack. So if Jess were to cast out a Viscerus of their own, it would actually be an additional attack. But no, it's gonna be Lavalith! Lavalith immediately takes down a Bluff Chains of Prometheus and has the ability to take out the defense position Viscerus here. But because of Demeter, Sunseed Jess does have the flexibility to try to take out the attack position Viscerus, which would give -1 spirit damage to Universe X. Let's see what they end up doing. They are going to just take out the defense position one, a wise choice. And I will mention this play was a little telegraphed. If I had to bet money, I would say that that face down rune is an Altar of Stars. But let's see if that comes to fruition. Universe X draws, plays a Fire Spear, goes for the Ascension again, no shot. Is it going to be the Vesuvatuga? It is! Vesuvatuga hits the field for the second time in this clash. Things I did not see coming, and expend on Vesuvatuga. That is going to force a 2-spirit burn on Sunseed Jess, but because Lavalith is on the field, Universe does not have the flexibility to cast Eruption here, which means that Sunseed Jess is going to be able to use Demeter's effect to buff up Lavalith and take out the Vesuvatuga if that counter rune does not come into play. Jess fishing for an Equalinx here, and they find it! Huge plays from Sunseed Jess. Equalinx hits the field, the perfect pair for Demeter. The Nexus play is going to come in here. And whatever that face down rune is, it is immediately pressured, and it's another Chains of Prometheus. Devastating as an earthquake shatters down to the field. The Earth Pantheon is cruising and crushing, and the plants are vibing as that Vesuvatuga is gonna get sent straight down to the core of the earth, right where Hephaestus Forge might just be. And we're gonna see Sunseed Jess put on incredible amounts of pressure here with both Lavalith and Equalings being able to hit Universe's Spirit deck for a total of 4 spirits this turn, bringing this clash to a 5-6 clash right down to the wire. And Sunsea Jess has perfectly positioned themselves in a way to be able to play around Eruption. Universe has gotten his Vesuvatugas out. He's been able to execute his game plan, but the perfect strategy and planning from Jess has proven to be victorious as they claim victory here in their first ever Elestriad clash. A dominant performance from Sunsea Jess in the back of Demeter, Equalings, and a little bit of Vibe Pyro. Make sure you guys back us on Kickstarter. There's not much time left for our Clash Kickstarter. And of course, you guys can check out another Clash tomorrow. I'll see y'all then.
For our top 8 here, an incredible 7 rounds of Swiss have led us here. Some incredible clashes as players fight to make it to our top 8, but it is not to discount those that made the bottom 9th through 16th of top 16. So I just want to go over real quick. We have some incredible players in top 8, but those that made top 16 will be getting some prizing for making it this far. So just want to run through our 9th through 16th places before we announce our different pairings for our top 8. We, of course, have Jackals, who was on stream earlier. We have Adrian B, Not Sure It, Vivi R, Sunny H, JJPM, J Johnny, and Brett K made top 16. Be very proud of yourselves. Y'all did very well. And we have our top 8 pairings decided for the day. And Swole, would you like to tell us who we're going to be seeing today in our top 8?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've kind of discussed it a little bit before break, who's going to be into this top cut, but now we have officially the pairings that are going to be going down here. And if you're looking at the bracket on screen, some of the heaviest hitters inside of the entirety of Elestrals. And I'm just going to say, that's a weird way to spell Bean Soldier 8 times. I'm just going to say it. We haven't seen matches from him yet, but effectively, and what I love about this bracket here is showcasing that we have Joseph Rothschild, MBT, against Adumadan, which is on the heel stall deck. We have Sunsea Jess versus Laura Blackburn, which I don't know if we've seen Laura in today's tournament, but I know that Laura is potentially someone that's practicing with Jess pretty often, and that is enough for me to know that that's going to be a crazy matchup. Then we also have Trishla versus Sir Tractor. I think that's going to be a Earth v Earth clash. We'll see there from Trishla TV. Congratulations on the top, Trish, finally. Then we also have Josh or Bean Soldier TV against Tarviti. So a little bit of Thunder, a little bit of Heal, and a little bit of Earth going into this top cut round here inside of this Elestrals Clash tournament. Again, this is the largest tournament to date, and these are our final 8 casters moving on here. Each of these casters will also be receiving their top 8 prizing, and then hopefully vying for that top slot on the Pantheon for that reverse Stellar Jolton. This is going to be a wallop. We're hoping for some crazy matches here, and I think we're going to jump into Bean Soldier TV, who we haven't seen all tournament yet. I think that people are very excited to see what Josh has been cooking up. One of the most prolific casters as so far in this game's history. Too many wins to count, truthfully. And if we wanted to count, we probably could. I would say it's probably three or 4 wins on Elestrals Premier tournaments, an Elestriad, if I'm remembering my PTSD correctly. And then also what was a strong showing inside this most recent Elestriad as well. And effectively one of the strongest soldiers to ever touch any deck. That's kind of the key with Josh here, is that it doesn't really matter what Josh is on. Earth normally deck of choice, but anything in the hands of Bean Soldier TV is lethal.
And Josh is going to be going up against someone we've seen on the cast already, which is Tarviti, which is very exciting. I believe they were playing a Thunder list prior, or was it Earth?
It was Thunder. We watched Tarviti go on Thunder against Stellar Christoph,
Yes.
who was on
He was on Krakatuga. Yes, I remember now.
And that game going down to the wire pretty definitively. I think Tarvidi was someone who, watching their play, I think played that burn deck very well. They played against the burn deck very well. And Thunder is a hard deck to pilot in that type of strategy because you can easily get into a position where your spirit count is too low for comfort. And I'm curious to see how Josh is going to, Bean Soldier is going to take advantage of that, as Josh is a seasoned veteran against the Thunder matchup, and inside of many tournaments.
And we are here with our casters for our first round of top 8. As we have Bean going off against Tarvidi. Both casters have drawn their opening hand of 5. They're waiting for the round to start before they can resolve their mulligans. This is bound to be an absolute heater of a match, as an excellent titan of the game goes up against a name that I have never seen before, but put on an absolute showing in a previous feature match. So it'll be very exciting to see how this ends up going for these two casters, and if Josh will be able to continue to keep up his dominant performance. It looks like our casters are grabbing their hands and look at them and resolve their mulligan.
It's really something to behold here too, and kind of just the way that Elestrals goes, that being so new and a lot of fresh faces, anything can happen, and you have people who have been seasoned veterans or newcomers alike can make it to the upper echelon of players here. I think that's really cool. Josh is going to expend to draw, it looks like, and pass if that one spirit inside the underworld means anything. And pass back to Tarvidi, who's going to be playing an Astro Rabbit in attack position here. Let me just tilt my head just a little bit so I can...
You got to make sure that Tarvidi has some glue on the back of their cards to prevent them from slipping off.
Yeah, I really don't know how they're playing on top of the wall like this with their magnetic cards.
This must be Spider-Man here, actually.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
it looks like
with this, maybe this is the competitive advantage. Josh coming in here, now knowing this Mount Olympus here is magnetized to this fridge, but maybe that's the competitive edge. Is Josh is playing on a horizontal board? There's no way. Attack Rabbit's going to come in here with a 3 and 5 with no counter rune set from Tarvidi. Josh electing to expend a draw and pass there might work out here, as there's no defensive to stop this Viscerous immediate aggression coming down from Bean Soldier. This is going to be backed up by a counter rune, and that's going to be insane advantage from the horizontal player.
This is an absolutely killer start from Bean Soldier, getting so much advantage just immediately with nothing really out from Tarvidi. An Astro Rabbit and then a Mount Olympus is, not nothing, but having no back row to back it up is very difficult. And so Bean Soldier's able to connect and get that Viscerous out of deck and start putting on pressure is massive here.
Yeah, it's so interesting here too, because I think the option to not go for back row maybe signals that the hand is really strong in Elestral, some of the key cards and key players inside of Thunder, which I can very much respect, but also maybe to take it just a little bit slow, maybe to bait out interaction. The Jolten's going to come down here from Tarvidi, going to search out a Stadium Rune, unless Josh says no, which I think is a pretty decent idea here. With Earth potentially electing to play Fully Forest here to out this one Olympus, you don't want to play Stadium Wars here and elect for a second one to come down.
An Earthquake, though, coming down from Tarvidi, likely to take out this Attackers Viscerous, which is interesting, though, because the defense position one is sticking around, not going anywhere, as that Jolten cannot swing over it because it was Gorgon's Gaze this turn. Now, Tarvidi going for Race to the top here, which will take out that second Viscerous, putting Bean Soldier on nothing on board, but many cards in hand. Tarvidi one set and what looks like 2 cards in hand for their name.
Backed up by a counter rune here too. That, we were saying about the confidence in the hand to start. It looks like an Eddie dropping down from Bean Soldier here to turn that Jolten to defense. Met with a poison tipped arrow, not going to be able to swing over this Jolten, even if that Mount Olympus gets clear. And we were saying before that it's an interesting start to go for the Olympus into the Rabbit here, but it ended up working out. Double removal is just as good as gold when into 2 Viscerous. That's incredible. Plus a third removal here option on this Eddie. I think Tarvidi's kind of trying to check the pace here, trying to get Bean Soldier to move a little bit.
This is a very solid start here from both of these players, just playing very low to the ground, and Bean Soldier going to use an Earthquake of their own to take out this Jolten and clear the way for Eddie to start swinging directly, punching in for 1 damage, and then Tarvidi will have to expend an additional Spirit here to pop the Eddie in Bean Soldier's end phase. And once again, both of these casters have nothing on board.
equal spirits here for the most part. We're going to see a Quackle come down to heal some spirits back. I think if you're Tarvidi there, you love to take that immediate tempo loss to heal back on spirits to be up on Bean Soldier there, back to buy a counter rune. This is pretty powerful. What I like about Quackle in this position too is that if not cleared, it can also be a big threat on that race to the top level. A 4 defense under Olympus is no slouch, so even a Tsunami here could be pretty nice if Bean Soldier's not playing around it. You typically see a lot of the Earth Elestrals have 4 stat lines like Equilinks, so having to clear that back row is going to be obviously pretty clear here. But 4 is not good enough. We have a big body and a 6 from Moss Station. Love the crab coming down.
That's a massive pickup here from Bean Soldier. Going to be to clear over this Quackle, and then it swaps to defense position. However, that won't be too big of... Oh, actually, no, that was a water Moss Station. It's not swapping to defense position. It's clearing over Quackle and staying in attack position. And Tarvidi expects to draw. This is an incredible opportunity here for Bean Soldier to really take a tempo push here and potentially set up for some really big plays. And Equilinks could be killer here for outing that Olympus or the back row if there's a Demeter in hand, or potentially a Scythe of Demeters we've been seeing some Earth players run in some of these lists. There's lots of options here for Bean Soldier to really take advantage of this open board state, but he's going to expend to draw, actually.
Wow. Okay,
Wow.
So here's the crazy part. I was about to say, here's what's dangerous. So Tarvidi going ahead and electing to expend to draw here, knowing the Moss Station can't flip to defense and only swinging for 1 here. You take a little bit of the chip damage, hoping that Josh plays into the Arcolith, but very smartly, Bean Soldier's not playing into potentially a card that would enable him to lose. You know, the 1 back row is nothing crazy. And a boom back coming down from Tarvidi, electing for all the removal into the strategy and Disenchant to try and blow up this Moss Station. I think you're very much okay with that trade, resetting the board, and the spirit differential is not big enough to be insurmountable for Bean Soldier TV here. This is still anyone's game.
I think that if you're Bean Soldier here, you're feeling very, very good despite being down 3 spirits, because Tarvidi only has 1 set rune here and it hasn't been activated. There have been lots of opportunities where potentially this may have wanted to have been activated. It's definitely not a poison tipped arrow, because that likely would have been used on some of these threatening Elestrals that are on board right now, unless Tarvidi's really just gripping that for an Equilinks. And it looks like Tarvidi's going to be expecting to draw yet again.
Wow.
Continue to lower that gap of spirit advantage between these 2 players, but giving Bean Soldier the opportunity to really take advantage of this, while Tarvidi going for an Ambrosia here to regain some of that spirit advantage, continuing to stay up on Bean Soldier despite being down on board advantage. Very interesting plays here.
I can't believe this is going back and forth like this. Again, it's small plays like this, and 1 mistake can easily be the game for either player here. You know, even though Bean Soldier TV has an Elestral on the board and is looking to potentially go for a second one, or maybe an expend to draw here, it's very much a case where 1 misstep can play into an Arcolith, or you know, Tarvidi can potentially be playing into a Viscerus, and that's going to be able to take the game from this here. Mudlet is a pretty decent Elestral stat-wise too to combat things like Astrabbit, and also to combat things like Quackle on a re-enchant here, Crackback. So to get some clarification here, Bean Soldier probably just thinking on what to do. And this is a very tense situation, I think, for both players. Despite the fact that Tarvidi is up in spirit advantage, that's only a counter rune or 2 away. And you're going to go for an Equilinks here.
This is an opportunity for Bean Soldier to really put on the screws on Tarvidi. Going for a Nexus here to prevent Arcolith from hitting the board by outing his own Mudlet and pop what looks like a Shield of Achilles in there.
It's never resolving.
Resolves.
You know, I like to think on that back row that's next to the main deck there, that magnet is too strong to lift. That card is stuck to the fridge now, and it's just going to be sitting there. It has to be raised to the top. It's got to be something that's a bluff set. If it's a Zeus, I wouldn't be surprised.
It very well could be a Zeus, because Tarvidi has not been able to really see any Elestrals that are meaningful for attacking, and it looks like Quackle is activating here. This might be an opportunity for Bean Soldier to actually go for a Gorgon's Gaze if he so desired.
He's gonna let that pass here, and he's gonna heal back for 3. And the magnet has been lifted.
It was a Zeus.
And it is a Zeus. Oh, look at that. It looks like Zeus is gonna come down the big, strong arms, maybe looking to bring this game back into Tarvidi's favor. But again, that's gonna be very hard considering that enemies back row are effectively still live for Bean Soldier. 1 Shield of Achilles, I think, will do it here and allow this insane tempo swing as I don't think you're really necessarily worried about an Arcolith when all the back row in the world. But to be seen, this could be bluffs from Bean Soldier as well. And Tsunami's going to come down.
Tsunami's pretty good. Now, Quackle will have a very solid stat line here with that Mount Olympus up. But if Bean Soldier has a Nexus bank for this Equilinx, he'll be able to pop the Mount Olympus and easily clear over this Quackle. And this might be an opportunity for him to start really putting on the screws with a second Celestial in attack position. Who knows if that's worth it, though, because playing an Arcolith here definitely feels very scary. But this Quackle is definitely going down this turn. The duck is going in the oven and getting cooked here, no matter what. And it looks like a Thunder Elestral is hitting the board. A Thunder Moss Station.
Thunder Moss. I like the play here, effectively being just enough to where you don't have to have a Demeter or a Full Force, and you can utilize your opponent's Stadium Room against them, and even Nexus to get even a bigger boost.
7.
That's a 7.
2 now. Incredible.
Oh wow, incredible play from Bean Soldier TV. Potentially also still playing around future Mount Olympuses, Olympi, if you will, and putting this duck into the oven and doing a little bit of spirit damage on top of this. Yeah. It looks like we're starting to see the tides turn, and the crab will get put to defense, naturally playing around Arcolith, that the great card in the matchup.
What an incredible play from Josh here to go Equilinx Nexus to Moss Station, swap to defense. Bean Soldier gestures at Moss Station here, potentially Tarvidi confused as to why the position changed. And
it's properly enchanted. That's the crazy
properly enchanted here, and so Arcolith not to come down. Potentially Tarvidi a little annoyed, expecting to be able to finally drop this Arcolith that's definitely been rotting in the hand the entire game. But Ambrosia gonna be critical here, and then another boom bat going to hit the board here. A second boom bat.
Do you take the swing on the Moss Station? I don't think that's really super safe with those two back row. Or do you try to contest maybe this Equilinx, kind of wreak havoc upon your board regardless? Looks like they're maybe going to go for the latter.
Yeah.
And another Mount Olympus. Knew that was coming down. But Josh is bulletproof here with this crab. Or should I say thunderproof? Thunder enchanted themselves.
Incredible play here. Very interesting to go for the Zeus to normal cast Boombat and attempt to swing over Equilinx. Bean Soldier thinking very, very hard about his options here. Not a whole lot of spirits left in Spirit deck. To Tarvidi having quite a few in there. Has to think really hard about what he wants to do here. Very difficult position to be in. And only one card in Tarvidi's hand. And wow! Altar of Stars going to be massive here to Nexus off of the Moss Station over to the Equilinx and swapping this Boombat to defense position, which means that next turn, Josh will be able to Equilinx Nexus back to Moss, the same thing he did last turn, and pop this root, and then still have Moss swap back to defense position, playing around Arcolith. This is incredible. That was a consideration as well. If he has to Nexus off of the Moss Station, then it can't swap itself to defense, but it's going right back. And he's going to declare the effect first thing here.
I think playing around Arcolith is one of Earth's bread and butters here into this matchup. You know, we talk about a lot of what these casters have to do to really play super safe, I think, into a lot of these matchups. And while Josh is pretty low on spirits, well, never mind. Looks like that Ambrosia's going to come down and make it a little bit better for him. Have everything, why don't you? The thing is that Arcolith is such a tide turner in a matchup like this. You know, Earth can deal with an Arcolith, no problem, but with limited resources that it looks like Bean Soldier did have at the time, I think an Arcolith would have been devastating. So very heads up play here to keep on misenchanting and re-enchanting Moss Station at will, just for some extra play. Kind of showcases the technical play here from Bean Soldier TV. And this Spirit differential, by the way, is still just so close that one draw from a Tarvidi can change the entire tide here.
Well, and it's incredible to note that Bean Soldier did not use his normal action that turn. He didn't re-enchant anything. He didn't expend a draw, I believe. He just went ahead and swung, because he doesn't need to put himself down in advantage if he doesn't need to. It looks like Tarvidi going to go ahead and cast out attack position Ast Rabbit here, threatening this Moss Station in defense. If we see a second Altar of Stars from Bean Soldier, this will be devastating to Tarvidi. I think that might be a back-breaking moment that will end this game. So the question is that back row live? Is that a Demeter bluff set? Or is that going to be a live card? As Tarvidi sees another Ambrosia, important here to stay healthy, going to go up to what looks like 5 spirits in Spirit deck. to Josh's 5 cards in Spirit deck. Players are on even footing here, although Bean Soldier does have 3 spirits on the board to his name, while Tarvidi just has this attack position rabbit. The question is, will this back row be live while this Ash Rabbit's swinging into the very threatening Moss Station? And it's a tsunami!
And it will be.
Devastating moment here.
The crazy part is here too, right? So let's say that Ash Rabbit does connect into the Moss Station here. Tarvidi cannot set back row. Let's say the last card in hand here isn't this Arcolith we're reading it to be, and it might be back row. The Echoing's going to make quick work of it all. The card advantage from Bean Soldier's TV side is kind of telling the story here for the rest of this match, or rest of the game at the very least, which is while low in spirits, plenty of cards to be played here. And so Josh can kind of take it slow until see more Ambrosias or maybe even a random hero Verdolith in the main deck. God forbid.
God forbid. We've seen so many liths today. I don't think we need to sit a Verdolith today.
I'm looking forward to it. That would Lith Bingo. We'll play Lith Bingo, and it'll be even better in Moonrise when we get the Aviolith,
yeah,
and Necrolith. I think those two will add to our bingo card here, and first one to get all the liths.
Well, in classic Josh fashion, he is flashing parts of his hand, so we do know that there are parts of his hand that do deal with this board state quite well. The question is, does he have water spirits left in his spirit deck? Because I believe I saw a little blue friend in there that might help to out this Ash Rabbit if he so desires. He was asking for spirit count in spirit deck because he might be able to put a lot of pressure on here, wherein if he's got shield set and he plays something like an Eddie or Mudlet here, that's game. Because even if Arcolith sticks to the board, Tarvidi goes to 2 spirits, and Shield of Achilles secures the game on the spot, unless something like Ambro into Thunderstorm were to happen, and that is a miracle option right there.
Absolutely.
So, Bean Soldier absolutely weighing his options here for how on earth he wants to play through this, and it looks like he's just going to be going right to the battle phase, not playing anything, not saying anything, swinging over the Ash Rabbit, swinging for 1 damage direct, and then that Moss Station go right back to defense position. 4 spirits in spirit deck, look like 4 cards in hand. Nothing set this time around though. Tarvidi now 2 cards in hand. Is it a live Elestral that they have drawn? Will it be able to put pressure onto this board meaningfully? Looks like it's a Lavalith. Wow.
Whoa, what a card. That is critical for coming back into this game and going to be able to take out the Echo Links and do 1 spirit damage, making it just a little bit closer. Again, this Moss Station can trade here and it has the 2 spirits where Josh isn't going to take anything. Maybe potentially if Lestral's in the hand, Tarvidi takes 1. But wow, what a crazy card for a comeback. I was not expecting the Lavalith.
There's definitely an argument for just going right for another Elestral here and crashing. There's no backer to walk into. You could maybe re-enchant Moss Station with an Earth, make sure it guaranteed swings over. And it would deal 1 damage. That might be the move here. Looks like Bean Soldier is going to be casting out another Elestral here, and it's a Mudlet. Mudlet means that Moss Station will not die here in this interaction. Moss Station's clearing over this Lavalith. An absolute incredible game from Bean Soldier here as he brings his opponent down to 1 spirit left in spirit deck with 3 spirits on his own board and a set back row.
Continues to play around the Arcolith the whole entire time. Thank you, game mechanics. This is such an interesting little play here because let's see what Tarvidi decides to go out with. It's going to be an Elichick. Potentially getting back into this game with a potential search question mark. Not really much you can do on the 0 spirits, but at least you can put up a little bit of fighting force. And Josh saying that's very much okay. Bean Soldier TV in the driver's seat still. You go re-enchant the Mudlet, swing over this tiny defense position booty, but you don't even have to do that if you have an Elichick. Proper enchant. Go for the effective search.
Go for the effect just to thin the deck.
Oh my! I think I can respect it. In the random chance that there's a counter in that comes out of the fridge here and that magnets itself to the board, I think that's probably a smart play to search that. Get a little bit of deck.
Yeah, gotta make sure you thin the deck out.
Yeah, there you go. Swing 1 for a game. That's going to go into a game 2.
Wow.
To these 2 casters. That was a really good match. Again, so I think to most people looking at this, we have Bean Soldier TV, a multiple-time Elestrals champion, and then Tarvidi. This is the first showing that we've seen from Tarvidi in the competitive sense. But that was an incredible game for a lot of reasons, and one of them is just this precarious dance that a lot of these casters do, where once again, 1 wrong move or 1 misplay of a card, 1 misplacement of a card is just game. And I don't even know if I could pinpoint exactly where in that game that happened for something like Tarvidi for Josh to take it. I do just think in this case that back and forth eventually stabilized, and Josh saw the cards that they need to see.
Yeah, it just the entire way through, it seemed like both players saw just what they needed when they needed to see it. And that's how you know it's a good game of Elestrals, is it's back and forth all the way down, and just an incredible match from both, or incredible game here from both players. The Mudlet coming down exactly at the right time, holding that until the very last moment when Lavalith hits the board. An incredible thing that likely Bean Soldier was holding on to because of a potential for Arcalith if he decided to play into it, because that would play around it if he had something like a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent an attack, prevent that damage from going through, and then using Mudlet to swing over with a Moss Station. Lots of potential calculations running through the brain. Bean Soldier, someone that takes his time, makes sure that he walks through every single opportunity in his head that he needs to make sure that he's making the right decision, keeping his cards for when he needs them, never playing something too early. Just, I can't sing the praise of this man enough. What an incredible player. What an incredible player. And Tarvidi doing an incredible job keeping pace with one of the best players in the game.
I'm laughing a little bit because Josh is a very methodical player. I think that's very much apparent if you've ever played him in a tournament or ever seen him play here. And some would say too long. Counting the difference between one more spirit and the next spirit is quite difficult when you're in these high pressure situations. So, good on you, Josh, for that one there. Yeah, speaking to Tarvidi here, we saw it kind of back inside of the Swiss rounds for this Thundercaster. Is that excellent showcasing again about how you can still kind of play from behind with Thunder, and that's something that's super difficult to do. And I can kind of speak to that as like a Thundercaster myself. Is that Thunder loves to be ahead? Don't get me wrong, but playing behind with Thunder, something that Tarvidi had to do almost the entire game last game, incredibly difficult. And I think that was an excellent showcase against a great player. Tarvidi's going to go ahead and start off for game 2 here with a Astro Rabbit. Pretty good start, I would say, for Thunder.
Yeah, pretty standard.
We'll see if we get the set 2 and pass, not playing around a Gloombat once again. Shaking my head.
Can't believe it. SMH my head.
SMH my head. Gloombat. Seen in the meta 3 times today in today's Swiss round, so never know what can happen.
The same game.
True. Gonna set 2 cards to the fridge, and those are gonna magnet down and pass over to Josh. Bean Soldier's gonna draw for turn, and I don't think we're going to see an expend to draw again from Josh here. I think we're going to go ahead and see that Elechick drop down, get an early Demeter. Gorgon's Gaze here would be great. Looks like it's going to be good to go, though, for grabbing that full art Demeter.
Yeah, that indicates that really the only thing Bean Soldier needs to worry about here is a Tsunami or a Shield of Achilles. You don't care about Shield. Tsunami will be a little bit difficult potentially, but Tarvidi needs these back row to be live. These cannot be bluff sets right now, because this could be a very critical point in the game already, turn 1, where Bean Soldier might be able to take a massive amount of advantage by eating over this Ass Rabbit, preventing Tarvidi from gaining any more card advantage in hand. Gonna go ahead and enchant 3 Earth Spirits to this Demeter here, putting himself down to 16, buffing the Elechick. Will there be any set runes here from Bean Soldier? Looks like there will be 2, and gonna go ahead and swing right into this Ass Rabbit, forcing Tarvidi to Shield of Achilles. And like I said, if you're Bean Soldier, you feel incredible about this. You do not care about this going back to your hand. Your opponent just burned themselves for 2. And while your board is now open, you get to search out that second Demeter if it's not already in hand. And you get to get this card later anyway.
Ooh, I like this play coming down from Tarvidi. So the Toxion here is a good position that it puts Josh on a little bit more timer, right? Because now you get to address the Toxion and this Rabbit, which this deck can definitely do, given that some removal or potentially an Earthquake coming down. And the Equilinx is not as viable, I would say. You can pick apart the back row just a little bit here with the one set. But if an Equilinx comes down right now and tries to Nexus, given this back row is anything live from Tarvidi, it's going to be a little bit difficult to clear the board and not have this Toxion recur some value. So I do like this position of this Toxion here. There's the Equilinx right there, kind of trying to secure the back row here and lock down and make sure Tarvidi can't set additional back row after this turn.
Yeah, and the Nexus from Equilinx from Demeter to Equilinx, gonna then pop the Shield of Achilles. It never resolves. The question is, will Bean Soldier activate Demeter here to have this Equilinx hit over the Toxion? It looks like he will be going for that, making this Equilinx an absolutely large Elestral at 7/6 here. And that'll be 1 damage and the Toxion sent to the Underworld. And Bean Soldier's got to feel pretty good about this board position. Equilinx 2 Spirits under it into a singular defense position Ass Rabbit. Not a lot's going to play well into this.
We're going to go for a re-enchant or an ascend into an Arcolith, saying, I'm not going to hold on to this forever. We're going to go ahead and fire it off here. If you have the Gorgons, you have the Gorgons. PTA is also acceptable. And it's going to be a Gorgon's Gaze.
We'll hit it.
Turning that Unk to stone and freezing it for just one turn. Now, it's a big body that one other Demeter, potentially a Fully Forest, can help out here. We saw great utilization of the Moss Station last game for Bean Soldier, and I think that if I had to guess, we might be seeing Moss Station come down again, and potentially some Nexus shenanigans in there. But instead, it's an Elchick. There's that Elchick that was returned to hand to get the Demeter to help combat this 6/4 Lith. Add that to the bingo card.
Yeah, well, and this is, I was saying that the Shield of Achilles on the Elchick feels honestly good for Bean Soldier, because getting to replay this Elchick is massive, searching that second Demeter from deck, which means he was able to play a little bit more aggressively with the Demeter on board. And now, this Arcolith is going away. He can swing for 2 damage. Demeter buffs the Elchick up to 7, swinging over the Arcolith, and 2 damage in from Equilinx, and all of a sudden, Tarvidi is at a massive disadvantage, not only on board, but that spirit differential is going to get a lot closer.
Interesting play here from Bean Soldier to re-enchant the Demeter. And I can only imagine that's because that set back row there is an Altar of Stars, allowing you to still have an extra pump of Demeter on the following turn after this Altar of Stars goes through, instead of opting to take the extra spirit damage. So I do agree. I think the extra spirit damage here effectively would have been a game of pace. Effectively Josh is putting Tarvidi on that game. But Arresting Your Lore is going to come down, going to take out the Equilinx. Maybe should have just left those 2 spirits onto there, make it bulletproof.
Yeah,
but that
was the other
killer.
consideration. Equilinx having 2 spirits under it is such an important thing a lot of the time.
And the
Lavalith! That
Earthquake.
is devastating.
Just show me Earthquake. I want to see the whole limited list come down here on this one. This is crazy. Bingo card, by the way, too, on this one.
Limited
Lavalith coming in to target, I believe, the Demeter, it was. Going to get him out with the Gorgon's Gaze regardless. I think that's a much needed value from Bean Soldier here. Set 1, now that Equilinx is gone, and pass back. It's going to be pretty crucial. I think that Bean Soldier might be able to threaten the Lavalith, which will prompt the back row from Tarvidi, but I think this is still looking pretty much in control as long as the next move from Bean Soldier is sound. Again, the spirit differential here isn't a lot, but Earth can get down pretty easily here in the final rounds.
The interesting thing here might be an Eddy that comes out. Oh, a Water Elchick. Very interesting. Playing around a potential Tsunami from Tarvidi, this Demeter will get the Elchick up to a 7, which can hit over the Lavalith here. This back row has to be Shield of Achilles. That's it. That's the only way that this Lavalith survives, and it looks like it will not be, as the Elchick swings for 1 direct here. And Bean Soldier, despite being down on spirits in deck, is equal with spirits on board. And Tarvidi potentially on the back foot at this point in time.
Showcase off for a Quackle here in defense, signaling there's probably no Zeus or Mount Olympus to save this little duck. Bird on bird violence that we're about to see coming down from Bean Soldier TV. I love the play of the Water Chick here. A lot of really early stuff in the game was using Elchick's big 4-stat body as a generic beater, and to ensure that cards like Zeus and Demeter can get maximum value and play around things like Tsunami. So really big fan of that play from Josh to really signal that down. Viscerous come down on the board. That's a huge play. And a PTA, I feel like that's a desperation PTA. This Viscerous is going to hit hard. And while Eruption, please. Double Eruption this man for game. That's an Ambrosia.
No eruptions. No eruption.
Just pull it out. The fridge has to have some eruptions there somewhere. This Ambrosia is going to help get a little bit back on from Bean Soldier TV.
Yeah, it looks to me like Josh may be making this decision here to go for the Ambrosia, specifically because in case that Arcolith is in hand, this would be game on board because of how Bean Soldier has been playing into Arcolith with these attack position Elestrals. So likely would like to, make sure that not losing to that on the spot. And so they are going to go ahead and heal up and then get this Viscerous out of deck and swing for an additional 2 damage. We put Tarvidi down 3 on the turn, 4 on the turn with the cast of PTA, and that's going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting position again from both casters, because while Bean Soldier has made an amazing board here. This is like one of the biggest boards inside of Elestrals, period. Only matched by 3 extra counter runes back there. Tarviti is up in spirits by at least 2 counter runes. 9 spirits to 5 spirits is quite a bit. So there still can be cards that help Tarviti come back here. And it looks like we're going to see drop down an Elechick. And that's going to potentially be searching out a Zeus here, unless there's a Shield of Achilles coming down that's going to help thwart this aggressive effort, or potentially Gorgon's Gaze saved for the final moments. Now the spirit count is a little bit more even here. And even if that was an Arclith dropping down from hand, I do think you're right that Arclith, Josh could even just take those spirit damages and potentially try to swing back on the next turn. So maybe some clarification here on actions. Gonna go for Mount Olympus to buff this chick, and are we gonna see a race to the top come down? I think we are.
Looks like a thunderstorm potential. No, that's the Zeus.
Nope, Zeus
yeah,
for double
we just searched that out.
That's right. What are we doing? Not paying attention on our side. Listen, the fridge is cold and the cards are magnetized down for a reason. We need to see them.
But also, the ground is squishy. Apparently, I don't understand what I'm looking at here.
It's a soft fridge technology.
You're right.
Yeah,
I hadn't thought about
you never
that.
heard of that? That's a new innovation.
Never heard of that before.
That I've been seeing here. All right, it's going to pass back to Josh here, thinking about activation after that Elechick goes down. And a second Ambrosia.
He just always has it.
It's funny seeing that Josh flashing the hand a little bit. I saw one of the Ambrosias really early on. I'm curious if that was one that was drawn eventually, or there was just 2 Ambrosias sitting there at all times.
The entire time? Yeah.
And
I wouldn't put it past him.
It's hard to tell. We really need to get magnets for Josh. I'll say that. Just put him onto the board. Stop showing us your hand if you can. We want to be surprised at least once. Bloodlet's going to come down here. Excellent card for Josh here, and that might just
that's
be
incredible.
I think that is it.
This might be this very well could be the end of the game here. Tarviti would have to be seeing exactly Arcalith, and even then, actually, Tarviti's going to potentially 1 spirit left in spirit deck after this. So no, Arcalith doesn't do it. This might be game now. I don't know if there's a single Elestral in the game that does it, and if this draw is Ambrosia, there's no Elestrals to be cast. You're taking 4 damage next turn. I think this might be game.
I think this is game, set, and potentially match. So Trevi's going to drop the last card here. 1 spirit left. Consider the options and show Aster Rabbit for game. And that's kind of how the Krakatuka crumbles. That is Bean Soldier on Earth and Tarviti, ending the run inside of top 8. An amazing showing from Tarviti. Earlier that we watched inside the Swiss rounds, and making it all the way here to top 8 on the first time, presumably go inside of these events. This is a new name that I haven't seen before, and I think that's just a testament to how much this player is clearly practicing and showcasing the meta off here, making some insane plays inside of Swiss, and doing an insane job, by the way, of taking one of the best players in the world to the brink of destruction. Josh is no slouch here, right? Like, we can just say that he's pretty okay. And the fact that was down to final spirits in these last couple of games was exhilarating still. Yeah. And that's a pretty big showcase of that too.
Yeah, just an incredible set from the two. Josh, obviously, Bean Soldier played it very, very well, but Tarviti really, as you said, taking down to the wire, that's not an easy thing to do. And that's coming from someone who's played a lot against Bean Soldier TV. It is really difficult to take this man down to the wire like that. He's an excellent player that thinks things through, and just, he's always got it. That's the thing that there's 4 things that we know in this world. One of them is that Arcalith is coming, and the other one is that Bean Soldier's got it.
He's just got it. It's true. It's true. And I hope to see Tarviti in future events as well. We talk about the premier event coming in a couple weeks every time that we go to break here. We talk about the casual tournaments, and I would love to see Tarviti run it back with Thunder, and also potentially showcase what you can do in Moonrise for the upcoming events here. Absolutely. That was a lot of fun to watch that play too. It's so interesting to say this because it's, Josh being one of the more notable players inside of the Elestrals community for sure, but I think that's just crazy that those games could have gone either way given 1 or 2 more cards, and that's just kind of how the game works. It is quite crazy that it goes down to the wire like that.
It's the beauty of variance in the card game. It's the thing that every card game player loves and hates is when you have the luck of the draw, it goes your way, you're having a great time, and when you brick, ooh, it feels bad. But That's just as you said, how the cracker tuga crumbles sometimes.
Even on the brick, I keep on harping on the fact that like how close this game was. Even on a brick, Tarvidi just still shows up. Again, I think speaks to the skill half of that, right? Like not only is Josh blessed by the divines for draws and skill, but Tarvidi as well. So congratulations, Tarvidi, on the top 8 for that. And Josh moving on to the top 4.
And another update from our top 8 round is we have Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, taking it down versus Adumadam, someone we saw on cast previously. Very, very exciting to see here. Progressing on to top 4.
So what is it? I'm looking for. I'm peering into the future. I'm looking into my orb. I'm pondering a little bit. MBT Elestrals on YouTube will have a video how I won the biggest Elestrals tournament in the world. I'm gonna have to design that thumbnail, and that's gonna be crazy.
That's your job.
That's my job on that half too. Come on.
You can't get a break from this man.
You got to be stopped. Someone's got to stop. MBT.
Josh, please.
it's gonna be Bean Soldier. No, I think that Joseph, congratulations on reaching the top 4 on that one as well. We have 2 other matches that we are waiting to get wrapped up and concluded. Again, heavy hitters instead of top 8, so they definitely could go on for a little bit. Sir Tractor versus Trishula TTV, which this is, I think, one of the best showings we've had from Trishula and in a very long time. Sunseed Jess against Big Welcome Laura, and that should be an interesting showcase as well. I don't even know if they're on the same decks. I actually don't really know what Laura is playing today, but we saw Jess take the Earth kind of Thunder integration to Joseph to bring down the undefeated in Swiss. So I can only imagine the absolute clash that's happening across the way in the tables.
Well,
so
despite MBT taking it 2-0 in top 8, the way that the bracket has paired out, Jess may be getting a run back. And with how the first one went, it's very much up in the air. Joseph might be sweating here, but Jess very well might be able to just take it down again if they get paired into them.
This is a very specific, like if I had 2 nickels, if you're ready for this one. You ready? If I had a nickel for every time that a team member of Team Imperawatt was defeated by Sunseed Jess, once in Swiss, and then once in the run back in top 8, I'd have 2 nickels, and it'd be me and MBT.
Well, it could be.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah,
That's true.
It could be. We got to see how the run back goes here.
If the bracket works out in the way that Sunseed Jess moves on, I'll have 2 nickels. And then we'll have just the final. So I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we could have a very interesting finals here potentially between Jess and Bean Soldier. If that's how it pans out, but we do still have to wait and see who wins out in our remaining 2 semifinals matches. Sit here patiently awaiting to see our results. Sounds like both clashes are going to game 3 here, both down to the last spirit both ways. This is how you know you are in top 8 of the largest Elestrals tournament to have ever been run. Is you are going to get some wonderful matches that go down to the line. 3 clashes all the way through. Just incredible games being played across the board. Cannot wait to see how the rest of this top cut pairs out.
It's really been exciting this entire time. It's so funny, we've been here for just a couple hours now, just a few, really. It feels like time has just been flying by. I've been having a lot of fun commentating this one. I do appreciate the Illustrious team being so gracious for allowing Caleb and myself to clown around here on the mic. Hopefully it's been good for everyone. And if you're watching at home, these exciting top 8 clashes, if you haven't already, and imagine if you're here, you might have, but go ahead and leave a like on the stream, as well as subscribe to the Elestrals channel here to share the love and to spread the good word of Elestrals, to show the world that, hey, this is a game to be fighting for. And it's been really exciting so far as well. Follow the Elestrals on all the socials that you can for their updates, as well as topping lists from this event. The top 8 casters here, their list will be posted after the tournament for some review. So if you're looking for some inspiration to bring into your own tournaments, then I highly recommend to check them out. Again, that's Elestrals on all socials across the board there. So this has been exciting so far, and I haven't really even noticed that we've been here for hours. So
a very long time.
This is incredible.
Early check-in for this.
It's been incredible, and huge shout outs to the crew, by the way. This is a thing that definitely needs to be repeated and said. It's been an amazing showcase of also the new stuff that Elestrals is putting out there. It's a very high quality, very good stuff from the Elestrals staff here, and that can't be understated. I think this is one of the smartest and one of the most amazing teams that I've worked with, and it's been great. So
I'm receiving word that Jess indeed will be running it back versus MBT, taking it down 2-1 versus Big Welcome Laura.
Oh my! The prophecy is being fulfilled. I'm getting my 2 nickels. I'll be getting the 2 nickel. That's the problem. This is
the Caster's
Jess
curse.
on the run in top 8 is nothing to be scoffed at. Speaking of top 8, I think we have a little bit of data coming in from the helicopter, showcasing the top 8 breakdown for these Elestrals casters here, and kind of some things that we were expecting, but maybe a couple things we weren't. So looking at the top cut representation here we have 3 decks in the Earth category for Earth Nexus, 2 decks on Arcolith Thunder, 2 on Earth Water Tempo, which is kind of cool. I mean, more of an aggro strategy with the Earth engine there, maybe potentially a sizable water package, and then a heal deck coming from a Dumadam there we saw in the Swiss round. This is a really interesting breakdown, I will just say. There's a lot to unpack here, and I think one of those things to unpack is that the synergies between the Earth Water deck here, imagining some sort of eddies and the galaxies that we saw from something like Jess, it is really showcasing the power of those cards that can play around some good counter ranks.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it at the top of the show. There was a tournament that happened yesterday, Poison Nectar Monthly, that had a top 4 finish from Dymax on a probably very similar list to what these players are playing for Earth Water Tempo, albeit with a Barabog added in on top of that. But the synergy of the beaters across these 2 different decks between things like Viserys, Eddy, Galaxy, and Equilinx clearing the way for all of that really enables a very scary deck here that can put on a lot of pressure very quickly with a lot of Elestrals. Be very interesting after all the top cut is done to compare the different deck lists between Earth Water Tempo and Earth Nexus to see how much the difference there really is in deck lists, because I imagine that most of these decks are playing in terms of Earth very similar lists with very minor differences between the Earth Elestrals played. The real question is, what differences are there in Water? Because Earth Nexus is just running Eddy anyway. So what does that difference look like in terms of adding in the Galaxy or Bomies potentially or something like that?
Yeah, I think this is also
very interesting.
I'm a big fan too to see how this top cut will play out here as well, because I think that we've seen a strong showcase from Thunder inside the Swiss rounds, and I think this is the first time that we've seen Thunder convert like this in quite some time. Earth is starting to bubble back up as one of the strongest decks, and kind of like as you were mentioning previously in some of the previews, the Earth Thunder meta has been evolving here, and these decks really are quite equal, and it's more about how you're playing around them. I saw Josh, excellent showcase, utilizing cards like Mostation to help play around key cards like Arcolith, which might be a determining factor inside the game versus MBT and Jess. Jess is on the big crab herself. I like that we got to see the heal deck as well, make a showing here and get into the top 8, kind of showcasing that a deck with this type of strategy and a definitive game plan can really take it inside of Elestrals. And that spot could have easily been taken up by a Frost deck, easily taken up by one of the other bubble slots there. And it kind of just really depends on the luck of the draw there. But I think all these casters showcasing that some of the best decks and cards in the game are just so strong. These are probably, we saw in that top usage case for each of the decks. As if we're looking at those cards, I would say 90% of these decks are built of those cards. Let's just be real.
That is true. I made a silly little video looking at top cards from some of these events, where I built a deck using exclusively like the top 12 cards from usage, and you basically just end up with Earth Nexus.
and there we go. So it's showcasing here too a lot of those cards, the Earth Water Tempo deck on the top cut for deck representation, showcasing the Eddy, showcasing the Viserys here, and big inside of the use case for our tournament breakdown. This is across the board, but this is not necessarily just in top 8, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these casters have that big showcasing why these cards are just so strong. And it really, because a lot of these players are playing the same cards, it really is just about how they use them, when they use them. And that, going back to that skill timing, right? I think a lot of the variance is being cut down here as we're shaving down to our top cut. And a lot of it will come down to the wire and each of these micro interactions these casters are so good at.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, I'm receiving word that there was a time extension in the final clash between Trish and Sir Tractor. And so we're going to go ahead and throw over to a quick little break while they finish out the end of their match here. And we will rejoin with results and heading into our semifinals here.
Super exciting.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
And now the Rhynymp's going to be coming down. This is what we talked about, switching over with that side deck to get the Rhynymph. Kay is like, yep, she knows this. She knew this was coming, but I don't know if she was prepared for it in this game specifically. Does she have a response for the Rhynymph effect, or is it going to go down to that Rune row? And that's exactly what's going to happen, which is going to be a Rhino Sect special cast coming out here. There it is, and now the special is going to be huge. And now yep, he's going to switch the rabbit to attack position, going in. He's risking it for the biscuit here. And now we could be seeing a 3 damage attack onto K. It looks like the Spirit deck. And on Spirit deck, is this a response or is it taking damage? Is it going to be a shield or is it the 3 damage? It's the 3 damage, okay. I was like, does she have the shield and going to send Rhinosect back to the hand? In the 3 games we've seen, basically K has had the shield every single time. When Tekla put down a Lavalith, shield was there to respond. So wouldn't have been surprised if that was a shield for K. Oh, 2 Earth coming down. The 2 Rattless. Is it the Earthquake? It is the Earthquake, taking the Rhinosect off the field. A huge play from K. But Astrabic going to defense to try to keep it alive, potentially for a re-enchant in the future. Leviathan going to be coming out. Is it going to be the Eddy again? There's the Eddy, switching the rabbit to attack position. And now Eddy will be able to swing over the rabbit and take it off the field. The pesky rabbit is going to be going down. And the spirit count is really, really close. Tekla has been spending a lot of spirits here, getting that, especially in that early on start, going with the Rhynymph, going with the Rhinosect. The Exalter is going to be coming down with the Aeolus, going to be able to Nexus over, forcing the Expend. Yep, so here's the Nexus. Any response to that, and Nexusing over to the Nemesail, which means 2 spirits going to be spent, and K is going to be able to heal 2 spirits because Nemesail did receive the Wind Spirit in that Nexus. A beautiful play there. The Wombo combo with the Aeolus, Nexusing over with the Exalter to the Nemesail to be able to heal back up too. And now there's Eddy could crash into Eddy here. Yep, that's what's gonna happen. Eddy crashing into Eddy, so both go down, just taking it out. And oh, that is interesting. 3 spirits left for Teklo. It's gonna be, ooh, the Boom Bat. Okay, Boom Bat's gonna be coming down. Is there gonna be a response from Teklo Doesn't look like it. The disenchant happens. The Rhine-Nymph being sent to the underworld. And now there is 3 spirits on. Kay could re-enchant here. Oh, she's just gonna, no, she can Nexus to force Teklo to expend and then go for the attack. So expending 2. And now, I mean, is it the tsunami? But even if it's a tsunami, I don't know if Teklo has anything to do. This could be game here. Kay could be taking the 2-1 victory. There it is. He reveals, and that is GG well played. Had the Zaptor remaining.
Which is better than 8 last time I checked.
That might be better than 8. Oh, you gotta be kidding! Altar of Stars! What a smart play by the Law, taking 1 off of Arcolith to activate Altar, nexusing off of his Mount Olympus.
In order to get rid of that Mount Olympus too, which is huge.
Absolutely.
And keeping that Arcolith alive, what a play.
Absolutely.
Very, very cool plays. And most likely keeping Arcolith around unless it's hit by something
Race
like
to the
shield.
top! Here we go! It's a race to the top! Wow. If the Law can connect on these swings, he pretty much ensures that he has the game. But
Yeah,
with
the
no
server
back
is so
row,
low.
anything can happen.
Tsunami! See, that Tsunami is still saving the game. Such a crucial card and such a big advantage for water casters here in the Elestriad.
Absolutely. MBT went from losing 4 spirits to losing 1.
Still not looking too good for MBT with the high attack on that. Oh, and down comes Eddie to first attack. Ooh.
Is that going to be GG's?
The thing that saves MBT here is another Tsunami, but without that, and now that Eddie can dodge it, that no matter what, your Ash Rabbit's going down unless you shield and Tsunami here. That's about maybe Gorgon's Gaze as well, but you're losing a lot of spirits, and that board is looking full, but down comes the Tsunami.
The second Tsunami.
You're feeling pretty good. Oh, and I forgot that the Tsunami changes that Ash back to defense, making it so that Eddie can't attack over. It's the one thing where Eddie does play around Tsunami, but when Ash Rabbit's on the board and it flips back to the defense, it does not.
Wow, MBT's brain's got to be hurting after that one. It must be coming through his skull.
Another Ambrosia, though, potentially keeping you in the game, putting you back to 3.
I don't know about this one, though. 3 spirits, can it do it?
Gosh, with that board, just how wide it is, you're not feeling in a good position if you're MBT.
No, not at all. The 2 back row is nice,
and then
but
you're gonna pass. Yep.
Yep.
Not much you can do about it. Yep, that's game.
He's just gonna scoop it. That makes sense.
If Jess has a Cryoblast here, Golden Nova is basically put in a position where he's most likely going to be playing from behind. Just going to expend to draw, most likely digging, and there it is, the Cryoblast that puts Golden Nova in the most awkward possible situation. You're down 2 spirits on your opponent, seemingly not very many cards in hand remaining, meaning that Jess can just kind of bide her time and wait for the opening to run out a big Elestral. Jess going to cast out the Demeter using the effect in order to pump up the Elechic. We're using the Altar of Stars. Oh, Jess just wants to kill right now. She's like, I'm going to kill you right now. I'm going to turn your rabbit to attack, put a second spirit on my Elechic, attack over the Ash Rabbit, and deal 1 point of damage, putting Golden Nova on 0, making it so you can't activate any more cards. And with that, that will be the end of the clash. Golden Nova draws, not able to play any of his cards, and fist bumps Jess, being a very good sport about this game.
We're seeing an ascension, of MBT's own for
We're back here for Top Cut. For semifinal. Very, very exciting stuff here. We have our final results from the round of top 8. We have Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, taking it down versus Aduma Dam. We have Sunseed Jess taking it down versus Big Welcome Laura. Trishula taking it down versus Sir Tractor. And Bean Soldier, as you saw on stream, taking it down versus Tarvidi. So we'll have Trishula versus Bean Soldier. And what we will be commentating here, which is MBT versus Sunseed Jess, a run back from our round 7. Very, very exciting stuff.
You know, and this one is going to be such an interesting match because, you know, the Swiss rounds for a lot of players are a completely different beast than Top Cut. So I'm curious to see what kind of energy or what kind of play that we'll see from the two of them. And maybe they just, you know, casters that leave it all on the line every time they play. And we might not see anything different. And if that's the case, then I think we'll see see Jess maybe taking over MBT, or MBT's making the run of his life onto the finals and potentially onto receiving that stamped Jolton that would go very pretty into the Thunder list.
Yeah, that'd be excellent to see line up into that list that he's playing today.
Absolutely. And I just want to say this too, that, you know, while this run back it might even be very similar, I'm hoping that we do see a little bit of tech from both these players. You know, I think the last time that we saw there was the cryoblast coming down from MBT, which kind of helped kind of chew through some boards. But I know that there potentially could be thunderstorms or the higher thunder package from Sunseed Jess. It'd be really interesting how that interacts with Joseph Deck come into this semifinal round.
Yeah, being able to go into this top cut match, both having knowledge about the others playing, and not just from like hearing someone else that played about it, because both these players absolutely are communicating with other people in the tournament. They're getting word on their opponents. That's just a part of being in some of these tournaments, is figuring out who you're playing against as well as you can in advance, if you have that opportunity. But in this case, they played each other. They know not just like generally what deck list they're on. They know specific cards within the deck. They might have ideas on ratios based off of what they saw in those decks. It'll be very interesting to see if that changes the approach, especially game one, where, you know, potentially some of the openers might change up in pacing, depending on the matchup. So it'd be very interesting to see how these players potentially change their pace of play, or potentially what cards they're playing, or how they side, their siding strategies. It'll be incredible to see this game. But again, you know, you don't really get to see runbacks like this in tournaments a lot of the time. And so being able to do this is a treat. Absolutely. You get to see Jess v. Joseph once more.
Yeah. And I think that this will be kind of determine the change of the pace for the rest of the tournament. You know, we only have a couple rounds left, you know, this in the finals. All right, and then it's going to come all down to the top two players. But I think that whichever one of these players are moving on, it might be someone that we can look at as the champion. You know, Trishul's also making a run on the other side of the bracket too, and has a beast to overcome in the form of Bean Soldier TV, laughing a little bit at the upcoming Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner bit that we're about to be privy to inside of Joseph Rothschild's side of the field. Big fan. And both these two casters getting ready to go here. I think they're kind of knowing the quantity here. So maybe we'll just see a slobber knocker, just an absolute barn burner from the two of them once again. My heart was pounding after the last one, and I don't know if I can take it again. Let's just have them play a little bit slower. Get Josh in here.
So we got Billy Break on the mic, actually. Let me sub out. Looks like we are here with our casters, though. Both have their hands of 5 laid on the table. And we're going to be hopping into this game as Jess and MBT are going to be picking up their hands and resolving their mulligans here, going into game 1 of your semifinals between MBT and Sunseed Jess.
Absolutely. We got MBT versus Jess 2, Thunder Balloon.
Or Thunder Balloon.
We didn't workshop that one enough.
Thunder Balloon go crazy.
Okay, we can hold that one here. I think Cena goes first, and it looks like it's going to be MBT starting off with a Thunder Spirit and a Rabbit. It's pretty good Thunder start. I would say it's okay.
Hard to complain.
Really is. We'll see if this is going to be a set 1, 2, or 3 here. It's hard to imagine you keep a hand like this that's just Rabbit, but maybe you're digging into those counter runes regardless. Though I did see that in the last game, you know, the last match, I saw that PTA doing a lot of work against Jess's Rabbit. I think we might see a repeat here. Name a better combination between Starter Rabbit and PTA.
It doesn't get much better than that. There's a song about that. And they were definitely talking about PTA Astrada, but Jess going to be casting out an Elechek here, might also get a PTA out of MBT here. as this Elechick will be able to swing over with the meter, and it will be taking that PTA to the face. That poor little bird will be going down in end phase after searching out this Demeter.
And I think this is honestly a pretty decent value proposition for Jess here. You do get the search and you get to thin out your deck a little bit with the Elechick, and the Demeter cannot allow this chick to hit over the rabbit. So now you're going to be sitting here, potentially letting this chick die, and now playing from the back foot once again. But with that being the only counter rune that MBT set in the first game, maybe that's all that they have to stop some plays, while Jess is now sitting 2 cards, not playing around Gloombat once again. Ridiculous that they're not doing that. For all the crazy text that we have seen from this tournament so far, maybe Jess is rocking up with some stuff. Themselves looks like we have an Astrab in an attack position coming down. Got 2 rabbits have now hit the board. The attacks rabbit and the defense rabbit.
Defense rabbit.
Both are gonna be okay. No poison tipped arrow coming down from this one to maybe not taking any damage here. I don't believe we saw any tsunamis from Jess last turn, so might be looking at 2 spirit damage to the face, though I think Joseph might want to keep 1 in defense just for a little bit of protection.
Yeah, I don't think Jess honestly feels too bad here, because although this is 2 Ast Rabbits for MBT, Jess, got a poison tipped arrow out of Joseph, and while she might be taking 2 damage here, these are both very vulnerable Elestrals that will not be that difficult to get over.
Absolutely. Well, and again, this is also something we saw inside of Bean Soldier's match last round, is that 1 set card against an Equilinx is really not enough. When we see the Equilinx come down here, one of the only Nexus cards for the Earth Spirit type with the Demeter, I think aside from Panzer, this is maybe one of the only ones that will be Nexusing for Earth anytime soon, which rather than going for more of the defensive play of Panzer, this Equilinx is about to be going in for some aggro play. If this is Shield of Achilles, everyone say it with me. It's never going to resolve, but let's check and see.
Might be Tsunami here, which would be kind of killer. That is exactly what it is. That is an incredible card here for MBT. He absolutely feels great after resolving something like this, because those rabbits are going to defense, and this Equilinx is going to defense as well, and it can't go back. So these rabbits are safe and sound, tucked in defense position, and that Equilinx is open for an attack on the next turn, potentially, especially something where an Elechick Search Zeus were to come down. Elechick Search Zeus means one of these rabbits could hit over this Equilinx in defense position, and so if Sunsi just only has single targeting back row, things like PTA or Shield of Achilles, one of these Thunder Elestrals from MBT will be outing this Equilinx. It all comes down to, is Zeus already in hand, or is it searchable off of an Elechick, as the casters foretold? This means this Equilinx is gone. But the Gorgon's Gaze is going to come out here. Massive play from Jess here, making sure that this Equilinx has at least a chance of sticking around. The potential, though, is if MBT has the Zeus in hand already, but only 3 cards in hand, it seems unlikely, he just passes. And Jess is going to go ahead and start her turn with a Vice Versa in attack position, which is just going to go absolutely ham into this board, most likely.
What I find so interesting about this specific board state is that while Jess can do a lot to clear some of these Elestrals, leaving 2 in attack position like this, I think we've seen time and time again what that means. Is that while you keep the chick, you keep one of the rabbits, either or, I think it does smell doom. And I think it's Jess is kind of doing the math here on which one to boost and kind of hit over. I think it's going to be hitting into one of the rabbits and into the chick, keeping the other rabbit. And an Arcolith coming down, I can very much see that being a possibility for MBT on this next turn. And as long as MBT can see some counter runes here, that might be enough to stay back into the game. But the Viscerus will connect onto the chick, and that's going to be a second Viscerus hitting the field with 2 set back row. You're feeling like you're pretty good on Earth here. That's a lot of Nexus fodder for this Equilinx if it does not get cleared.
Yeah, this is an incredible board state for Jess, with the caveat that Arcolith might be devastating here. Jess potentially alter in end phase. Alter in end phase will make sure that Arcolith is not coming down. What an incredible play here. I absolutely love this from Jess here. She's going to go ahead and... she's not. She's going at Vicerus in face. Even better.
There's a full board of Elestrals with full hearts here. on
Wow.
the side of Sunseed Jess. Now, the spirit count is getting a little low, and that one set back row has to be Shield. It's got to be Gorgons. It could even be PTA, but you're taking a ton of spirit damage, but forcing Joseph to go into the Arcolith off the bat as a last effort, saying, if you got it, you got it. But this board's clearing you, and then also clearing you every single turn if you don't get to deal with it.
This being PTA actually might not be too bad, because PTA off of Equilinx makes it so that Arcolith cannot hit over, but MBT, something that we saw repeatedly in their prior round against each other in round 7, hitting down this Viscerus, which with an absolutely massive 8 attack stat here. These are all massively buffed, and it looks like
it
MBT's
lands.
going to be swinging over the defense position, Elestral.
You know, this is effectively a last-ditch effort from MBT for a little bit of offense and a little bit of defense here, because you know, these Viscerus are not long for this Earth. Just going to draw for turn, and I think that regardless of what MBT's enchanting this Viscerus with, it's going to be eaten up by the other Insectoids on this board. This Echoing. It's going to go ahead and expend to draw here. Expendica from Jessica. And let's see what this can do. You talk about the Nexus fodder for something like the Equilinx, which won't be needed here as there's no back row, and seemingly no back row to be found from MBT's part here. Going to swing in to the defense position Viscerus, and this Viscerus will connect. But another Viscerus coming down, as we've seen all 3 hit the board here. And another Viscerus will propose a trade on MBT's Viscerus.
This is a very interesting option here, because MBT has the option to cast out his own Viscerus in defense position and let it die to this Equilinx on board, or potentially Jess might have a play here. Looks like she's considering her options. This might be an Ultra of Stars.
The Gorgon's Gaze to hit MBT's Viscerus. You know, I actually don't think I feel too bad about this if you're Joseph. 5 spirits left, and the Arcolith is now primed to do mad damage. On top of that, too, you're still sitting pretty. That was not too bad, but it really depends on how many cards Joseph has in hands to deal with this. 1 counter rune set and an Arcolith, I think this game is back in it. But
and also, if he has a Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus ends the game on the spot, I believe.
Mount Olympus, Arcolith, Mount Olympus right at the top. I think we see maybe 3 or 4 cards inside of MBT's hand here going into this turn. This is quite a precarious position. Once again, even though Jess is down in spirits by almost half on the spirit differential, this is still anyone's game. That's the crazy part. Welcome to Elestrals. Welcome to Elestrals. You know, I've also known Jess to hold these Ambros for forever. So potential hand here could be an Ambro plus a card, or potentially 2 Ambrosias in the hand.
Yeah,
there's no real urgency to activate now.
It's usually the correct decision to grip an Ambro until the last responsible moment. And it looks like MBT going to go ahead and cast out this Elechick, which will finally resolve here and go get that Zeus. And that will let this Elechick clear over anything that MBT wants to. It can attack over these Viscerus, it can attack over the Equilinx as well. The question is, which one of these does he want to get off this board? Probably the 2-spirit Viscerus would be the highest priority Elestral here, but is yet to be seen what his decision might be, because Equilinx is also putting up a lot of potential threat.
Yeah, there's a lot of rock in a hard place with this board, like quite literally. You know, the Equilinx sitting in between the 2 Viscerus is kind of a no-win situation. You do have to go for the Equilinx just in case you do draw into more counter runes. You cannot have that Zeus die unless there's another Equilinx about to come down and Caster's Curse once again. But the tricky part here is that there's the Equilinx. That's the tricky part. What was I saying?
That's your fault.
That absolutely you could play other Nexus. You know, Lestrals. Have you heard of Panzer? The good word of Panzer. The second reference for you there. And this is again back to the rock and a hard place reset right there. Probably had that in the hand from the last turn. Jess was sitting there like, yeah, that's totally fine. Go ahead and hit over this Equilinx. We'll take care of it here. You don't even really necessarily feel bad about nexting off this Viscerus, as easily trade, hit over, and now that Zeus is gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is not only is the Zeus gone, but this is connecting for 3 damage this turn. This is putting MBT in an awful position. The thing is, Joseph
Arcolith
is in incredible Arcolith range here, where, you know, MBT will be sitting at probably about 4 spirits here as the Frost for Cryoblast goes out of the spirit deck, and Jess sitting at 4. Arcolith outs the the Equilings, and the only thing that would
Arcolith
save
of
Jess
Olympus,
into
I think,
Arcolith
wins.
is a Demeter on a Viserys if Joseph doesn't crack.
Yeah, this is a very precarious position. Again, this is kind of one of the ways that Thunder likes to come back here inside of these games, and that's why we're not. It's not quite called yet. I think if this was other sets instead of other games, this would be something that you'd be like, yeah, Earth's gonna walk away with this. We have a Cryoblast coming down here from NBT, a second Frost Spirit instead of that main deck. You know, Trish is going crazy right now. Why are you playing two of those things? Viserys coming down from NBT as well. They try to swing into the Equilinks. And with only 2 spirits left, passes back to Jess with a Viserys of Own. It's going to be quite difficult for NBT to come back from. If Jess can drop an Elestral on the board that's anything significant, I think that we have Earth having a ton of Elestrals that are significant. Let's see a Mudlet per chance. It's okay, it's
Or
Galaxy.
Galaxy. Yeah.
Galaxy does it here. The Galaxy, a crazy card to have here. You don't even necessarily care if you do drop it. There's that Ambrosia held for this long. Bringing Jess's spirit count back up just a little bit into comfort range. While Joseph is sitting here with something. Gotta see something here, an Ambrosia into an Arcolith, into something. I think Jess is now officially out of range for the Arcolith kill.
Oh, and the Demeter here guarantees that Jess is not losing on any cards here. So she will be able to swing over this Viserys and then swing direct 1 with Galaxy. And what does that leave Joseph with? Actually, Jess is in Arcolith range. If Ambro Arcolith are in hand, this could be game for MBT. But otherwise, it looks like Jess might be taking this one.
I think if it was Ambrosia Arcolith, we'd see it slap down almost immediately right now. I think the deliberation is, can I just do enough damage or try to clear the board in any way? And I don't think that Joseph's pondering too long, unless by literally baiting us here at the cast.
He could be slow rolling it for the big reaction here when we go, oh, no way! Ambrosia Arcolith. He's tapping the table. He's doing the card game thing. Gotta tap the table.
Surefire sign of an Arcolith Ambrosia, for sure. We're trying to will it into existence for Joseph.
Yeah, we're trying to actually... we're trying to have someone... We're taking time so someone can go sneak to his place and give him it.
Just hand it to him, and then say, here you go, don't worry about it, Skyhawk, look away. And then we'll go there. No. Ambrosia coming down, wait a minute.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Mute your microphones. All right. So, we've had Ambrosia coming down and going back for 3 Thunder Spirits here. See an Arcolith that could be devastating in an amazing game 1. Please tell me it's true. Please tell me you believe in the great power of Unk.
If it's Unk, I'll be losing my mind here. This will be an incredible play.
If it is Unk, Joseph went to the Josh school thinking about things. This is a no-brainer for me.
Sometimes you just gotta think really long and hard about something. That does not look like an Arcolith. That is a Quackle, that Joseph is holding in hand there, and that will be very important for trying to restabilize here, potentially getting us to a position where Jess is at 3 spirits, 2 Elestrals on board, and this is just stalling out to potentially draw into that Arcolith, and that's gonna be a path.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very important here for trying to keep up pressure, but I think that this Elechick is going to do quick work. An Earth Elechick, potentially for a Fully Forest. We have a counter rune set with 2 in the back. I think that doesn't go well for potentially an Altar of Stars play from Jess, even if an Arcolith does come down.
Yeah, that would be devastating. This would have to be Arcolith Mount Olympus at this point to more assuredly get through this. And Astrabbit, that'll do it.
Desperation play here from MBT. The Demeter will help boost any Elestral to get over this Rabbit. And see what they can bring up the top. I think it's going to take that card there. And potentially seeing a way out of this light, again, down to the final 2 spirits here. We're talking about it previously with Bean Soldier and Tarvidi, but this is how these Thunder Earth matchups go, is that with 1 card can swing the tide of the clash in the other's favor, and it's just about these micro decisions here. Even with Jess on a full board, this can easily be lost given certain play. Jess is thinking about Demeter swing here, really weighing the option on what that card is.
Very good option here. MBT likely picking up a Tsunami here is a very real option. And this guarantees that Galaxy clears over the Ass Rabbit. And then the Tsunami, Shield of Achilles. Last 2 Spirits and Spirit Deck on the Shield of Achilles. And Altar of Stars, and that's going to be a scoop from MBT. Altar of Stars will clear the game at this point. And wow, what an incredible game one from these 2 casters. An incredible 15-minute grinder.
Where is it? Bottom of
MBT
cards.
looking for where is Unk?
It's
There's
right there.
Unk. 15 cards down in the deck. He was hiding. He didn't want to be seen.
Oh no. You know, that is, again, we've been saying this almost all day. These Earth and Thunder clashes go down like this. They're down to the wire. The final spirits, in fact, and that was in danger zone for both of them at any point in time. And I think that kind of speaks to a lot of the way that Earth aggression also likes to work, taking on early leads and close out games just like that. And Thunder, well, can accrue a lot of advantage and potentially can stall out for those big power plays with Unkalith. It really just depends. You know, you got to be able to see the cards you need to see, and also I think that Gorgon's Gaze on that Elchik early was pretty detrimental.
It was brutal.
To MBT.
It was brutal. It wasn't until a second Elchik about halfway through the game that he actually saw his Zeus, and that's such an important part of the Thunder deck. And surprise, surprise, the Divine is important for the Thunder deck, but it was a devastating play to be able to hit the Gorgon's Gaze on that Elchik. So the question is, you know, MBT knows what he's going into. He's got the side deck options likely. There's no way he isn't teched out to potentially be outing Earth if he's not main decking it. So what is his side options? What is he going for? Is it going to be a meaningful amount of side decking to be able to take on Jess's Earth list here and try and claw back from being down 1 to going up 2? So we'll have to see how it goes.
I think this is kind of a still in anyone's match sort of situation here. Very much easily we saw inside of the Swiss rounds that even though MBT was up, Jess was able to make this run back, and I can very much see the case for MBT here in this round, especially on Thunder. If the third Unk is not in the sideboard, it better be. It better be. And other techs that these two can play, you know, like I said, I think that Thunder is so well equipped to handle so many different decks that it's probably pretty limited, at least for something like this, a known factor quantity like Earth. But for Jess, I mean, I don't know. You could tech in Panzer if you want to, third reference. And and that's all of them. Shouts to PK. We have game 2 coming down. Jess on match point here, and Joseph looking to continue the run into the semifinals on Thunder. I'd like him to go first, I imagine.
And Joseph bleeding his hand a little bit there. I saw 2 little swimming friends in there that potentially might be very helpful later on in the game. The Ass Rabbit in defense to start the game, though, will be pretty critical in looking at the top 3 cards of the deck and picking one out. We'll have to see if there's any back row to back up this defense position Ass Rabbit, and it looks like there's 2 and a pass back to Sunseed Jess.
Seen this before, but I do like the change of pace of having the extra counter rune there. One of the things I think that was pretty detrimental to MBT's run in the first place, so we're going to see the killer combination reaching for the back row. It's the PTA. No PTA. It looks like that's resolving. That's a first here for me.
Wow.
But you know, having multiple counter runes for an extended period of time against this Earth matchup is something that is probably going to be a deciding factor inside of this game specifically. One thing that was kind of hindering, I think, Thunder deck before was just an onslaught of Elestrals. If you're not able to keep up pressure with Altar of Stars, with the Zeus, with any sort of Gorgon's Gaze, then you can fall behind pretty quickly, despite the fact of the individual power level of the Thunder Elestrals.
Looks like Jess is just going to be setting 1 back row here into MBT's board, and there's one of the swimming friends. MBT gonna go for Edward to swap the position of 1 Elestral on the field, just considering that back row potentially. MBT considering his, and it looks like Jess looked like she might be flipping it up. She's considering it very seriously. Gorgon's Gaze would be very important here, and it looks like she will be going ahead and using the Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the effect of Edward from swapping that Ass Rabbit to attack position. Really looking to keep that Elestral around and not let that Ass Rabbit leave.
You know, I think that this is also a very scary position if you're MBT, because that one back row being Gorgon's Gaze, it doesn't really tell you a lot of information, which I think that's kind of key here for the information game. Is Galaxy, here's the interaction we were talking about previously with Galaxy and Eddie. That Eddie was great for the one turn, stopped by Gorgon's Gaze, now is a measly 1 for a body. And that Galaxy will make swift work of that card. I think that you can play to slow it for Jess.
Yeah, the one consideration there is Gorgon's Gaze on Galaxy in the battle step does suppress it such that it becomes a 2/5 again and would crash with the Eddie. But if you're Jess, you don't feel too bad about that. Galaxy isn't all that critical to her strategy. It's just another 5 beater. And so losing it to a Gorgon's Gaze feels pretty good, because that means that Gorgon's Gaze isn't hitting an Equilings. It's not hitting a Viserys. It's hitting something that is a lot less critical to your strategy. And it looks like MBT going for yet another Eddie, which is very interesting, as it is a 1/4 at the moment. And Jess has got to be wondering what exactly MBT is going for here. That Astrab is going to be swapped to attack position, and MBT surely has a Gorgon's Gaze set here, or something. A Dense Fog, maybe? It'd be a very interesting... He's swapping the Astrab to attack position here, and Cryoblast is going to come down on the Galaxy, I assume? I'm not certain exactly what he is going for here. It was used on the Astrabbit. And we're crashing Astrabbits.
Crash. Here. Interesting. I'm a little bit confused on the sequence of events there. Maybe thought that the Galaxy would die from a Cryoblast there. I think that's maybe what we are seeing the confusion lie on from MBT's portion. We talked about it previously. The ruling for that with the whale ice question mark is that Galaxy is not necessarily unaffected by this Cryoblast, but the stat swap would still allow it to be a 3 attack body on the board. So
yeah, very, very, very interesting play there. Not quite certain what exactly he was going for. Maybe just a little bit of not thinking and activated a card and then realized that it wasn't exactly what he was going for. The Jolton, though, going to be searching out that Foliage Forest and hitting over an Edward here. It's an opportunity for Joseph to potentially take out an Elestral of his opponents, but that Eddie is going to get taken down, and this Galaxy is swinging in for another damage.
It's an interesting board position here, because a Galaxy and a Jolton set 1 isn't too threatening, but I can only imagine that Jess is holding on to every other card in hand just in case, trying to make sure that MBT has it first. And we've got Visitors coming down onto the board. Maybe this is just the card that MBT needs to start picking apart the Thunder deck portion with Jolton. Maybe try to make it back with Altar of Stars play, maybe into this Galaxy. Hard to tell what those back row are. MBT's been holding on to them since the start of the game, practically.
Yeah, it's very interesting what that back row is. It looks like it is a Shield of Achilles from Jess, which will bounce that Viserys back to hand and leave her wide open for swinging into MBT. She'd be able to play out another Elestral and start hitting face really hard here, which potentially, if MBT has finally seen that Unkelith, it's possible that he's just been waiting for an opportune moment where there's no back row to drop that Arcolith and just deal massive damage out in the Galaxy and starting to take on the rest of Jess's board. So it'd be very interesting to see if she has any additional back row, if she's just been playing very conservative, only setting 1 per turn, and if MBT has something like an Arcolith in hand. But it all comes down to what Jess is about to play next here, and Equilings to meter would be absolutely killer. That would be so massive for her here to start clearing out that back row and start taking out some damage, but it looks like she's expecting to draw.
Expendica from Jessica here, I think that's not a bad option. Maybe try not to put on too much pressure and potentially warding off Arcolith by not having too high of a value card, potentially setting 1 at a time just to deal with the information here. I think that's kind of nice part about some of Jess's plays is that the Viscer's coming down from MBT here is that individual set cards themselves, 1, playing around Gloombat, very smart, and then 2, also signaling that, you have an answer to something, but you are holding on to it for whatever you need it to be. Viscer's going to connect here for the first time. This is going to be potentially ball inside of MBT's court. Spirit count is looking good. The board state is looking pretty good from MBT, but I've seen Jess break apart boards like this for breakfast, so see if that is possible here today. That Galaxy's going to put in a little work.
We're really looking for Cryoblast here. That would be an absolutely massive activation from Jess. She likely is siding into it. She's got 2 spirits. That's going to be an Earthquake, absolutely right there. If I've ever seen one, that is Tectorus coming and slamming down the board to take down one of these Viscerus. And Joseph going to go ahead and flip off all his cards, not seeing anything that he wants to activate in his counter rune row. And that attack Viscerus is going down, and Jess has one of her own. This is the driver's seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We have found the driver's seat. Jess is in it.
This is the breakfast I was talking about. That's just food for Jess to eat up here. 8 to 11 on the Spirit. So again, we are in Arcalith Watch territory, the Arcalith Warning territory. Tsunami coming down from MBT here. It's a pretty valuable trade, but a Galaxy's going to be able to swing in, and a Shield of Achilles coming down.
Yeah.
Holding on to the fort here. This is I was anticipating a brick on 3 Altar of Stars, but MBT holding and waiting to strike, taking some notes from the caster across the table. Now, from 2 sets here, once again, no longer playing around Gloombat SMH, but the Elechick coming down here, this should be exactly what Joseph needs if it's able to go. We've seen the Gorgon's Gaze come down a few times, but not the case here. The only stone we're seeing is Zeus on that beautiful Shattered Stars art.
Yeah, absolutely massive to be able to search out this Zeus here finally, and just guarantee that in future turns, he'll be able to out some of these more difficult to out Elestrals. There were multiple times throughout this game where a Zeus is all that MBT really would have needed to be able to out a very, very sticky board state. So finally be able to get access to that is going to open up this game plan massively. Now, we do need to think about the fact that Jess very well may have a Demeter of her own in hand, or an Elechick to search it out, which can immediately put on a lot of pressure to Joseph's board as well. And so that Zeus will come down and hit the board. So the question is, will he be using it? It's very likely he's going to go ahead and Zeus down the Viscerus. Wants to play around a lot of potential options here. Most options are probably going to be Altar of Stars, where that would be something that would be very dangerous to attack into a Viscerus. And it looks like Jess is considering her options is going to be a Shield of Achilles paying off of the Foloi Forest to return one of these Elestrals, whichever one is currently attacking, to hand. I'll have to see which that is. It looks like it is Viscerus.
Yeah, I think that is going to be kind of fine for MBT here. You imagine that at least one of those spirits in the back is an Earth Spirit for that returning Viscerus, and that other Viscerus is going to go down from Jess. We were just talking about Jess's breakfast, but Joseph's eating lunch at the moment. On to the next couple hours. Look at that. Yeah. That board is now back, and Joseph has seemingly found the driver's seat himself. That's we're cruising along here, but Jess has a lot of cards in hand. Potentially see some of them drop down. I think that we have one more Viscerus that we haven't seen yet, and an Equilynx hasn't come down yet. We're gonna try to pick apart this board just a little bit.
We know there's Eddie, a Galaxy in hand as well, right?
Galaxy in the hand
is bounced by the Shield of Achilles, and it's going to be coming down here.
Yep, gonna go down to 6 spirits here. Water is still left, and it's gonna go try to swing in. Incredible. Got another shield here, potentially an altar play from MBT. Nope, the chick's gonna go down. Really holding on to those counter runes for dear life. I imagine if it was anything worth activating, that MBT would have done it there, because this looks like it's going to be the turn they'll determine this game, and it's a rabbit. Go down for
Rabbit's
a
pretty
rabbit
big here.
play.
And this is where it's very devastating that MBT potentially misused that Cryoblast earlier. Still have not been able to think out why that was used, but in this board state, Cryoblast Zeus outs this Galaxy, which could be critical in maintaining a board state. And Ambrosia, seen likely off this Astrabbit here, is absolutely massive for returning 3 spirits back into a spirit deck and staying somewhat healthy here, as they're sort of at a race to the bottom right now in terms of spirits and deck.
Yeah, you look at those spirits that MBT returned there, a Earth, a Thunder, and a Water, potentially either trying to bluff a Tsunami, which I think it doesn't really work here against this Galaxy. Maybe it's potentially why one of those counter runes wasn't flipped. You saw an Earth, potentially for that Viscerus, and then a Thunder just for some extra love there on the Thunder deck. MBT only having a God and a Rabbit here. Let's see if Jess can break it out. Potentially a Rabbit of own. Got a Chick coming down. Chick is
massive.
pretty good here. Gorgon's Gaze, I imagine, will be pretty decent. An Equilink's in hand to help seal the deal later, I think, will be something we are going to see from Jess, holding on to dear life for this Equilinks to help close out the game, more so than try to get advantage on early. And 5 spirits left from Sunseed Jess, so that's what we have that spirit count at. So not quite in Unk range, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well,
like
the Galaxy Elechick makes this very, very scary, and the demeanor means that either the Galaxy or the Elechick will be able to beat over this Ass Rabbit, likely going to be buffing the Galaxy to play around Tsunami, but buffing Elechick also would play around Gorgon's Gaze, but it's likely that Gorgon's Gaze would have been used earlier anyway. So going for the Galaxy buff to swing over the Ass Rabbit. The question is, does MBT have a live back row? Yet again, these 2 back row have been set for so long. Are they real cards or are they fake Elestrals cards?
Alter Stars would be absolutely crucial here, but it looks like the Rabbit's going to go down, and MBT's going to take 1 spirit damage from this Chick. We are once again in Unk Watch. We are trying to see Unkalith speedrun here, and I think that might be the card. Viscerus coming down here would be pretty beneficial as well, but 1 counter range to be able to take care of that.
Looks like an Eddie in hand from MBT as well, which would be very dead in this right here into a Galaxy. He's very much deliberating. I think if we had Arcalith in hand, that would have been slammed on the board. Cryoblast comes out here to take out this Elechick, which is very, very big to start picking apart this board. Absolutely love to see that from MBT's side.
Viscerus coming down as well, trying to take some advantage here. Big body, and the Zeus should help get over this Galaxy. You know, the Galaxy has been sticking around the board for so long here, and it'll just continue to accrue value. We've talked about a lot of cards in the game that you cannot let stick around, and Galaxy being one of them. Toxion, Galaxy, Viscerus, Rabbit, you cannot let these cards stick. And a Shield of Achilles.
Absolutely a killer here for Sunseed Jess. This puts her down to only 2 spirits in Spirit deck. Joseph appears to be on 3 in Spirit deck, and so this is
wow.
Do or die for MBT. These back row have to be something, and he has
that
to have Ambro in hand too, I think.
I think that we have a Tsunami coming down to save from 1, but there's no way that Jess is going to play into Unkalith here. Not after all this, not after being on match point, getting into the finals of the biggest Elestriad tournament yet. But potentially that's the case. Gonna go for Elechick here.
Elechick is big.
Elechick is big, but the defense is small. Again, Demeter here, probably going to be for the best. If we see a Demeter come down, Ambrosia would be killer. There's the Ambrosia. Just so good about when to time these Ambrosias just to keep Joseph on the toes. The big thing that I love about Jess's play, and this is a big shout out here, is that Jess likes to play with as minimal information given to the opponent as possible, right? Like knowing that, okay, Joseph's trying to calculate another couple moves. And a second Ambrosia coming down. Oh, the fruits of Demeter.
Brutal.
Coming down for Jess here with, looks like 2 water spirits and 3 earth spirits left inside of the spirit deck, giving MBT full information, which hitting 2 there. Joseph is trying to figure out if it's going to be okay. I think it's going to have to be. Regardless, you're going to be left on 2 spirits, but you want to flip that Tsunami now, I guess, to try to maybe take out the Elechick. No back row from Sunseed Jess, and then Ambrosia Arcalith again helps MBT get back into this game, but Jess is staying, just like a lot of players played around Eruption back in the day, around Unk. And that's it. That's going to be the game. Sunseed Jess moves on to the finals in the largest tournament in the world. That was heart-wrenching. That was heartbreaking, and also heartwarming. I think that there was a lot of love shown out on the field there. Both players put their hearts on the board, and it was kind of gross. They're both pounding and a lot to clean up there from the staff. So get some,
I didn't want that image in my mind.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to take it there, huh? But
No, did not.
No, honestly, that was both really good there. It's so fascinating to watch the tempo back and forth between these 2 casters. You know, MBT having to make careful consideration about, you know, each of the plays that Jess is making alongside of working with the information that he does have. And again, Jess such a master at concealing that information and knowing exactly when to strike with those cards. Those shields were pitch perfect and almost game ending on their own.
Yeah, so good from Jess. And, you know, congrats to MBT for making it to top 4, an insane run, undefeated into the 7th round of Swiss, only losing twice to the same caster. Incredible run from him. He should feel quite good about his position. And hey, if you think about it, top 4, he's getting that stamped Arcolith to play in his Thunder deck.
Hey,
Gotta
well,
feel pretty good walking away
hopefully
with that
he
trade.
sees that one, you know? That'll help him out in the future.
Yeah,
games.
alongside the 2 stellar ones.
Yeah, imagine insult to injury there. Be like, yeah, we're going to send you these. We heard you need them.
Yeah, you need them. Yeah, you're not seeing them enough.
No, that was incredible play from, again, my Elestrad Season 2 Elestrad Season 2 captain there. I love seeing good Thunder play, and I think that Joseph's run today was insane. I think playing out of his mind. I don't even know if he expected to do this well after hosting a tournament yesterday, and now going from TO to top player. That's absolutely insane. You look at the leaderboards and the rankings on the Play Network for Elestrals, and Joseph's right there. MBT Elestrals is right there, and he's no slouch there, right? But just moving on to the finals of the largest Elestrals tournament in the world.
I keep saying it feels so good to say.
It feels great, and it's
great.
Insane too. Again, 2 relatively unknown players duking it out like that. Love to see it. You love
And
to see
now
it.
we're just waiting on the Trishula versus Bean Soldier game. See how that closes out. Unknown at the moment, at least, which game they're in. If they're at this point, it's likely that they're going to a game 3 or they're just finishing out game 2. So we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But just what an incredible match from Jess and MBT. Both just incredible players. Congrats to both of them for making this far. Congrats to Jess for making it to finals. You know, this is, I believe, her 2nd premier event. The first one she top 4'd, I think, and now she's top 2. Like, what an incredible player. Just coming out of nowhere. Who could have ever seen this?
Who could have ever guessed? You know, and again, I think this also speaks to the testament of like pretty much everyone in today's tournament, right? And we've seen some of the top personalities and top players consistently show out in all of these events. And each and every caster inside I would even go as far as say the top 16, just insane play across the board. Top 8 was delightful so far. These top 4 have been exhilarating, and the finals, I'm sure, will be jaw-dropping as well. It's anyone's game here. Well, specifically, it's Jess's, and I guess anyone between Trish and Beans. Which, you know, on that note too, we haven't seen Trishula play at all. You know, we've been hearing about this historic run, not on Solar. Gonna never let him live it down.
Finally.
And about to say also finally, maybe a good thing. You know, like Rockley on the weights dropping it down. And it's kind of important to note because you know Trishula considered one of the best card game players around. You know, world's competitor in other card games, and Trishula historically has cooked and grinded and performed relatively well. Yeah, I wouldn't say that the many tops, except for maybe a few. I think the case really been Kokomo, and the previous tournaments was either on the bubble. Hasn't looked great, but truthfully, this is a very impressive run, and for what we were kind of expecting off the gate from Trishula. So if he can sneak out a win against Bean Soldier to make it into the finals, and we have a Jess Trishula finals, those are 2 players who have come up fairly recently into the life cycle of the Elestrals, really pushing it to the edge.
I just got confirmation. Final Clash just started game 3. That was a very long 2 games. Check and see how much time is left in the round here. 11 minutes. They are going to be taking it down to the wire. Very possible to see Final 4 go into time here, unless one of these players is able to close this game out fairly quickly. This is gonna be a real nail biter for both players. It will really be about who can steal their nerve in these final moments, play well, play fast, as to avoid going into time, and just really manage their resources well to make sure that they can edge it out at the end here.
Yeah, and edge it out they will. I think that you know we'll have to see some miracles here. I think in some cases, like we saw in that last match, when the tempo swing goes hard inside of all these top players, it's like, you know, dog latching on. They're never going to let go, and so you have to find an opening when you can and keep it there. Keep the pressure on, keep the pressure going, keep the rhythm, find the infinite.
Yeah.
It's
it'll really, you know, calling this the broccoli moment, dropping the weights is absolutely correct. You know, Trish finally, presumably, I still don't actually know what he's on, taking it down up to top 4, likely not on Solar though. Really, absolutely a drop in the weights moment, cutting it out. But with that, as we wait for our results here of Trishula versus Bean Soldier, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break while we wait for these results to come back. And then we will be here with your finals between our top 2 players. So we'll see you after this break.
Get a stretch in.
Unleash the torrential power of Chronodile as it rips through everything in its path. Beware the curse of Farrageist, vanishing like a mirage before your very eyes. Witness the ultimate showdown as the elemental forces of solar and lunar collide in an epic clash like never before. Peer into the future with the all-new mechanic Foretell and the mystical Celestlio. Elestrals trading card game Daybreak. Available now.
Coder, with so much healing, has the flexibility to play a Nectar of the Gods here. That's going to get him 2 draws off the top of his deck, and obviously more advantage, more card advantage, which is what he's looking for, because if he's now able to, you know, play... Oh, man, what is he? He's going for an Ascension here. Is it going to be the Boombat? It's going to be the Boombat Ascension. This is a really cool play. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Super Insane here, because what he just did is he went over his Astrabbit to get Boombat to the field with 2 spirits on it. You generally don't think of ascending into a 1-cost Celestial, but you can do that. You can ascend a 3-cost Celestial into a 1-cost Celestial, and he does that with the Boombat here to get 2 spirits on it, so he can disenchant from it, he can destroy the Calf-Mel, he can attack, and then, you know, obviously there's some healing going on there, but it's still a tremendous amount of advantage, and you immediately threaten the same play on the next turn, which creates this loop. And if he has a counter rune here, if there's anything that can stop this Spectrus like a Gorgon's, it's going to actually be a shield. I think, yeah, I mean, either one works because now you can cast another Elestral to the field. So the Spectrus gets bounced back. And Coder's heavy removal strategy has worked to a T in this clash. He's prevented Super Insane from establishing any sort of a field. And now he's just putting it on, like piling it on here with the Quackle. That's going to heal 3 spirits. Coder is an A-list away from putting this game just ending it right there. So, and there it is. Aeolus hits the field, 4 spirits. You're gonna go search. You find the Exaltair. Exaltair is going to stick to this field, and it's going to Nexus onto the Toxiswarm and burn for 3 spirits right there. That will put Super Insane down to 0 at this point in time. He does have the Calf-Mal, and there is no way for Coder to attack over the Calf-Mal. But Super Insane has nothing that he can actually do at this point outside of Ambrosia off of the Calf-Mal. Does he have that play, or is this one over? It seems as though this one is going to end right here, and Distant Coder is going to take this one with an incredible, incredible W, a 2-0 here in the Sweet 16 of the Elestrad. Very, very epic clash.
But the question is, does Bean Soldier want to go ahead and commit the second Demeter here in case that back row is something live? And it's the Shield of Achilles coming down. Oh my gosh, that's going to block him from being able to remove the Galaxy this turn, as it's going to bounce the boosted Elichik back to the hand. Oh, and here comes this Ascension into Draking. Oh my gosh, this is an absolutely critical movement. Bean Soldier has no back row to protect from this. If Draking goes in over that Mudlet, he's going to be able to steal it, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Draking is going to steal the Mudlet here with a Water or Lunar Spirit underneath it. Looks like he's going to go Water, probably to play around a potential Tsunami, though I imagine Bean Soldier doesn't have that in his list at all. And then swing in for 1. The the advantage of this game has absolutely swapped over to Luke Von Karma. He has the board presence here. We're seeing paying off the Demeter and one from Spirit Deck to Earthquake out the Draking. Oh, absolutely critical spirit management there from Bean Soldier. He has the other Demeter in hand, so he doesn't mind losing it there. He brings down the Cyanectar here. You have to imagine he has the Poison Tunic, and there's the Poison Tunic. Oh no! Head in his hands from Luke Von Karma. This is gonna allow Cyanectar to boost itself up into the one and only Waspivy. That thing is going to also be completely immune to counter runes now, thanks to this push. And the Poison Tunic is still going to be critical, because when he destroys his Mudlet in battle now, Luke Von Karma is going to take 2 spirits worth of damage. This is going to be a 3 spirit battle here. Bean Soldier is going to draw for turn, and it looks like he is going to be ascending over his Cyanectar. Oh no, into another Waspivy, and doing a hard ascension over Cyanectar that way keeps Waspivy's immunity up. So both of these Waspivies are completely immune to counter runes, and you have to imagine this game is just kind of going away now. Bean Soldier might be low on spirits, but he is very much ahead on his field advantage. One Waspivy is going to clean up the battle, and the other is going to go in for 2 to the face. That's gotta be painful here. Luke Von Karma desperately needing something that he can get out. I can't imagine what he could possibly go for here, but you imagine he's thinking about something. He finds the Cryoblast! He found the Cryoblast, so one Waspivy goes down, and it's all down to just, oh no, and he scoops from there. Rockin' a Hard Place is in his hand. There's no way he was going to be able to activate it with how Bean Soldier was developing his board. That is just unfortunate.
Coder, with so much healing, has the flexibility to play a Nectar of the Gods here.
So back after some amazing Elestrals action last game. You know, I think we're still waiting on the results for the last game going into the finals between Trishula and Bean Soldier. You know, some of the narratives I think that we've kind of seen from these two casters. Again, we're talking about Trishula's, you know, grind and rise inside of this game and trying to really solidify a top slot as one of the best Elestrals casters in the world. And also Bean Soldier, who is no slouch and no stranger to competitive success inside of Elestrals, and potentially looking to take the title here to rival, you know, a fellow Elestrons member, Distant Coder. You know, Coder has like 4 titles under the belt, and Elestrad wins as well. And Bean Soldier is looking to take that top spot for the most titles, for the most rings. And I think that's kind of what's at stake here for these two players. It's not only pride, but also just a little bit of glory.
Yeah, there's some legacy here of, especially for Bean Soldier, being able to win another premier event with this deck that he's been piloting for so long. Like, I think, you know, Bean Soldier, not many people know this, but he is credited with kind of popularizing Earth Nexus. Some people would argue he came up with it. Others would argue that this is something that existed for time before him. But either way, he is the person that popularized this deck, made it what it is, in that he gave it to Distant Coder, who then proceeded to get 4 wins back to back, I believe, solidifying his legacy as an incredible caster. And so it's been incredible to see Bean Soldier finally, you know, get his laurels here and see some of these top cut finishes and get these wins after, you know, bubbling, I think, the first handful of tournaments that he performed in. Yeah. And so it's incredible to see that he's potentially in the running for top dog now.
It's crazy to see. And, you know, this is also really fun to watch from the perspective of cheering for Jess. You know, I messaged Jess actually in between the little break here. I was like, you know, how you feeling? What's going on? And she was like 100% top cut conversion and 100% finals conversion. So, you know, that's true. Right. The couple tournaments that she's done finals on. Okay, if we're counting the Elestrad too, and that's the three-peat, right?
Yeah, that's the three-peat.
And that's absolutely crazy. And it's kind of like, you know, watching, you know, Boxer being warming up, right? Watching Jess kind of sitting there, waiting for her opponent to come. And we have, on the opposite side of the table, like an insane match for sure. And we have someone who's incredible technical play. You mentioned Josh effectively coming up and being like a pretty big innovator for the Earth deck inside of Elestrals historically. And then we have Jess coming in a little bit later in the game and not only being somewhat of an innovator herself, but also someone who's honing that deck to near perfection.
Yeah, an incredible list from her that, you know, clearly just put on an absolute clinic. I don't know exactly what deck Bean Soldier is on, but I believe that Jess is on that deck that was showing as Water Earth Tempo, I believe, because of the Galaxy and the Eddies and stuff like that. And so it's very possible that, if Bean Soldier is on the same type of list running that Galaxy, that Eddie, those water pieces, it's very likely we might have an exact mirror here. Or if Trishul is on that, we may have an exact mirror. Otherwise, it may be that we have a little bit of a difference in deck philosophy for these Earth lists. It's always funny as Celestial sets progress on. It seems like people tend to converge to the same type of deck lists, and we see that through people starting to take Earth more frequently as these events go on. People that started to go towards 5s when that was very popular at the end of Frostfall meta. These decks sort of, people eventually, all roads lead to Rome in a way. And so it's interesting to see that potentially, some of these 3 casters, whichever one ends up in finals between Trishula and Bean Soldier, may have ended up on a very similar list independently to Jess here, which is a very interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, all great minds think alike, and sure, all roads lead to Rome, but a lot of the roads have led to Arcolith so far. We'll talk about some certainties inside of this world, and that's definitely one that we've seen so far. I'm curious if we're going to see any more jump scares going into this final round. If not, my heart will be pounding at each and every play, each and every card casted from these players. We've had 7 long rounds of Swiss, and then an insane top 8 from these players. They've gone the distance, and again, largest Elestrals tournament in the world we've seen so far, and it's only going to get bigger from here.
It's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get bigger, and of course, if you're looking to participate in events such as this, you have, for those that are just looking to get into the game, the Webcam, the weekly casuals, as well as the digital app casuals. There's 6 left for the month of December before we have our final one of 2024, and we have 4 right to kick off January. So if you're looking to get into the game, or you're looking to hone your skills as you prepare for a tournament, this is the place to do it. Lots of people show up to these, have a blast. I know, Swole, you play in a lot of these, and I've been prohibited from playing them as a result of my school schedule, but I'm looking forward to participating this upcoming Tuesday in the Webcam casual, bring in potentially something from Top Cut here. But as I'm potentially preparing to play in one of these tournaments, reminder that we have on December 14th an upcoming Webcam tournament, our next Webcam tournament, which will have an exclusive, 1-of-1 stamped Stellar for our winner, just like we have the 1-of-1 stamped Elestrals champion Reverse Stellar Jolton. We have for this upcoming Webcam tournament for the 14th, the Reverse Stellar Draking, and I probably won't be able to play in it, but there's a part of me that hopes that maybe I can still compete because I'm a Drak King. I love all my Drak Kings, my Drak Queens, and squids of every Nexus form, and I'd love to be able to get one of these for myself. But if you play, you will absolutely be able to have the opportunity to win one of these cards, the exclusive 1-of-1 Elestrals champion card here. And just for participating in the first place, we have a brand new pricing structure for these events that are just so massive for motivating people to come out. I know that I've been kind of in retirement, not playing in these events too much, but seeing this entry pricing for participating, just playing, you get an organized play Scorpio Zaptor full art from the most recent Shattered Stars Scorpio. Just an incredible card, and having that OP stamp on it, I love those stamps. Big fan of them. When I got my Golden Fleece for the Season 0 top 16, I was very excited. So very much something to be sought after, and a phenomenal entry participation prize here. And alongside it, you get a random Shattered Stars booster pack, as well as a booster pack from one of our main sets, which is just incredible stuff to go alongside just playing an event you might be playing in already. Then the top pricing has been buffed up to a point where top 16 is actually prized out, even if top 16 isn't played out. So Sweet 16 is going to get a stamped Mount Olympus full art and 2 of the one of each of the Daybreak starter decks. So you get a Chronodile and a Pharaohgeist, which is phenomenal if you're looking to beef up that counter rune lineup in your collection, or potentially pull for the Reverse Stellar Rock in a Hard Place, or Reverse Stellar First Light is the one in the Pharaohgeist starter deck. And then for top 8, and as we get into these top 8 breakdowns, there's a lot better pricing than prior. Not only do you get those starter decks that you get for Sweet 16, but you're also going to pick up a Shattered Stars Toxion full art that's stamped, which is just gorgeous. That's a phenomenal full art, and so getting that stamp on it is just incredible. Top 4 gets all that same stuff. Instead, they get a booster box, though, in the place of starter decks, and gets it's the gorgeous Arcolith full art with a stamp. I'm so jealous of this. I'm so jealous of our top 4 getting these. Might have to hit someone up, you know. The runner-up, though, gets double of everything from top 4. You get 2 of the full art Mount Olympus, Toxion, Arcolith apiece, and 2 Daybreak booster boxes. And our champion walks away with a playset of all of it. The Mount Olympus, the Toxion, the Arcolith, the double booster boxes, the uncut Daybreak holo sheet, which is just absolutely gorgeous. If you haven't seen it, go look it up. They are gorgeous. And then, of course, what we're all here to talk about, the Elestrals Champion Stamped Reverse Stellar Jolton, just absolutely gorgeous. Chef's Kiss, an incredible card to be able to add to your collection or your deck for all my Thundercasters out there, to be able to flex off that you won this tournament. So whoever between our 3 players that are currently in contention for these final competition, they have the opportunity to walk away with this Jolton. And this prizing structure is going to be the exact same for December 14th, that webcam tournament. The change, though, is that champion card will be the Reverse Stellar Draking in the place of the Reverse Stellar Jolton for this tournament. So that Draking, just an absolutely incredible... Draking, love the card, love my favorite pineapple boy. But being able to get that stamp on it, just gorgeous. The yellow Elestrals Champion stamp complements the pineapple so well. I am so jealous of whoever gets this card. So make sure to go ahead, check out our events that we have running. It's absolutely incredible. You know, Year of Elestrals was this year. Year of Elestrals is next year. The team keeps outdoing themselves every single event, constantly showing themselves up, setting new bars. And, you know, just shout out to the production team here in general. They've done an excellent job putting on this event. We're so thankful, me and Swole, for being able to be here and help commentate this event for you all. We appreciate the production team here so much for putting on just such an incredible show. You know, the event is run very smoothly and very, very well here on the cast after a little bit of hiccups, but that's just a part of getting into the groove of things. So, you know, just an incredible tournament so far, and looking forward to Top Cut finishing out here in just a little bit.
I don't even remember anything from this morning, so you know, as far as I'm concerned,
it's been almost 12 hours.
This has gone so smoothly and smooth.
Yeah, it's been an incredible run of shows so far. Very, very happy to be here and looking forward to potentially finding out who is going to take down this last match between Trishula and Bean Soldier. I believe time has ended in the round just a little bit ago, and so I believe that we might be in end of clash procedures here, determining who is going to be our competitor for finals here between Trishula TTV, the world's competitor from other card games, and Bean Soldier, the reigning champ from Elestrals. So many wins, so many tops, just barely below Distant Coder, I believe, in terms of actual sheer wins, and off of a win yesterday in a different tournament.
I hate to stop you right there, Caleb.
Oh, no.
We actually are getting confirmation from the helicopter. It looks like the game is wrapped up, and we are seeing a moving on from. There's a little static inside the microphone. Could you speak clearly? No, Dan, that's not. Oh, Trishula TV.
Trishula.
Trishula.
We have 2 players
moving on
who are new to the game, have not been around at least at the same type of degree as Bean Soldier. I remember when he and I started playing in August of last year. We've got 2 new faces competing for title of Elestrals champion in this premier event. Jessica versus Trishula.
It's
an incredible matchup.
I am beside myself with joy. You know, honestly, I think what's crazy to hear about this is, of course, we talked about some of the long-standing legacy of Bean Soldier TV, but now to potentially set a new legacy for either of these casters, this is new blood in the Pantheon. Either of these 2 taking this down will be a first and will be absolutely killer. You know, we have seen Jess in this position before, trying to take the title, being potentially brought down by Spicy Sausage in the previous tournament, an incumbent and previous champion, Spicy. And now, though, completely clean slate, effectively between both these casters, and Trishula is, again, no slouch to these final rounds for card game tournaments, making the run and going the distance. My heart is truly pounding, and And versus my Elestrad Season 3 teammate, Jessica Robinson, and my Elestrad Season 2 teammate, Trishula, I feel so biased here towards both of them. This is going to be an amazing match.
And obviously, an incredible congratulations to Bean Soldier for making it this far in the first place. While he is a storied veteran, it still is always incredible to be able to make it to a top of any event, regardless. And this being the largest one yet was an absolute slog for him, guaranteed. Just a lot of sweat had to have gone into this tournament to try and make it here. He's been playing all day. All these players have been playing for a very long time now. Really, just it's about the willpower to keep going and keep concentrated through this. So congratulations to Bean Soldier for having made this far. My heart goes out to my brother, my fellow Alestronaut, for getting taken down in top 4. But he's an incredible player. He did well to make it this far. And we love you, Bean Soldier. We love you, my brother. So congrats on making it top 4. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing Trish versus Jess in Top Cut Finals here. Our final match of the day, going to be an absolute slammer of a match as these two duke it out in finals. Very excited to see what these two players brought in terms of deck choice. We know what Jessica's on. We have seen her play 2 different matches today. We have not seen Trishula yet. We do not know, at least from a casting end, what he is on. I don't know what deck he's on. So I imagine he's playing not Thunder Nexus, Earth Nexus. I'd imagine that's what he's on, based off of, different theorying I've seen him doing. But we'll have to actually see when it comes down to the clash. What is Trishula playing? What was his broccoli taking the weights off deck that finally got him to the finals of a Premier Elestrals webcam tournament? I'm so excited to see what happens.
It is absolutely insane here. I think it was MBT who said that Trish took effectively a whole semester to play Solar, and in some ways I think that's quite beautiful. Trying to make that deck with so many great tools at its disposal, the best deck inside the game. But this is an amazing deck in the hands of an amazing player, and that cannot be understated here. Again, this is going to be some heart-pounding, gut-wrenching, heart-warming action.
Yeah.
And looking just at this bracket here, this is, shout outs to our top 8 once again. This was an insane top 8. This was a stacked bracket upon stacked brackets. And if you don't know any of the names here, I'd recommend reading up and memorizing just a little bit, because I'm sure you'll be seeing some familiar faces around in future tournaments.
Oh yeah, 100% reason to remember the name here. And these are a handful of these players are people we see topping consistently. And if they haven't been topping consistently, it's because this is their first tournament. So you will be seeing these names repeatedly. If it's not in top 8, it'll be in top 16. Almost guaranteed.
So I think everyone's just getting set up and good to go here while we go into our final round. Potentially players taking a little bit of a stretch, a little bit of break, kind of ease the nerves a little bit between rounds. We set up for our finals between our soon to be one new champion and potentially a new story here for this new chapter of Elestrals competitive play. I think I've seen great stuff in this tournament, and this has been an absolute treat to cast.
Yeah, absolutely. And to you all at home, thanks for being here with us. We finally made it to finals. What everyone is here. We're about to crown a new Elestrals champion. Incredible stuff. Go ahead, get a little stretch in. Our players are doing it too. You go ahead, get a little stretch in, get a blanket, get some popcorn, get a drink, whatever it is, wherever you are. Get cozied up, because this is about to be an absolute heater of a match. Let's warm up by this incredible fire of a game. I'm so excited to see this go down.
Absolutely. Oh, it is so interesting. I think just being here on the precipice of it all. It's not to be too emotional about it or anything, but I remember whenever people were saying that Frostfall was taking so long to come out. People were saying oh, I don't know if I'm gonna really play with these tournaments. I think 20 people in them whole, and you every single person. It's such a small, tight-knit community, and it still kind of feels that way as we're expanding. A lot of the community is very welcoming and very nice to get into, and that speaks volumes, I think, to the environment that Elestrals has created for competitive card players. These two specifically as well are coming over from other card games that they played for years, and coming into this community and being so welcome and also being top players as well. I think speaks volumes to that of the level of dedication they've been able to put into the game and how much care they also feel for this game. that I'm sure they did or still do for their other games.
Yeah, it's always wonderful to see new faces in the community, and it's wonderful to see that this community is so welcoming to just wholly accept new players, let them get comfortable with the game, and encourage them to go ahead and perform in this type of manner. Where Trishula has been around for a little bit. He's trying to break the best deck ever to be made in the form of Solar Nexus, and finally, he said screw it, and here we are, and potentially taking it down in top cut in finals against Jess. We'll have to see. It's an incredible story for him, at least, and for Jess, a brand new player, I believe, brought into the game as a result of the Elestriad, and then has just continued to play, and I guess gotten hooked since, where she's played in multiple premier events. I believe she played in a webcam tournament as well. I know she played in a webcam. She played in an app tournament.
No, only other tournament was
webcam?
the previous webcam tournament, getting second place, the runner-up of that tournament as well. And we're getting everything set up here. We have Sunseed Jess on the left-hand side, and Trishula TTV, or Trishula, on the right-hand side. It's kind of funny here, this little orange and blue going on for these color schemes, if you know anything about complementary colors. And it looks like, was Jess always playing on this beautiful Clash mat? Am I mistaken? I feel like this was not the final mat that we saw previously, and I can't be upset. That Clash mat for the Ash Rabbit is gorgeous. I love how it looks, and yes, I'm excited for Clash all over again. I need to focus on this game, but with Clash coming out so soon, you're reminding me of what's to come here for Elestrals in 2025.
Yeah, we got lots of incredible stuff coming up. Very excited for Clash. An incredible Kickstarter campaign for the game, and an alpha coming out very soon. And I expect there to be a lot of content around that game the instant that alpha drops. I know a lot of people are itching to play the game and itching to see more of the game. As we are hopping into our finals here, though, between Sunseed Jess and Trishula TTV, it looks like both of these players are just about ready at opening up their opening hand of 5. They've determined who will be going first, and we'll have to go ahead and see how this final story turns out, how this narrative that's built throughout the entire day between Sunseed Jess and Trishula TTV will end. Looks like Trishula starting off his turn by expending to draw, potentially? Or is that a mulligan? I believe it's a mulligan, actually.
There's a mulligan coming down from Trish. I see an Earth Spirit there, potentially signaling on a potential Earth build. And, it all comes down to this. I think that you want your hand to be as best as possible for the start of it. This could be the start of the absolute angel run, or it could be the hand that does it. So I think Jess electing to keep the hand, and Trish opting to keep this second hand. And let's go ahead and get it. We have Jess starting off with a rabbit. Not to be met with the PTA this time. I'm going to go ahead and start it off, and it all comes down to this right here. First play is going to be
this changes everything.
Iconic cards. This changes everything. Taking top 3 cards of the deck, Sunseed Jess is going to go up in advantage. Sets 1 or 2 counter runes if you're going to play around Blue Bat. And Trishula TTV soon to follow. I'm so curious to know what the hand that was shipped back. I'm always curious about that in the mulligans. And if this hand is truly strong, I mean, I know Trish and those hand assessments are critical. He'll mulligan 3 times if the hand is a winning hand. So see how it goes.
It'll be very interesting to see what Trish's opener looks like here. It's the height at which his camera is at, his hand is bleeding like crazy. We can see almost every card in there as he shuffles through. He's giving perfect hand information to Jess, frankly. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what she goes for. The Swolax glasses have to come on here to be able to see what's going on. It looks like this Elichick will resolve here, looking for whatever divine Trishula might be going for here. This is how we find out. We look through the deck. It looks like this is an Earth Variant. I see Mudlets. There's an Equilynx right next to the Demeter as well. We are in an Earth Mirror.
Looks like we're going to see Demeter v. Demeter, Clash of the Redheads here. And this is going to be such an interesting start. Immediate aggression from Trishula trying to crack the board with the rabbit, or potentially take the extra counter rune in the back there. I do think that this is ultimately a really strong play to start off and just kind of put Jess on a pressure, saying, you know, if you're gonna set one back row, it better be the back row, and I want you to have these answers. And it looks like Rab's gonna go down, and Trish here on a board of the Elechik, Demeter, and a set card. Potential follow-up. I think we saw the bleed in the hand, potentially an Equilings. And there's a Viscerus coming down. Second turn Viscerus, saying if you're gonna put me on a clock, try to threaten you a little bit. He's gonna come in.
Just unmuted swing. Yeah, Viscerus swing. No, nothing to set. Altar of Stars gonna come out. Nexus off of the Demeter likely over to the Elechik, and just swap that Viscerus to defense position. Jess potentially fine to let the Ash Rabbit go, knowing that the back row is much more critical for protecting the Viscerus here. Seeing that Trish set a back row, potentially just wanting to play it out just like this, but the Equilings comes down. Is that a PTA that Jess is going to be chaining here? Is a very important question.
Absolutely.
And it is. It is a PTA.
You know, and if you're Jess, you don't really feel too bad about that. If you're Trish, I don't think you feel too bad about that. I think leaving this Equilings on the board can get obnoxious, and you definitely need to get rid of it ASAP. And if Trish is not able to set a counter rune here effectively, Jess can have an open board to potentially drop another Viscerus and another counter rune. We've seen Jess play very patiently for so long. Equilings is going to be on the board here to Nexus and try to save the spirits for Demeter. Swinging for a little bit of damage here and crack that Viscerus. It's an open board for Trish, and let's see how Jess can respond here on only a Demeter and an Elechik.
It looks like Jess has 3 cards in hand at the moment, potentially 4. I can't quite tell from those sleeves. But going to be very interesting to see how she decides to respond to the Elechik Demeter on board. No back row set. Looks like she's going to go ahead and draw for turn here, and be very interesting to see what kind of potential outcomes she has. Maybe another Viscerus in hand could be quite killer here. And that's exactly what we're going to see. This Viscerus is going to connect. There is no back row to protect this Elechik. We are special casting our second Viscerus from deck. That back row could be critical here. There's something like a Tsunami would be massive in protecting these Viscerus to make sure that Trish is not able to stabilize a board state here, and these Viscerus might just start putting on insane pressure.
Absolutely. We did not see Trish set any additional back row last turn, so it means the hand might be gunked up with Elestrals. And one Elestral is completely fine to help deal with this Viscerus onslaught, but you definitely need the second one. You need a Cryoblast. You need an Earthquake even to help combat this board, because now Jess is up in tempo. That back row could be a shield, it could be a Gorgons, anything to help bat here. And it looks like an Equilings coming down from Trish, potentially try to crack that back row.
Trish really is bleeding the entire hand here. Not a single doubt about what is in there. And it never resolves. Shield of Achilles by the Viscera, setting a card on Trishula's side. And likely going to just go ahead and swing over this defense position's Viscerus. I cannot imagine there's many more game actions that Trish will be able to make here with what he has on board and what we can see in his hand.
I see a Trish, I see an Ambrosia, I see a Rabbit, I see an Eddie, and you know, with the one counter into this Equilings, it's a pretty dangerous board. I think that if hopefully Jess is able to have something that can combat this Equilings and break apart the back row, because if not, she's in for a world of hurt with the hand that you have. You know, we're talking about the perfect mulligan there, and this is probably close to it. This is still quite there, but still anyone's game here. Just gonna go ahead and draw for turn after the Viscerus goes down. Let's see what happens here from fellow Earthcaster. Pretty carefully here after this Equilings takes apart the board pretty handily.
It's you know, Jess with Equilings here would be absolutely devastating for Trish. Look, if I had a nickel for every time someone got a championship off of bleeding their entire hand the entire game. I've had a lot because Josh, that's all he does all game. But I don't know if it's ever been as blatant as Trish. However, Jess going to play the resting on your laurels, an incredible option here. Popping this Equilings, incredible play here. Outing 2 whole spirits from Trishula's board. And question is what Elestrals she's going to play out, and that's going to be a Galaxy. That's incredible.
Galaxy. You know, we know this a little bit from the Blood hand from Trish. We know that there is that Eddie there, which is now being validated by the Galaxy, which so it's any hope for trying to crack it back with that Eddie, potentially as an offensive threat. Galaxy there is answering that question. So amazing counterplay from Jess. And once again, this back and forth gameplay between these two top casters. Every single decision has to be perfect here. One small slip up could mean the end, even this early on in Spirits, you know. While we are seeing it in the entirety of Trish's hands here, those aren't cards. That's a game he's got in his hands.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see what he draws for turn here. Looks like Viscerus is going to come down here, a very threatening piece into this Galaxy. No back row. Viscerus will connect here and cast out another Viscerus, and that back row is likely very live here.
Absolutely.
Very actually, Trishula going to out the Galaxy, taking out Demeter to play around Lavalith potentially. I think that's got to be what he's going for here. Is wants to play around Lavalith, so using the Demeter unnecessarily to out the Galaxy here and put himself down to only 2 spirits on board to prevent Lavalith on the crackback.
Yeah, I can only imagine here that potentially too trying to set up for a Laurel's play in the future for himself. You know, sometimes it can be a little awkward having the Demeter stick on board. It's a very strong card, but sometimes be a little bit complicated if you're trying to help clear the board here. And Aqualink's coming down from Jess. This is now Jessica's turn to break apart the board, and now Trish's shield is never resolving. I'm sure of it. Well,
yeah, well, we know what he drew. We know that's a shield of Achilles there. Unfortunately, there's no, no getting around it. We know what that card is 100%, and it's very possible that Jess also knows what that card is 100%. Trish,
absolutely.
You really should zoom in his camera a little bit.
No, we'll
as we see the entire hand.
We'll do the line, you know. We'll say we spoke it into existence. You know, we'll do it was foretold.
It was foretold by the ancient scrolls.
We'll do El Clasico here, just for a little bit of goof and gaff in the final round. Just down here to 8 spirits on the 2 Demeter. A lot of spirits on board, and Equilix is going to Nexus the Viscerus here. Potentially, kind of deciding what to Nexus to. Imagine trying to play around Laurels and having this Viscerus be enchanted with just 1. And it looks like that might be the case. Equilix does get really good advantage more at 6 around. Type of cards that cannot resolve. And oh my god,
it never resolves.
It never resolves. It was foretold. Yada yada.
It was foretold.
There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and boost up the Viscerus to also potentially play around Lavalith of some sort. I'm going to steal that.
Prevents a crash here as well, which is pretty critical for keeping these Elestrals on board.
Yeah, now that
taking Trish down.
This board is now easily broken, and Trishula has to see a card off the top. That's anything powerful. Ambrosia should be able to keep back the game, and 2 Ambrosia.
A second one is pretty crazy.
Talk about it all day, but Jess eats these boards for breakfast, and it's always
Eddie is going to be very, very important here.
The Aqualinks, now that your back row can technically be set, going to go for...
Aqualinks goes down. That's massive. You know, this Viscerus will be able to take out the Eddie here, but I don't think Trishula cares too much about losing the Eddie here. Is this the second or third Viscerus that's hit the board for Jess here? I believe it's the second. There still is one left in hand or deck.
I believe it is the second here. But we'll see with Elichik coming down, could grab an extra Demeter. This would be great value for any sort of altar play. Again, card advantage is a little bit low for Jess, while Triss is sitting at 4 cards total field in hand. So 2 of those cards are Ambrosia. We know they can kind of keep Trish alive for just a little bit longer. And the Eddie coming down will be met with his Viscerus, potentially for a crash. And at this point, you know, not inside of Unk range, if Trishula, I don't know if Trishula's main decking any sort of Arcolith, but Jess now has a hard decision to cast the extra Viscerus to go down to 6 spirits and potentially to be burning for a little bit more, and risking the Viscerus going down. It's just going to swing in on the Eddie here.
Let's check connected for 1. Looks like we're not going to be proccing that Viscerus effect, putting Trish down to 5 spirits left in Spirit deck, which will be pretty critical here. We're starting to reach a range of danger for Trish, being at 5 spirits to Jess's 7 with 2 on board. Would take a pretty solid series of cards like 2 Ambrosia in hand to be able to really come back into this. There's some other options, but Jess having the 1 set back row also complicates things and makes it a little bit more difficult to play into this. And it looks like the Elichik will be running out here to search out Demeter most likely, and that will resolve, so that is not a Gorgon's Gaze in the back line. Probably not a PTA either, as that would have been a solid option here. Even though you lose Elichik, it makes Trish commit the Demeter, and Also, he loses the Elechick for the crackback, which would allow Jess to really take advantage of an open board state. But it looks like, Search is fine. We're going to Ambrosia here, heal back up to 6 spirits in Spirit Deck. And, this is a very solid stabilizing move from Trish here. And second Ambrosia would certainly help out a lot to be able to stabilize even further. But at this point in time, no need to reveal unnecessary information. If he has that, they're equal in spirits and Spirit Deck, and the Demeter is going to come down to go ahead and buff up this Elechick, likely to take out the Viscerus to prevent any crackback. The question is, what is that back row for Jess? Is it live? Is it a Shield of Achilles, which would likely be the only thing that hasn't been used yet that could still yet to be used? And after the commit of 2 spirits to the Demeter, putting him down to 4 or 5 spirits here, considering playing another card here, and we'll see what he goes for. Just going to go ahead and swing the Elechick, likely into Viscerus here to try and clear out this board, force a crash on Elechick, or a commit into Demeter for Jess herself. We'll see if that back row is live, considering her options, looking at that back row. Looks like it's getting flipped up. It is a Shield of Achilles.
It's a Shield of Achilles. It's crazy here, our big running joke about it not resolving, but Jess seemingly finding the perfect moment to not only have Shield Achilles, but also when to use it. And it's something that's so critical, I think, throughout this entire tournament of watching Shield of Achilles as a counter rune, is like it can be pretty costly. It doesn't necessarily remove the threat, it just kind of stalls the threat for a little bit of time. But in these key moments where you're trying to keep up tempo, that is just absolutely crucial. And an extra Elestral coming down on the board here, I think, might screen the game. Even worse if it's an Equilinx, allowing the Nexus to immediately do 4 spirit damage on an open board on Trish. And yet again, this is still neck and neck. Both casters considering every option. I think we saw there Trishula deliberating over activating the second Ambrosia and just trying to say, hey, am I going to get OTK'd here? I guess I could put Jess on Better Habit, and maybe is kind of kicking a little bit for not activating the second Ambrosia to get one more turn. Going to Thunder Enchant the Elechick. No Unclith coming down. It's sometimes hard to see.
A little jump scare there.
I mean, jump scare crazy.
Stop for a second.
But go ahead and swing in for 3 here. Nice and simple damage. Trish hanging on by an absolute thread, considering what cards to expend for the damage. We know the other Ambrosia will come down, and then it's going to be all about what the next card is. This is the little Viscerus that could here. Even if there's a Mudlet that potentially could be dropping, or the extra Elechick, this is still a force to be reckoned with. The 5 body stat in a simplified game state like this is nothing to be played with. Looks like we have...
Gaze per turn is pretty critical there.
Absolutely. We have just enough for an Celestial cast and that Gorgon's Gaze, potentially even off the Demeter to choose.
Yeah.
Which
likely would be the option to go for. Trishula choosing his spirits here very carefully. Definitely going to be putting back an Earth Spirit for that Mudlet. Water Spirit potentially for an Eddy that might be drawn down the line. We'll see what that last Spirit is going to end up being here. Considering the options in his hand, I would be surprised to not see a Thunder here. Yeah. Want to make sure that there's diverse options here to get any potential Elestral or card activation generally that he's looking for. The Mudlet going to go ahead and come on out and setting a card, swapping the Elechick to defense position. An interesting decision as opposed to swapping the Viscerus, but getting the spirits off board is likely the higher priority here. This Demeter can help the Mudlet to out the Viscerus on a later turn, and that Gorgon's Gaze will be incredibly critical for Trishula getting back into this, potentially with a re-enchant Earth onto Mudlet, but he doesn't have Earth left in his Spirit Deck. It would have to be Demeter over Viscerus. No other option left in Spirit Deck to be able to out this Viscerus. So it's really down to what does Jess have in hand here, and it's an Eddy. That is brutal here.
Eddy is so difficult because I think that's going to be just clearing the board and might just be game. I think we saw the Astro Rabbit inside of the hand for Trish. That would have been an excellent follow-up to try to just dig back into more tools and get back into this game. But with the one set back row, a Viscerus try to swing in. Trish is weighing the options here, trying to decide if this is going to go to a game 2.
Yeah, it's likely that Trish is gonna take the hit into Mudlet and take the damage to face. I can't imagine that preventing an attack here is all that meaningful. By weighing his options of what's the probability that he goes for something like Astro Rabbit, sees the Ambrosia off the top, and considering which spirit he's going to expend as well. Likely going to be the water, and the water's going to be the one that goes. Draws for turn. Does he see what he needs here? 2 cards in hand. Was it the destiny draw he needed to see? Believing in his deck to perform exactly how he needs it to, when he needs it, considering this card in hand. It's an Elechick. That's
for the Elechick.
It's not nothing.
Elechick to try and Crash can go into a game 2 here.
Scoop.
Trying to go for a scoop. Elechick into scoop for this combination here. Jess taking game 1 and on match point of this historic run for the newcomer here. Saw previous success as a runner-up inside of the previous Elestrals Webcam tournament. And Trish on the first time getting into a position like this. And I think it's so critical for both these two casters who play as perfectly as possible. And that was down to the wire once again. You think that for Trish's side, there was many turns there where counter runes just were not existent, but even then the Earth strategy and the Earth list is so powerful at just utilizing Elestrals to break boards and to create complex game states. And Jess there with excellent tempo control as well. That one Viscera stayed on board for probably far too long, wreaking havoc on everything Trishula loves. That was incredible.
Everything he loves. I will say, I'd really like to call out Galaxy here, which has been such a critical card for Jess's strategy in the 3 matches we've seen her play so far. Eddie being such a phenomenal card out of Daybreak that is seeing play in basically any list. Galaxy just invalidates that single-handedly. So not only is it a good 5 stat line that plays around something like Poison Tipped Arrow and Tsunami, but it also invalidates a very critical card. If we think back to those card representation images that we have from the between rounds, and Eddie I think is within top 10 representation, not just by percentage but also by numbers. That is a massive thing to be able to have to prevent Galaxy preventing Edward from being a viable card in a lot of these matchups. I think that Galaxy's put on an insane amount of work for Jess here, and it just continues to put in work. It just seems like constantly when she needs it, she sees Galaxy and her opponent has 2 Eddie in hand. Happened versus MBT. It's
crazy. I mean, when you think about it, it's not only like an insane meta call in that way to help combat cards like Eddie. It's also just a very solid Elestral in general, being able to without having to commit further resources, combat and contest probably 90% of most of the Elestral's card pool. There's a lot of competitive staples with that 5 stat line in hand. Astrabid, the Viscerus comes out as a 5 from its attack boost effect, and Galaxy can trade with the Viscerus on occasion. It can also potentially, with the help of Demeter, hit over the Astrabbit. So a lot of reasons why I think that's just a very solid option, as well as it plays into almost every single counter rune. A Tsunami, PTA, and it's not even too bad into Shield. Shield stops for a turn, and then it comes back down. And I think that's going to be a big deciding factor here. I think that if we see Galaxy come in this next game, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to do some damage.
Well, it looks like we're hopping into our game 2 here. Trish looking to try and complete this tournament run, drawing his opening hand of 5, likely going first. Very curious to see how the side decking went, what kind of options he's going for. A very interesting thing about the Earth matchup is that Cryoblast is just not a great option. And it looks like Jess is going to be mulliganing here. That went very well for her in her game versus MBT. So potentially looking for a much better hand here that will be able to enable her to take home this victory in the finals 2-0 versus Trishula.
I think it's a realistic possibility here too. I know that Jess is probably heart pounding, a little bit nervous as well, and maybe no stranger to competitive success. And a mulligan here coming down from Sunseed Jess. We think we saw that pretty strong for Trish in the last game, or seemingly a crazy hand. And I think that Jess is looking for an absolute killer for this one. Starting off strong will be important, and I think as far as we can see, this matchup is predetermined by how these starts usually go. And an Elechick start is a pretty strong one, grabbing that Demeter.
Phenomenal.
And I think that's going to be one thing that we've been seeing inside of the MBT game with Jess, inside a lot of these Top Gun matches, is that Gorgon's Gaze on this Elechick preventing the additional resource management and resource advantage from something like a Demeter, like a Zeus, is crucial. So Trish getting access to that early and uncontested is going to be interesting to watch. Going to go ahead and set None and pass, it looks like. So just grabbing the Demeter and, hey, try to break the board. For attack, that doesn't seem too difficult.
Not a hard board to break right there. Be very curious to see what Jess goes for. Viscerous early could be absolutely killer here, and that's exactly what she's going to go for.
As the scrolls foretold.
As the ancient scrolls foretold. Viscerous just absolutely killer here, setting a back row, swinging in, getting the effect to go ahead and special cast out a second Viscerous from the deck in defense position. But Trish might not care too much about this. This is, in a way, a little bit of a burn card for Jess. It's a little bit of deck thinning. It's getting some of these threats out of her deck. And so it really comes down to, can Trish punish the play here? Is there potentially like a Lovelith that was sided? Because I don't believe we saw any Fire Spirits from him. Is there a Laurels that can take out the attack position Viscerous and then attempt to swing over with something like an Eddy or something like that? An Equilinx is a massive opportunity here. If that set is anything but Gorgon's Gaze, this is going to be an incredible turn from Trish, who will be able to take a good bit of board advantage here. And now the question is, did he intentionally set nothing there, or does he have 0 back row cards in his hand? Equilinx is going to Nexus.
I think that was definitely a strategic play to not lose out on value to an Equilinx. You want to make sure that your next turn is secure, and having the Elechic set a card, Equilinx comes in and pops a card, that doesn't feel too good. And that's a known factor here. But Altar Stars coming down from Jess on the attack of an Equilinx. Now we're going to see kind of some bread and butter for Earth. This is a very interesting combo, attacking into the defense position, Viscerous, I imagine. So if the combo's working here,
I believe he was going for a Nexus here to pop the back row. And
that's
Jess is
correct.
just going to go ahead and chain it to swap the position, which gets the same result as if he had just attacked anyway.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was looking forward
you're getting so excited.
to this play. I haven't seen it on the cast yet. This very interesting play you can make with Altar of Stars as like a battle trick inside of the game of Elestrals that I'm always excited to see. Looks like you're just going to go ahead and Nexus from the defense Vis into the attack Vis, change that Equilinx to defense, and that chainable counter rune is going to be huge. Not sitting in the back row once again. This Viscerous is going to be in there.
This is brutal. This is potentially devastating to not have any way of protecting this Equilinx.
And an Equilinx
of her own with the Spirit on board already. Absolutely masterfully planned from Jess. We'll go ahead and Nexus and pop this Demeter. This is devastating.
And go for Viscerous, trying to punch in, destroy the Equilinx Viscerous effect to cast out another Viscerous, and 2 damage direct with this Equilinx. Again, breaking boards and breaking hearts here. Jess is putting on a clinic of this Earth strategy. And not to say that Trish can't do it again here too. Again, no countering from Jess's side either here. I think it's kind of the important thing to note, as it's defenseless Elestrals. It's these poor, small Visceruses. Oh no, poor them. And we saw this with the Tarviti inside of Bean Soldier's game, where keeping a hand of potentially of removal is just as good as counter rune. So maybe that's what Trish is keeping in the back here, and that's what we have to look forward to. I'm very curious to know how this next turn is going to go for Trish.
Yeah, this will be very make or break from Trish, I think. Something like a Cryoblast could be really, really critical for taking advantage of this board state. Potentially a Viscerous of his own in hand to continue to get his own Viscerous out. Just Earthquake. It's not too dissimilar to Cryoblast. It's a little bit more expensive here and limited to 1. But this will be a way of taking out this Equilinx and preventing Jess from getting any more advantage from popping these face downs that Trish is wanting to set. We'll see what kind of Elestrals he's going to be playing out this turn. Would love to see a Viscerous here. Mudlet
coming down
is going to be an awesome option here to swing over that very small defense Viscerous at only 2 defense. Effect to swap doesn't matter too much here since we already have a defense position 1, but maybe it means he can take out the full art. He maybe he doesn't want the shiny one on field, wants the common to stick around. So he can choose whatever his favorite Elestral is.
Looks like it's the full art. You're absolutely correct.
Leaving the TP common on there.
I think what's so risky here about this Mudlet, and of course I don't think we'll see another Viscerous come down from Jess. I think we saw the other one be cleared by the altar and then this one get cast out. But a Rabbit coming in attack Rabbit's never a good sign. Now the Viscerous is going to be hit over, and now you're going to put Trish on a tempo, and this can dig Jess into more counter runes that we have not seen come down this game to potentially secure a victory and a 2-0 here. But no one's out quite yet. I think Trish is just waiting for a chance to strike. I can feel in my bones, and I really hope that's true because it's looking It's looking pretty slick here for Jess, setting 2 back row here, and once again not playing around Gloombat. I cannot phrase that enough. I'm going to swing into the Mudlet and 1 for Rabbit correctly.
And, you know, we said the last turn was critical. Every single turn here is critical, really, because Trish has to find a way to correct this board now with 2 sets. That is absolutely devastating to have to play into it if they're live. If that is something like PTA, Jess can absolutely take so much tempo. If that's a shield, Jess can take so much tempo. Eddie going to be an incredible option here to force out some interaction potentially and take out this Viscerus if Jess doesn't have anything to prevent it.
Absolute just domination here, I think, from this. I think Eddie is going to change the Viscerus to defense. Setting 1 back row, there's a little bit of defense from Trish coming down. And then, you know, you got to imagine that back row could be a Shield of Achilles, which is potentially the hesitation on setting, not wanting the extra Echoings to come down to threaten that. And if we can see an Echoings from Jess, this is going to be one of the biggest brain plays. But a Gorgon's Gaze coming in from Jess on the Eddie to stop the attack. You know, it's so interesting that a lot of people would say, well, why don't you Gorgon's Gaze on the effect? Well, in a lot of cases like this with Eddie, you're trying to bait further interaction into the battle phase. And then that way, you know you can clear this Eddie in the next turn. It's Viscerus, presumably. And then this Attack Rabbit can get in for some game. Even in a re-enchant, the Attack Rabbit here doesn't feel too bad for Jess.
Yeah, this is really where, you know, the Thunder Earth variants can sometimes feel pretty solid. Being able to Arcolith here could be very, very strong, but this is, I believe, a sort of water-focused Earth matchup. You know, I don't know if exactly Trish is on the Earth-Water tempo list, but it very well looks like it, and being able to miss out on those really critical Thunder cards can be very devastating here. Is Jess taking full advantage of those Thunder cards, re-enchanting the Astrabbit, choosing her favorite card from the top 3 of her deck, and this is going to be a very, very strong turn from her, likely, where she's going to be swinging for a lot of damage. You know, the best case scenario for Trish here is that set is a Shield of Achilles to be able to get Astrab off the board. Viscerus will take out the Eddie, but at least he will have a chance to crack back and take out the Viscerus on his next turn. But if it was Gorgon's Gaze would have been used already, if it's Poison Tipped Arrow, it's unfortunately not going to be able to be played this turn, and Altar of Stars just will feel very, very bad for Trish here. So really hoping for him that is a Shield of Achilles. Otherwise, this might kind of be the moment in the game where Jess runs away with it and is crowned our champion.
Yeah, this is a big turning point of this clash, and if it's just going to swing in here, is going to be anything. It's a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Viscerus. Trying to stop the bleeding here for just 1 more turn, considering what to use for this Gorgon's Gaze. Trish is going to use a Thunder and an Earth Spirit. And again, it's not unlikely that Trish can come back from this position. Some pretty key cards that can mount this, but it's an Eddie that could, and a card that has to contest this Viscerus +2 back row. And and I think that speaks volumes to it. Elechick is potentially a good start, you know, if you have a Demeter in the back, and then you can use a Echo Lynx to help break apart the board. Maybe this Elechick hits out a Gorgon's Gaze. It's a good start. I think using the Spirit off the Rabbit and 1 from the Spirit deck, Jess is looking to stop stone cold this Elechick in its tracks from searching.
And she's going to outright kill off this Astrabbit, using all the spirits from it for the Gorgon's Gaze, knowing that it's going to get attacked over anyway. A very, very heads-up play from her. Doesn't matter if this Astrabbit dies, it's going anyway. Let's use all the spirits off of it and prevent that Demeter search. Incredible play, just really showing how incredible Jess is at this game. I cannot overstate that enough. What a wonderful player. And an Eddie of her own. This is just a brutal game for Trishula here. Every single step he makes, Jess is right there ready to counter it. And Trish going to take both of his Elestrals and send them right to the underworld.
Yeah, I think this is a good case from Jess of seeing both Elestrals and Counter-Runes, especially here late, that Astra potentially crucial in getting some defenses online. Initially, the start of this game, as the Viscerus comes down from Trishula, was filled of just Elestrals on Elestrals action, and a Poison Tipped Arrow on this Viscerus. This was probably the last saving grace from Trishula to out and mount this comeback. But with 4 spirits left, Trishula better have some back row, some Ambrosia. It's going to pass back to Jess. Just going to pay out for that PTA, paying dividends. 3 spirits left from Trish. A re-enchant here would be absolutely lights out. Echoings to meter combo. There's a lot of different ways to skin this cat, but it looks like we have a Thunder Enchant on the Viserys coming down.
I was very curious that Trish did not attempt to crash the Viserys into the Eddy, as it was at 4 attack because there are 2 Viserys on board.
I'm curious to think
unless
that
it was
maybe the spirit
misenchanted,
count.
but I didn't see that.
I imagine that would have to do something with the spirit count. Crashing that, leaving in defense position the second Vis. I think that would probably be just a little bit of fodder there. Going to draw for a turn after taking 3 spirits of damage. 1 spirit left from Trishula. Do we see an Ambrosia come down to add a little bit of life? It's going to be Moss Station, the final spirit.
It's something.
Setting a card face down might be futile. Going to go ahead and swing in with the Moss on to this Viserys. Viserys goes down. Moss to defense, and this Eddy is about to eat up the tiny legs of this crab with a Mount Olympus enchant. It's going to be a race to the top. That's going to be race to the top coming down there from Jess. Absolute domination, showcasing what the rest of the hand was, and y'all, that is game.
That's it.
That is the 2-0 from Sunseed Jess to become the new Elestrals champion of the largest webcam tournament in the world for Elestrals so far. This was an incredible showcase from both of these casters, making it a historic run. Jess ultimately able to take it over Trishula TTV in the finals here. I'm so impressed. That was an insane game back to back, and just showcasing why she is the best in the world.
Yeah, this is our brand new Elestrals Premier webcam champion, Sunseed Jess, taking it down. What an incredible run from top to bottom. Only losing a handful of games, I believe, over the entire run of her tournament. Just wonderful, wonderful tournament run from her. Congratulations, and congratulations to Trish for making it to 2nd place. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. He's still walking away with a lot of promos there.
And again, I think that Trish also deserves his flowers for the hard work and dedication put in here, and congratulations for making it to the finals. And the biggest congratulations to Jessica Robinson, Sunseed Jess, for making it here and coming back from being a finalist in 2 separate tournaments. They've taken the Elestrad and the previous webcam tournament, to now take it down and take the belt from these casters that have been doing it for so long. Jess is new blood here inside the Pantheon, and it's so exciting to watch the historic rise of this new caster.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see how dominant she's already been in such a short period of time. Just an incredible caster, just in such a short time, really just showing how solid she is in her fundamentals as a TCG player, being able to transfer over from a completely different game and put up performance in the way that she has is just a really an awe-inspiring thing, and really shows that anybody can do this. Anybody can, if you put in the time and the effort, you can be, a top level player in the game of Elestral. And you can do it quick too. Did not take her very long to pick this up and become one of the best, given she's one of the best in other card games. But, anyone can do it, right?
No, absolutely. And this is something that I love to see from the game of Elestrals, and that this is, my heart is still pounding, my mind is racing. That amazing action all the way through the finals and top cut. This is incredible. We're looking to set up a champion interview here with Sunseed Jess. It looks like we can kind of get some insight into the mind of this caster. We might step away for about 2 minutes to set up this champion interview. Looking to play in the future tournament, we also have coming up a December 14th Premier event. So while this one has concluded, Jess taking the top slot. If you're looking to meet Jess in the finals, potentially for another tournament, I don't know what I want to call it here just now, and try to vie for that Draking Reverse Stellar, the Elestrals Champion stamp. And December 14th, about 2 weeks from now, you can clash with some of the latest and greatest inside of the Elestrals Pantheon on December 14th, just a couple weeks away. Super excited for some more electrifying Elestrals action, just like today.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to step away to set up this interview with Jess, and we will be back after a short break.
We're seeing MVP's own for Thunder and Draking making it a 9 attack, which is better than 8 last time I checked.
That might be better than 8. Oh, you gotta be kidding!
What do you
Altar
do?
of Stars! What a smart play by the Law, taking 1 off of Arcolith to activate Altar, nexusing off of his Mount Olympus.
In order to get rid of that Mount Olympus too, which is huge.
Absolutely.
And keeping that Arcolith alive, what a play.
Absolutely.
Very, very cool plays. So you're most likely keeping Arcolith around unless it's hit by something
Race
like
to the
shield.
top!
Oh!
Here we go! It's a race to the top! Wow. If the Law can connect on these swings, he pretty much ensures that he has the game. But
Yeah,
with
that's
no
gonna bring it
back
so
row,
low.
anything can happen.
Tsunami! See, that Tsunami is still saving the game. Such a crucial card and such a big advantage for water casters here in the Elestriad.
Absolutely. MBT went
Okay.
I'll just know that we've started out of nowhere, and then I will start talking. I don't get a countdown or nothing. We just like, oh, we're live now. Oh, we're about to be ready. And we are here. We're back to interview our brand new premiere event champion, Sunseed Jess. How do you feel? It's quite late for you, isn't it?
It's only like 2 a.m. It's fine. No, I feel good. Like, the event went almost as planned. Almost as planned.
Almost.
There's only one thing this event that could have gone better.
Okay. Would you care to elaborate?
I built this deck with someone, and then I had to knock them out in top 8. If it was finals...
Devastating.
But,
I assume that was your top 8 match?
Yes, I was against Laura.
Unfortunate.
Like, we were just checking. We were checking the tiebreakers, just like, because after every result, the tiebreakers just change slightly. Just please don't be.
Yeah.
Please don't be 4th and 5th. Please don't be 4th and 5th. And then we were 4th and 5th.
It's friendly fire is inevitable in any Elestrals tournament if you have enough friends. So, but hey, it's great that both of you were able to at least make top 8. Congrats to them for making that far, and congrats to you for making it to finals and winning it all.
Yeah, the deck. We both played the same deck list, and the deck list was great. So,
yeah. Would you care to talk a little bit about it? So, the production team has it listed as a water earth tempo list. You want to divulge on that a little bit?
Okay, that's not how I describe it.
Sure.
How would you
describe it?
I just describe it as Earth Thunder Nexus.
Sure.
Because Earth Nexus is good, Thunder Nexus is good. This is just both of them in one deck.
So what are the critical pieces you're bringing over from Thunder that aren't already standard in Earthlow?
So instead of playing Floy Forest or anything, I'm playing we're playing 2 Mount Olympus, 2 Race to the Tops, and 2 Joltons in main.
Okay.
And we're still able to do all of the Altar of Stars onto Astrabbit to get extra searches. We're still able to do all the Race to the Top pops. We can misenchant Olympus as a Nexus bank for Equilinks.
Yeah. I like
It's
that a lot.
all
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, the worst part, in my opinion, of Thunder Nexus was things like Toxion. So we just got rid of the bad bits of Thunder Nexus and got rid of the bad bits of Earth Nexus, like Mudlet, and just put the 2 best bits together. And then sided the rest of the engines so that we could just play either deck.
That was my next question. So I assume you're citing things like Arcolith potentially, or...
Yeah, Arcolith, Thunderstorms, even Quackles. Like, we could just play pure Thunder Nexus both sides.
That's incredible. I like that, being able to blindside potentially. Did you ever find it advantageous to side entirely into the Thunder stuff, or was Earth really the best part of it?
So we didn't actually side any extra Earth cards outside of Floy Forest, which is just something we sided against Thunder Nexus. But in general, it came up occasionally against more like stally or slow matchups. For example, like being able to go Arclith as a big power piece was nice.
Yeah.
One of the big things that I think it's worth noting is a lot of Earth Nexus lists, more recently especially, and Thunder Nexus as well, we've seen in some of more recent webcam tournaments, we're playing the 2 Galaxy 2 Eddy. So we just played that package and it fit both decks anyway. So the deck was just all the most versatile bits in the game in one deck.
Yeah, doing 3 different matches of yours casted, it seemed to me like Galaxy may have overperformed massively for you, because there were multiple moments where I could tell that one of your opponents had 1 or 2 Eddy in hand, and all of a sudden it's dead because Galaxy's on board.
Oh yeah, because the usage of Eddy has spiked, especially because of how good Earth Nexus and how popular Earth Nexus has become. Eddy usage has gone up, which means Galaxy just performed better and better. Especially since we're playing Joltons, which is another card that loses to Eddy. I think it was just really valuable to play Galaxy.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. The last little question I have for you here, wrap things up, is as a result of your performance here and showing off some of these interesting pieces, do you expect your performance here in this deck that you've played to shake anything up, especially since we have a whole nother Premier tournament in just under 2 weeks?
I think Thunder Nexus should be played a lot more. Like the mesh of the two decks, it feels so much more versatile and so much more resilient than, and also the hands just feel generally on average better, so you have to mulligan less than pure Earth Nexus. So I'd like to see a few other people just like trying out the hybrid because it feels just too strong.
Yeah, swapping Toxion, which can be a very strong card, but it's only really good in the late game for something like Equilinx, which objectively has a better body and a better effect. Just certainly, I can see would make Thunder immediately a better deck.
So the original idea was just, oh, well, we can just play Equilink, we can just swap Zeus for Demeter and just play 3 Equilinks in Thunder Nexus. That was the original idea, but because Demeter and Zeus kind of fulfill the same function, but it kind of just, oh, we can also play Viscerus. You drop the bad cards and just play the best of both decks.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how some theory from even old tournaments have come back up, because Viscerus used to be a standard card in Thunder Nexus, but for some reason has fallen off quite a bit since the banning of Spark It. So just an incredible performance from you, an incredible deck list. Very cool to see something that really hasn't been seen a lot in the meshing of these two deck lists. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we sign off for the day?
I'd just like to again give a huge thanks to Laura for building the deck with me. Like, we've been sitting like on the floor down here for like a few hours every few days, just like running decks against each other to try and come up with new decks and lists that perform well. And yeah, huge thanks to her.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, shout out to her and congrats to her as well for making top 8. And with that, I believe that's the end of the tournament. It's been a long day. I'll let you go so you can go to rest. It's very early for you at this point. But congrats once again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. All right, well, I believe that's the run of the show, everyone. Thank you for being here. Make sure to, don't forget, check out all the socials, subscribe to the channel, and make sure to check out the upcoming events between the Webcam Casuals and the Premier event on the 14th. All incredible stuff, incredible prizing. You can compete against wonderful competitors like Jess here. And yeah, thank you so much to the production team for putting on an incredible show. We'll see you hopefully on December 14th for the next Webcam tournament.